Chapter 1: The Battle off Westlake. Inthagent led resilience lantingwins, the lanterns off Lantern Festival flicker in the distance, while solitary figure sits behind the curtains, pondering the horrible psyche of causian defect. Thesency of romancian poetry, no fata dan forlorn, leaves sonito contemplate the transient nature of existence, a sephemera las blossoms scattered in the wind. A melody of the engine chun flows forth, evoking the deep, Langerian sorrows of countless passionate souls entwined in love's embrace, allegous a tengerestrit hienal soft time. Since antiquity, the entangled motion soft world ha benes introcitian by brantas brocade, featuring both ardent gentlemen and Seraladent beauties. Their la vestorious range from poetic and picturesque to heart-rending laments tats earthy heart. Yet, within this complex tapestry of woman experience, external force soft and cruel ice of eartheben softer love rendering thy emotional journeys riddled with obstacles and horns. As night descends, the horizontal kedenahesimist, thepula grey sky gradual lidipens stoerich crimson. Upon the tranquil waters off Westlake, alone boat drift serenely where perofloverschutel close, their expression stinged with melancholy, allowing the vessel to sway with the waves. Thistidelical adorned with lush greenery and vibrant flora, isolive with the sons of orioles and swallows. The spring breezy of April caresses the lake's surface, sending ripples and sing across to water, widely intoxicating florals and suave throaty air. Despite the encroaching dusk, the banks off Westlake remain bustling with life, a cacophony of sounds melding together. The unmongent lie sets down his long sword, tenderly caressing the hair of the girl in red, gazing deeply into her radiant countenance. Suddenly, air-sounding neigh of galloping steeds draws near, shattering the previous mirth. Startled, thick-road parts as a group of riders rushes past, their hoof-shelting abrupt lieth the southeastern shore of Westlake, known as Lulangwaning. Dozens soft swords mankled in blacker more dismount in an orderly fashion. Leading the misamidally gedshaller in finer robes, accompanied by and black-faced man. Both say ta stride their steeds, the shaller's brow furrowed in anger as shigler sat the couple. The unmenschen told me nor fades, ere salute expression taken jits place. How slowly retrieves his long sword. Simultaneously, he extends the hand to halt the girl in red, his movements reminiscent of Fally Aftansing in the autumn breeze, gracefully leaping gantosari. His eyes glimmer with a cold Sarasha speaks with deep affection, I fiochusa to leave Mano, you shall no thinderio. Do you regret it, Thedro replies, hair expression defiant, curtain and wavering. Hes miles faintly, yet this word scudlicably defiorito inadvertent lickily our father, woodeo houtim? The abruptness of his question leaves the beautiful girl momentarily stunned, her failing. Thizion manis januli edishing sianafe once a Greek family in Ingtian prefecture, no fallen on hard time say it's still exuding charm. The beautiful girl beside him is Nangong Nishin, the cherished Tatirov to governor of Three Rivers, Nangongi. Upon hearing Janulu's question, Nangong Naxon's face contorts in anguish, har trenched. Indeed, torn between familial duty and love, she had always indulged in her father's affection, but when it comes to marriage, their conflicting views have escalated into a crisis, leading her to contemplate elopement. She feels the sweetness of this love intertwined with the heavy shackles it bears. Januli, really semi-daughter, Nangong yes voices grave, his square face irradiating authority hissed and deep and forceful. Just a moment prior, Janule had been smiling, Noe's expression darkens the woman-eyed sire, non-eshel interfere. Nangong yes flash with happier singe intensity, his anger palpable stubborn full. Before his words scan dissipate, Janule finds Shimzul fin circled with a black-clad swordsman, arranged in a formation reminiscent of 9 palaces. 40 swordsmen stand at strategic points, creating an ironclad barrier around Janule. The front 3 groups consist of 24 men, while there are 3 groups total 60, flanked by 3 on each side, the formation tenderly poised for both offense and defense. As the governor of 3 Rivers, Nangong commands the major faction softy martial world, maintaining gaidlicity balance of power, rendering him a formidable forcing hiram of Jianghu. Naturally, he has no desire to engage in idle conversation with a robe like Januli. With a dismissive scoff, Nangong coldly huffshade it not being for his daughter's marriage, he wouldn't have taken the trouble to intervene personally. In an instant, a late group of swordsmen draw their weapons, Janule and Shadish's word in response, its blade gleaming with a killing light the famet sword of Telata General Tang Exian, the cold light sword. Nangang Yoshiart Jol Chapander Shothis word Kemido Bain Janulatis possession, suspecting gay deeper connection between Titwo. Clang, clang, clang. 40 swords blaze like Kieselver dragons breaking through the air, weaving an impenetrable wobo flight, pressing relentless light toward Janulai. Faced with thrice overwhelming onslaught, Janula remains composed, his formation Jalizwolo could kinsin the wind, deftly maneuvering between his sword strikes. Each counter ha delivers this perfect light-timed, the clash of blades ringing through the air. Thes wordsmen within 9 palace formation move with precision, each action appearing meticulously calculated, their strikes both offensive and defensive, fluid in their transitions. They need no verbal commands thyre and spoken understanding gallos for seamless cooperation. Even with Januloi's remarkable prowess, Hessen fine Shimzul fine dire straits. Not daring to slacken his forts, Heralius and his nimble footwork and cold light sword's ferocity to withstand this assault for a time, avoiding the downward spiral. However, facing numerous opponents this a daunting task, and as the battler Rajasan, only assailant leaps from behind, delivering a devastating blow on Janula's back. Watch out, Nangang nes increasututen alarm. Janula swiftly pivots, sweeping his sword to deflect the impending danger, immediately countering with a thrust aimed at the assailant side. Theodokar hastily blocks and retreats, and Janula refrains from pursuing, focusing instead on defending against the sword formation. Alone, Hinga just 9 palace formation in a fierce contest, exchanging blows for several rounds with neither side getting the upper hand. Though opportunity as to through present themselves, the formation sever shifting nature Isaac and Toquicksand where a moment's negligency could lead to entrapment, besieged from all sides. Why the Veryansi off strength expended, the cold light sword grows increasing lethal, and in a flash, two swords Cerisa veered with resounding clangs. The formation shifts, dividing into an Aaron Duder layer, why Vaitmananthi and Sid launching Gefersi offensive while 30 on the outsider main poistosist, ready to fiani gaps and prevent Janula's escape, the formation is solidaceric. Suddenly, elate swords from the inner circle thrust toward Janula's face. Harish's word toted Butunothar assailant seizes themament to attack from behind, Thaglin tofta blade flashing Isaderentov strikes Flodson. Janulai, overwhelmed, is struck in the back, blood gushing forth. Yet, disregarding the pain of his wound, Hertaleates with aid rust aimed at the attacker, while blocks with their sword across their chest. Janula deft late twist she's wrist, transforming his thrust into sweep and with a sharp sound, Theodokar's sword shitters. Hathens which as the sword to his left hand and delivers a powerful palm strike to the assailances, sending them flying out off to formation. Seizing this opening, Janula rushed his sword toward Nangang Wopelis in shock, silently lamenting the ferocity of Janula's swordsmanship. The black-faced man beside Nangang observascoli, and as Janula charges toward Nangang Harrietishistance, leaping onto his horse, drawing his sword with a swift motion, and clashing with Janula's blade, the 12 figures weaving Tagathuranadancy of steel, producing a sharp clang. After exchanging a blow with the black-faced man, Janula is not lingering combat instead, he leaps forward, pressing toward Nangang. In an instant, his sword approaches the governor's throat. Suddenly, memory of his encounters with Nangang makes an their flight from the constraints off-duty surge through Janula's mind. He realizes that this entire scenario may have been orchestrated, intended to eliminate Nangang Yebihashant. In that moment of hesitation, with cold light sword poised at Nangang neck, a swift bladey descends from behind, leaving a wand in Janula's back. The attacker is none other than the black-faced man, Makujin. Janula recalls Naxon's warning to wary of him. Makujin, momentarily startled, had not anticipated that Janula would endure the blady and still maintain his grip on Nangang. Thus, he refrains from launching Ganothar attack. In that fleeting moment, Thikrodon Semara Clausen, anxious for Nangang's safety, none daring to make a hasty move. Janula, pale and bleeding, managed a bitter smile. Lord Nangang, you should have perished long ago to spare your life. Nishin, come with him. Nangang Europe sent a lot of farce, you wish to take me daughter, you must first steep over my corpse. Makujin obi my command Janula penle hold sekort official hostage his scream of son forgive but end warrant's death without mercy. Blood dripped steadily from Janula yanto his steed's back. Wathi intended as a hostage exchange for compromise eyes met with Nangang resolute defiance. As the crowd Klassison, Janula find Shimzul fence snared in an overwhelming ziag. The murderous are off cold light sword flickers ominously, both sides poised for battle, the atmosphere taut with tension. Nangon Yekold Lideclares, Sholdiokelm, Myson Shalin Harit Middle, while you will Berthi Hana Scargio fascinating a court official, bring in Gruanup on your entire clan. The term hereditary Echoizen Jean Ule Zersha Suddenly grasps a crucial insight, calling out fervently, no matter the coast, it shall never relinquish. The own Wolovism. Nangon Yertert sharply, very well, Litusto battle. Suddenly, Nangon Naxin produce Adager, press and jite against their own throat, resolutely declaring, Father, Jean Uli and Dirio Redi bound be our vows, unwavering in our commitment. If I you insist in Turingus apart, I wold Retherdio before you. Asha speaks, that Agar grazes her fairskin, a trick-a-leaf blood sliding down her neck. Nangon yes furiops, you foolish girl, forth sekalsa chuffrabolus rogue, you deretifime, you have a disappointed megravely. Nishin, you must know tactriclessly, this matter concerns my personal grievances with Lord Nangon, it is beyond door power to alter. We can in Lidur partan leaveth Aristophat, Jean Yuliad manishedsternly, yet a regental comfort. Hethan gazed anxiously at Nangon ye, questioning, Lord Nangon, you have foresaid mine to situation where I cannot return home, and now you seek to tear us apart. Ari outralion tentonan nihilation? Nangon responded with a serious of cold smirks, his words dripping with scornolomado and late new havel ready betroth nikes into gunlian chung yue thilederoth shintian sect. What ario, beautifalention, wanoho kanan lebo standis evanescent maidens with flowery words, I am aware of your attempts to elevate our stand in the martial world through Tisunion. How could a person like you ever be worthy of my beloved pearl? Upon hearing these words, John Ulitheltestopir said be an arrow, his fist contorted and agonyashi vidderlir plied, it is not me obstinacy, but ratherthicrol handa fought at play. Heaven no show I wish snake sin war rennet your daughter. Suppressing the despair within, his eyes flickered with defiancy and resolin seshejan lipided Nangon yes Haldoran murmured, Lord Nangon dismount. Suddenly the horse reared in fright, causing the cold gleaming sword to sway slightly. Seizing the moment, Nangon yes struck fiercely at Jan Ulivishist. Theblo was swift and unexpected, sending Jan Uletum bling from his mount. Jan Ulicold of easy eyes Nangon ye, beautis the attack came, Oavio paralysis washadavarim, rendering him sluggish as realization dondi have been poisoned. Mark Chang, watching Christians, darted forward and Jan Ulain the back, sending him sprawling into the sword array. Thebladus dansa dominously, and a cacophony of anguished cries erupted as Jan Ule was pierced be overten swords in an instant. Mark Jung, regretting his earlier failure at it allowed Jan Ule to gain the upper hand, was determined not to let these opportunities slip away. Heliopted to Thyr, delivering 6 swift kicks to Jan Ule's back. He sounds of impact rang out, culminating in a final high kick to Jan Ule's face. With this balance lost, Jan Ule flew several feet away, crashing into the rippling waters off West Lake with a resounding splash. In an instant, the surface off West Lake was stained a shocking crimson. A look of disdain crossed Nangon yes darkened facia shakol lie scoffed, a full seeking his on demise. Witnessing this scene, Naxin was overwhelmed with emotion, blood rushing to her head as darkness enveloped her, causing Gerda faint. Chapter 2 The Birth of a Strange Child. The gripping final confrontation between Jean Uli and Nangon resident Sequaclistura de Tempest in the marketplace, becoming a legendary to l'air accounted Bithi townsfolk over on meals. The extraordinary martial prowess displayed by Jean Uligerner a dim widespread acclaim, while his previously unremarkable cold gleaming sword gained fame, inspiring children's rimastheta coat events. Red Beauty Ignitest West Lake's Flames. Golden Steed Sandiron Steed Stret the Path of Love. 3000 Wiakwater Sklenzeth the Cold Sword. Where shall the heroes Ikishoma coming? Nishin having fallen gravely ill was diagnosed by physicians who discovered she was with child, the offspring of Jan Uli. Lord Nangon was consumed before yet felt powerless, thus she confined his into interior courtyard, striving to shield her from gossip. In secret, Naxin repeatedly enlisted her close friend Wang Shixianto Siknus of Jan Uli, even sending individuals to scour the lake bed for his remains. However, after that fateful battle, Jan Ulazimento Hava vanished from the world, leaving behind in Latalisan speculation among the populace. After 10 months of pregnancy, Thecheld was born in Velopedin an array of peculiarity. Unlike a most newborn swakri, this skaldun to red twirled with laughter. At 6 months, heckled walk be 9 months, hekutspiakan Theoga 5 has stealthily infiltrate Tefnangong resident secret archives, declaring astonishingly, Ishel avenge father. His emotions fluctuated, his eyes shifted from red to blue, deep and penetrating, as if capable of discerning the heart softman. Duetto his father John Eulitis legacy, Nangong ye harbor a disdain for Jiangzun and triadded himkali. Evented at tender age, he harbored a fierce aversion to injustice, culminating in him killing Thestord Westlanderida's mother Athea Goth 13. Naturally intelligent, he took delight in tormenting the household servants, earning him the reputation of Fafriak Toby void de tal costs. Young master. The maiden scala du turgeon lie along the banks off Macho Lake, the anxiety palpable. With a splash, a figure emerged from the lake, a boy of about 15 or 16, with refined features and striking blue eyes that sparkled with vitality. Hearing the maiden's screams, her responded with irritation, watery a shouting for, as if Simone in Gasperit, I am Ryther. Young master, your aunt. One maid cried, jump in agitation. The boy swept lightly up from the water, claddenly in a pair of shorts, causing the four maidens to blush and hastily littern away. Quickly dressed and strode down the corridor towards the east wing. These on boy was known other than Naxensen, Nangong Jiangsun. Duetto Naxensen wet pronuncy, to avoid pryinges, it was publicly came at the son of Nangong Yeseldesten, Nangong Mu, inheriting his mother's surname. Though Naxen Hajaven birthdozen, Nangong remained resentful, believing the situation to be stain and the family honorandrily visited her. Time passed swiftly, and didn't the blink of Fanny over a decade had be. During this period, several matchmakers shade approached Nishin Olaf Wom Shetterndown. For 16 years, she dedicated herself to her son's upbringing, never again entangled in the whirlpool of romance. Within the depths of the courtyard lay a lake known as Macho Lake, its waters flowing and lying connecting to rivers beyond. John's son had played along its banks and seckled developing exceptional swimming skills. There are courtyard ways adorned with pavilions and lush flora, creating a picturesque setting. Mother, how are you? John's son called anxiously as she entered the room. Several elderly physicians surrounded Nixon's bedside, sighing in lamentation. John's son hurried to his mother's side, grasping her hand with concern. Mother, why have you fainted again? Nixon's face was pale, her lips devoid of color, yet she foresaw a comforting smile. I am fine. Dr. Hua, what is truly wrong with me, mother? John soon inquired of the physicians. He have practiced medicine for many years, yet he have never encountered such a peculiar ailment. Your aunt. Alas. Only elderly physician adorned with a brocade hat, stroked his goat-like beard, his expression on of helplessness. What strange illness, it is merely a case of lovesickness. Speak plainly, how much silver do you require? John's urged impatiently. Young master, I have only like in beauty our aunt's condition stems from a long-standing emotional affliction. Very assured shave proven futile ultimately, we must levate a fate, Dr. Wei said, spreading his hands in resignation. Is there retrally normity? John's said sternly. Theono hotistek not mustel soundtiat unless your aunt con meither beloved Marie, another rotund physician interjected. If schcold methem, what need would we have for you? Get out, Jiangzun barked, the three doctors swella worry festemperand retreating in defeat. Inside, 7 maidens could no longer hold back their sobs. Why cry, Lefien deferife de theorize nothing to mourn. You will may leave, Jiangzun commanded, and the maidens complied, leaving thorough insolence. Nixon weakly raised her hand, which Jiangzun grasped tight Laisha tender lick amid through her disheveled hair, reassuring her, Mother, yo will buff and everything will improve. What if something happens to can yo take hickory of fire self? Naixon asked it softly. Mother, don't speak such nonsense, yo will be alright. It is merely amateur of heart, Jiangzun replied, thof understood the gravity of fair condition. Should anything befalm, can you truly manage in your own? Naixon pressed. He will certainly bring that person back for you, Jiangzun declared, rising toward part. That person here for red to us none other than his father, John Yulai. Naixon had always been tight-lipped about John Yulai, and despite Jiangzun's repeated inquiries, he did not even know his father's name. Jiang Naixon called out, halting him. Jiangzun's gaze fell upon the dressing table, whereupon, still fresh with ink, caught his attention. Onthi hairpin phoenix, red soft hands. Red soft hands, yellow wine Thesatius filled with spring color sand willows bethipolas walls. Theus twin discruel, joy is fleeting. A heart full of sorrow, years of separation. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Spring remains as before, yet I grow thin. Tear stains moisten third silk. Peach blossoms fall, idle pavilions. Thuff promises remain, the letters are hard tone trust. Donut, donut, donut. These wastwer coughed her renowned southern song Pobluyu, composed in memory of his tragic love with Hiskals and Tangwan. Nixon's transcription of this poem perhaps stemmed from her own plight, lamenting the anguish of love unfulfilled. As young Zun read the verses, sorrow welled within him. Mother, what is my father's name? Why did Helivius, Jiang son broched the sensitivita picansmari? Jiang Ervehaves spoke nothas menitemes do not bring Jatup again, Nixon chided, frowning. Why must everything be concealed from? Why, Jiang Zun Shutedninger, suspecting that his grandfather had turned his parents apart, even fearing that his father had met with foul play. Jiang Nixon interjected, don't oppress your mother. Everything is predestined and he cannot blame others. Jiang Sun, overwhelmed with grief, wept bitterly, Hizaya shimmering with Rigignuthus de Woldcom. Seeing the blood vessel sini our and the strands of hair falling, ik knew you would leave him. You were so selfish, giving Malifa yet denying me a complete family. Ya bury ali our bitterness deep within, believe in Jitoba protection, butitis profoundly unfair tome. I'd spizzy your arrogant sane withholding the truth. What kind of person washed hadil would cherish him for a lifetime, war not momother hakude you possibly understand thetrials I have hindered, I do not wish for iauto bekamin tangled in the grievance of tapestiuato for our own path in life. Jianger you have always possessed a keen sense of observation and an intellect thought borders and thurbelius. I fear thought our cleverness may lead to trouble, and delight si rice for iauto levi life filled with joy. Mother, in this world, war my soul can if I worry unhappy how can I possibly find happiness, John's son said, whipping away her tears, her voix coquette with emotion. Your father is Jiang Yulai. He pursued for over half a year. While I cannot say my feelings for him were a particularly strong, it did not harbor any distant. At the time when I owe your grandfather pressed for an urgent marriage, I could develop with him and thereafter. Nizen's voice grew hoarse. And after what happened, Johnson pressed for more. After that, I had a conflict with our grandfather, and we parted ways, drifting apart ever since. It wasn't until hot day of separation that I realized how terrifying it is to live without his presence. I had grown accustomed to his company. Sud Jianjin min aim signifies these. Where is Sheno, how Hasha fared, why Hoshanat Sutusout, Johnson's question stumbled for thin rapid succession. Ihab Medine Quirius through various canal sand and Lyris and Lilurnet Thathay. Passed away 16 years ago. At this revelation Nizinsius glistened with unshed tears, Duedo fires of secrets finally spillenforth. Johnson had anticipated this news. Altov Nangang household strictly forbade mention of Yanulai had hajlin bits of information about his father's name through whispers from servants. Had Dunley hopped to hear the truth from his mother's lips. Their revelation of his father's fate plunged Jianzun into profound sorrow, leaving him unable to find solace. Mother, where is my father buried? Jiangzun inquired. Jianger Nangang Nizing rest Jiangzunshan firmly. Your father and du arena were truly husband and wifey Arunian was not legitimate. Ya need not obsess over uncovering the past. Remember, you are at the killed off Nangang Mu, Nangang Jiangsun. Promise Emma something, will you? Jiangzun nodded in agreement. Mother, what is it? First, promise him. Jiangzun hesitated for a moment, then resolutely replied, very well, I promise you. Jianger do nother bore hatred for your grandfather, nor purse matters regarding your father. Nizan's word swore a gravy and sincera. Jiangzun swallowed hard, silently nodding, tears brimmingen hises. Can you truly do this? Nizan precedent some more, her tonsria sanjun wavering. I can, thoughtinged with sorrow, Johnson's voice was soon wavering liar salute. Excellent, then swear before him. Nizan urged. Mother. Jiang Zun faltered, as struggly evident in his face hadn't anticipated such request from her. Swear now, Nizan gaze to him, leaving no room for hesitation. Taking a deep breath, despite his inner resistance, he did not wish to defy his mother's will. Hezelamly swore, I vow not to hurt my grandfather, nor investigate matters concerning my father. Nizan remained unyielding, Harrius harp schuldio break this vow, may I descend in the depths of underworld, never to return. Jiang Zun echoed, should he break this vow, may you descend in the depths of underworld, never to return. Jiang behave burden to you. I understand you possess your own emotions and ambitions, but I only wish to spare you from entanglements that wouldn't snare you. Outside, the scenery was bright and cheerful, yet he did nothing to alleviate the anguish in Nizan. Arthur long-held hopes and expectations had ultimately failed to bring Jiang Yule back to her. Reflecting on their initial meeting, their acquaintance, their love, and their commitment, it also meant to have transpired just yesterday. 16 fleeting years had not eroded Nizan saith but fatal sudrained her vitality. With the initial longing for Jiang Yule still in her heart, Shekistona last Gazia Johnson, slowly closing her eyes as the final terror lid on her palakik. Johnson quietly watched this beloved mother, his heart gradual lightening cold, like Thysiof winter. He murmured, Mother, I am sorry. Is spoke he out after night canothelp butris and nangongi. I citru thought my father hast relipast, weary as afraid off mijiking him, I fury live, e would surely bring him to siayu. A gentle breeze rustled through the bamboo grove, the leaves whispering softly as they fell upon Nizan's snow-lie erected gravestone. Is there a truly awareness beneath earth, are there a divine beings above? If so, it trust you shall reunite in some distant place. Johnson gazed upon the pulla grayski, hisher theovi with emotion, as Nizan's new grave stood alone in the wind, isolated and desolate.
Chapter 3. Turning against each other. Esteemed Lord Nangong, I bring urgent news. Reports indicate that Wangjiang Tower has rallied various forces under the pretext of the stolen Xingqian sword to launch an assault on Shaoyang sect, which has ultimately met its demise. The whereabouts of its leader, Shuafeng, remain unknown. While Wangjiang Tower stands as one of the foremost sects in the Central Plains, Shaoyang sect is not to be trifled with. The speed at which it was obliterated bespeaks the considerable assistance of several other major sections. Your words ring true. Investigations reveal that Wangjiang Tower has indeed allied with Sanyuan sect and has covertly colluded with Xintian sect, with reports suggesting that Qingqing Pavilion has also intervened. Now it becomes clear. It is no wonder that even Shuafeng, who is reputed to be one of the 4 sects and 3 absolutes, could not withstand such a force. Sanyuan sect aims to carve up the spoils, while Xintian sect has long maintained a tenuous relationship with Wangjiang Tower. After this battle, Xintian sect will undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of power in the martial world. What news do we have from Qingqing Pavilion, Mark Zhang? I regret to inform you, my lord, that 3 separate teams of spies dispatched to investigate have returned empty-handed. Qingqing Pavilion is situated within the mist-laden Zizhu forest of the Yuan realm, where the terrain is treacherous and labyrinthine, rendering it difficult to penetrate. Additionally, the masters of Qingqing Pavilion are both numerous and enigmatic, making infiltration nearly impossible in the short term. However, I have begun my inquiries from the source and believe that definitive information will arrive shortly. Qingqing Pavilion has always acted out of self-interest. As long as they do not venture beyond Zizhu Forest, they pose little threat. Conversely, Xintian sect now occupies Pengzhou City, commanding a following of over 100,000 disciples. And having concealed their prowess for many years, they have now emerged as a leader in the martial world. Their ambitions are glaringly apparent and warrant vigilance. Understood. The hall was vast, with doors and windows tightly sealed. Nangongyi stood alone upon the central jade stone platform, the 3 golden characters of Huxiao Hall glimmering under the flickering candlelight. Before the platform, 6 individuals stood in succession, reporting various affairs of the martial world to Nangongyi. These 6 comprised the elite masters of Nangong Manor's Luhua Hall, Feng, Yu, Lei, Dian, Shui, and Hua, each a first-rate expert in the martial world. Nangongyi had established principles for addressing matters within the martial realm and continued to inquire. What other news do we have? Recently, a mysterious organization known as Tianyin has emerged within the martial world, its movements erratic and elusive. This information came from the only female member of Luhua Hall, the leader of the Dian division, Zijin. She appeared to be in her late 20s. Clad in a form-fitting red gown that accentuated her graceful figure, her fair shoulders exuding an alluring charm. Her soft-spoken words were like music lingering in the air, particularly highlighted by the violet tattoos encircling her right eye, which were both unique and striking. This matter has been entrusted to Mark Zheng for further investigation. The others need not concern themselves. Nangong Ye's calm demeanor exuded an undeniable authority. My lord. Rumors circulate within the martial world that the legendary Baju Xian too has resurfaced. The leader of the Yu division, Jiang Feng, added, his refined features and jade-like complexion giving him the appearance of a delicate scholar. Yet his swordsmanship was as swift as a tempest, marking him as a formidable expert. Just as Nangong Yi was about to respond, a resounding crash echoed from outside, and a young man burst through the door, demanding, "Why did my parents separate? Is it your doing, Chongzhong?" The intruder was none other than Jiang Sun. "Sun, do you realize where you are?" Nangong Ye's expression darkened, his silent authority palpable. "Answer me." Jiang Sun glared defiantly, unafraid, but was swiftly intercepted by two guards as he crossed the threshold. "This is a place of utmost importance. How dare you act so recklessly? Throw him out," Nangong Yi commanded sternly. The two guards complied, forcing Jiang Sun toward the exit, but he shouted in anger, "A life for a life. You harmed my father, and I shall seek vengeance. Hold on." Nangong Ye's countenance darkened. "Clarify your words." Jiang Sun glared fiercely, gritting his teeth. "Do you dare deny your actions? You are the one who harmed my father. Are you not?" Seeing Nangong Yi momentarily pause, Jiang Sun seethed. "The blood of a father cannot be avenged lightly. I shall sever all ties with you." Nangong Yi, unable to contain his fury, slammed his hand on the armrest and bellowed, "Someone! Remove this ungrateful wretch." The guards, not daring to hesitate, hastily escorted Jiang Sun away. "You two mutts, let go of me." Once outside the restricted area, Jiang Sun broke free from their grasp. "Young master, had it been anyone else, they would likely have lost their life by now," one guard chuckled. The other added, "Young master, you know the Lord's temperament. Challenging him like this will not bode well for you. One must learn to be more tactful." "Oh? How should one be tactful?" Jiang Sun asked with keen interest. The guard elaborated. "It means to speak what the Lord wishes to hear, to do what he desires, and to consider his concerns." "Ha! You two flatterers, are you trying to teach me how to be a sycophant?" Jiang Sun retorted sarcastically. "Young master, you misunderstand. If you can bring joy to the Lord, your life will certainly be more agreeable." The guard explained. "Enough of this. I ask you, why did my father and mother part ways?" Jiang Sun shifted the topic to, "As mere servants of the manor, we are not privy to such matters. It would be better for young master to inquire elsewhere." The guards exchanged glances, at a loss for words. These two guards were twin brothers, Zhu Neng and Zhu Nengfei. Jiang Sun's eyes narrowed as he interrogated. "You two dare to act behind my grandfather's back? Do you not know your crimes?" Zhu Neng and Zhu Nengfei turned pale, glancing at each other in trepidation, secretly thinking, could it be that the matter of receiving silver from Yin Ruyu has been leaked? But aside from the three of them, no one else knew. How did Jiang Sun find out? Jiang Sun possessed the ability to hear the thoughts of others, and as the brothers pondered, he discerned their thoughts. Jiang Sun had intended to deceive them but unexpectedly uncovered a real flaw. He feigned seriousness. Accepting bribes is a grave offense. The Zhu brothers immediately prostrated themselves, pleading for mercy. "Please spare us. Young master, we should not have accepted silver from Yin Ruyu. We beg for your leniency. Since I am inclined to show mercy, do you not owe me something in return?" Jiang Sun grinned wickedly. "Coercing them. Please, young master, we would go through fire and water for you," Zhu Nengfei hastily declared. "You need not go to such extremes. Simply tell me why Jiang Yu left without a word," Jiang Sun pressed on. The Zhu brothers exchanged troubled glances. "What? Is it too difficult?" Jiang Sun pressed further. Zhu Nengfei sighed in resignation. "It is not that we are unwilling to share. Firstly, the governor has issued strict orders forbidding anyone from mentioning that individual. Secondly, we have only been in the manor for 7 or 8 years and know nothing of the past." Jiang Sun scoffed. "Ha! You gossipy fellows have undoubtedly discussed the affairs of Nangong Manor in private. Be careful, or I might expose your secrets," Zhu Ning hastily pleaded. "Young master, please spare us. We truly do not know the details." But there is one person who may have information. You might consider asking him. Who? Jiang Sun inquired eagerly. Yen Ruyu. Zhu Neng provided the answer. Ha ha. Jiang Sun laughed heartily. You two cunning servants, having taken someone else's benefits, now turn around and sell them out. How utterly shameless. Though we share some camaraderie, we are ultimately all servants of Nangong Manor, Zhu Neng awkwardly defended. The two followed Jiang Sun, sharing an embarrassed smile. Jiang Sun silently vowed, Mother, I will pursue the whereabouts of my father, not only to bring you solace but to give myself closure as well. Chapter 4. A hero saves the beauty-cursed that wretched woman, pretending to be a paragon of virtue, a harlot from a brothel, feigning high-mindedness. Just wait until I deal with you. On the bustling streets of Tianfu, a brothel named Yichuan Courtyard echoed with sounds of a scuffle, followed by the pitiful cries of a woman. Jiang Sun, feeling agitated, wandered through the streets when the sounds of commotion ignited a surge of indignation within him. Quietly, he slipped into the courtyard, climbed a locust tree, and peered down at the scene. A burly man with a dark complexion was gripping the arm of a beautiful woman, roughly shoving her while slurring his words in drunken anger. You shameless wench. Pretending to be dignified, you worthless harlot. After a series of blows and curses, the drunken man, panting heavily, took a swig from his wine jug, pouring the remaining liquid over the woman's head. Ha ha, what fun! The drunken man was reveling in his cruelty when he suddenly heard laughter from outside the window. Turning to see Jiang Sun perched on a tree branch, wearing an expression of mockery, he erupted in rage. Boy, what are you doing? Jiang Sun chuckled, propping his legs up and effortlessly leaping into the room, settling himself comfortably across from the man. I merely passed by, heard the ruckus, and thought to take a look. Please, continue. Do not mind me. As he spoke, he poured himself a drink. Watch the show? You must be tired of living. The drunken man glared, his eyes bulging with fury, as if he intended to devour Jiang Sun whole. Jiang Sun paid no heed to the threat, instead focusing on the beautiful woman and casually remarked, In this place of revelry and excess, where is the virtue in maintaining chastity? My dear lady, why invite trouble upon yourself? Good lad, you speak with reason. The drunken man's once menacing visage softened considerably. Seeing he had calmed the man, Jiang Sun felt a surge of relief. However, unexpectedly, the drunken man concealed a blade beneath his laughter and suddenly swung a large knife at Jiang Sun. Startled, Jiang Sun swiftly dodged, narrowly escaping the blow, though his face paled in shock. The drunken man, now smug, laughed heartily. Good lad, your reflexes are quite sharp. Were you hoping to wait until I was done to swoop in? Jiang Sun broke into a cold sweat, secretly cursing, yet maintained a composed smile. Heroes often share a similar perspective. If you do not mind, I shall wait right here. The drunken man let out a hearty laugh and declared, I don't mind. With you here supporting me, my enjoyment is even more exhilarating. Ha ha ha. Jiang Sun turned towards the woman and, in a mocking tone, advised, My dear lady, a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. I suggest you comply with him. Although Jiang Sun spoke thus, he subtly gestured with his eyes, signaling her to seize any opportunity to escape. The woman, however, was ungrateful. She wiped the blood from her mouth, glared at Jiang Sun with venomous disdain, and retorted, It's one thing for you not to save me, but to stand here making sarcastic remarks is even more despicable than him. Realizing her misunderstanding, Jiang Sun could only smile wryly in silence. Resolutely, he turned to the burly man and exclaimed, Indeed, if I were to aid you in your tyranny, I would become no better than a beast myself. The term beast was clearly directed at the drunken man, who, upon hearing it, glared fiercely and bellowed, You seek death. Grabbing a wine jug, he hurled it towards Jiang Sun's face. Jiang Sun deftly sidestepped, and with a resounding thud, the jug shattered upon the ground. Seizing the moment, Jiang Sun leaped forward, delivering a precise kick to the drunken man's abdomen. The man staggered back, his balance faltering, but he soon charged at Jiang Sun like a tempest. Jiang Sun was taken aback. He had anticipated that his kick would topple the man, but to his surprise, the drunken brute was remarkably robust. And the blow did not yield the expected outcome, as the drunken man advanced again. Jiang Sun reacted swiftly, nimbly retreating and deftly jumping onto a stool. Using it as leverage, he leaped, his toes catching on a beam. performing a somersault in midair before landing gracefully against the eastern wall. Furious, the drunken man swung his knife, but Jiang Sun, lean yet agile, darted around the cramped room, evading each lethal strike with finesse. Enraged by his failure, the drunken man charged forward, bellowing, "Who dares disrupt my affairs? I'll make you pay." As he witnessed Jiang Sun's dexterity, he hurled a stool at him, cursing, "Where did this wild spawn crawl out from? Today, I'll make you regret it." The stool crashed into a mural on the east wall, leaving a gaping hole as it crumpled to the ground. Jiang Sun had already leapt aside like a monkey. Agile and quick onlookers, including the madam, the innkeeper, and the courtesans, crowded at the doorway, filled with both astonishment and fear, none daring to approach. The drunken man, clumsy from his intoxication, found it difficult to keep pace with Jiang Sun. Resorting to throwing objects from within the room, upturned tables, kicked stools, and hurled wooden instruments, creating a cacophony of noise, Jiang Sun, having discerned the drunken man's patterns, skillfully dodged the assaults, appearing like a fish gliding through water. Twisting and turning with ease, entangled in the chaos, the burly man, consumed by rage, lunged forward, swinging his cleaver. Jiang Sun, startled, summoned his strength, leaping into the air and nimbly landing on a nearby beam, just as the man attempted to slice upwards. Without delay, Jiang Sun dropped down, swiftly taking refuge beneath a table. Seeing this, the drunken man was even more incensed. With a powerful kick, he overturned the table, his immense bulk crashing forward like a mountain, his hands reaching for Jiang Sun's neck like iron pincers. With no means of evasion, Jiang Sun ducked low, propelling himself like a slippery eel, slipping beneath the drunken man's legs. Immediately afterward, he leaped up again, delivering 3 successive kicks to the man's back, each strike infused with force. Following this, he executed a backflip, propelling himself like a gust of wind towards the drunken man's left ear. The man whirled around, and Jiang Sun's foot landed squarely on his right ear. Despite the excruciating pain, the drunken man roared in fury, lunging forward like a ferocious tiger, seizing Jiang Sun with a vice-like grip and hoisting him aloft. Without mercy, he slammed Jiang Sun down to the ground, the impact electrifying Jiang Sun's entire body, rendering him momentarily incapacitated. The drunken man, eyes gleaming with triumph, gripped Jiang Sun's neck as if intending to strangle him. He then unleashed a barrage of punches upon Jiang Sun's chest, each blow resonating with a dull thud. Under this relentless assault, Jiang Sun resembled a helpless lamb, utterly devoid of resistance, let alone escape. The drunken man continued his onslaught, his fists raining down like a torrential downpour. After a time, still unsatisfied, he lifted Jiang Sun once more, preparing to slam him down again. The woman, witnessing this scene, was utterly horrified and screamed. With a muffled thud, Jiang Sun swiftly supported himself with both hands, rolling to dissipate the force of the impact, though his arms tingled from the strain. After a brief moment of respite, he felt tension return to his body. Before he could catch his breath, the drunken man had once again seized his ankle, and Jiang Sun lost his balance, as if caught in a whirlpool, the world around him spinning chaotically, accompanied by a series of deafening explosions. Jiang Sun was hurled through the air like a kite with severed strings, crashing down onto a dressing table. The table, unable to withstand the tremendous force, shattered into countless pieces, and Jiang Sun tumbled onto the bed. The violent blow fractured the bronze mirror, scattering powder and cosmetics across the floor, saturating the air with a pungent aroma mingled with the scent of blood. Dazed, Jiang Sun felt an overwhelming pain coursing through his body, as if countless needles were piercing his skin. Upon touching his back, he felt a wet, cold sensation, and upon inspection, discovered it was blood. Helplessly, he curled up, writhing in agony on the bed. The sight of Jiang Sun drenched in blood filled the woman with anguish, her eyes brimming with tears as she knelt before the drunken man, pleading, "Please, stop hitting him. I will obey you. I promise, just spare him." The drunken man, grinning wickedly, lifted her chin with his finger, boasting, "Ha ha, so you know to submit now. You understand my methods? Alas, it's too late. I shall deal with him first, and then take my time tormenting you. With such meager abilities, you think you can handle me? You'd be fortunate to merely tickle me." This voice rang out from behind, and the woman turned to see Jiang Sun, seemingly unfazed, standing by the window with his hands clasped behind his back. "What a resilient fellow," the drunken man exclaimed, giving Jiang Sun a thumbs up before charging towards him with great strides. Jiang Sun's expression turned to one of alarm as he retreated 3 steps, leaning against the curtain. The drunken man roared with excitement. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. He quickened his pace, lunging forward, but Jiang Sun was prepared, sidestepping and pulling aside the curtain. The drunken man, overexerting himself, found half his body dangling out the window, with swift reflexes. Jiang Sun grabbed the man's ankle and shouted, "You don't like being called a beast, do you? Now you won't even qualify as one." With that, he heaved the drunken man downwards, with a resounding thump. Gasps of astonishment and chaos erupted from below. "Boss, how did you fall from the window? Boss, why are you unresponsive? This is bad. Boss has broken his neck. He is dead. Oh no, my boss, how could this happen?" After pushing the burly man down, Jiang Sun himself collapsed to the ground, blood still oozing from his back, sharp pain coursing through him like a knife. The beautiful woman, witnessing this, screamed in horror but quickly steadied herself. Rushing to Jiang Sun's side, gently, she began to remove his shirt, revealing a back marred and mangled, with shards of the mirror embedded deep within. A flicker of pain crossed her eyes as she disregarded the sharpness of the fragments. Her hands working with a tenderness akin to a spring breeze, yet with unwavering determination, as she extracted the pieces from Jiang Sun's flesh. She tore a corner from her dress to use as a makeshift bandage, carefully wrapping it around his wounds. Unintentionally, a tear fell onto Jiang Sun's injury, causing him to wince in pain. Turning to gaze into her autumn-like eyes, Jiang Sun forced a smile and said, "It's just a superficial wound. There's no need for tears over it." The woman bowed her head, silent. Jiang Sun continued, "In this line of work, outwardly, selling one's body and talents seem indistinguishable. Is chastity truly that significant?" Upon hearing this, the woman's expression turned grave, and she replied resolutely, "Indeed." Jiang Sun pressed on, "Consider it my unsolicited advice. If you wish not to sell your body, then cease selling your talents." The woman flushed, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Sun. Her tone firm as she declared, "Is it worth it to endure such injuries for the sake of a mere performer?" Jiang Sun smiled lightly, saying, "I do not do it for you. I do it to confront that drunken man. I cannot abide those who bully the weak." The woman looked at him in astonishment, and after a moment of silence, she asked, "Do you know who that drunken man is?" Jiang Sun replied, "What does it matter who he is? He is just a dead man now." Though Jiang Sun feigned disinterest, the woman insisted on explaining, "He is Zhang Tiniu, the leader of the Haisha gang, which dominates the lower reaches of the Yangtze River. With thousands of mountain bandits and pirates under his command, they have become increasingly arrogant in recent years. If you have offended him, how can you expect to survive?" "Now it makes sense," Jiang Sun responded. Rising to perch on the windowsill, he was well aware of the Haisha gang's reputation, a chaotic band of rogues feared by the common folk, who dared not provoke them yet before the Nangong house. They even bowed to the lowest servant, especially during festivals when they would compete to curry favor. For the Nangong house, their value lay in being eliminated when public resentment boiled over, thereby enhancing the house's prestige, and during times of peace, to extract illicit gains from them. Jiang Sun understood this dynamic all too well. As Jiang Sun prepared to depart, the gaze of the young woman revealed a profound affection and an undeniable reluctance to part. Jiang Sun urged her, "What is it you wish to say?" The woman, appearing somewhat shy, mustered her courage and inquired, "What is your esteemed name, sir? Where might I find you?" Jiang Sun, initially inclined to answer truthfully, opted for discretion to avoid complications. "I am Jiang Jiangyu, a wanderer, with the world as my home. Should fate allow, we shall meet again. May I ask for your name, fair maiden?" The young woman replied, "I am Chang Yin." Jiang Sun responded cheerfully, "A lovely name. I shall remember it." Just as he was about to leap from the window, Chang Yin suddenly grasped his wrist and asked, "Will you truly remember me?" Her eyes sparkled like the gentle ripples of a lake, brimming with deep emotion and longing. With a tender glance, it seemed as though her gaze sought to pierce the sands of time, etching every smile and frown of Jiang Sun into the depths of her soul. Taken aback, Jiang Sun, who had not given their fleeting encounter much thought, felt a warmth in his heart as he realized her affection. With a playful grin, he assured her, I will certainly remember. He could not resist bestowing a gentle kiss upon her forehead. As he prepared to leave, he paused and retrieved a gleaming golden leaf from his pocket, saying, Chang Yin, should anyone trouble you, take this golden leaf to the magistrate's office and seek assistance from Yin Ruyu. Upon receiving the leaf, Chang Yin was startled to discover the characters Nangong inscribed upon it, exclaiming in disbelief, Could it be that you are of the Nangong residence? Jiang Sun smiled and replied, I have no ties to the Nangong family. This golden leaf was a gift from a friend. I have no use for it, and I hope it may aid you. With that, Jiang Sun swiftly vanished through the window, leaving Chang Yin with a sense of emptiness, deeply moved by the clever and radiant youth. No sooner had Jiang Sun leapt from the window than he was surrounded by 7 or 8 men. A middle-aged man, wearing a gray felt hat and wielding a large knife, approached with a lewd expression, stammering, You little brat, how dare you kill my brother? Today, I shall chop you to pieces. Jiang Sun caught a glimpse through the throng and recognized the body of Zhang Tiniu lying below. Indeed, the very man he had pushed down. The stillness of the scene indicated that he had succumbed to death. Jiang Sun pondered, falling from the second floor usually results in nothing more than a fracture. How could he have perished? The stammering man replied, brandishing his knife as a show of bravado. One of the henchmen interjected, Brother, could it be that the leader was murdered first and then thrown down? The stammerer, the second in command of the Haisha gang, nodded thoughtfully. There is indeed a possibility. However, before he could finish, another lean man countered, Nonsense. The boss cried out in pain when he fell. He was still alive then. In that moment, the crowd of underlings gathered, chattering among themselves. In my opinion, it could be that the leader drank too much and fell, dying from shock. What utter nonsense! How could our boss be frightened? What could have happened? It's strange indeed. Perhaps he landed headfirst. I heard a crack when he fell, suggesting he broke his neck. I don't think so. It is likely he was overwhelmed with pleasure with that enchanting woman and died suddenly. The group continued to bicker, debating the cause of Zhang Tiniu's demise. Observing the commotion, Jiang Sun sought to slip away. The second in command interrupted the uproar, declaring, Regardless, the cause of the boss's death cannot be separated from this brat. He pointed his knife, only to find Jiang Sun had vanished from sight. As he scanned the area, he eventually spotted Jiang Sun attempting to blend into the crowd, preparing to escape. The onlookers quickly parted, and Jiang Sun found himself exposed to the fierce gazes of several men. One of the henchmen raised his thumb in agreement, exclaiming, Indeed, the second brother speaks true. We must kill him to avenge our boss. The second in command commanded, and 7 or 8 henchmen brandished their knives, closing in. He shouted, Brothers, let's chop this brat to avenge our leader. As he swung his knife, Jiang Sun immediately assumed a defensive stance. Although he had some rudimentary skills in boxing, they were insufficient against these fierce thugs, especially given his injuries, which threatened to reopen with any sudden movement. Jiang Sun scanned his surroundings, rapidly devising an escape plan. Just as the situation grew dire, a voice rang out, Make way! Make way! Everyone, clear the path. 2 groups marched through the crowd, marching with a commanding presence, clad in armor and bearing military swords. At the center of the procession was a burly middle-aged man dressed in an official robe adorned with blue phoenix patterns, striding confidently with an air of authority. Upon seeing this man, the second in command quickly concealed his ferocity and exclaimed, Lord Yin, your arrival is timely. My brother has been murdered. The newcomer was indeed Yin Ruyu. Upon seeing Zhang Tiniu's corpse, he was momentarily taken aback before calling out, Dear brother. He hurried forward, displaying a face of sorrow as he approached Zhang Tiniu's body, calling out twice. Subsequently, he turned sharply and demanded, Sun Lar, who is responsible for this? The fleeting sadness was swiftly replaced by indignation. It was evident that he harbored no genuine affection for Zhang Tiniu. Rather, he viewed him as a mere source of income. And the sudden loss incited his ire. Sun Lar, sensing Yin Ruyu's fury, excitedly replied, It was this brat. He pointed the knife directly at Jiang Sun. Surrounded by the second-in-command's henchmen, Sun Lar's expression darkened as he declared, No need for your concern. I will personally deal with him. Humph! Yin Ruyu scoffed, furrowing his brow, gripping the knife handle with menace as he approached Jiang Sun. Which fool dares to kill within my jurisdiction? Pushing through the crowd, He finally laid eyes on Jiang Sun and abruptly fell silent, astonished. Before he could utter the word young master, he noticed Jiang Sun's piercing gaze. In an instant, the term young master transformed into youth. Why did you kill Zhang Tiniu? His previously harsh tone softened considerably. Chapter 5. This Lord Yin was none other than Yin Ruyu, the magistrate under the Nangong residence. Although the magistrate's office held a low rank within the Nangong family, it was responsible for maintaining order and overseeing matters in the surrounding areas of Yingtian Prefecture. Lord Yin, it is clear that Zhang Tiniu fell accidentally due to intoxication, striking a vital area and tragically perishing. I bear no grudge against him. How could I have harmed him? Jiang Sun argued his case. Yin Ruyu's eyes flickered with cunning as he echoed Jiang Sun's words. That makes sense. Matters of life and death are not trivial. Therefore, let us return to my office to investigate this case thoroughly, ensuring that no innocent soul is wronged, nor any villain escapes justice. Yin Ruyu's grandiloquent speech portrayed an image of impartiality. Lord Yin, you must not take this brat's words at face value. Everyone here witnessed it. He clearly killed Boss Zhang. I implore you to execute him on the spot to avenge Boss Zhang. Sun Lar stammered his complaint. Yin Ruyu furrowed his brow and retorted, nonsense. I conduct investigations with caution. How could I hastily reach a conclusion? First, take Zhang Tinia's body away for burial. The rest will be left to me, Lord Yin. If that is the case, then please do not trouble yourself. I shall handle this little thief according to the rules of the martial world. A life for a life, Sun Lar declared. Before he could finish, Yin Ruyu interrupted him with a sharp slap across the face. Foolish talk. What martial matters? Everything must be handled according to the law. Get out of my way. After receiving the slap, Sun Lar dared not protest further. Retreating sullenly to the side, casting a vicious glare at Jiang Sun. Take him away, Yin Ruyu commanded, and two soldiers seized Jiang Sun, escorting him alongside Yin Ruyu as they departed. They arrived at a secluded grove, where Yin Ruyu ordered his men to withdraw. As his expression shifted, he donned a friendly demeanor, personally assisting Jiang Sun to sit upon a large stone and offering him a gold healing pill. Young master, you are injured quite severely. Please take this medicine. Jiang Sun tossed the pill into the air and caught it in his mouth, appearing youthful yet suddenly changing his expression as he questioned. Yin Ruyu, so you are on friendly terms with the leader of the underworld. It seems you have received your share of the Haisha Gang's silver. Yin Ruyu's countenance altered slightly, his smile faltering as he replied earnestly. I assure you, young master, all funds received have been duly submitted. I harbor no greedy intentions. Jiang Sun scoffed, casting a scornful glance at Yin Ruyu. Well, if you can submit even a tenth, that is commendable. Although Jiang Sun's words pierced deeply, Yin Ruyu dared not concede. Defending himself, young master, you misinterpret my intentions. I, Yin Ruyu, am not capable of such actions. Yin Ruyu, you truly dare to deny it. Last month, your family spent 50,000 taels on renovations. And this month, for your mother's birthday, you hosted a 3-day banquet on Yingtian Street, surely costing at least 70 or 80,000 taels. Your annual salary is limited. How do you account for this? Jiang Sun pressed on relentlessly. Yin Ruyu, unwilling to back down, responded, while my salary is meager, I possess ancestral property. The renovations were funded by the grace of Lord Nongong.as for the extravagant birthday celebration. It merely indicates my legitimate source of wealth. Pray tell, young master, what is wrong with that? Jiang Sun, taken aback, continued to inquire. Indeed, your argument is flawless. But what was the purpose behind giving Zhu Neng and Zhu Ningfei 400 taels of silver? And who truly controls the Yanziki salt dock? Must I expose each matter one by one? Some of these dark dealings were mere hearsay, but Jiang Sun aimed to test Yin Ruyu, seeking leverage to inquire about his father's whereabouts. Yin Ruyu resembled a stubborn stone, unyielding in the face of Jiang Sun's probing inquiries. With an unwavering demeanor, Yin Ruyu calmly responded, young master, perhaps you should articulate your thoughts more clearly. I, Yin Ruyu, pride myself on my integrity. Brother Zhu Neng once bestowed kindness upon me, and I have repaid him with courtesy. I urge you to discern the truth. As for the Yanziki dock, it is managed by my nephew, and I have no involvement in it. I would never abuse my authority for personal gain. Despite Yin Ruyu's obstinacy, Jiang Sun was relentless, pressing further with his questioning. Then what is your connection with the Xiantian sect, and what is your intention? Suddenly, Yin Ruyu erupted into hearty laughter, then replied with resolute conviction, "Ha ha ha, young master. If you wish to impose accusations, you need not seek justification. Across the realm, all sects fall under the jurisdiction of the Nangong Manor. My dealings with the Xiantian sect are merely fulfilling my duties. How could you label it as collusion?" Jiang Sun pondered silently. Yin Ruyu is indeed a seasoned veteran, cunning and slippery. It seems I will glean nothing through deception and must explore a different avenue. With a subtle shift in his gaze, Jiang Sun spoke, "Uncle Yin, your words contain many flaws. Uncovering an issue would not be a challenging task. Even if I were to wrongfully accuse you, to whom could you appeal for justice?" Yin Ruyu recognized Jiang Sun's precocious wisdom and astuteness, understanding that he sought to ensnare him in a trap to exert pressure. Yet he responded with composure, exuding an air of unflappability. "I have never defied you. Young master, your scrutiny must surely indicate a pressing matter. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to command me, and I shall face any challenge." Jiang Sun laughed heartily. "You crafty old fox. Your skill in Tai Chi is commendable. No wonder everyone calls you the Weeble, indeed. I have a question to pose. If you answer truthfully, I assure you, you shall not be wronged in the future." Yin Ruyu, perceptive and incisive, pointedly inquired, "Is your question, perhaps, regarding your esteemed father?" Jiang Sun felt a surge of admiration for Yin Ruyu's ability to read between the lines and praised, "Uncle Yin, truly astute, I commend you. Then please, enlighten me, for I am all ears." Yin Ruyu began to recount. "You flatter me, young master. I shall certainly speak candidly. 18 years ago, your father and your great-aunt fell deeply in love, but due to Zhang Yulai's reputation as a wayward son, Lord Nangong vehemently opposed their union. The two were forced apart, leading your father to wander far and wide, leaving no trace." Jiang Sun gasped, "Are you implying that my father is still alive?" Yin Ruyu hesitated briefly before responding, "His whereabouts remain unknown. Considering that your father and I are of similar age, barring unforeseen circumstances, he should still be among the living." Jiang Sun questioned, "Poisoned and submerged in a lake, how could he possibly have escaped?" "Uncle Yin, your tale seems overly convoluted." Yin Ruyu found himself momentarily at a loss for words, then replied after a brief pause, "What I know is merely hearsay. Concerning your father's specific whereabouts, I truly cannot assist." "Ha! After sharing so much, few words have proven useful, all mere well-known tales." "Uncle Yin," Jiang Sun wore a subtle smile, his eyes glimmering with dissatisfaction, "you have served the Nangong Manor for over 20 years. Why do you remain merely a circuit supervisor?" Yin Ruyu replied, "I am at a loss." Yet internally he pondered Jiang Sun's intentions, contemplating how to respond adeptly. Jiang Sun's gaze was piercing, his words laced with mockery. "It is precisely because you are too clever, so meticulous in every utterance and action, that you have squandered too much energy on trivial matters, neglecting the broader perspective and wisdom that defines a true person. This is what is meant by great folly masquerading as wisdom." Upon hearing this, Yin Ruyu clasped his fists, humbly acknowledging, "Your words strike true, young master. I am enlightened." In an instant, as Yin Ruyu bent in a respectful bow, Jiang Sun swiftly drew his sword from his waist, leaping forward to thrust it at Yin Ruyu. In the blink of an eye, Yin Ruyu adeptly leaped back, brandishing his scabbard to parry the attack. Clang, clang, clang. Jiang Sun wielded his sword with the advantage, launching repeated offensives against Yin Ruyu. Yet, despite facing the onslaught with only a scabbard, Yin Ruyu, a battle-hardened veteran, met each strike with unwavering ferocity and strength. Aware of the disparity between their martial prowess, Jiang Sun cleverly kicked up dust with his toes to obscure Yin Ruyu's vision while simultaneously launching various concealed projectiles from hidden spots. Employing a strategy of diversion, it appeared that Yin Ruyu had anticipated the young master's onslaught, evading and blocking with steadfast resolve. After several rounds of fierce exchanges, Jiang Sun's swordsmanship began to wane. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Ruyu cried out, "Young master, be cautious," and swiftly lunged at Jiang Sun's shoulder with the scabbard, delivering 3 rapid strikes. Jiang Sun managed to parry the first strike and evade the second. But when the third attack came, his strength was nearly depleted, and he could only feebly block it, his power faltering. Yin Ruyu's heart rejoiced. With a resounding clang, Jiang Sun's sword was violently struck from his grasp. leaving his right arm numb and the sword flying from his hand. Yin Ruyu's movements flowed seamlessly as he pressed the advantage, the scabbard aimed at Jiang Sun's throat, intent on forcing him to yield. However, Jiang Sun did not evade. Instead, he stepped forward. Seeing this, Yin Ruyu hastily withdrew his attack. Jiang Sun seized Yin Ruyu's collar with his right hand, while his left discreetly tossed a small ball the size of a thumb into Yin Ruyu's clothing. Caught off balance, Yin Ryu fell into the grass, and a muffled explosion erupted from his chest, instantly leaving him covered in dirt and debris. "Young master, you have resorted to trickery, mocking your subordinate," Yin Ryu gritted his teeth. Filled with resentment and helplessness, Jiang Sun chuckled coldly, "I have no time to toy with you. This is no ordinary firecracker." As his words fell, Yin Ryu was suddenly overcome with an unbearable itch. A scorching sensation spreading from his chest throughout his body, his face flushed crimson, and blood vessels bursting in his eyes. In agony, Yin Ryu howled, scratching his neck, leaving behind bloody trails as the itching intensified. This is the soul-biting goo from Miaojiang. It begins with intense itching, followed by skin necrosis and death. Jiang Sun's voice was as cold as ice. Yin Ryu, thunderstruck, implored, "Young master, why treat your subordinate in such a manner?" Jiang Sun's tone was frosty and authoritative, exuding an air that brooked no opposition. "You are a clever man. You know well why I have cursed you. Speak. Where is my father?" With pain etched across his face. Yin Ryu gritted his teeth and replied, "Your father fell into Westlake. His fate remains uncertain, and we cannot confirm he is dead as for the poisoning. I have heard rumors, but this poison is certainly not of Nangong Manor's making. The forces of the Liuhe Hall are formidable. If they wish to capture Zhang Yulai, they would not need to resort to poison. In my humble opinion, there may be more to this. It could be the work of your father's enemies, or perhaps those who bear a grudge against Nangong Manor, aiming to tarnish its reputation. Young master, do not harbor suspicion or resentment towards Lord Nangong. After all, he is your maternal grandfather. The grievances between elders need not burden your heart." Jiang Sun pressed, "Then who exactly cast my father into the depths of the lake?" Yin Ryu paused, resolutely replying, "I truly do not know. Even if you were to take my life, I would remain in the dark." Jiang Sun stated earnestly, "I shall grant you half a stick of incense's worth of time to consider. What matters more, your own life or safeguarding a secret? In truth, I seek not revenge. I merely wish to uncover the whereabouts of my father." "Uncle Yin, if you were in my position, what would you do?" Yin Ryu pondered. "I suggest young master consult with Ma Kejung from Liuhe Hall." Jiang Sun gasped, "Is he the one who murdered my father?" Yin Ryu replied solemnly, "I dare not speculate. I only know he was present at the scene. He likely holds the answers you seek." Jiang Sun nodded slightly, then turned to leave. "Young master, my antidote," Yin Ryu called out urgently. Jiang Sun hesitated briefly, then turned back with a teasing tone, "Return home to bathe. After an hour, the curse will naturally lift." Upon hearing this, Yin Ryu fell silent, speechless for a moment, over 40 years of age. With extensive experience in the martial world, he found himself today toyed with by a mere youth, feeling a mix of anger, astonishment, and a sense of absurdity. If it had been anyone else, they would have long since met their end by his hand. Ma Kejung wielded a long sword, leading a group through the dense forest. Suddenly, the sound of rustling leaves caught his attention, and he halted, sensing something amiss in the atmosphere. His sharp gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings. Without warning, an object shot out from behind a tree, and Ma Kejung drew his sword with lightning speed. Striking with a flash of steel in an instant, the object was cleaved in two and fell into the grass. It was a fishing net wrapped around a wasp nest. In an instant, the air was filled with a buzzing din, as countless wasps descended upon Ma Kejung and his companions like a torrential downpour. Ma Kejung furrowed his brow and summoned his spiritual energy. Enveloping himself in a transparent shield that instantly expanded outward, with a soft pop, countless wasps were reduced to dust. However, his subordinates, lacking such profound spiritual power, could only wield their swords in defense, many of them stung into grotesque forms as they fled in panic. Ma Kejung wore a barely perceptible cold smile as he continued forward, seemingly unfazed by the chaos that had just unfolded. Just behind him, a figure descended like a bolt of lightning, aiming for Ma Kejung's back. Reacting swiftly, Ma Kejung dodged effortlessly, his left palm swinging backward to meet the incoming assailant. The two forces collided, sending the attacker, none other than Jiang Sun, spinning away, landing deftly on his feet. Though Jiang Sun was knocked back by Ma Kazheng's strike, his arm tingled with numbness, and his insides churned violently. He forced himself to appear unfazed. Concealing his arm behind his back, Ma Kazheng immediately clasped his fists and asked, "What guidance does the young master seek?" "I have a matter to consult with Master Ma. I hope you can speak candidly." Jiang Sun, having received martial instruction from Ma Kazheng, regarded him with the respect of a student. Mark is known for his reclusive nature and his stern demeanor, earning him the reputation of an unyielding figure. Jiang Sun, on most occasions, refrains from engaging with him. "What brings you here?" Mark's voice is deep and resonant. His dark complexion paired with his piercing gaze adds an air of inscrutable mystery. Were it not for his quest to uncover his father's whereabouts, Jiang Sun would not dare provoke him. Who could it be that poisoned my father, and who cast him into the depths of the lake? Jiang Sun straightforwardly poses his questions while activating the esoteric hearing technique, attempting to delve into Mark's thoughts. "It was I who cast your father into Westlake. All consequences rest solely upon my shoulders. If you seek vengeance, feel free to come to me." Jiang Sun did not anticipate such a forthright and decisive response from Mark. Surprised, he gazes at Mark with suspicion, utterly taken aback by the latter's calmness in the face of such a sensitive matter. "Though I am young, I discern right from wrong, Master Ma. You share a bond of mentorship with me, and are also my elder. I implore you to reveal to me where my father currently resides." Jiang Sun earnestly inquires, "Young master, this matter is a taboo within the Nangong residence, and I find it difficult to disclose." Mark steadfastly maintains his secrecy, his resolve unwavering. Jiang Sun's expression shifts dramatically as he sternly questions, "Mark, although you are a servant of the Nangong residence, you have gained my grandfather's favor and been entrusted with significant responsibilities. Have you considered what your future may hold after my grandfather's passing?" Mark responds calmly, "As you have stated, I am but a servant of the residence, tasked solely with my duties." Master Ma. Jiang Sun, finding threats ineffective, suddenly kneels on the ground, pleading earnestly, "Once a disciple, always a father. Apart from you, Master Ma, I have no other kin in the Nangong residence. Please, tell me the truth." Mark, taken aback, hastily assists Jiang Sun to his feet. "Young master, I cannot accept such a bow. If Master Ma refuses to disclose my father's whereabouts, I shall remain kneeling," Jiang Sun asserts with unwavering determination. Mark responds indifferently, "You may do as you wish." With that, he attempts to turn away. Jiang Sun's expression darkens, and with a swift motion of his left hand, he unleashes a cloud of white powder, then follows with a powerful strike aimed at Mark's chest. The blow, swift as the wind, seems destined to land, but Mark deftly catches Jiang Sun's strike with a turn of his palm, redirecting the force and sending Jiang Sun crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth while Mark's clothing is dusted with the white powder. "You have fallen prey to my soul-biting goo. Without an antidote, your path leads only to death." Jiang Sun grits his teeth, seething. "Young master, you should take care of yourself," Mark replies. In that moment, he suddenly dispels the white powder with a shake of his body. Jiang Sun's trick is merely child's play to a master of Mark's caliber. Realizing his scheme has failed, Jiang Sun coldly declares, "I will not let this matter rest." Mark offers no response. Instead, with a flick of his palm, a surge of spiritual energy shoots forth, a bright yellow light instantly merging with Jiang Sun's back. At once, Jiang Sun feels a gentle breeze of comfort wash over him, his blood flowing freely, and the pain from his injuries gradually subsiding. After tending to Jiang Sun's wounds, Mark leaves behind a simple "Take care, young master," before turning to depart. Alone for a while, Jiang Sun reflects, "Though I possess keen intellect, my martial prowess is woefully inadequate. I can only blame my wasted youth." At this moment, he deeply comprehends the adage, "Only when the time comes do we regret our lack of preparation." After a brief moment of regret, Jiang Sun resolves, "I must hone my martial skills. I must uncover the events of the past, for my mother and for myself." Chapter 6. A Night of Terror resolved to pursue the whereabouts of his father. Jiang Sun is acutely aware that this decision signifies a parting of ways with Nangongyi. The questions and enigmas accumulated over the years have fortified his determination to find his father. With heavy footsteps, Jiang Sun traverses the overgrown, winding mountain path until the sun sets, painting the horizon with a soft glow. Unexpectedly, he stumbles upon a secluded village nestled among the hills. This village is cleverly nestled halfway up the mountain, with houses sparsely and irregularly positioned, resembling stars scattered in the lush embrace of nature, coexisting in harmony with the surrounding flora. From a distance, the entire village appears as a delicate, intricate ink painting. Serene yet profound, the roads within the village twist and turn, undulating like mysterious threads leading to a hidden realm, inviting the imagination. After a day of arduous travel, Jiang Sun is ravenously hungry and utterly fatigued. Upon glimpsing the tranquil village, a sudden joy swells within him, prompting him to seek a hearty meal. However, as he steps into the village, he is taken aback to find the entire street devoid of life, eerily desolate. Looking around, every household has tightly shut their doors and windows. Even the tea houses and inns are locked, with no one to welcome guests. Witnessing the desolation of the village sends a chill down Jiang Sun's spine, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Knock, knock, knock. He gently taps the copper ring at the door of the Lai Feng Inn, tentatively calling out, "Is anyone there?" After several calls, silence reigns. Jiang Sun observes that although the village is empty, the tables and chairs outside are remarkably clean, indicating that someone resides here. A sense of unease mingles with confusion fills his heart. Grateful that it is still daylight, he contemplates the terror this scene would evoke were it to occur under the cloak of night. Enough to conjure tales of hauntings. With a resounding crash, Jiang Sun forcefully kicks open the inn's ancient wooden door. "Is anyone inside?" "We have a guest," he calls out, his voice growing increasingly fervent. Yet, even though the inn's tables and chairs are meticulously arranged and spotless, clearly maintained by someone, no one responds. Burdened with perplexity, Jiang Sun cannot help but enter a half-open room. Inside, it is eerily quiet and deserted. Yet on an ancient wooden table lies a steaming platter of buns and 2 dishes of side dishes. The bowls and chopsticks are neatly arranged, suggesting that someone had recently dined here, but for reasons unknown, they have quietly hidden away upon hearing the noise. Having grown accustomed to sumptuous feasts, Jiang Sun feels little interest in the simple fare before him. Nevertheless, hunger prevails, and he cannot afford to be picky. Resolutely, he declares, "With no one to host me, I shall not hold back." Seeing no one to respond, he swiftly takes up the bowls and chopsticks, devouring the food with abandon. In mere moments, he finishes the meal. Thereafter, he searches the backyard but finds no trace of any inhabitants. In the stable, he discovers a robust steed and, feeling bold, leads it out, calling loudly, "I say, innkeeper, if you do not come out, I shall take your horse." Jiang Sun's words echo in the stillness, yet there is still no reply. He intends to leave some silver as payment for the horse and meal but, upon searching his pockets, finds only a few gold leaves stamped with the Nangong residence's insignia, leaving him no choice but to abandon the idea to avoid revealing his whereabouts. As night descends, the atmosphere grows increasingly bizarre. Jiang Sun mounts the horse and rides swiftly along the mountain path. Midway, he faintly hears the sound of weeping. Reining in the horse, he follows the sound and discovers a newly erected grave on the hillside. Yet no one is in sight. The atmosphere feels foreboding, and a chill sweeps down Jiang Sun's back. He shudders, gazing into the distance, estimating that he will not make it out of the village before nightfall. Thus, he abandons the idea of continuing on, returning to the village to find a house where he can light a fire. Taking advantage of the waning daylight, Jiang Sun scales the wall into a residence. Gathering various ingredients, fragrant cured meat, succulent goose, and tender rabbit meat, he then carefully prepares them over the campfire. The fire crackles, and the alluring aroma of roasting meat wafts through the air, causing Jiang Sun to salivate uncontrollably. Just as he revels in the delicious scent, a faint and eerie sound suddenly emanates from behind him. Jiang Sun spins around, scanning the surroundings but only sees piles of hay, devoid of any human presence. A shiver runs down his spine as he contemplates. No wonder the villagers have hidden away. Could there truly be something unclean lurking here? Gathering his courage, he cautiously approaches the haystack. Suddenly, a cleaver flashes from behind, aimed directly at Jiang Sun's neck. The blade glints as it passes, and Jiang Sun instinctively ducks, swiftly grasping the blades back and pulling the figure hidden behind the haystack into view. It turns out to be a 5 or 6-year-old boy. His teeth gritted, eyes gleaming with malice, fixating on Jiang Sun, his grip tight on the knife's hilt. Startled, Jiang Sun notices the boy is covered in dirt, his hair disheveled, clothes in tatters, and barefoot, his eyes reflecting unease and animosity. This sight somewhat alleviates Jiang Sun's fears as he asks, "Who are you?" The boy glares at Jiang Sun, remaining silent. Realizing the child has misunderstood him, Jiang Sun softens his tone. "What is your name?" The boy still does not reply, stubbornly clutching the knife, attempting to reclaim it from Jiang Sun's grasp. Jiang Sun's expression hardens as he forcefully snatches the knife from the boy's hands and tosses it aside, sternly demanding, "Who are you?" The boy is momentarily taken aback, intimidated by Jiang Sun's demeanor, and tears begin to well up in his eyes. Observing this, Jiang Sun patiently explains, "I am not a bad person. I merely passed through here and wished to spend the night at your home. Where are your parents?" As he speaks, he gradually releases the boy's wrist in a gesture of goodwill. The boy remains silent, picking up the knife and retreating to a corner, huddling with his arms around his knees. Seeing the boy's reluctance to respond, Jiang Sun refrains from pressing further, and soon, a piece of rabbit meat emerges from the fire, exuding a mouth-watering aroma. Turning to the boy, Jiang Sun inquires, "Would you like some meat?" The boy glances over, drooling at the enticing smell, yet still keeps a wary eye on Jiang Sun, tightly gripping the rusty cleaver as if it were his only source of security. Jiang Sun reassures him, "You need not be polite. After all, I am staying in your home without payment. If you wish to eat the rabbit meat, feel free to take some." The boy was momentarily taken aback, a glint of intelligence shimmering in his clear eyes. He seemed to acknowledge Jiang Sun's words and gradually rose to his feet, making his way to the campfire. He skillfully severed a hind leg of the rabbit and returned to the corner. He tore a piece of skin from the rabbit meat and offered it to the orange cat beside him, subsequently devouring the meat with great enthusiasm. Observing this, Jiang Sun waved the sausage in his hand, saying, "This sausage has turned out well. Would you care to try some?" The boy licked his lips, hesitated for a moment, then approached to take the sausage, returning once more to the corner. Although remnants of distrust lingered between them, there was evidently a budding trust as well. They each ate in silence, undisturbed by the other. After a while, the boy finished the sausage, still savoring the taste as he licked his fingers, his bright gaze fixated on the roast goose in Jiang Sun's hand. Jiang Sun chuckled, "You've had enough. If you eat any more, you'll be unable to digest it." The boy's lively eyes dimmed slightly at this remark. Jiang Sun, intrigued, inquired, "It seems we are destined to share the same roof tonight. You must let me know your name." The boy hesitated, the hostility in his eyes diminished but still held a hint of wariness. Jiang Sun, preoccupied with his own thoughts, did not press him further and recited, "No wonder. We are both lost souls in this world. Why must we have known each other before?" With that, he resumed roasting the fire. Just then, the boy's tender voice broke the silence. "My name is Higedon." Jiang Sun's eyes brightened, and he followed up with, "Were you the one crying hidden in the woods today?" The boy nodded silently, softly murmuring, and Jiang Sun continued, "What brought you to tears?" The boy extended his small hand, gently caressing the ground before lifting his gaze to the vast starry sky, his eyes filled with helplessness. Jiang Sun beckoned, "It's too cold over there. Come and warm yourself by the fire." The boy paused for a moment, but ultimately moved slowly to sit across from Jiang Sun, with the orange cat snuggling close beside him. They sat facing each other across the campfire, enveloped in silence. Suddenly, the boy set down the kitten and the cleaver, approached Jiang Sun, and took a sip from the bamboo cup beside him. Jiang Sun feigned seriousness. "Hey, you can't drink that water casually." The boy retorted, "Why not?" Jiang Sun replied coolly, "Because that water is from my own efforts." The boy pouted defiantly, "But the bamboo cup belongs to my family." Jiang Sun responded, "Then it seems we are indeed friends who appreciate reciprocity?" The boy was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words, his eyes darting with cleverness. Noting Jiang Sun's lack of malice, he nodded an affirmative. Jiang Sun smiled lightly and continued, "Since we are friends, I must learn more about you, Higedon. Where are your parents?" Upon hearing this, the boy's eyes instantly glistened with tears, and he turned his gaze towards the hawthorn tree. Jiang Sun followed his line of sight and saw a hand-drawn outline of a person beneath the tree, a woman with outstretched arms, as if embracing someone. Jiang Sun's heart tightened. "Is that your mother?" The boy nodded, affirming Jiang Sun's guess, and with reddened eyes, he choked out, "I want my mother to be with me, but my father says she is sleeping in the soil. I know she will never return." He then began to sob softly. The boy's words were heart-wrenching, leaving Jiang Sun momentarily stunned. Allowing the boy's tears to flow, he understood that at this moment, no comforting words could suffice. For he too had experienced similar grief just 3 days prior. A chill enveloped Jiang Sun's heart, and when the boy's cries began to subside, he asked softly, "Why is your mother sleeping in the soil?" "The madwoman?" The boy's eyes flashed with hatred at the mention of her, his voice dropping several degrees, revealing his evident fear of this individual. Jiang Sun pressed on, "And what of your father?" The boy replied, "The madwoman took my father away." His eyes brimming with tears once more, Jiang Sun contemplated silently. No wonder every household in the village kept their doors and windows tightly shut. The root of the trouble lay with this madwoman. It seemed she possessed some formidable prowess, instilling fear throughout the mountain village. Jiang Sun asked, "Is there anyone else at home?" The boy replied, "There's also my grandfather. He went to find my father and hasn't he returned." At this, the boy once again began to choke back his sobs. Jiang Sun felt a pang of coldness in his heart, thinking, surely, he has fallen victim to the madwoman's wickedness. Who exactly is this madwoman? Jiang Sun pondered, and before he could voice his thoughts, the boy suddenly screamed in terror, his face paling as he frantically looked around. He whispered, trembling, "The madwoman will capture people. Those who are taken never return." In the Nangua mansion, Jiang Sun had often heard tales of mountain bandits seeking fortune and robbers taking lives, and while he once regarded these accounts as mere cold numbers, being in this dire situation now stirred a profound sense of sorrow and rage within him. He sighed deeply and spoke gently, "Higedon, rest assured, tomorrow, I will help you find your father and grandfather." Higedon's eyes widened in astonishment, looking at Jiang Sun with a mix of hope and gratitude. Just then, a distant, intermittent sound of weeping drifted towards them, reminiscent of a widow's lament in the dead of night. Now high and thunderous, now low and mournful, exuding an eerie desolation. Upon hearing this, Higedon's face turned pale, his body trembling uncontrollably as he quickly pulled Jiang Sun to hide beneath a haystack. For Jiang Sun, such a terrifying scene was utterly unprecedented. He felt his hair stand on end, his heart pounding like a drum. Cold sweat trickling down his back. Chapter 7. The ghostly woman in the dark of night. The biting cold wind pierced through, and the eerie cries suddenly ceased, causing Jiang Sun to shiver, just as he began to regain his composure. The chilling wails echoed once more, accompanied by an ethereal nursery rhyme. "Little mouse, climbing high, steals oil to drink, cannot come down." The haunting melody intertwined with the midnight breeze, sending a shiver down Jiang Sun's spine. Cautiously, he peeked from behind the haystack, scanning the surroundings for anything amiss. As he gazed towards the direction of the song, it vanished again, seemingly intentional. Just as confusion enveloped him, he was startled to see a figure materialize atop a tree branch, stooped and emaciated. Wielding a cane, standing delicately on the branch, the moonlight casting a long shadow of its form. Alarm bells rang in Jiang Sun's mind. The campfire still blazed brightly, evidently having attracted the attention of that madwoman. Suddenly, she swooped down, the sound of her movement swift as a shooting star. Jiang Sun broke into a cold sweat. It was too late to extinguish the fire. He swiftly concealed the trembling Higedon behind the haystack. Whispering urgently, "I will confront her. If I am not back by morning, you must leave this place." Higedon, panic-stricken, nodded in a daze. Then, Jiang Sun took the cleaver from Higedon's hand, inhaled deeply, steeling himself, and galloped towards his horse. Leaping onto its back and spurring it into a frenzied dash, the sounds of the whip cracking, the horse's whinnies, and the thundering hooves blended with the eerie sounds of pursuit, sending chills down his spine. Jiang Sun fled desperately, the dark figure closely trailing him. As he neared a corner, he seized the cover of night, dismounted, and quickly rolled into a thicket of roses, holding his breath, gripping the knife handle, and standing alert as if facing a formidable foe. In an instant, the shadow swept by, heading straight for the horse. Jiang Sun felt a surge of relief and, Once the shadow had receded, he doubled back. To evade the madwoman's possible pursuit, he dashed through the backstreets, navigating through 8 alleys in one breath, until he reached the corner of a narrow lane, only to suddenly hear the horse whinny. To his astonishment, the horse turned back. Just as Jiang Sun was taken aback, suddenly, the shadow leapt onto the horse's back, striking its neck with a single blow. With a sickening crack, the horse let out a chilling cry. Its head severed, its body sprawled gruesomely on the street, a sight that sent shivers down Jiang Sun's spine. Stunned, he trembled uncontrollably. After killing the horse, the shadow leaped into the air, vanishing without a trace. Jiang Sun's heart raced as he collapsed into the rose bushes, struggling to regain his composure. After a moment of eerie silence, just when he thought the madwoman had departed, he looked up only to have his heart leap into his throat. The madwoman was directly above him, crawling along the wall like a venomous scorpion, glancing around sporadically. Jiang Sun was drenched in cold sweat, too fearful to raise his head, only daring to steal glances with his peripheral vision. Her murky eyes exuded an air of despair and chill. The moonlight cast shadows across half her face, rendering her visage even more grotesque. In his mind, Jiang Sun mused, the ghostly woman. It is said she has mastered the long-lost techniques of the Dark Knight soul-shocking palm and the scorpion wall-crawling skill. The Nangua mansion not only chronicled the deeds of many heroes but also harbored tales of strange beings. Jiang Sun had read about her in the Qinji Pavilion, fully aware of her merciless reputation. Realizing he was within her line of sight, concealed only by shadows, he was fortunate that her eyesight was poor. Despite several scans, she failed to spot him. Jiang Sun's heart raced faster. Beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks, each breath feeling like a trial of life and death. Despite his best efforts to remain silent, the ghostly woman sensed something amiss. She sniffed the air, and her cold gaze locked onto Jiang Sun, followed by a shrill cry that pierced the night like a vulture seeking prey. Jiang Sun's soul felt as if it had left his body, yet in that moment of peril, he found an unexpected courage surging within him. He sprang to his feet, yelling, "I'll fight you," and swung the knife in a wild arc. Suddenly, a mysterious force surged within him, a wave of power shooting down his arm, unexpectedly pushing the ghostly woman back. She let out a piercing scream, her figure dissipating into the night. The bravery Jiang Sun exhibited in that moment of desperation had frightened the ghostly woman away, but as he regained his composure, a sense of dread washed over him as he was still trembling from fear. The ghostly old woman swiftly approached along the wall with an eerie grace, her grotesque visage suddenly appearing before Jiang Sun. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, and darkness enveloped him as he fainted. When he regained consciousness, a corpulent face loomed closely over him. Startled, Jiang Sun let out a scream and recoiled, causing the rotund man to collapse onto the floor in fright. This man was stout, with a jolly grin adorning his chubby face, seemingly in his 30s. At that moment, a frail voice echoed from outside the room. "Shinner, have you found him?" The portly man, terrified, dashed out the door, shouting, "You can take it yourself. Why must I do it?" Jiang Sun soon realized that his hands and feet were bound, trapping him in a dilapidated wooden shack. Through the gaps, he caught sight of the ghastly visage of the old woman. He overheard her spitting at the portly man, calling him a useless fool, before striding toward the wooden cabin. Jiang Sun noticed that there were 7 or 8 other men inside. Varying in age, their faces ashen and their gazes vacant, resembling lambs awaiting slaughter. Among them, 3 bore peculiar features. One had a bluish-purple complexion, another sported pig-like ears incongruous with his face, and a middle-aged man had an abnormally ample chest. Reminiscent of a woman, Jiang Sun quickly recognized these as the mutated traits resulting from the Dark Knight terror palm. Just then, a vine shot through the window, ensnaring the neck of the blue-faced man and dragging him outside. The onlookers exchanged alarmed glances. Cautiously, Jiang Sun peered through the opening and witnessed a harrowing scene. The ghostly woman, with a flick of her wrist, sent a vibrant green bamboo viper shooting from her sleeve, striking the blue-faced man's neck with deadly precision. The man convulsed violently, emitting a chilling wail, his face darkening ominously, as if ensnared by the very shadow of death. Moments later, the venomous snake fell limp, lifeless among the grass. The old woman smirked coldly, gently tapping her waist, from which a crescent-shaped, razor-sharp throwing knife spiraled out, slicing through the air with the speed of silver lightning, cleanly severing the man's neck. The knife spun back, and she deftly caught it, securing it at her waist. Next, she grasped the man's hair tightly to steady his weakening body, while her other hand swiftly retrieved a bowl, expertly collecting the dark blood that flowed from his neck. Raising the bowl as if toasting, she drank the black blood in one gulp, instantly shrouded in an aura of dark energy, clearly indicating that the venom from the man and her own toxins were now converging within her. Thereafter, she sat cross-legged, beginning her cultivation in half a TS worth of time. The dark essence was drawn into her body. Jiang Sun understood that the Dark Night Terror Palm was an infamous and sinister martial art within the underworld. A poison-based technique that required the blood of those with toxins to nourish it. To master the first level, one had to kill a person, and with each subsequent level, the number of required sacrifices multiplied. Totaling 9 levels, meaning mastering this dark art necessitated the slaughter of hundreds. Jiang Sun was filled with dread, yet noticed the others, though shocked, seemed rather composed. As if accustomed to such horrors, he recalled Higadwa's butcher knife still sheathed at his waist and attempted to slice through the ropes binding his wrists. With a swift stroke, the rope parted. Although his wrists were bound by several loops, there was only one knot. Severing a single strand would free him instantly. Suddenly, an elder exclaimed, "Where did you get that knife?" Jiang Sun turned to the corner, spotting a gaunt, elderly man with a haggard visage, and asked, "What is it?" The elder replied, "That knife belongs to my family. Have you seen my Higadwa?" Jiang Sun realized and hurried to untie the elder, asking, "You must be Higadwa's grandfather, right?" The elder nodded, anxiously inquiring, "Is my grandson all right?" Jiang Sun reassured him, "You needn't worry, Elder Higadwa is clever. He is currently hiding." Upon hearing this, the elder nodded, his eyes glistening with moisture as he sighed. "As long as there is a lineage, the He family still has hope." Jiang Sun then asked, "I heard your son was also captured by the ghostly woman. Are you here to rescue him?" Elder He bitterly chuckled twice, overwhelmed with emotions. "They have all passed on. Perhaps they are already reunited in another world. Now, only my grandson and I remain." He changed his tone, a wry smile appearing. "That ghostly woman has spared my life for now, likely reserving me for last after draining everyone else of their blood." Despite his apparent dullness, the elder possessed keen insight, dissecting the situation with precision. Jiang Sun glanced around at the others, reinserting the butcher knife at his waist. Preparing to leave, when Elder He asked, "Where are you going?" Jiang Sun gritted his teeth, resolutely stating, "I am going to kill that ghostly woman and avenge your SON." This proclamation, the others felt a surge of hope. And Elder He appeared somewhat stirred, yet soon his expression darkened again, for Jiang Sun was still young. If he truly possessed such capabilities, he would not have been captured so easily. Jiang Sun steeled himself and pushed the door open, heading straight for the ghostly woman. Just as she had completed her cultivation of the Dark Night Terror Palm, feeling invigorated, she leisurely puffed on a water pipe when she caught sight of Jiang Sun approaching. Her expression twisting into a snarl, her piercing gaze sharp as a knife, her claw-like fingers resting on the crescent sickle at her waist. Jiang Sun, however, bowed respectfully. "You must be the esteemed Mo Daoxiang." "Correct." The ghostly woman scrutinized him, her brow furrowing in suspicion. "Heh, you are indeed not simple. You've managed to uncover my background." "Who are you?" Jiang Sun replied calmly, "I am Jiang Yu. My father is a merchant from Yingtian Prefecture, who fell victim to treachery, leading to our family's decline. I have long admired your reputation, and it is a great fortune to meet you today." Mo Daoxiang scoffed, taking a drag from her pipe. "Your flattery is sweet, but it won't save you. You speak these complimentary words merely to beg for your life." Jiang Sun felt his ruse exposed and grew anxious, but maintained his composure. Feigning deep sorrow, "My father has fallen victim to treachery. My heart is bereft. If the esteemed one could grant me a swift end, it would be a relief." The ghostly woman eyed him suspiciously. "Heh, if you have a vendetta against your father's murderer, why not seek vengeance yourself?" Jiang Sun replied, "I yearn for revenge, but my abilities are limited. If you were to use my blood to cultivate the Dark Night Terror Palm, when you sweep through the martial world, you could conveniently eliminate my enemies in the process, and I would die with purpose." Mo Daoxiang pondered momentarily, her expression darkening as a cruel glint surfaced in her eyes. What you say is not the truth. Jiang Sun's heart sank, realizing the depth of her cunning. Suddenly, she chuckled, but I enjoy hearing such words. You truly wish to become my disciple to learn my skills and avenge your father. Dan Tiyu, upon hearing this, Jiang Sun knelt abruptly. If the esteemed one does not disdain me and accepts me as a disciple, I would be eternally grateful for your life-giving grace. Mo Daoxiang beamed with pride. I have lived a solitary life. The world fears and loathes me. Who would have thought I would take a young genius as my disciple today? Splendid, splendid. Both Jiang Sun and Mo Daoxiang harbored their own intentions. Jiang Sun's submission was a guise to find the opportunity to eliminate her, while Mo Daoxiang, having recognized Jiang Sun's exceptional potential, planned to utilize his blood during her breakthrough to the 7th level of the Dark Knight Terror Palm. The ghostly woman concealed her deadly intentions beneath a smile, her calculations unspoken, yet all was perceptible to Jiang Sun's keen insight. Had he not been able to discern her thoughts, he might have truly believed he had deceived her. Chapter 8. An inescapable fate. Grandmother, come catch butterflies with me. Just as Jiang Sun was plotting, the portly man rushed over excitedly, holding a net and shouting cheerfully. Mo Daoxiang cast a glance his way, too occupied to pay him heed, firmly rejecting, "Go play by yourself. Don't bother me." Yet the portly man persisted, stubbornly insisting, "I want you to come with me." He tugged at Mo Daoxiang's sleeve. Appearing to be in his 20s or 30s, yet behaving like a child of 7 or 8, clearly of diminished intellect, he was Mo Daoxiang's son, Zixian. Jiang Sun, witnessing this, devised a plan and interjected. "Master, since junior brother Xian has such a keen interest, I shall accompany him and play." Mo Daoxiang, delighted at the prospect, readily agreed. Zixian turned to Jiang Sun, his eyes flashing with wariness, evidently still shaken from their previous encounter. Jiang Sun smiled. "Junior brother Xian, let us go catch butterflies." Zixian scrutinized Jiang Sun as though assessing a criminal, then questioned, "What gives you the right to call me junior brother?" Jiang Sun felt unnerved under his gaze and, facing the unexpected question, could only chuckle awkwardly, replying, "I have already become a disciple of the esteemed Mo. Thus, you are naturally my junior brother." Upon hearing this, Zixian's cheeks flushed, and he shouted, "In terms of height or weight, I surpass you. You are the junior brother." Jiang Sun, both amused and exasperated, ceased to argue and clasped his hands. "Very well, senior brother." Zixian beamed with delight, scooping Jiang Sun up and hoisting him onto his shoulder, joyfully sprinting away. Jiang Sun, dizzy from the jostling, realized he was too frail to resist. Just then, the ghostly woman's voice rang out behind them. "Zixian, don't run too far." Zixian ignored her, charging into a field of bright yellow rapeseed flowers, where he finally set Jiang Sun down. Jiang Sun steadied himself and looked up, astonished to find such beauty hidden within this remote forest. But he had no time to admire it as he watched Zixian, net in hand, chasing after butterflies with glee. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Jiang Sun's eyes as he thought to himself, "Eliminate him first, then deal with the ghostly woman later." He stealthily approached, and when Zixian lunged for the butterfly with his net, he decisively drew his blade, aiming for Zixian's neck. With a sharp clang, the blade struck Zixian's neck, but it felt as though it had met iron. A surge of mysterious energy erupted from within Zixian, causing Jiang Sun's arm to go numb, and he fell backward. Zixian rubbed his head and turned around. Puzzled, "Who hit me?" Jiang Sun quickly sheathed his knife and replied with a feigned smile, "It was just a branch." Zixian, somewhat skeptical, glanced up at the branches. Jiang Sun, unsure if he could deceive Zixian, was inwardly anxious when he suddenly noticed the ghostly old woman standing behind him. His heart raced, as if faced with a formidable foe. With nowhere to hide the kitchen knife, Jiang Sun chopped a willow branch, pretending to vent his frustration on Zixian, and then fashioned it into a headband for him. Zixian received the headband with great delight, jumping and laughing. The old woman merely observed coldly, and Jiang Sun felt increasingly uneasy. If she had witnessed the earlier incident, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Mo Daoxiang suddenly seized Jiang Sun's wrist, and Jiang Sun forced himself to remain calm, awkwardly calling out, "Master." Mo Daoxiang pulled Jiang Sun a few steps away, and Jiang Sun felt a dryness in his throat, recalling the horse's tragic fate from the night before, his heart tightening as if facing the guillotine. The ghostly old woman suddenly patted Jiang Sun on the shoulder and whispered, Your junior brother is simple-minded. You must be more forgiving of him. Jiang Sun nodded, feeling a sense of relief, and was about to offer some compliments when Zishuan suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs. You're the simpleton? You're the fool! Didn't you say I was the smartest? Fraud, fraud. In a fit of anger, he tossed aside the net and the headband. The old woman hurriedly comforted him. Good child. I said you were naive and kind. Who said you were foolish? Zishuan, confused, pointed at Jiang Sun and asked, You tell me, what did Grandma just say? Jiang Sun, slightly taken aback, replied casually, Master said you were naive and kind. Really? Zishuan asked innocently. And upon receiving confirmation, his anger turned to joy, and he skipped away. After this incident, Jiang Sun became more cautious. To earn the old woman's trust, he gathered herbs nearby and prepared nourishing concoctions for her. Under the bright moon and sparse stars, the wilderness was eerily silent, interrupted only by the occasional eerie cries of wild beasts, adding an air of terror. Over the crackling campfire, a worn clay pot bubbled with the medicinal broth Jiang Sun had prepared. He gazed into the fire, secretly contemplating how to proceed. At that moment, the ghostly old woman was practicing the nightmarish palm under a poplar tree. After much inner turmoil, Jiang Sun resolved to take a risk. Steeling himself, he held the prepared medicine in his hands and slowly approached the old woman, concealing the kitchen knife in his sleeve, intending to strike her down at the opportune moment while she was engrossed in her training. With each step, he felt an immense weight, as though he were marching toward an abyss, the pounding of his heart echoing in his ears. After enduring numerous frights, Jiang Sun's heart had become like a rock. Despite the lingering dread, he resolutely approached the old woman. As he reached her side and saw her deeply focused on her training, he tentatively ventured, Master, I have prepared some medicinal broth to nourish your energy and blood. Noticing that the old woman did not respond, Jiang Sun speculated that she might be at a critical juncture in her training, unable to move. Elated internally, just as he was about to stealthily grip the knife handle, a sudden sound of footsteps startled him, and he quickly withdrew his hand. Turning to look, there was Zishuan, hurriedly running to a large tree to relieve himself before swiftly returning to the thatched cottage. Jiang Sun broke into a cold sweat, turning back to find the old woman staring intently at him. His face froze, and he quickly plastered on a smile. Master, I have prepared some medicinal broth for you. The old woman took the medicine, chuckling. In my fervor to practice the nightmarish palm, I completely forgot to replenish my energy. I have depleted quite a bit of my essence. It is rare to see such filial piety from you. With that, she drank it all in one gulp and then teased. If only you had added some poison, it would have been even more perfect. Jiang Sun broke out in a cold sweat. He had contemplated poisoning the old woman, but knowing she practiced toxic arts and was immune to all poisons, he dismissed that notion, feeling a wave of dread. Suddenly, the old woman waved her palm, and a surge of dark, malevolent energy erupted from her hand, striking a poplar tree. In an instant, the tree emitted a deafening roar before crashing to the ground, its trunk rotting into dust under the malevolent force. The old woman wore a triumphant expression. Heaven rewards diligence. I have reached the 6th level of mastery. 3 days from now, on the night of the full moon, I shall break through to the 7th level. Jiang once I attain this breakthrough, I will begin to impart my martial arts to you. Jiang Sun outwardly acquiesced, but inwardly he understood that the old woman's intention was to keep him compliant, while plotting to use his blood for her own cultivation upon reaching the 7th level. This thought sent shivers down his spine. After the old woman's training concluded, Jiang Sun found himself at a loss for action and could only return to the small wooden cottage. A man saw Jiang Sun return and immediately broke free from the ropes binding him. Seizing Jiang Sun by the collar and shouting, You, who claim to avenge us, now betray us, you traitor. The man's eyes seemed ready to devour Jiang Sun alive, and in his agitation, he swung a fist toward Jiang Sun's face. He Lao quickly intervened, lowering his voice. Zhu Laosan, do not act rashly. Only then did Zhu Laosan rein in his fury, still gripping Jiang Sun's collar tightly. He Lao explained in a hushed tone. Brother Jiang can only get close to that madwoman if he hopes to strike. If he truly had betrayed us, why would he deceive us? After a moment's contemplation, Zhu Laosan loosened his grip on Jiang Sun. He Lao, being the eldest and most respected among them, arranged for a dark-faced man to guard the entrance while the others sat in a circle. He Lao began to recount the old woman's habits. It turned out her movements were erratic, sometimes snatching people in the dead of night, and other times, individuals from the martial world would willingly deliver captives for her cultivation. However, she had two fixed habits. One was to practice the nightmarish palm at midnight when the Yin energy was at its peak, and the other was to weep loudly in the wilderness after her training. The others in the room were all from mountain villages, and the old woman's choice of location was deliberate, as it was remote, and there were men from the villages for her to practice on. The two transformed men showed little reaction to the conversation, evidently having been affected by the nightmarish palm, their chances of survival slim. The other four listened intently, particularly a middle-aged man named Li Yongming, who was quite talkative and inquired about Jiang Sun's plans. Knowing he was no match for the old woman, Jiang Sun deflected. Waiting for the right moment, He Lao suggested, "In my opinion, the four of you should take advantage of the night to escape separately, and no matter how powerful that old woman is, she cannot be in two places at once." Jiang Sun also harbored thoughts of fleeing but did not voice them. Li Yongming's eyes lit up, clearly in agreement with this plan, yet he did not express his stance, only stating, "The old woman requires a sacrifice daily. Should she kill those two, we might be next." Jiang Sun understood the old woman's cunning. Killing her would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens, and he began to contemplate how to escape. The next day, he pretended to wander nearby, secretly surveying the terrain. Upon his return, he found Li Yongming conversing with the old woman in the woods. Jiang Sun's heart sank, thinking, "This is bad. He is informing on me." Just as he pondered a strategy, the old woman swiftly approached him, and in an instant, Jiang Sun felt as though he had fallen into an ice cavern. The old woman's gaze was piercing as she coldly questioned, "Where have you been?" Jiang Sun gritted his teeth, forcing a smile, and replied with feigned confidence, "I gathered some herbs for master." As he spoke, he produced a handful of herbs from behind him. The old woman scrutinized the herbs suspiciously for a moment and then remarked, "Good disciple. Go help me catch that pig-eared monster." Jiang Sun's heart sank. He realized the old woman intended to kill again for her training. Assisting her in capturing someone was tantamount to aiding in wickedness. Yet refusing could spell disaster. He was caught in a painful struggle, suppressing his discomfort and forcing a smile. Yes, with his heart as heavy as lead, Jiang Sun trudged toward the wooden cottage, secretly reflecting, "If I capture someone, does that not mean I am killing them?" Despite his extreme inner turmoil, he quickly adjusted his emotions and strode into the wooden house, staring at the pig-eared man. Zhao Zhongshuan, who was known for his straightforwardness. Jiang Sun felt a pang of compassion and solemnly said, "Brother Zhao, death is inevitable. I, Jiang Sun, cannot save you." Zhao Zhongshuan understood Jiang Sun's hint and immediately broke down in tears. "I have a wife and children at home. If I go, how will they survive?" Jiang Sun felt a chill at his words, biting back tears. "Rest assured, one day, I will avenge you." Zhao Zhongshuan sighed upon hearing this and followed Jiang Sun to face the old woman. As per her usual practice, the old woman first unleashed a poisonous snake before drawing its blood. Gazing at Zhao Zhongshuan's lifeless body, Jiang Sun felt his heart turn to ice. He dragged the body into the grass to bury it. Jiang Sun's simmering indignation overshadowed his fear. He knew he could not shake the old woman and turned his gaze toward the traitor, Li Yongming. Seizing the opportunity while the old woman practiced, Jiang Sun grasped the kitchen knife and pulled Li Yongming from the wooden cottage. Taking him straight into the woods, with steely eyes, he confronted Li Yongming. "You traitor! How dare you inform on me to that old woman?" The knife pressed against his neck, Li Yongming was taken aback, gripping Jiang Sun's wrist tightly as he hastily explained, "Brother Jiang, please listen to me. I did not betray you." Jiang Sun shouted. "Then what did you discuss with the old woman? Why did she demand I capture Brother Zhao right after your conversation?" Li Yongming glanced around nervously and replied in a low voice. "Our conversation was overheard by Zishuan, who reported it to the old woman. She wanted to kill you, and I had no choice but to falsely claim those words were from Zhao Zhongshuan." Jiang Sun observed Li Yongming's earnestness, his emotions gradually calming, and questioned, "So you betrayed Brother Zhao to save me?" Li Yongming's face was filled with sorrow. Zhao Zhongshuan has already been struck by the nightmarish palm. He will not survive beyond 3 days, but we still have a glimmer of hope. To protect you, I had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Jiang Sun felt a wave of melancholy. "Why do you wish to save me?" Li Yongming replied. "Among these people, You are the only one who has gained the old woman's trust. You are our only hope. Jiang Sun pondered for a moment and said, Since you trust me, I will share my thoughts with you. Continuing, Jiang Sun candidly disclosed his escape plan. They intended to lure Zixian into searching for the legendary Kuan fish, feigning companionship along the way to seize an opportunity to flee to ensure their safety. They agreed to act separately, each striving for survival in the treacherous wilderness, where the terrain was rugged and vegetation dense. After Jiang Sun made his escape, he dashed through the perilous mountains and forests. Amidst the steep woodlands, the trees grew increasingly thick. Although thorns scratched his skin, he paid them no heed, driven solely by the will to survive, running wildly without a clear path. Upon breaking through a dense thicket, he suddenly found himself at the edge of a precipice. Looking down, he realized he was on the brink of a sheer cliff. In a moment of panic, he instinctively grasped a branch, narrowly avoiding a fall. But as he gazed into the abyss below, despair enveloped him. He slumped at the cliff's edge, panting, reflecting on the futility of returning, which would lead to certain death. Resolute, he closed his eyes, contemplating the notion of leaping into the void. Yet, upon reconsideration, he recognized his youth and the many unfinished matters in his life. Even in death, he wished to confront the witch, as death was inevitable regardless. With that thought, Jiang Sun dismissed his suicidal inclination. Suddenly, a hand landed on Jiang Sun's shoulder, startling him. He turned sharply to find Zixian's round, somewhat endearing face beaming at him. Jiang Sun exclaimed, "What are you doing here?" His gaze quickly shifted behind Zixian. Wary of the witch's approach, Zixian squinted, grinning mischievously. "You said you would take me to find the Kuan fish. Where is it?" Jiang Sun was secretly astonished. Despite Zixian's apparent naivety, his martial prowess was unfathomable. Jiang Sun had clearly escaped him, yet Zixian had managed to locate him in such a short span. Maintaining a facade of calm, he replied, "You ran too swiftly. I couldn't keep up to be wide the way." "Senior brother Xian, have you also mastered the Night Terror Palm? Your skills seem even superior to the witches." Upon hearing the praise, Zixian's face lit up with delight, and he proudly declared, "I don't practice the Night Terror Palm. It requires drinking human blood." Jiang Sun cautiously inquired, "So, you are unwilling to kill?" Zixian grimaced. "The blood is too foul. I find it disgusting." Jiang Sun could not suppress a chuckle and asked, "Then what martial art do you practice?" Zixian proclaimed with pride, "The Taishan Classic." Jiang Sun was taken aback. The Taishan Classic was an esoteric inner cultivation technique, which could unleash extraordinary power from any ordinary martial art when mastered. Although not a unique secret art, its difficulty was exceedingly high, demanding profound dedication and exceptional insight. Jiang Sun could hardly believe that this seemingly simple-minded individual had achieved mastery over it, and he felt a surge of respect. "Indeed, every profession has its master," Jiang Sun earnestly complimented. "You are truly remarkable. To have mastered such a profound technique is no small feat." Zixian, basking in the praise, beamed with pride. "Naturally. The witch also said I am the smartest person in the world." Seeing his innocence, Jiang Sun felt a twinge of regret for having harbored murderous thoughts about him. The witch was so malevolent, yet her son was so innocent. It was truly unfathomable. Jiang Sun pressed on. "Isn't Mo Daoxiang your mother? Why do you call her the witch?" Zixian replied, "She is my mother, but if I call her mother directly, wouldn't that make me seem ordinary? I am the smartest person, so naturally, I must be different." Jiang Sun chuckled in disbelief and asked, "If someone were to harm your mother, what would you do?" Zixian paused, then responded, "The witch is a great person. Anyone who dares to harm her, I would strike down." Jiang Sun tentatively probed, "And if someone were to harm me?" Zixian looked puzzled. "Why would anyone want to harm you?" Jiang Sun stressed. "I said, hypothetically." Zixian slapped his chest in assurance. "You are my junior brother. Who dares to harm you? I would strike them too." Jiang Sun, feeling reassured, patted Zixian on the shoulder. "Good brother. With your words, I feel at ease. Now, let us go find the Kuan fish." Zixian clapped his hands with excitement and then hoisted Jiang Sun onto his shoulder. Despite his stout frame, he moved with remarkable agility, swiftly leaping through the forest. Jiang Sun had initially planned to find an opportunity to shake off Zixian after escaping danger. But unexpectedly, Zixian pressed on for over 10 kilometers without pause. Just as Jiang Sun began to feel dizzy, Zixian suddenly halted, revealing a dark figure ahead. Upon closer inspection, it was the witch. Lying beneath her feet was a corpse, and as Jiang Sun approached to identify it, his heart sank. It was Li Yongming. The witch snorted coldly. Thinking you can escape from me is truly a delusion. Her icy gaze swept over Jiang Sun, seemingly compelling him to make a declaration. Jiang Sun, quick-witted, responded, to dare to flee is to deserve death. However, Master Mo, our numbers are dwindling, and the village's population is sparse. In 2 days, when you wish to break through to the 7th level, how will you procure the necessary blood? The witch waved dismissively, no problem. I have connections with the Haisha gang. They will send over a batch of good candidates tomorrow. Upon hearing the mention of the Haisha gang, Jiang Sun's heart tightened. He had previously slain the gang's leader, Zhang Tiniu, in Yingtian Prefecture. How could the gang let such an affront go unpunished? As night fell, Jiang Sun's thoughts were tumultuous, rendering him unable to sleep. Chapter 9. The joy of Zhuang Zhou dreaming of butterflies and the arrival of a noble child having failed to escape. Jiang Sun was plagued by anxiety. He lay diagonally in front of the wooden house, tossing and turning. His thoughts entangled like a mess, his mind clouded, and his chest felt as if a boulder pressed down upon it, heavy and weary. Time slipped by unmeasured until exhaustion finally overcame him, and he drifted into a restless slumber. Wah wah wah, wah wah wah, it's born, it's born. A maid, overwhelmed with joy, hurriedly emerged from the room to share the news with Jiang Sun. Is it a boy or a girl? Jiang Sun eagerly inquired. It's a young master. The maid replied, ecstatic. A curious 3-year-old girl tugged at the sleeve of a middle-aged woman, asking, Grandma, did my mother give birth to a brother? The middle-aged woman, startled by the girl's tug, awakened from her reverie, a long-lost smile blossoming on her face as she joined her hands in prayer, murmuring, Thank heavens, the Tang family finally has descendants. Jin Dong, hurry and offer incense to your father. The middle-aged woman, adorned in splendid attire and embellished with gold and jewels, exuded an air of nobility. Her sharp, phoenix-like eyes glinted with intensity, her high nose and thin, firm lips radiated shrewdness and competence, and her authoritative demeanor was unmistakable. Since the age of 3, Jiang Sun had repeatedly dreamt a peculiar dream. In this dream, he was Tang Jindong, the eldest son of the Tang family in Jingyi City, while Jiang Sun himself seemed to be a dream within Tang Jindong's reality. This dream was continuous and complete, to the extent that Jiang Sun once confused reality with the dream, believing Tang Jindong to be his true self. Tang Jindong's father, Tang Xian, had once been a general in the northern campaigns, perishing on the battlefield many years ago. He and Tang's mother had relied on each other, later marrying his childhood sweetheart, Lu Wan, and having a daughter, Tang Yaomei. The newborn child was their second offspring, and the middle-aged woman was Tang Jindong's mother. The maids and servants, upon learning of the young lady's delivery of a boy, erupted in joyous chatter surrounding Tang Jindong and his mother, whispering, Wonderful, the Tang family has descendants. Tang Jindong, disregarding his mother's call, rushed into the room to see his wife. The moment Tang's mother's smile froze, Tang Jindong, overwhelmed with excitement, had neglected to heed her instruction to first offer incense to his father, heading straight to Lu Wan instead. Tang's mother, seething with anger, though constrained by the joyous occasion, could only suppress her ire, darkening her expression as she took Tang Yaomei's hand. Come, Yaomei, we are in the way here. With a huff, she turned to leave. The maid, Luo Qin, puzzled by the scene, asked, Madam, aren't you going to see your grandson? Tang's mother, her face grim, replied with sarcasm, Isn't someone already there? We need not interfere. Come, let us report the good news to the master. Tang Jindong approached the window, gazing affectionately at his swaddled son, gently caressing Lu Wan's forehead, expressing concern. Wan, you've worked hard. Lu Wan weakly shook her head. Everything went smoothly. Tang Jindong's face radiated joy as he pulled out a red slip of paper and handed it to Lu Wan. She opened it and read aloud, Tang Xiaoqing. What a lovely name. Tang Jindong sighed. Our Tang family has welcomed a new addition. Mother will surely be delighted. Just as he spoke, he sensed something was amiss. In such a festive moment, Tang's mother was nowhere to be found. Just then, Tang Yaomei burst into the room, panic-stricken. Father, mother, something's wrong. Tang Jindong quickly asked, Yaomei, what is it? Tang Yaomei replied. Grandma smashed the plaque in the ancestral hall. Tang Jindong's expression shifted dramatically, his joy evaporating instantly. He realized that Tang's mother was upset with him. Seeing Lu Wan's worried face, he reassured her, "It's nothing. You know her temper. She is surely angry that I didn't offer incense to father first. I'll go take a look with that." He hurried out, striding toward the Tang family ancestral hall. From dozens of paces away, he could already hear the sounds of smashing. He quickened his pace and arrived at the ancestral hall. Inside, the ancestral tablets of the Tang family were stacked high, with the central position prominently displaying the tablet of his father. Tang Xine.3 newly lit incense sticks wafted upward, and beside the incense altar lay the family rules made of rattan. On the ground lay a plaque inscribed with the 4 characters Tang Family Ancestral Hall. Tang's mother was brandishing an axe, vigorously hacking away at it. Tang Jindong rushed forward, grabbing the axe from her hands. Exclaiming, "Mother, what are you doing?" Tang's mother forcefully pushed him away, coldly scoffing. "The Tang family has welcomed a new child, so we no longer require our ancestors' blessings. What use are these broken wooden tablets?" Before she finished speaking, she swung the axe again toward the plaque. Tang Jindong, helpless, shouted, "Mother, must you create such chaos? Are you trying to make me appear unfilial?" Tang Mu's expression darkened, and she spoke sternly, "Do not call me mother. Do you still acknowledge your disloyalty and unfilial behavior? Tang Jindong, kneel before me." Although Tang Jindong harbored dissatisfaction toward his mother's capricious and harsh nature, he could not defy her, having been raised through her arduous efforts. Thus, he obediently knelt on the ground. Tang Mu seized a rattan switch, her face contorted with fury, and demanded, "How did your father perish?" Crack! Before her words could fully resonate, the switch struck heavily against Tang Jindong's back. He shuddered, gritting his teeth as he replied, "My father was harmed by the vile villain, Fan Jing Tian." As she continued to strike, Tang Mu interrogated, "What is your purpose in living?" Tang Jindong, enduring the pain, responded, "To avenge my father and eradicate the wicked Fan Jing Tian." Hearing the resentment in his voice, Tang Mu scolded, "It is commendable that you still remember your mission. I feared your spirit had been ensnared by Lu Wan, leading you to forget your ancestors." Despite the agony coursing through him, Tang Jindong mustered the courage to retort, "Lu Wan and I share a deep connection, and she has borne offspring for the Tang family. This is indeed a virtue in the eyes of our forebears, and my kindness toward her is only fitting." Crack! The switch landed again with a sharp sound, this time with increased ferocity. Tang Jindong trembled in pain, feeling a searing heat radiate throughout his body, drawing in a sharp breath. Tang Mu's eyes glinted with rage as she declared, "I never said you could not treat her kindly. I merely remind you to understand the hierarchy of respect. When I was in labor, your father was away fighting on the frontier. I managed on my own. Lu Wan is but a mere woman who, due to her modest beauty and skill in flattery, has grown arrogant from her favor." Crack, crack, crack. The rattan switch fell like rain upon Tang Jindong's back. Though he was already bloodied and bruised, he gritted his teeth and defiantly countered, "Lu Wan possesses a kind heart. She simply lacks eloquence. I implore you, mother, do not distort the truth and retract your slanderous words." Enraged by his response, Tang Mu retorted, "Lacking eloquence? Clearly, you have learned to be disrespectful by following her, you wretched child." The relentless strikes of the switch brought waves of cold, searing pain. Tang Jindong, raised in luxury, was now battered and bruised, causing Tang Yaomei, who had been peeking from outside, to tremble in fear, biting her lip tightly. "Speak. Is she not a harbinger of disaster?" The switch continued to rain down, with Tang Mu pressing for answers, each strike more forceful than the last. Yet, Tang Jindong remained resolute, refusing to utter a word. Exhausted and panting after her relentless assault, Tang Mu slumped into the grand chair, her voice tinged with fatigue. "Fine. You have grown up and taken on responsibilities. I now appear a burden to you." Tang Jindong replied, "Even if a mother is an elder, one must discern right from wrong. If I were to blindly obey, it would only lead you into injustice. I beseech you to choose your words wisely." With that, he bowed his head, striking his forehead against the ground, causing it to bruise instantly. Tang Mu, though still angry, felt a pang of maternal concern, and after catching her breath, she said, "Very well, you have matured. I can no longer control you. With that, she retrieved a military document from the drawer and slapped it on the table. This is the Imperial Military Decree. You are now 22 and must inherit your father's position. Go and take up your duties. Faced with this sudden arrangement, Tang Jindong initially wished to refuse. However, Tang Mu's tone was firm and brooked no argument. A man of ambition looks beyond. You shall depart in 3 days. Despite his reluctance, he complied with his mother's wishes and prepared to follow in his father's footsteps. Before he set off, Tang Mu earnestly cautioned, "My son, remember who harmed your father. You must avenge him to console his spirit in the afterlife." Her voice intensified, "Bring back the head of Fan Jing Tian." Although Tang Jindong had never encountered Fan Jing Tian, years of exposure had fostered a deep-seated hatred within him, and he vowed, "I shall remember this. And I will not return until Fan Jing Tian is slain." Turning to Lu Wan, he spoke tenderly, "Wan, you often suffer from shortness of breath. Please take good care of yourself at home." He then gently patted Tang Xiaoqing's small head. Lu Wan nodded, handing the child to a maid, extending her delicate hands to adjust Tang Jindong's collar, reluctantly saying, "Jindong, the north is frigid. Be cautious and ensure your safe return." "He is no child," Tang Mu interjected, scoffing as she shot Lu Wan a glare. "He is going to guard the frontier, not for leisure. Speak words of encouragement instead of useless platitudes." Tang Mu turned her head away in displeasure. The two exchanged silent glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Wan was renowned as the unparalleled beauty of Jingyi City, often likened to the goddess of the Luo River, attracting the admiration of countless noble scions and wealthy heirs. Tang Jindong, being the scion of a military family, made their union a perfect match admired by many. Despite being married for 7 years, their bond remained as strong as ever. Yet, in Tang Mu's eyes, their deep affection only bred resentment. While pregnant with Tang Jindong, her husband had perished in battle, and she doted on this only son. To her dismay, Tang Jindong had gradually grown distant after marriage, leaving her feeling both disappointed and enraged. Furthermore, Lu Wan's straightforward nature did not endear her to Tang Mu, leading to a growing animosity that Tang Mu often directed toward her daughter Dash and Dash Law. As Tang Jindong mounted his steed, he frequently glanced back, torn between his domineering mother and his unyielding wife, both weighing heavily on his mind. Upon reaching a bend, he turned back once more, only to find no one present at that moment. A mournful wolf howl pierced the air, and Tang Jindong felt as if he were spiraling into a vortex, a flash of white light passing before his eyes before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Jiang soon jolted awake, realizing it had merely been a dream. He steadied himself and murmured, "Why do I always have the same dream?" Upon opening his eyes, he stood frozen in place. 5 zhang away. A ferocious wolf stood proudly, sensing Jiang Sun's awakening. It suddenly charged toward him. Jiang Sun's heart raced as he shook off the remnants of sleep, his body instinctively preparing for defense. He executed a swift kick aimed at the wolf's underbelly. But the ravenous beast leaped back, its gaping maw lunging for Jiang Sun's neck. In that critical moment, a flash of brilliance streaked across the night sky, and with a sharp sound, a hidden weapon embedded itself deep into the wolf's chest. The creature let out a harrowing cry, collapsing heavily to the ground, its anguished whimpers fading as it succumbed. Turning his head, Jiang Sun spotted the ghostly woman, immediately bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, master, for saving my life." The ghostly woman approached the wolf's carcass, withdrawing her crescent-shaped sickle and wiping the blood from its blade, saying, "This area is rife with beasts. You slept so soundly, be wary of being carried off." Jiang Sun chuckled, "With you here, even if tigers or leopards were to come, I would not fear." A peculiar smile curled at the corners of the ghostly woman's mouth. "Jiang go find me a live specimen. I wish to practice my skills." Jiang Sun felt as if struck by lightning. The death of Zhao Zhongshuan had already weighed heavily on his conscience. How could he assist in further cruelty? However, the ghostly woman's piercing gaze bore into him, suggesting that any hint of defiance could lead to his demise. With no other choice, Jiang Sun reluctantly approached the wooden house. Yet, the closer he drew, the dimmer his surroundings became, and as the world spun around him, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Time passed, and he was awakened by the ghostly woman's sorrowful wails, accompanied by a chilling nursery rhyme that sent shivers down his spine. "Little mouse climbs the platform, steals oil to drink, cannot come down. Jiang Sun straightened his back, awakening once more to the warm sunlight, realizing that the ghostly woman's demand for a live specimen had been a dream, while Tang Jindong was merely a dream within a dream. Chapter 10. The scheme of division. Jiang Sun understood that with his meager skills, eliminating the ghostly woman would be more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Fleeing was his only chance of survival. During his previous escape, he had discovered a path down the mountain but had been unable to flee due to Zixian's entanglement. Suddenly, a rustling of footsteps drew Jiang Sun's attention. He turned to see a group of 7 or 8 burly men armed with large sabers, escorting a dozen villagers, striding toward him. As they approached, Jiang Sun was taken aback to recognize that the leader was Sun Lao Er, the second in command of the Haisha gang. He quickly ducked behind a large tree. Seeing no one around, Sun Lao Er shouted, "Grandma!" A middle-aged man with a bushy beard gestured for him to be quiet and called toward the wooden house. "Imo Qian, the Haisha gang has brought you a gift. Please come out to meet us." Before he finished speaking, the wooden door creaked open, and a large head appeared. It was Zixian. "Grandma is not here. Please come back another time." With a loud bang, the door slammed shut. The group exchanged curious glances, and Sun Lao Er was left bewildered. The bearded man explained, "Brothers, we are from the Haisha gang. These individuals are gifts for Grandma to practice on. We traveled a long way. Please let her meet us." Just then, Zixian opened the door again, poking his head out with evident impatience. "I told you. She is not here. Why are you shouting? Just leave." As the group stood uncertainly, a figure suddenly leaped from the woods, soaring into the crowd, delivering a powerful strike that sent a wave of dark energy through them. The villagers fell one by one, their faces turning ashen as they writhed in agony on the ground. The newcomer was the ghostly woman, causing the Haisha gang members to hastily retreat. She coldly remarked, "These few seedlings are somewhat decent." Sun Lao stammered, "Sun Xiaoding pays respects to Grandma." The middle-aged man clasped his hands, stating, "Li Shengmei, the third leader of the Haisha gang, pays respects to Grandma." This Li Shengmei spoke with clarity and confidence, appearing more like the elder brother alongside Sun Xiaoding. The ghostly woman coldly inquired, "Why did you only arrive now? My wife is nearly out of options. If help does not arrive soon, I may have no choice but to resort to the Haisha gang for assistance." Upon hearing the ominous threat from the ghostly matron, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Li Shengmei, with a bitter smile, replied, "You may not be aware, esteemed matron, that our leader Zhang of the Haisha gang was recently betrayed and met with foul play. My brothers and I have been preoccupied with arranging the funeral for our elder brother, seeking vengeance against the culprits and managing the internal affairs of the Haisha gang. If we have neglected you, we humbly beg your forgiveness." Li Shengmei spoke with utmost sincerity. The ghostly matron nodded slightly and waved her hand dismissively. "Very well. Let this be a lesson learned." With that gesture, she signaled for them to leave. Yet Sun Xiaoding and Li Shengmei remained hesitant, exchanging glances before Li Shengmei forced a smile and said, "My brothers have dutifully presented 100 living subjects as per your command, dear matron. We kindly ask for your discernment." It turned out that the ghostly matron had struck a deal with the Haisha gang, wherein they would provide her with 100 individuals, and in return, she would impart the secrets of the Night Terror Palm technique to them. However, now that the 100 living subjects had been delivered, the ghostly matron showed no intention of fulfilling her promise, prompting the duo to plead earnestly. The matron, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "Indeed. You have worked hard." Li Shengnan awkwardly chuckled. "Since you acknowledge our efforts, we beseech you to honor your promise and teach us the Night Terror Palm. We would be eternally grateful." As she spoke, everyone bowed deeply in reverence. The ghostly matron chuckled. "While I appreciate the offering of 100 individuals, many among them were frail and disabled. Some perished before I could even begin my training." Li Shengnan's smile faltered, her face paling as she responded, "That is not fair. All were alive upon arrival. Once here, some may have succumbed to hunger or fear. We cannot be held accountable. According to our agreement, we have delivered 100 living subjects, so I implore you to refrain from putting my brothers in a difficult position." The ghostly matron cast a sinister glare at Li Shengnan and declared, "I, an old woman, speak with authority. Among your 100 subjects, 40 are unsatisfactory. You must either provide me with an additional 40 or we shall consider this matter closed." Upon hearing this, Li Shengnan's expression darkened, and with gritted teeth, she retorted, Matron, are you attempting to toy with us? The matron sneered. And what if I am? Li Shengmei, with a fearsome visage, declared. My brothers engage in a perilous trade. Should you play your tricks? Do not expect my brothers to show mercy. Gather, at her command. A group of 40 to 50 strong men surged forth from the woods, encircling the ghostly matron with menacing expressions and weapons drawn. The ghostly matron merely chuckled, swiftly displaying her agile movements, her fingers striking with the precision of iron claws, targeting the throats of her assailants. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 strong men fell victim to her lethal grip. Simultaneously, she unleashed the Night Terror Palm, her palms crackling with dark energy that swiftly enveloped the crowd. Those ensnared by the malevolent force turned ashen and collapsed in agony. At that moment, only a handful of men remained, fighting valiantly against her. Despite her victory, the ghostly matron began to show signs of fatigue. She cleaved a tree asunder, extracting her obsidian cane to engage in close combat. Yet, having expended a significant amount of internal energy while employing the Night Terror Palm and battling dozens of foes, her strength waned. Seeing an opportunity, Li Shengmei raised her arm and cried out, "She is at her limit. Brothers, attack." With a fierce resolve, Li Shengmei drew her sword and charged forward, accompanied by 7 or 8 men. They fought with ferocity and skill, forcing the ghostly matron to evade and defend herself against their relentless onslaught. The sound of blades clashing against her cane echoed through the air, and as the pressure mounted, the ghostly matron stumbled and fell. Realizing the peril she was in, the matron swiftly executed a maneuver to evade capture, scuttling along the ground like a scorpion. Sun Air, seizing the moment, intercepted her path and struck with his blade. Although his speech was slurred, his technique was precise, and he struck true, causing the ghostly matron to cry out in pain as she tumbled into the underbrush. Jiang Sun, who had anticipated their collusion, now reveled in their discord, thinking to himself, "Let them weaken each other, and I shall move in for the final blow." The ghostly matron, realizing that she could not escape without divulging the secrets of the Night Terror Palm, grimaced and declared, "Fine, I will reveal it." She then tossed the secret manual from her bosom. Li Shengmei's eyes gleamed with delight as she caught the manual, but as she perused its contents, her expression soured. "I was under the impression that the Night Terror Palm had 9 levels. You have provided but a single chapter." The ghostly matron spat. "Fool! The 9 levels refer to the deepening of your toxicity and enhancement of your power. The cultivation method comprises but this one volume." Li Shengmei's brows furrowed in anger as she retorted, "Do not insult my intelligence. Hand over the remaining manuals, or know that my sense of justice will render me merciless." Seeing that they had unraveled her scheme, the ghostly matron chuckled darkly. "If you can master the first level, consider it your fortune. Now, kill!" With a fierce shout, Sun Shouting charged at the ghostly matron. She deftly flipped her wrist, sending a crescent blade flying from her sleeve. It grazed Sun Shouting's left ear, severing a large portion of it, causing blood to spurt forth as he screamed in agony. Li Shengmei's expression darkened, her eyes blazing with fury as she shouted, "You seek your own demise." Just as she raised her blade to strike, a wave of dark energy enveloped her, causing excruciating pain to wrench through her body. And the remaining 7 fell simultaneously. The ghostly matron stood tall, revealing her ruse. She had poisoned the manual, and they had unwittingly succumbed to its effects. In a moment of desperation, Li Shengmei and her companions abandoned their aggression, prostrating themselves on the ground, begging, "Matron, spare us. We did not recognize your greatness. Please have mercy." The ghostly matron's smile was chilling. "By killing you, I can procure another 100 living subjects, but if I let you go, you will come seeking retribution. If you were in my position, what would you choose?" Li Shengmei, aghast, stammered, "What do you mean by that?" The ghostly matron's smirk widened. "You should inquire with your leader, but alas, you have lost your chance." Jiang Sun, who had been lurking in the shadows, had anticipated a mutual destruction, but was taken aback by the matron's cunning and ruthlessness. He retracted his earlier calculations and approached. Sun Shouting, spotting Jiang Sun, exclaimed in excitement, "It is him!" The crowd's eyes turned toward Jiang Sun, including the matron's gaze. Jiang Sun's heart raced, yet he feigned indifference. Li Shengmei quickly asked, "What is happening?" Sun Shouting whispered to her, and her eyes lit up as she declared, "Matron, I have critical information to report. Grant us another chance. The ghostly matron regarded her with suspicion, and Li Shengmei continued, if you spare us, we will follow you unwaveringly and provide you with vital intelligence. The matron cast a glance at Jiang Sun, maintaining her composure, and replied, regardless, I stand to gain. Speak. What do you have to say? Li Shengmei replied, this man is the killer of my elder brother, Zhang Tinyu. We have uncovered his identity. He is of the Nangong house. At this revelation, the ghostly matron's pupils constricted, and her icy gaze fell upon Jiang Sun. The power struggle between the ghostly matron and the Haisha gang had been a covert affair. But now Jiang Sun's identity had been exposed, placing him under suspicion of treachery. Jiang Sun, anticipating this turn, burst into laughter. This is utterly absurd. You face your demise, yet you attempt to implicate me to deceive my master and gain a sliver of hope. If I were of the Nangong house, would I be here? Li Shengmei interjected, a spy. He must be a spy, matron. He is the eldest son of the Nangong house, Nangong Jiangsun. We have informants within the Nangong house. Please judge wisely, Jiang Sun protested. If I held such a status, how could I lack any martial prowess? The ghostly matron swiftly approached Jiang Sun, seizing his wrist and probing his pulse. Jiang Sun broke out in a cold sweat, and after a moment, she released him. Jiang, is what he says true? Jiang Sun replied, my name is Jiang Yulai. I made my identity clear upon our first meeting. Master, please see the truth. He is merely attempting to frame me to save his own skin. As he spoke, he grabbed Li Shengmei. Your gang leader is also a figure of the martial world. How could I possibly harm him? In his haste, he tugged at Li Shengmei's collar, causing a golden leaf to fall from her chest. The ghostly matron's eyes widened in surprise as she picked up the golden leaf, examining it closely. This was the very item Jiang Sun had stealthily placed within Li Shengmei's garment when she was not looking. Feigning that it had fallen from her pocket, Sun Xiaoding, upon seeing the golden leaf, exclaimed, this is from the Nangong house. Jiang Sun swiftly added, Li Shengmei, how did you come to possess a golden leaf from the Nangong house? No wonder you turned against us. I understand now. You are a spy for the Nangong house, seeking to capture my master for rewards, are you not? And no, it is not like that, Li Shengmei stammered, her composure faltering. Jiang Sun seized the moment. Master, I have heard that the spies of Nangong Mansion are widespread throughout the martial world, and he bears the golden leaf of Nangong Mansion on him. Just now, he struck you with lethal intent, clearly indicating that he is not to be trifled with. Li Shengmei's complexion turned pale as she incoherently explained, no, absolutely not. Naturally, Li Shengmei felt uneasy. Although she was not a spy for Nangong Mansion, her dealings with him were inevitable as a leader of a local underworld faction. With the golden leaf of Nangong Mansion on her person, she found herself at a loss for words. The ghostly woman, noticing her flustered demeanor, let out a cold laugh, her fingers transforming into claws, hovering ominously above Li Shengmei's head. In a chilling tone, she declared, those from Nangong Mansion deserve to die with that. Her claw-like fingers curled, and dark energy surged into Li Shengmei's forehead. A heart-wrenching scream escaped Li Shengmei's lips as her face turned black, her muscles contracted, and she instantly became a skeleton, a terrifying sight indeed. The ghostly woman moved like a shadow among the other six, swiftly darting back and forth, the sound of cracking bones resonating in the AI art. In a mere instant, the necks of Sun Xiaoding and the other five were twisted, collapsing one after another like harvested rice. Jiang Sun, witnessing this brutal massacre, felt a profound sense of the ghostly woman's cold-blooded ruthlessness and the helpless struggle of the weak. In that moment, a singular thought consumed him. If he could miraculously survive, he must become powerful. Chapter 11. The Twin Demons of Miaojiang. As night fell, Jiang Sun sat by the campfire, his thoughts racing. Tomorrow night, under the full moon, the ghostly woman would attempt to break through to the 7th level of the Night Terror Palm. And she would surely come for my blood, poisoning me in advance. My time is limited. Just then, footsteps approached from behind, causing Jiang Sun's heart to tighten. He dared not turn around, feeling a chill run down his spine, his body trembling. The light-footed steps unmistakably belonged to the ghostly woman. Just as Jiang Sun found himself at a loss, the newcomer arrived behind him. Clenching the hilt of his knife, he turned around abruptly, only to find it was not the ghostly woman, but Zixuan. Zixuan stealthily approached Jiang Sun, a mischievous smile on his face, hands cupped as if concealing a treasure. and asked mysteriously, "Guess what I have brought?" At that moment, Jiang Sun had neither the inclination nor the time to guess. Before he could speak, a chorus of cricket chirps emanated from Zixuan's palms. Zixuan's face fell in disappointment as he scolded the cricket. "Who told you to chirp?" Upon seeing the cricket in Zixuan's hand, Jiang Sun felt as though he were looking at himself, a flicker of despondency crossing his eyes. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he said, "Brother Xian, where did you catch that cricket?" Zixuan, with his honest nature, eagerly recounted the details of how he caught the cricket. Jiang Sun, uninterested in his ramblings, interrupted, "How about we have a competition to see who can catch the most crickets?" Zixuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "How do we compete?" Jiang Sun replied, "Tonight, we will catch crickets and see who catches the most. We'll meet here in the morning, but we must each catch our own without disturbing one another. Are you up for it?" Zixuan clapped his hands in delight. "Let's start right now." Jiang Sun feigned concern. "But our master may not be pleased if we wander too far." Zixuan, with a conspiratorial tone, said, "We'll go secretly. Let's not tell her." Seeing Zixuan fall for his ploy, Jiang Sun agreed. "All right, I'll follow your lead." The two set off immediately. While Zixuan was genuinely catching crickets, Jiang Sun took the opportunity to sprint away as fast as he could under the cover of the moonless night, running 7 or 8 miles in one breath. Drawing upon his familiarity with the terrain, he swiftly located a winding path down the mountain and hastened along it. The night was pitch black, the road rough, and Jiang Sun stumbled along, his body covered in scratches. Occasionally, the chilling cries of birds and beasts echoed in his ears, reminiscent of ghostly wails. Though Jiang Sun felt a twinge of fear, the ghostly woman's terrifying methods made the current horrors seem insignificant. Exiting the narrow path, he emerged into a clearing. Estimating the distance, he realized he was about 15 or 16 miles from the ghostly woman's wooden cabin. A sense of relief washed over him, and he exhaled quietly, believing he had escaped danger. However, at that moment, an eerie gust of wind swept through. Following closely, the ghostly woman's laughter reached his ears, prompting Jiang Sun to quickly hide in the grass. Just then, a bright moon rose, illuminating the distance. The ghostly woman's figure appeared in the moonlight, accompanied by several shifting shadows, rapidly closing in. Realizing he had nowhere to hide, Jiang Sun decided to stop concealing himself. At that critical moment, 2 glowing figures suddenly dashed out from behind, blocking the ghostly woman's path. Jiang Sun peered out and saw 2 figures clad in silver bodysuits, their features bizarre, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Their faces were split in half, one side male and the other female, as if they had exchanged halves of their faces, creating an extraordinarily eerie sight. One figure was stout, while the other was slender and tall. The ghostly woman was equally taken aback, her pupils constricting as her triangular eyes, like a specter, fixated on the two, coldly inquiring, "Who are you?" In unison, they replied, "The twin demons of Miaojiang." Upon hearing this name, the ghostly woman's brows furrowed, her expression revealing skepticism, indicating she had heard of these two and recognized them as formidable opponents. She tentatively asked, "Are you looking for me?" The tall figure spoke frankly. "Someone has offered a bounty of 10,000 taels for your life." Their voice was so peculiar it was impossible to discern gender. The ghostly woman paused, then burst into laughter. "If you wish to claim my life, it won't be that simple. May I inquire who the buyer is?" The slender figure responded, "There are rules in our trade. That is not for us to disclose." The ghostly woman snorted coldly, "Old thief Gongliang has truly gone to great lengths to deal with me, even enlisting you two from Miaojiang." The slender figure replied indifferently, "We are not interested in your grievances with him." Ghostly woman, are you prepared to make a move, or will you end it yourself? The ghostly woman laughed heartily. "Just because you have a small reputation in Miaojiang, do you think you can sweep through the Central Plains? There are countless profitable ventures. Be careful not to lose your investment in trying to take my offerings." To seize the initiative, the ghostly woman launched the first attack. Though her stature was diminutive, the 7-foot-long iron cane in her hand was wielded with immense power, making it difficult for the twin demons to approach. Given their task to assassinate the ghostly woman, the twin demons were naturally skilled fighters, their movements agile and their coordination flawless, leaving the ghostly woman struggling to keep up. More crucially, their practice of the esoteric sect's dual cultivation rendered them immune to toxins. Perfectly countering the ghostly woman's night terror palm, indicating the meticulous selection by their employer. The battle between the ghostly woman and the twin demons escalated, their techniques swift and ruthless, as if they harbored deep-seated hatred. Intent on annihilating each other, the ghostly woman swung her cane, at times adopting expansive movements, at times utilizing the scorpion wall walking technique for evasion, sometimes retreating to advance, other times feigning attacks to create openings for stealthy strikes. Although the twin demons possessed greater power than the ghostly woman, her clever maneuvers made it difficult for them to land a blow. Jiang Sun, observing from the sidelines, felt his blood boil with excitement, inadvertently developing a respect for the ghostly woman's unpredictable skills. The stout half-faced figure, realizing that the stalemate was unyielding, bellowed, "Sister, let us initiate the secret technique." In an instant, both figures were enveloped in dazzling light. A powerful spiritual force surging through the dark night, dazzling to behold. Their bodies intertwined, resembling the yin and yang of the Taiji symbol, circling each other, complementing and coexisting, their luminous forms swirling together to form a whirlwind that rushed towards the ghostly woman. The secret technique, a perilous dual cultivation technique from the esoteric sect, was now unleashed. The twin demons spun together at an unbelievable speed, their momentum like a tempest, suddenly invading their opponent's body, first injuring the meridians, then the organs, causing instant death to anyone struck. This technique, due to its rarity and elusive methods, was often unknown to the outside world, hence it was labeled as a Miaozhong dark art. The ghostly woman was taken aback, swiftly swinging her cane, intending to stab at the tightly knit duo. However, as her cane neared their surrounding aura, it seemed to be drawn in by an invisible force, becoming too heavy to retract in that fleeting moment. The ghostly woman sensed an irresistible pull. Acting quickly, she thrust her cane forward, suddenly piercing through the space between the two, instantly separating them. Breaking the twin demon's secret technique, the two launched simultaneous attacks, their palm winds roaring. Dense as hail, alarmed, the ghostly woman executed the scorpion wall walking technique to evade, but the twin demons missed their strikes and exchanged glances, tacitly charging, instantly intertwining their bodies, reverting to their original forms, one handsome, the other beautiful. Their techniques shifted abruptly as they renewed their assault on the ghostly woman, this time no longer coordinating, but each unleashing their unique skills. The man's palm wind howled like thunder, targeting the ghostly woman's face, while the woman excelled in leg techniques, her legs agile and light, sweeping towards the ghostly woman's lower body. Deprived of her cane, the ghostly woman could only respond with punches and kicks, the sounds of their strikes echoing heavily in the surroundings. Though Jiang Sun was dazzled by the spectacle, he caught sight of the iron cane and immediately picked it up, tossing it into a nearby pit. The twin demons, with their extraordinary agility and shifting techniques, occasionally flanked her, clearly aiming to execute the secret technique once more. After several rounds of combat, the ghostly woman gradually grasped their methods. Feigning weakness, she secretly gathered her strength, dark energy swirling in her palms, waiting for the right moment to strike. When they exposed a flaw, as the two prepared to merge again, the ghostly woman suddenly shifted her form, leaping between them, unleashing a simultaneous palm strike. With a resounding clap, she met each of their palms, feeling a numbness in her arms as she was sent flying several paces back. The radiant light surrounding the twin demons shone even more brightly under the clear moonlight. While the ghostly woman was enshrouded in a shroud of dim black energy, in the moment of their palm contact, the ghostly woman had intended to inject her dark poison into the two. But the twin demons, with a swift maneuver, redirected the dark energy back into her body, instantly invading her organs. The ghostly woman was struck by her own night terror palm's poison and could not find time to counteract it. To avert the corrosive effects of poison on her heart, the old witch dared not recklessly summon her spiritual power. Simultaneously, she sought to conceal her poisoning, thus she covertly circulated her true energy, feigning the use of her dark night technique to engage her opponent in battle, while secretly leaking the poison in the face of the witch's nightmarish grasp. The twin fiends displayed no hint of trepidation. Rather, they grew bolder, their assaults intensifying with fervor. They pressed forward with unyielding momentum, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes. Suddenly, in a moment of perfect synchrony, the two intertwined their left wrists, their forms whirling like a tempest, their palms raining down like a torrential downpour, swift and densely packed in their assault. The sound of their palm winds howled, slicing through the air with a hissing resonance. The twin fish kill. This was another lethal technique from the esoteric sect, as the duo combined their powers, channeling 7 layers of spiritual force towards the old witch in a concerted push. The witch's pupils constricted. Although she struggled to keep up, retreat was not an option. She understood that any display of weakness at this moment would ignite her opponent's desire to attack. Should they unleash their full might, her collapse would be imminent. Consequently, she thrust both palms outward, bracing against the twin fiend's assault. With a resounding clap, both parties staggered back a few paces, the witch dropping to one knee, spitting forth black blood. The twin fiends, eyes wide as they opened their arms, exclaimed in shock, "Yin Yang Palm." It turned out that although the twin fish kill had rebounded most of the witch's poisonous energy, she, ever the schemer, had stealthily coated her nails with the dark night poison during their clash. As she met their palms, she transformed her palm strike into a claw, piercing through the duo's palms with her sharpened nails, thus injecting a trace of the dark night poison into their bodies. Due to their intertwined wrists and mutual exchange of spiritual energy, once one was affected, the poison swiftly coursed into the other. Although they possessed the ability to expel the poison, they would need to utilize the esoteric sect's dual cultivation combat soul technique to resolve it together. However, this meant the mission to assassinate the witch had failed. The elder brother signaled to the younger sister to retreat, to which she spat in defiance, saying, "Brother, why not exert our utmost strength? Do you not believe that with our cultivation, we cannot slay this madwoman?" The elder brother, without a moment's hesitation, nodded in agreement. The pair clasped hands, swiftly intertwining, merging into one, their appearance shifting fluidly between male and female, reminiscent of the intricate face masks of Sichuan opera, exceedingly uncanny. With a chilling cry, they thrust their palms forward once more, launching another assault upon the witch. Caught unprepared, she was forced to absorb the blow, and with a resounding impact, both sides retreated. The merged entity instantaneously separated, and the two, astonished, exchanged glances, for they had not expected the witch to possess such formidable spiritual power. Following this strike, the twin fiends felt their blood surge and the poison circulate. Should they continue this fight? Even if they managed to kill the witch, they would be left in dire straits. The male exclaimed, "Sister, we must flee." They soared into the sky, akin to shooting stars racing away into the distance. After their departure, the witch expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, her body swaying before collapsing heavily to the ground. It turned out she was already utterly exhausted, having only endured the final blow out of concern for continued attacks from the twin fiends. Her internal organs had sustained grievous injuries that were difficult to bear. At this moment, even an ordinary warrior of the earthly fiend rank could easily take her life. Jiang Sun, perceiving the situation, called out, "Master," feigning concern for the witch's well-being. He slowly approached her. Concealed within his sleeve was a kitchen knife, and the witch, her eyes filled with vigilance, stared intently at Jiang Sun, yet she made no move. Evidently unable to summon her powers, Jiang Sun, emboldened by this, continued to close the distance. Despite the witch appearing harmless at this moment, he remained apprehensive, knowing her cunning nature. If she were to suddenly strike, he would find himself defenseless. Thus, he forced a smile and inquired, "Master, are you unwell?" Jiang Sun locked eyes with the witch, both sensing each other's intentions, yet they endeavored to maintain a facade of cordiality. The witch, with great effort, managed a faint smile, gasping for breath as she slightly nodded in response to Jiang Sun. With resolve, Jiang Sun tightened his grip on the knife handle, preparing to end the witch's life. However, just as he was about to draw his blade, the witch abruptly lifted her head and, in a low voice, said, "Jiang Heir, I am wounded. I know you wish to kill me to rid the world of my menace. I have taken countless lives in my lifetime. To die at the hands of my own is a fate I accept without resentment. Please, strike." Jiang Sun was taken aback. He had never anticipated the witch would speak so candidly. Confused, he pondered why she, who had so ruthlessly taken innocent lives for her selfish desires, would so easily discuss matters of life and death. Unable to grasp the witch's true intentions, he fell silent for a moment before his expression darkened. And with caution he replied, "My sincere loyalty to you, Master, is as clear as day. Why do you misunderstand your disciple so? The witch's spirit seemed to revive as she replied, "Good disciple, I truly did not misjudge you. Today, I shall pass on the incantation of the nightmarish grasp to you." With that, she retrieved the incantation from her bosom and extended it towards Jiang Sun. Jiang Sun was momentarily stunned, contemplating. Could it be she is aware that she is no longer my match and is attempting to win me over? He then recalled Li Shengmei, the third head of the Haisha gang, who had fallen into the witch's trap after carelessly accepting the Dark Night incantation. Could this be a repeat of that strategy? The witch, seeing through Jiang Sun's thoughts, said, "Fear not, the incantation is free of poison." As she spoke, she opened the incantation for Jiang Sun to examine. Jiang Sun forced an awkward smile, replying, "Master, you flatter me." He took the incantation, reasoning that if the witch were capable of using her powers, she would have acted long ago. Her failure to do so indicated her severe injuries. Yet, at this moment, the witch appeared revitalized. A stark contrast to her earlier state, leaving Jiang Sun unable to make a judgment. He could only bow and say, "Thank you, master." The witch waved him off, saying, "Go now. I need to rest for a while." Jiang Sun understood this was the perfect opportunity to eliminate the witch, yet he was wary of any potential tricks she might still possess, so he reluctantly suppressed his murderous intentions and departed with lingering frustration. He glanced back to observe the witch's recovery, and an idea suddenly struck him, prompting him to step away. "Help! Help!" A cry for help echoed through the forest. The witch, deeply maternal, immediately halted her cultivation upon hearing the voice. Attempting to rise and investigate, but nearly fell due to her severe injuries. Jiang Sun, who had been discreetly observing, took note of everything. It turned out he had coaxed Zixian into calling for help under the pretext of a game. Testing the witch's response, as expected, the witch revealed a flaw. At this moment, even a child could take her life. Jiang Sun's heart raced as he stealthily approached the witch from behind. The witch remained oblivious. And emboldened, Jiang Sun leaped, raising his knife to strike at the back of her head. Sensing danger, the witch suddenly lunged forward, and with a resounding thud, Jiang Sun's blade struck her back, leaving a deep scar. The witch, struck by Jiang Sun, collapsed weakly to the ground. Her frail body had little blood left to spill, only a trickle of dark red blood flowed down her back. The witch struggled to turn her head. Staring incredulously at Jiang Sun, her voice harsh as she questioned, "Jiang I have never wronged you. Why do you treat me thus?" Jiang Sun's eyes glinted with malice as he coldly retorted, "On the night of the full moon tomorrow, you intend to turn your blade upon me? And you dare speak of having treated me well?" The witch's pupils constricted, clearly caught off guard by Jiang Sun's revelation of her schemes. She sneered, "You are indeed clever. Just moments ago, I contemplated sparing you. Now I see how foolish that thought was. I have taken countless lives, yet I have fallen to the hands of this little thief. How laughable! But do not forget, you once pledged yourself as my disciple. To kill me is to betray your master." Jiang Sun laughed heartily. "I only know that as a disciple, it is my duty to ensure my master's peaceful passage. Farewell." Regarding the principle of respecting one's teacher, so highly valued in the martial world, Jiang Sun was entirely unbound by such constraints. At that moment, a figure raced towards them. Zixian, witnessing the scene, was struck with horror, glaring at Jiang Sun as he shouted, "What are you doing?" Jiang Sun's heart sank, realizing the peril. This is bad. In his single-minded focus on killing the witch, he had forgotten about this boy. Yet the witch, her face alight with joy, called out, "Xian quickly slay this ungrateful little thief." Zixian's eyes blazed with fury as he demanded of Jiang Sun, "Why are you trying to kill my grandmother?" Zixian's thunderous voice split the night sky, causing Jiang Sun to startle and stagger back 2 steps, replying, "If I do not kill her, she will kill me. Brother Xian, what would you choose?" Zixian's face was a mask of confusion as he repeated, "If you do not kill her, she will kill you? Then why are you both trying to kill each other?" he asked innocently. The witch, growing impatient, barked, "Fool! Why ask so many questions? Just kill him." Zixian, enraged, exploded, "You are the fool. I do not care about your grievances. Do not involve me. Whoever wants to die can die." In his fury, he turned and returned to the wooden house. For Jiang Sun, this was undoubtedly a most fortuitous turn of events. He ceased his words and raised his knife, preparing to strike the witch once more. Suddenly, the witch's wrist trembled, and a crescent-shaped sickle shot forth from her palm towards Jiang Sun's chest, swiftly followed by the witch herself, lunging at him. Jiang Sun was taken aback, his feet already off the ground. Rendered powerless as he could only watch helplessly as the crescent blade flew towards him in a moment of peril, a figure flashed into view, standing protectively before Jiang Sun. It was Elder He. It turned out that Elder He had been quietly hiding behind a great tree, waiting for the moment Jiang Sun attempted to kill the ghostly hag, now, witnessing Jiang Sun in imminent danger. He stepped forward without hesitation. Although Elder He was struck by the scythe, he resolutely leaped up, wrapping his arms tightly around the ghostly hag as he shouted, "Run!" The ghostly hag paused momentarily to catch her breath, then thrust her palm forward, intending to finish Jiang Sun in one swift move. Unbeknownst to her, Elder He held on with unwavering determination, rendering her immobile. The ghostly hag struggled fiercely, but Elder He vowed not to let go. His wrists gripping like iron in desperation, the hag was forced to disperse her internal energy. Instantly, dark energy surged from her body, causing Elder He to rapidly wither under its influence. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he cried out, "Brother Jiang, flee! I entrust Hegeta to you." With those words, he transformed into a mere black skeleton. Witnessing this, Jiang Sun was consumed by grief and fury and fled hastily. Although the ghostly hag was seething with rage, she lacked the strength to pursue him, left only to watch Jiang Sun vanish into the night. Jiang Sun sprinted for over 20 miles, aware that given the hag's temperament, once she regained her strength, she would not easily let him escape, and even Hegeta would be in grave danger. Thus, he hurriedly made his way to Hegeta's home, searching meticulously inside and out, yet found no trace of him. Just as he was filled with doubt, he suddenly noticed, beneath the hawthorn tree, beside the portrait painted by Hegeta's mother, were the words written in bold, "Mama." I have left in that instant. Jiang Sun realized that Hegeta must have taken his advice and departed the village. He scoured the village for a long time but could find no horse, only a gaunt donkey, evidently forgotten by its owner in haste, having grown emaciated from lack of food. Jiang Sun led the donkey, allowing it to graze on some grass before mounting its back and urging it to move swiftly. Although the donkey was much slower than a horse, it was still preferable to running on foot. Under the starry sky, Jiang Sun galloped forward, his heart constantly anxious, fearing the ghostly hag would pursue him. He ran tirelessly for 3 full hours, noticing the donkey showing signs of fatigue. Forcing it to continue would risk its life. And he himself was also weary, his legs numb and body exhausted. At that moment, even with a knife to his throat, he felt incapable of moving. Spotting a pile of firewood by the roadside, inspiration struck him. He hastily covered himself with some grass and leaned against the wood, falling into a deep slumber. Jiang Sun slept soundly, as if a long time had passed, or perhaps just an instant. Suddenly, he was roused by the ghostly hag's cries, waking with a start to find dawn breaking on the horizon. Clearly having slept for a while, as he rose, a wave of soreness coursed through his body. Initially, he thought he had only dreamt of hearing the hag's cries, but the chilling wails grew increasingly clearer, approaching from afar. Jiang Sun's heart raced with despair, contemplating. If he remained hidden here, he would likely fall prey to the hag's search. Yet if he fled recklessly, the noise would surely betray his location. In the midst of his turmoil, he felt a chill creeping up his back, and the numbness in his body dissipated in an instant. His heart racing, ultimately, he steeled himself, deciding that rather than waiting for death, he would fight for his survival. Gritting his teeth, he mounted the donkey once more and galloped away. The donkey's hooves thudded through the grass, creating a rustling sound that quickly drew the ghostly hag's pursuit. Jiang Sun urged the donkey on. It seemed to sense the urgency of the situation and ran with all its might. However, Jiang Sun soon realized that the hag's voice was drawing closer, indicating her speed far surpassed theirs. In an instant, a chill ran down Jiang Sun's spine, knowing the hag was nearly upon him. He gripped the knife's hilt tightly and turned sharply, only to see the crescent scythe hurtling towards him like a shooting star. In his fright, he swerved, tumbling off the donkey's back with a thud. The crescent blade plunged deep into the donkey's back, which let out a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground. Jiang Sun's head spun from the fall, and when he regained his senses, the ghostly hag's feet were already in his line of sight. Calmly, she withdrew the crescent scythe from the donkey's body, licking the blood from the blade as she approached with a chilling smile. Her voice low and sinister. I have always been the one to strike from behind. Never has anyone managed to outwit me, a mere child. Yet you managed to make me stumble. You pique my interest. If it weren't for your blood of the heavy soul, which could greatly enhance my power, I would truly hesitate to kill you at that moment. Jiang Sun's eyes burned with rage, overcome with fear. He found a sense of resolve facing death. He brandished the knife before his neck, his expression resolute. You wish to use my blood to cultivate your powers. I would rather die than allow you to succeed. The ghostly hag was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Sun's fierce spirit, sneering, You threaten me with your own life. Such a laughable act. Jiang Sun retorted, Tonight marks the moment you break through to the 7th layer of the Dark Night soul-shocking palm. If I die now, even if you obtain my blood, it will not aid you in breaking through tonight. The ghostly hag paused, her expression darkening as she coldly replied, Even without your blood to break through the 7th layer. Drinking it now will still greatly enhance my powers. With that, she licked her lips, her greed evident. Jiang Sun felt a tightening in his chest. Despite his resolve to face death, the thought of taking his own life still weighed heavily on his heart. The ghostly hag, sensing his turmoil, pressed closer, taunting, Why not die for me to see? In a sudden outburst, Jiang Sun shouted, If I must die, I will take someone down with me. Just as the words left his mouth, he swung the knife towards the ghostly hag's face. She parried with her iron staff, the blade striking the staff's head with a clang that reverberated through Jiang Sun's arm. The hag's wrist twisted, ready to strike at Jiang Sun's vital point, but he swiftly waved his left hand, throwing a handful of dirt into her eyes. It turned out, Jiang Sun had feigned weakness to lure her closer, waiting for the opportune moment to unleash the prepared dirt, which was infused with soul-eating goo. The ghostly hag screamed in agony, swinging her staff wildly, and Jiang Sun seized the chance to turn and flee. As dawn broke, the light gradually spread across the land. Although the hag's vision was impaired, giving Jiang Sun a moment to breathe, she quickly regained her composure, her fury intensifying as she relentlessly pursued him. Jiang Sun ran for his life, and as the morning light unfolded, a shimmering lake came into view ahead. Being an excellent swimmer, he felt a surge of joy. If he concealed himself in the lake, how would she trace his whereabouts? Just as Jiang Sun was filled with delight and approached the lake, suddenly, a figure blocked his path. He looked up to see the ghostly hag glaring at him with a twisted expression. With a cold smile, she remarked, I find myself impressed that I have fallen for your tricks twice. Now, I have no intention of leaving you alive. With that, she raised her staff, poised to strike Jiang Sun down. Chapter 13. The 7 Worthies of the Bamboo Grove. Wang Manshan. The morning air was crisp, and the dew glistened like frost. The ghostly hag, having been outwitted by Jiang Sun on 2 occasions, was filled with a deep-seated hatred. Now that she had captured him, she had no desire for further words. With a swift thrust of her staff, she aimed for Jiang Sun's neck. Jiang Sun, gripped by fear, understood the futility of evading her strike and chose not to flee any longer. Just as she was about to strike, the sound of pounding hooves shattered the silence, accompanied by shouts and the crack of whips. Drawing nearer, the ghostly hag paused, turning her gaze towards the source of the commotion. In the distance, 3 riders approached at breakneck speed, each armed with weapons, clearly individuals of the martial world. Jiang Sun's heart lifted, reigniting his hope. Yet, to his dismay, as the 3 riders drew closer, they merely exchanged a fleeting glance with the ghostly hag before riding off without pause. The hag secretly rejoiced, while Jiang Sun's heart sank once more. With a cold laugh, the ghostly hag was just about to strike when, unexpectedly, the 3 riders returned. At the forefront was a man in white, appearing to be in his 30s, slightly plump, with a square face and flowing long hair. Exuding a sense of nonchalance amid his gallant demeanor, his 2 companions, dressed in dark blue garments that appeared somewhat dull yet were of fine silk, also exuded an air of wealth. The white-clad man reined in his horse, saying nothing, and raised a wine gourd to drink. The ghostly hag's expression darkened, her eyes sharp as knives, fixating on the 3. The white-clad man suddenly called out, Are you the ghostly hag Mo Daoxiang? Upon hearing this, the hag's face contorted with rage, her gaze landing on the sword in his hand, which was none other than the renowned Wanren sword of the martial world. The ghostly hag chuckled darkly. So it's the renowned Wang Manshan of the Seven Worthies of the Bamboo Grove. Pray tell, what brings you here? The Seven Worthies of the Bamboo Grove were the 7 reclusive figures residing in the Bamboo Sea. And this man was the fourth, Wang Manshan, with his 2 followers, Meng Hudong and Wang Neishi, also armed and with sharp gazes. Wang Manshan's tone was stern as he addressed the hag, from Shipi Pass to He Family Village. Over 100 villagers have been slaughtered along the way. Is this you're doing? The ghostly hag's eyes flashed with murderous intent as she replied coldly, an old woman has taken many lives. If there are dead, feel free to attribute them all to me. What? Does Wang the hero wish to speak on behalf of the dead? Wang Manshan's gaze fell on Jiang Sun, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, I have no interest in speaking on behalf of others. After a brief pause, his tone suddenly grew heavier. I only wish to kill you. At that moment, his face was shrouded in killing intent. Before his words had faded, Meng Hudong and Wang Neishi had already leaped from their horses, swords drawn and aimed straight at the ghostly hag. She swung her iron staff, engaging in battle with the two. In an instant, the air was filled with the glint of swords and the sound of clashing weapons, as both sides exchanged blows in a fierce contest. Yet, having sustained severe injuries previously and forced to exert herself, the ghostly hag began to falter after over 30 exchanges. Faced with the increasingly aggressive swordplay of her opponents, she found it increasingly difficult to cope, retreating step by step. Just as the two were poised to deliver a fatal blow, Wang Manshan suddenly shouted, Be careful! Before the words had left his lips, the ghostly hag's form shifted rapidly, appearing between the two, her iron staff and the Dark Knight Soul shocking palm striking simultaneously. Meng Hudong reacted swiftly, parrying the staff with a clang, while Wang Neishi, caught off guard by the hag's feigned vulnerability, failed to anticipate the trap. As he focused solely on attacking, a surge of dark energy erupted from the hag. The poison of the night seeping into his face in an instant, Wang Neishi's complexion darkened, and he collapsed to the ground. The sudden ambush caught everyone off guard. Though the witch had succeeded, it was evident that her powers were lacking. Otherwise, Wang Neishi would not have merely turned pale, but rather his flesh and bones would have collapsed, instantly transforming him into a blackened skull. Witnessing the tragic demise of his friend, Meng Hudong's expression darkened abruptly. He brandished his sword fiercely, launching 3 swift thrusts aimed directly at the witch's vital points. The witch deftly parried his attacks, suddenly lowering her body and executing the scorpion's wall dance, swiftly fleeing into the dense forest and vanishing in an instant. Scorpion's wall dance. Wang Manshan's heart jolted, and he called out loudly, What skill is there in sneaking about like a thief? If you have the guts, come out and face me, he continued. What is the matter? Afraid? If you are scared, come forth and bow to me. Perhaps I shall consider sparing you a few more days of life. Otherwise, you are nothing but a cowardly turtle. Wang Manshan's laughter echoed, filled with disdain and provocation. It was said that the 7 sages of the Bamboo Grove never involved themselves in the tumult of the martial world. Why, then, did they meddle in the affairs of an old witch today? The witch's voice echoed ominously from all directions. When did the 7 sages of the Bamboo Grove learn to emulate the city of enchantment and become bounty hunters? Wang Manshan replied boldly, The 7 sages of the Bamboo Grove are entirely different from the city of enchantment. They prosper through such means, whereas we only engage in ventures that incur losses. Consumed by rage over his brother's murder, Meng Hudong gritted his teeth, thrusting his sword directly at the witch's left rib. The witch raised her staff to meet the attack. The clash of sword and staff sparked fiercely, the sound echoing relentlessly. Suddenly, the witch swung her staff, redirecting the sword aside. Driven by a desire for vengeance, Meng Hudong failed to withdraw his attack in time. Seeing his sword technique falter, he stepped forward with his right foot, extending his left hand to seize the witch's left shoulder. With a sharp crack, the witch's shoulder bone shattered. As Meng Hudong closed in, the witch's staff became ineffective. She discarded it, transforming her claws into palms, and almost simultaneously struck Meng Hudong squarely in the chest. With a resounding impact, the black energy surged into Meng Hudong's chest, sending him skidding several feet back, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. Collapsing heavily to the ground, his face shrouded in darkness. The witch's left shoulder trembled slightly, and with a crack, The broken bone miraculously rejoined, bone-concealing skill. Meng Hudong gasped in astonishment, though the witch had landed a blow. She had not used the full power of her Dark Night frightening palm, causing Meng Hudong to draw a sharp breath. He quickly steadied himself and renewed his assault. The clanging of weapons rang out once more. As the fierce clash between the swift sword and the whirling iron staff resumed, their movements a blur. The sword flashed like lightning, unleashing waves of cold light, while the iron staff retaliated vigorously, sweeping in all directions an unrelenting tide of attacks. Their techniques transformed rapidly, leaving onlookers breathless. In mere moments, they had exchanged over 100 blows. Meng Hudong's swordplay was relentless, while the witch, keenly aware of his moves, sought to gain the upper hand. Realizing she had grasped his rhythm, Meng Hudong shifted his strategy, transitioning from offense to defense. Each time the witch aimed to unleash a deadly strike, he would evade her blade, retreating into defense. The witch, having discerned Meng Hudong's defensive patterns, seized the opportunity to abandon her own defenses and launched a counterattack. Just as she prepared to unleash a massive strike, Meng Hudong unexpectedly switched from defense to offense. This sudden change caught the witch off guard, and with a swift thrust, his sword pierced deep into her left shoulder. In the martial world, the key to victory often lay not merely in skill but in cunning. Appearing weak could lead to unexpected triumphs, a sudden reversal from the brink of defeat. Wang Manshan, witnessing this, exclaimed with delight, "Give her another sword." Yet, before Meng Hudong could withdraw his blade from the witch's body, a surge of black energy erupted from the wound, resembling a swift, writhing ink serpent, coiling around the sword and swiftly burrowing into Meng Hudong's arm. Dark Night frightening palm. Meng Hudong's pupils contracted in horror as he hastily countered. But his sword merely sliced through empty air. The witch had vanished without a trace. Gripping the hilt tightly, Meng Hudong scanned his surroundings with keen vigilance, wary of a potential ambush from behind. He remained alert, listening intently to the rustling of grass in the wind, fully prepared, unwilling to let his guard down. Suddenly, a menacing aura surged from behind, and instinctively, Meng Hudong raised his sword to retaliate. Only to feel a lack of strength behind his strike, alarm bells rang in his mind. He could not muster his spiritual energy. Before he could articulate his concern, a cold, icy hand had already clasped around his throat. As his neck tightened, a sharp crack echoed, the witch's claw-like fingers crushing his throat, leaving him scarcely able to register the pain before his life slipped away. After dispatching Meng Hudong, the witch darted toward Jiang Sun. Jiang Sun had expected Meng Hudong to vanquish the witch, but the situation had reversed in an instant, turning a masterful warrior into a lifeless corpse. Witnessing the fall of his two subordinates, Wang Manshan's fury ignited. He mounted his steed, leaping into the air, drawing forth the 10,000 ren sword, its blade glimmering ominously as he unleashed a tempest of strikes upon the witch, faced with Wang Manshan's onslaught. The witch had no choice but to abandon Jiang Sun. With a cold laugh, she brandished her iron staff in her right hand, while dark energy coiled around her left, exuding an indescribable killing intent. They exchanged no words. Wang Manshan's brow furrowed as he infused his inner strength into the sword. The blade soared through the air, aimed directly at the witch's waist, while simultaneously, her iron staff lunged like lightning toward Wang Manshan's face. Both attacks were unyielding, devoid of any defense, poised for mutual destruction. Yet, at the moment of crisis, they both altered their techniques simultaneously. A thunderous clash erupted as the 10,000 ren sword collided violently with the iron staff, sparks flying in all directions. Though the sword was deflected by the staff, the unleashed sword energy surged forth unimpeded, striking directly at the witch's chest. While the witch's iron staff lacked the sharpness of a blade, its resilience was unbreakable. With a slight tremor of her wrist, she suppressed the sword with her staff, using her agile footwork to narrowly evade the sword energy, gliding past it in their initial encounter. Both sides unleashed their utmost skills, testing each other's strengths and weaknesses, finding themselves evenly matched, unable to gain the upper hand. Wang Manshan was filled with astonishment, recalling the witch's earlier struggles against her subordinates. He now realized she was not inferior in this duel, having deliberately concealed her strength to lower his guard. As soon as her two subordinates fell, she revealed her true prowess. Realizing the truth too late, Wang Manshan had no choice but to press forward with his sword. Though the witch was small in stature, her staff swung with great force, a relentless tide against his attacks. Wang Mianshan wielded the 10,000 ren sword like a tiger unleashed. His techniques unpredictable, oscillating between speed and ferocity. The sounds of their weapons clashing resonated continuously in an instant. They had exchanged over 50 blows, and the witch began to show signs of fatigue. Seizing the moment, Wang Mianshan executed the Yellow Sands 100 battles, a sequence of 3 strikes, each unleashing 7 swords, their brilliance enveloping the witch and forcing her to retreat repeatedly. Sensing her predicament, the witch's pupils constricted, and she immediately employed the scorpion's wall dance to evade the deadly strikes. Wang Mianshan unleashed a relentless barrage of 21 consecutive sword strikes, the air crackling with intensity. Having lost 2 subordinates, he held nothing back, his attacks crashing like tidal waves. The witch struggled to counter, her staff flailing desperately, yet she could scarcely keep up. Under Wang Mianshan's relentless assault, the witch began to show signs of defeat. Suddenly, a sword energy whizzed past her head, and a strand of white hair fell away. Realizing her imminent defeat, the witch executed a swift maneuver, using the scorpion's wall dance to evade several feet away. In this fierce battle, each strike was imbued with lethal intent, while Jiang Sun watched in trepidation. As he observed the witch's attempt to flee, Wang Mianshan refused to let her escape. He leaped forward, blocking her path, and as he saw her half kneeling on the ground, unable to fight further, his heart filled with joy. Suddenly, a shroud of black energy enveloped the witch, and as it dissipated, she vanished from sight. Wang Mianshan's heart sank, and he raised his sword defensively, scanning his surroundings, realizing, ghostly garment of 100 concealments. This technique represented the pinnacle of the scorpion's wall dance, allowing the practitioner to blend seamlessly with their surroundings at lightning speed. Undetectable to their opponent, with killing intent thick in the air, Wang Mianshan held his breath, surveying the area. Apart from a faint shimmer of black energy, there was no sign of the witch. Without delay, he began to channel his spiritual energy, both to guard against a sneak attack and to sense the witch's presence. However, upon extending his perception, he found no trace of her existence. Wang Mianshan understood that only 2 possibilities remained. Either she had fled, or her concealed energy was so profound that he could not detect her. To avoid being caught off guard, he began to sweep his sword through the air. Having spent several days with the witch, Jiang Sun had never suspected she possessed such abilities, likely a technique she seldom employed. As Wang Mianshan pondered his next move, 2 eerie laughter echoed from behind him. Startled, he turned around, yet still saw no trace of the witch. As he turned back, a ghastly visage loomed before him. He let out a startled cry, instinctively swinging his sword and leaping backward. A sudden burst of laughter emanated from the left, accompanied by the spectral figure of the ghostly matron appearing in the same direction. Wang Mianshan swept his sword horizontally, the blade's energy piercing through the matron's chest, while she transformed into a wisp of black smoke that ascended gracefully in an instant. Both the figure and the laughter reappeared on Wang Mianshan's right. Standing firm with his towering sword, he ceased his attacks, opting to respond to the myriad transformations with steadfastness. After the ghostly figure vanished once more, Wang Mianshan sensed a murderous intent approaching from behind. Upon turning, he was taken aback by the chilling sight before him. 3 ghostly matrons emerged, all wielding their obsidian staffs and striking towards him simultaneously. Although Wang Mianshan discerned that some of them were mere illusions, he could not ascertain which was the true entity, compelling him to remain vigilant against all 3. Convinced that the phantoms could not withstand his sword's energy, he infused the towering sword with 9 layers of spiritual power, causing it to emit a brilliant golden light. As he swung the sword, he silently thought, "Regardless of your authenticity, I shall cleave you all." In a fleeting moment, the golden light flashed, and the 3 ghostly matrons were struck down by the sword's energy. However, they simultaneously transformed into dark vapors, scattering apart. Once the shadows dissipated, the matron's figure re-emerged. With a flick of her left hand, dark energy coalesced around her palm, prompting Wang Mianshan's heart to cry out, "The Dark Knight's frightening palm." The matron swung her hand, intensifying the darkness. With a forceful push, a shadowy palm imprint shot forth like lightning towards Wang Mianshan. The Dark Knight's frightening palm could neither be blocked nor neutralized. Evasion was his only recourse. Simultaneously, A crescent scythe surged towards him, flanked by a beam of brilliance and a wave of darkness, converging upon him. The matron unleashed her final deadly strike, intent on ending Wang Mansion's life. Wang Manshan decisively dodged the frightful palm, thrusting his sword upwards. The crescent scythe, as if endowed with sentience, curved around the sword's edge. With a soft thud, the scythe grazed Wang Mansion's left shoulder, and in an instant, blood gushed forth. It turned out that the matron's Dark Knight's frightening palm was merely a diversion. The crescent scythe was the true lethal weapon. Fortunately, thanks to Wang Mansion's quick reflexes, he evaded a fatal blow. Though the wound on his left arm was considerable, measuring over half a foot long. Seizing the opportunity, the matron swung her staff towards Wang Manshan, evidently aiming to deliver a fatal blow, with his injury weighing heavily upon him. Wang Manshan dared not engage, instead opting to evade. Just as the matron was about to strike, Wang Manshan suddenly steadied himself, and with the speed of a shooting star, thrust the towering sword towards her. With a resounding thud, the sword pierced through the matron's left shoulder, pinning her against the ground. Wang Manshan coldly remarked, "Were it not for the intoxication clouding my senses, your paltry skills would have never withstood my onslaught." It turned out that Wang Manshan had been inebriated, his footing unsteady, and the pain in his shoulder had partially sobered him. Although defeated, the matron refused to concede. With a swift motion, she retrieved the crescent scythe from her waist. The weapon springing forth like a venomous serpent, hurtling through the air with ferocity. Wang Manshan smirked dismissively and countered with his sword, producing a metallic clang as he deflected the scythe. Had this ambush been executed by anyone else, they would have likely succumbed, but Wang Manshan's quick wit allowed him to avert disaster. However, at that very moment, as he deflected the scythe, the matron employed the scorpion's wall-crawling technique, vanishing into the thickets without a trace. Faced with the grim loss of his companions, Wang Manshan felt a pang of sorrow, yet he remained remarkably composed, as if he had long since come to terms with the cycle of life and death. He gathered some dry grass and piled it atop the two fallen comrades, then ignited it with a fire starter. As the dry grass blazed into a fierce flame, Wang Manshan poured out some of his liquor, offering a silent tribute, murmuring to himself, "I warned you, following me leads to dire ends. Rest in peace, my two brothers. Wang Manshan shall avenge you." At that moment, Jiang Sun approached, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Hero Wang, for saving my life." Wang Manshan glanced at Jiang Sun and replied, "What do you thank me for?" Jiang Sun responded, "Had it not been for your intervention, I too would have met my demise." Wang Manshan replied nonchalantly, "I told you, my sole intention was to kill the matron." Wang Manshan cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Sun, his eyes lighting up momentarily as if he wished to say more, yet ultimately held his tongue. After a brief silence, Wang Manshan continued, "I know not whether you are fortunate or unfortunate. The matron will not relent. I advise you to indulge in the pleasures of life, for it would not be in vain." Wang Manshan's words left Jiang Sun bewildered. He comprehended the underlying meaning and promptly clasped his hands before turning to leave. Chapter 14. Shua Fong. Jiang Sun was acutely aware of the matron's deep-seated animosity towards him, and he knew she would not easily let go. Although she appeared to have fled, it was highly likely that she was lurking in some shadowy corner, waiting for the opportune moment to strike when he was alone. With this thought in mind, Jiang Sun steeled himself and plunged into the lake. Bathed in sunlight, the water shimmered, with rays penetrating the crystalline depths, wrapping around him tenderly as if he had returned to the cradle of infancy. Filling him with a serene courage, the water cleansed his grime and washed away his worries as the light danced upon the lakebed, the green waterweeds painting a picturesque scene of lake and mountain. Uncertain of how long he swam, Jiang Sun suddenly caught sight of a crimson hue rising like mist. Following the scarlet trail downwards, he was horrified to discover a figure lying at the lake's bottom. Holding his breath, he dove deeper. Indeed, a stout man clad in gray lay supine on the lakebed, his body marred by intersecting scars from which blood seeped forth. With all his strength, Jiang Sun hoisted the hefty figure onto his back. Though he was an adept swimmer, the man's considerable bulk tested his limits, and he struggled to drag the man to the shore. Once there, he carefully laid the man across a sturdy piece of driftwood and began to administer water control treatment. Having been ravenous, this series of actions drained him of considerable energy. After a brief rest, Jiang Sun was horrified to discover the man bore over 50 scars, most inflicted by blades, many of which had turned white from prolonged exposure to the river water. Flesh torn and gruesome, upon further inspection, Jiang Sun noted that the man had no discernible breath or heartbeat, only a faint pulse that fluttered like a wisp of smoke. He silently lamented. Even if he were to miraculously awaken, given the severity of his injuries, it would be unlikely for him to survive long. The matron's method of killing was but a single strike. What could have ignited such profound hatred to warrant dozens of stabs and the disposal of the body into the lake? Realizing the man was beyond saving and fearing the matron's return, Jiang Sun contemplated leaving, but then remembered that this man was likely a figure of the martial world, perhaps possessing martial arts manuals. Thus, he promptly searched the man's body and indeed discovered a book, the cover boldly inscribed with the words Falling Earth Internal Classic. Jiang Sun hurriedly flipped it open to examine the contents, which detailed various techniques and acupoint names. Though soaked, the pages showed no signs of wrinkling, as if coated with waterproof oil. Such a treasured tome could not be an ordinary item. Jiang Sun felt a surge of joy, akin to finding a hidden treasure, yet a moment of self-reflection struck him. Within the vast collection of martial arts texts in the Nangong Manor, he had overlooked such a prime opportunity. Now, he lamented the scarcity of knowledge to be had. A fleeting sense of regret washed over him, but knowing he could not turn back, he dismissed his inner turmoil. With the manual in hand, Jiang Sun hastily made his escape, reaching the precipice where he gazed down to behold a grand town enveloped in mist. Nestled among the mountains, his spirits lifted. He was about to descend when he suddenly heard the sound of rushing wind. Could the matron be in pursuit? Alarmed, he concealed himself behind a large tree. A series of fluttering sounds ensued, as a flock of gray birds erupted from the thicket. Abruptly, a figure leaped forth, snatching 2 birds barehanded. Without hesitation, the figure began to tear the birds apart like peeling an orange, stuffing the flesh into his mouth without chewing, swallowing it whole. The scene was gruesomely bloody, causing Jiang Sun to feel nauseated. Peering from a distance, he recognized the man's face and was taken aback. It was the very man he had rescued from the lake, now alive and seemingly rejuvenated. The man wiped the blood from his lips and boomed, "Friend, come forth." His voice was rugged, akin to a natural roar, exuding an overwhelming presence. Although Jiang Sun felt a twinge of wariness, he reasoned that since he had already been discovered and bore no grudge against the man, he likely would not harm him. Just as he was about to step forward, 7 or 8 burly men sprang from the nearby woods, their expressions fierce and brandishing large knives. Encircling the imposing figure, one among them barked, "Shuo Fong. Surrender your life." With that, he swung his knife towards Shuo Fong, followed closely by the others. Shuo Fong, bare-handed, met the blade with a forceful palm, a tempestuous display of ferocity. After 10 exchanges, the 7 or 8 men found themselves utterly outmatched. Upon hearing the name Shuo Fong, Jiang Sun's heart quivered. This Shuo Fong was none other than the leader of the Shaoyang sect, infamous for the loss of the treasured star sword from the Wangjiang Tower, which had led to a bloody feud that resulted in the extermination of the Shaoyang sect, with the leader's whereabouts unknown. Jiang Sun had never encountered Shuo Fong in person, yet he was well acquainted with the name. Though still gravely injured, Shuo Fong appeared increasingly beleaguered after 17 or 18 exchanges. Sensing this, the assailants converged their blades, preparing to turn Shuo Fong into mincemeat. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed. Shuo Fong thrust his palm forward, unleashing a powerful wave of true energy that erupted among the 8 attackers. In an instant, they froze mid-action, maintaining their stance with raised blades, but the next moment, their knives clattered to the ground as they collapsed one after another. Lifeless, the sheer force of a single palm was unfathomable. For a man on the brink of death to miraculously revive and unleash such overwhelming power was indeed a rarity in this world. Jiang Sun stood in stunned silence at Shuo Fong's display, and after he had dispatched the 8 men, he called out once more, "Come forth." Startled back to reality, Jiang Sun stepped out and smiled. "Hero Shuo Fong, your name is renowned. I hold you in high esteem." Although his words contained a hint of flattery, they were sincerely rooted in admiration. Shuo Fong exhibited no particular reaction to Jiang Sun's flattery. He gently placed his right hand upon Jiang Sun's shoulder, causing a brief tingling sensation that, although fleeting and imperceptible to an ordinary person, was impossible for Jiang Sun. With his profound soul body, to overlook it was evident that Shuafang was testing his internal strength. Shuafang inquired, "How may I address you, brother?" Jiang Sun, initially intending to introduce himself as Jiang Yulai, reconsidered upon reflecting on Shuafang's reputation for integrity and renown, thus abandoning any notion of concealment and straightforwardly declared, "I am Jiang Sun." Shuafang, maintaining an impassive demeanor, asked, "Are you the one who saved me?" Jiang Sun's face brightened with delight as he replied, "I must admit, I felt somewhat ashamed, for I believed that after your words, you would retrieve the earth-subduing cannon." Shuafang's eyes sparkled at this revelation. He had initially harbored suspicions about Jiang Sun's intentions, but upon witnessing his candor, he immediately exclaimed, "Good brother, you saved my life, and I shall gift you this medical text." Hearing Shuafang refer to it as a medical book left Jiang Sun feeling somewhat disheartened. As Shuafang intended to present it to him, he could only manage an awkward smile and accepted it. Shuafang clasped his fists and said, "I am indebted to you for saving my life. May I treat you to a few drinks?" Jiang Sun, reluctant to entangle himself further with the affairs of the martial world, was about to politely decline when Shuafang seized his shoulder, uttering a word of invitation, and then leapt off the cliff with Jiang Sun in tow. Jiang Sun had never encountered such a situation. The force of descent filled him with dread, and had it not been for Shuafang's grip, he might have screamed in terror. Fortunately, they soon reached the foot of the mountain. However, Shuafang did not land but instead stepped upon the leaves. Walking through the air, Shuafang, with Jiang Sun, soared effortlessly over several miles, finally alighting before the city gates, where the prominent stone plaque inscribed with the characters Peng Cheng was clearly visible. Upon entering the city, the bustling streets teemed with vehicles and pedestrians, creating a scene of vibrant prosperity and clamor. Ding, ding, ding. Do not miss out as you pass by. Ding, ding, ding. To all the heroes coming from the south and heading north. Good folks, pay heed. Fortune and misfortune can change in an instant. The moon waxes and wanes. Even if you possess immense wealth or unparalleled wisdom, you cannot escape the calamities of nature or man. Such is the consequence of shallow good fortune, diminished virtues, and incompatible fates, stemming from ancestral misdeeds. As soon as they entered the city, Shuafang was captivated by a raucous din of drums and the cries of hawkers. There stood a gaunt old man, simultaneously beating the drum to attract attention while loudly calling out. The passers-by, intrigued, paused to watch, and gradually, the crowd thickened. Jiang Sun discerned at a glance that this man was a charlatan and felt no inclination to stay. But since Shuafang lingered, he felt compelled to remain. Dear friends and esteemed acquaintances, it is well known that every person faces 3 disasters and 8 difficulties. Yet there are 10 divine woods to alleviate such tribulations: gourd, sandalwood, jujube wood, peach wood, fruit wood, cypress wood, pine wood, bodhi tree, and bodhi seeds. Among them, the peach pit, as a celestial wood fruit, harbors the essence of celestial wood, particularly effective in warding off evil and absorbing malevolent energy, making it a prime choice for auspiciousness. The dragon-patterned walnut stands as the pinnacle among peach pits, as it is exceedingly rare. The old man spoke with fervor, his words flowing like water. Despite the obvious deception, many listeners remained captivated. Suddenly, a burly man interrupted, asking, "What is a dragon-patterned walnut?" The old man paused and then eagerly elaborated, "A fine question. The dragon-patterned peach pit comes from a premium peach tree, nourished by the aura of an enlightened master. Its markings resembling dragon scales. Though my knowledge is limited, I was fortunate to meet the renowned Gu Hong at the peach orchard of Bagua Island. Although we are not formally master and disciple, the essence of mentorship is present. Master Gu once cultivated beneath a celestial peach tree, which absorbed his aura and transformed into the dragon-patterned walnut. I dared not keep these for myself. Instead, I take this opportunity to forge good connections and hope to contribute a modest amount to the world." The old man's animated speech held the crowd's rapt attention, with some half believing his words, others gazing with rapt anticipation, and a few appearing utterly bewildered. Among the throng, a boy of about 12 or 13, covered in grime and clad in tattered light yellow hemp clothing, held a pen shaft in his left hand. With rhythmic finger movements, the pen spun rapidly. His beady eyes darted about, as he stealthily reached for the purses of unsuspecting onlookers. His thieving skills remarkably deft, pilfering coins and jade ornaments as quietly as a whisper. As the crowd focused on the old man's tale, they remained blissfully unaware of the boy's larcenous exploits. However, Jiang Sun's keen eyes perceived the ruse. One individual drew attention while another engaged in theft. Jiang Sun smirked to himself, glancing sidelong at Shuafeng, who was not preoccupied with the thieving duo. Jiang Sun's expression turned curious as he followed Shuafeng's gaze, landing on a pair of youthful lovers in the crowd. They appeared to be in their 20s. The gentleman was tall and elegant. Dressed in an ice-blue brocade robe, his features handsome and exuding a noble air. The lady possessed eyes like water, delicate brows, and skin as smooth as fine jade, with a gentle rosy hue, her lips slightly parted, radiating a smile that was truly enchanting. Hand in hand, they exuded a palpable affection. Whispers circulated among the onlookers regarding their identities. They were none other than Gongliang Yuyo, the sole heir of the leader of Xianquan, known as the foremost young master of the martial world, and his junior sister, Zhuang Shang, hailed as the most beautiful woman of Xianquan, a match made in heaven. In contrast to Gongliang Yuyo, Jiang Sun's attention returned to the boy. However, he was taken aback by an astonishing sight. Rather than fleeing after his successful theft, the boy squeezed through the crowd to the old man, where he discreetly deposited the stolen goods into the box. Blending back into the throng with remarkable stealth, nearly undetectable as this peach pit intended to be given away for free. A burly man inquired, having received a dragon-patterned peach pit from the old man. Scrutinizing it closely, the old man chuckled. This is a spiritual item, not a free gift. If any of you villagers are interested, please take one home to test its efficacy. If it proves ineffective, feel free to seek me out, and I shall take full responsibility. The man pressed, then pray tell, how does one obtain it? The old man replied, if you are sincere in your offerings, present 20 taels of silver as incense money. If it proves effective, you may invite friends and family to partake. For every successful referral, you shall accrue merit. I shall also withdraw 10 taels from the incense money as a token of gratitude. The man indignantly retorted, what? 20 taels of silver is enough to buy over 100 pounds of peaches. Do you take us for fools? This is clearly a scam. The old man, though exposed, displayed no anger. Calmly responding, you need not dwell on the veracity of my words. Simply verify for yourselves, I ask you. In the past 3 years, has your path been smooth without disaster or difficulty? No sooner had he spoken than a startled voice rang out. Oh no! My purse is missing. At this, the crowd hurriedly checked their belongings, and an uproar ensued as people clamored about their lost items. The old man, stroking his goat-horn beard, declared, do not panic, my friends. I told you that the dragon-patterned peach pit possesses spiritual qualities. Today, while it may seem you've suffered a loss, you have actually transformed misfortune into good fortune. Look, I have found the lost items, as we are fated to cross paths today. You shall neither face ruin nor disaster. With that, he opened the box to reveal the stolen goods, returning them to their rightful owners. Seeing the recovered possessions, the crowd erupted in joy, expressing their heartfelt gratitude to the old man. Seizing the moment, the old man proclaimed, dear villagers, if I were a swindler, I would have made off with your money long ago. Why would I remain here to speak earnestly? The burly man, eyes alight with realization, shouted, indeed, it works. I don't care about others. I'll take one first. The crowd surged forward, some requesting one, others too, as if blessed by the heavens, creating a scene of delightful chaos. Zhuang Shang, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity, tugged at Gongliang Yuyo's arm, saying, brother Yu, is this peach pit truly so miraculous? I want one too. Gongliang Yuyo scoffed, have you ever heard of the crowing of roosters and the thievery of dogs? With this, he unveiled the truth. The old man and the boy were none other than Li Mingshan and Zhang Daoling, notorious for their illicit dealings in theft, deception, and the sale of unsavory secrets from the martial world. Earning them that infamous moniker, Zhuang Shang was taken aback, her cheeks flushed with indignation. What? A scam? How can no one see through this? Is there no one to stop them? Gongliang Yuyo let out a dismissive snort. Those who question them, the ones stirring the pot, and even the guards who turn a blind eye are all their accomplices. That is the brilliance of their scheme. While Zhuang Shang was aghast, Gongliang Yuyo remained unfazed. Zhuangshang, incensed, declared, "This is outrageous, collusion and conspiracy. I'll expose them for sure." Gongliang Yuyo attempted to dissuade her. "Enough. Junior sister Zhuang, these seasoned con artists may prove useful one day." Zhuangshang, bewildered, protested, "Use them? Would that not tarnish the reputation of our Xianshenmen? Humph. I must reveal their true nature." With that, she shot Gongliang Yuyo an exasperated glance and plunged into the crowd. With a resounding thud, Zhuangshang used the scabbard of her sword to close the box full of peach pits, preempting Li Mingshan's protest, and shouted, "These so-called talismans are mere tricks. Do not be deceived." Her declaration silenced the uproar. Li Mingshan, momentarily taken aback, quickly plastered on a smile, "Little girl, you must provide evidence for your claims." Zhuangshang coldly remarked, "While others may be oblivious, I am acutely aware that you two, grandfather and grandson, engage solely in underhanded thievery and deceit." Li Mingshan's expression shifted dramatically, and he questioned, "What does this young lady intend by such baseless accusations against me?" Zhuangshang retorted fiercely, "You are inherently a fraud. Do I need to slander you?" Li Mingshan feigned indignation, saying, "Very well, I am indeed a fraudulent individual. I shall cease my sales. Is that satisfactory?" As he spoke, he made a gesture to pack up, prompting the crowd to become even more frenzied in their purchases. "Even if he is a con man, I am willing to spend my money for peace of mind. What kind of person is he, preventing others from buying simply because he himself has no desire? How tyrannical!" The crowd began to murmur and point fingers at Zhuangshang. Zhuangshang, intending to offer a kind warning, found herself misunderstood, and upon turning to observe, she caught Li Mingshan secretly chuckling, which ignited her fury. She launched a kick aimed squarely at Li Mingshan's chest. Taken by surprise, he fell to the ground, clutching his chest in pain, and questioned, "Why do you harm me without cause, young lady?" Zhuangshang, fueled by rage, had not anticipated that Li Mingshan would not dodge. She scolded, "You old scoundrel, pretending to be pitiful. Watch as I expose your true nature." With that, she prepared to strike again, but Li Mingshan rolled away, shouting, "You accuse me of deceit. What evidence do you possess?" He continued, filled with feigned sorrow, "I have made my position clear. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you. Just now, the Peach Pit showcased its miraculous powers, and you all witnessed it. Now, merely because you possess some martial skills, you bully me. Where is the justice in that?" He deliberately incited the crowd's emotions with his words. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in outrage, collectively condemning Zhuangshang. How outrageous! What kind of person dares to bully others in such a manner? Indeed, even striking an elder, how inhumane! Even if deceived, it was my voluntary choice. Why should you interfere? How hypocritical and utterly despicable! Faced with the cacophony of accusations, Zhuangshang's fury escalated. "What proof do you have that this Peach Pit can avert disasters? What evidence do you possess that you have encountered the real Gu Hong? You are clearly impersonating someone else's name to deceive." Li Mingshan smirked slyly, "How absurd. You claim I am a fraud. Then present your evidence. Is it reasonable to expect one to prove their own innocence? If anyone doubts me, they may reclaim their money, and I shall refund it in full. At my age, being assaulted by a mere girl. How humiliating!" Sitting on the ground, he beat his thigh in lamentation, appearing as though he had suffered a grave injustice, which only intensified the crowd's sympathy and their reproach for Zhuangshang. Jiang Sun, with keen insight, observed that Zhuangshang, who was as beautiful as a flower, was remarkably naive, and he silently chuckled, thinking, "A beauty indeed, yet devoid of wisdom." Zhuangshang, infuriated by the misunderstanding of her good intentions, was on the verge of drawing her sword to compel Li Mingshan to reveal his true self when Gong Liangyu suddenly squeezed into the crowd, grasping Li Mingshan's arm to help him up, and apologetically stated, "Elder, I sincerely apologize. My junior sister has a hasty temperament and has offended you. Allow me to apologize on her behalf." Gong Liangyu not only possessed striking features but also displayed a refined demeanor. Exuding elegance, Li Mingshan shot Zhuangshang a glare. Then, noticing that Gong Liangyu was no ordinary individual, he conceded, "Very well. I shall consider it my misfortune to have endured a few punches and kicks. But I cannot bear this unfounded grievance." Just as Li Mingshan's words faded, Gong Liangyu suddenly drew his long sword, its blade flashing, and swiftly aimed for Li Mingshan's left shoulder. Startled, Li Mingshan shouted in alarm. Abandoning his act of pity, rolling away and executing a swift maneuver to evade. The onlookers quickly scattered, and Zhuangsheng mocked, "Weren't you just acting as if you were powerless? How come you appear so lively now?" With his ruse exposed, Li Mingshan dropped the pretense, his expression darkening as he coldly huffed. "I was reluctant to bully you youngsters, but who are you to dare act so recklessly before me?" Upon hearing this, Zhuangsheng furiously retorted, "Bah! How shameless! You still dare to speak so brazenly." With that, she advanced, her sword poised to strike, and as the blade's brilliance surged forth, Li Mingshan, realizing he could not evade, suddenly spread his arms wide, leaping into the air like an eagle taking flight. With a swift motion, he flipped his hand, and a whirring sound followed as he launched a spinning shuriken from his palm. This shuriken, composed of 4 sharp blades, with edges on both sides, resembled a 4-leaf clover, spinning rapidly at its center, serving as a potent hidden weapon. The shuriken traced a graceful arc, heading straight for Zhuangsheng's left side. She swiftly turned to evade, but the shuriken seemed almost sentient as it circled back, whizzing around her like a swarm of bees, its sound piercing the air. Zhuangsheng swung her sword in defense, but each of her strikes met with failure as the shuriken deftly avoided her blade. Anxiety gripped her. She dodged left and right, but suddenly, the shuriken altered its course, aiming directly at her lower body. With graceful footwork, she managed to evade repeatedly, yet her white silk dress suffered 5 gashes. At that moment, another shuriken came soaring toward her. Zhuangsheng dared not let her guard down. She silently calculated its trajectory, gritting her teeth as she swung her long sword, producing a crisp clang as she struck the shuriken, sending it flying and pinning it against the opposite wall. Just then, another shuriken approached stealthily from behind. Zhuangsheng, already fatigued from her previous maneuvers, was unable to block in time, as the shuriken threatened to strike her back. Gong Liangyu swiftly drew his sword and with a sharp clang, his blade accurately severed the shuriken, causing its 4 blades to scatter like petals. The crowd had already dispersed to avoid danger, with Jiang Sun and Shuo Feng observing from a distance. Gong Liangyu, having deflected the shuriken, chose not to pursue the advantage, but instead sheathed his sword. His voice cold as he declared, "Thievery and deceit." The old man snorted disdainfully, "Knowing my nickname, you still dare to offend me? You two possess quite the audacity. What a pity." Gong Liangyu lamented. "What do you find regrettable?" The old man inquired. Gong Liangyu replied, "It is a pity that while thievery and deceit may possess a unique skill, it is destined to remain hidden amidst the bustling streets, engaging in petty misdeeds." Li Mingshan frowned slightly and coldly retorted, "From your words, it seems there was a significant transaction that fell through." Gong Liangyu proposed, "I cannot speak of grand ventures, but in these tumultuous times, when the martial world is rife with turmoil, the Xiantian sect's 100 Phoenix Hall stands on the principles of chivalry and welcomes extraordinary talents. Why not align yourself with them and realize your grand aspirations?" Li Mingshan burst into hearty laughter, taking a while to compose himself before suddenly spitting disdainfully. "What is the Xiantian sect? Do they deserve my service?" Such blatant humiliation should have ignited Gong Liangyu's fury, yet he remained remarkably calm. While Zhuangsheng was seething with rage, ready to charge forward, Gong Liangyu extended his hand to stop her, continuing, "Clouds follow the dragon, winds follow the tiger. Even if you possess extraordinary abilities, the Xiantian sect would embrace you." The old man wore a derisive smile, prompting Zhuangsheng to angrily exclaim, "You old fool, do you not recognize him? He is Gong Liangyu, the young master of our Xiantian sect." The old man's pupils constricted, the derision in his eyes vanishing as he regarded Gong Liangyu, who bore a certain gallant air, appearing genuine. He hastily asked, "Are you truly the young master Gong Liang?" Gong Liangyu replied proudly, "Might I inquire if I have the honor to request your presence?" Li Mingshan offered an awkward smile, his expression instantly darkening. After a moment, he quickly masked his fear, declaring, "I am merely passing through." There have been many misunderstandings, Li Mingshan, well aware that the Xiantian sect was not something he could provoke, thus feigned casualness, intending to make a hasty retreat. However, Gong Liangyu's chilling smile and the glint of his sword flashed as he pointed it at Li Mingshan, stating, "Since you look down on the Xiantian sect so, let me demonstrate a few moves." Gong Liangyu moved with an ethereal grace, appearing as a wraith, blocking Li Mingshan's path. Although Li Mingshan was reluctant to create enmity with the Xiantian sect, he had no choice but to engage. With a swift motion, he flicked his wrist, and 5 shurikens shot forth from his sleeves with a series of swishing sounds, their blades whirling like a swarm of bees, buzzing ominously. Gong Liangyu sidestepped 3 of them, and with a flick of his sword, he struck the remaining 2, sending them flying. Yet, under Li Mingshan's control, the 5 shurikens returned, launching a second assault on Gong Liangyu. He evaded and maneuvered with great effort, while Li Mingshan appeared much more at ease, deftly manipulating the shurikens as if they were puppets. Gong Liangyu grew weary from defending against the relentless barrage. Li Mingshan internally scoffed. The young master of the Xiantian sect is nothing remarkable. Despite having the upper hand, Li Mingshan dared not harm Gong Liangyu, contemplating a swift escape when the opportunity arose. Suddenly, he altered his tactics, commanding the shurikens to spiral in a whirlwind, attacking Gong Liangyu from all directions with a dazzling display of ferocity. However, contrary to Li Mingshan's expectations, Gong Liangyu, instead of being caught off guard, felt an unexpected heaviness in his fingers, losing control over the shurikens in that moment. As Gong Liangyu countered with his sword, his energy infused into the blade, ensnaring the shurikens, which began to orbit around his sword in a rapid spin. Realizing the vast disparity in strength between himself and the young man before him, Li Mingshan's earlier derision felt utterly foolish. With a surge of panic, he attempted to flee, shooting out another shuriken to deter pursuit. Yet, Gong Liangyu effortlessly drew his sword once more, ensnaring the shuriken around him. As Li Mingshan leaped, he felt an unexpected weight beneath his feet, as if something had seized him, causing him to stumble back to his original position. A chill crept up his neck as a sharp sword was now pressed against his throat. Upon recognizing the face of his assailant, Li Mingshan nearly gasped in shock. It was none other than Gong Liangyu. Unbeknownst to him, Gong Liangyu had executed a remarkable feat, creating an illusion of himself, entirely distinct from the ghostly techniques of others. Despite appearing as one entity, both forms possessed power and intent to kill. This technique was a signature move of the Xiantian sect, known as subtle influence. Just as the crowd stood in astonishment, a piercing meow echoed behind Zhuang Shang, as a disheveled youth suddenly sprang forth, extending his hands like claws, his nails extending over 2 inches, as white as snow. As Zhuang Shang turned his head, the youth's claw-like grip had already reached his face, and he seized Zhuang Shang's snow-white neck with a single hand. Before Gong Liangyu could utter a word, Li Mingshan erupted with curses. "You little brat! Have you lost your mind?" This youth was none other than the notorious thief Zhang Daoling, who, upon witnessing the capture of his accomplice, aimed to take Zhuang Shang as a bargaining chip. Li Mingshan, adept at reading the room, discerned that Gong Liangyu merely sought to subdue him without murderous intent. He realized that by humbling himself and offering an apology, he could transform hostility into harmony. After all, they were seasoned wanderers of the martial world, possessing some skill yet unwilling to embroil themselves in enmities with the sections. However, Zhang Daoling's ruckus complicated matters. Before Li Mingshan could react, Gong Liangyu's expression darkened, and he coldly commanded, "Release her." The previous air of cultured grace vanished, replaced by an intimidating aura of murderous intent. "Release everyone." The defiant look on Zhang Daoling's youthful face hardened. He removed his right hand from Zhuang Shang's neck, retracting his nails in an instant, and drew forth a pair of exquisite scissors, pressing them against Zhuang Shang's waist. Given that Zhang Daoling was shorter than Zhuang Shang, the left hand that clutched Zhuang Shang's neck rose high, appearing quite laborious. Despite being captured, Zhuang Shang maintained an air of haughty defiance. "Release her," Gong Liangyu commanded coldly, simultaneously pressing the blade of his sword against Li Mingshan's neck. A fierce wind surged around them, the spiritual energy rampant. "You brat! Do you wish to bring about my death? Release her at once," Li Mingshan shouted, his voice twisting in fear, evidently shaken by the spiritual force emanating from Gong Liangyu. The youth, though stubborn, was not foolish. He understood that with Gong Liangyu's subtle and formidable abilities, taking his life would be as easy as a snap of the fingers. His audacity in seizing Zhuang Shang was merely an attempt to create a favor of capture followed by release, beneficial for future encounters in the martial world or resolving their current predicament. Sensing that the performance had reached its peak, his gaze dimmed, and he conceded, releasing Zhuang Shang. Still simmering with rage, Zhuang Shang swung her fist in retaliation. Zhang Daoling, crafty to the core, saw her fist descending towards his head, and with a powerful kick, leaped into the air, the scissors blades extending sharply, aimed at Zhuang Shang. The blades, shaped like a bird's beak, thin as paper money, were extraordinarily sharp, precisely the tools he used to slice open others' coin pouches during his thieving escapades. Zhuang Shang attempted to deflect the scissors with a flick of her sword's hilt, but the scissors spun like a spinning top and shot towards her back. Realizing she could not evade in time, a figure suddenly flashed behind her, catching the scissors barehanded. Zhuang Shang turned to see a burly man. Exclaiming in surprise, "It's you." This man was Shuo Fong. Zhang Daoling froze momentarily, a flicker of fear flashing in his angry eyes, and he hurriedly fled in disgrace. Zhuang Shang furrowed her brows tightly, feeling no gratitude for Shuo Fong's intervention, but rather hostility. The petty thieves were unwilling to be entangled in the disputes of sex. Seizing the opportunity, they leaped onto the wall with a whoosh, disappearing without a trace. Gong Liangyu paid no mind to the escape of the petty thieves and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Brother Shuo, for your assistance." Shuo Fong, known for his straightforwardness and refusal to form alliances, had thus antagonized many ambitious sections. His entanglement with Wang Jianglu had led to conflicts that drew numerous sects into the fray, culminating in the tragic massacre of Xiaoyang men that reverberated throughout the martial world. With Xiantian men also implicated, the vendettas of the martial realm often resulted in 1,000 enemies slain at the cost of 800 of one's own. Many brothers from Xiantian men perished in the battle against Xiaoyang men. Zhuang Shang, with her simple-mindedness, viewed Shuo Fong as an enemy. In contrast, Gong Liangyu, composed and capable, exuded the demeanor of a young master. Both Xiantian men and Xiaoyang men belonged to the four sects, sharing the same roots and origins. Even during the fierce conflict between Wang Jianglu and Xiaoyang men, Xiantian men had played a role in the escalation, but that was a matter of the previous generation. Hence, Gong Liangyu bore no animosity towards Shuo Fong. On the contrary, he secretly admired Shuo Fong's ability to escape from danger. Shuo Fong did not linger, merely nodding before leaping onto the wall in pursuit of the petty thieves. Chapter 16. The Heavenly Seal. In a seldom trodden alley, Li Mingshan was distributing silver to 7 or 8 accomplices, who were merely his pawns in deceit. Just as Gong Liangyu had anticipated, they had conspired to perform a duet. The group received their silver and departed with satisfied expressions. Suddenly, a figure sprang forth, grasping Li Mingshan's shoulder. This was Shuo Fong. Li Mingshan twisted his wrist, preparing to launch a spinning dart, but Shuo Fong lightly tapped his wrist, causing Li Mingshan's arm to go numb as if struck by an iron rod, and the dart fell from his grasp. With a push of his palm, Shuo Fong directed a surge of spiritual force towards the dart, producing a thunderous sound as a deep handprint appeared on the stone wall, with the dart embedded at its center. Li Mingshan's face paled in horror as he exclaimed, "The Heavenly Gang Shockwave Palm." This technique was Shuo Fong's unique skill, renowned for its astounding power, and was hailed as one of the 3 marvels of the 4 sects. The 4 sects comprised Xiantian men, Xiaoyang men, Dikuan men, and Taiyin men. The 3 marvels, aside from Shuo Fong's Heavenly Gang Shockwave Palm, included Xiantian men's subtle influence and Taiyin men's glimmering waves, all mastered by experts of divine rank. Before Li Mingshan could recover from his shock, he felt his body stiffen, restrained by Shuo Fong's spiritual force, rendering him immobile. Shuo Fong spoke with an undeniable authority. "I have a few questions for you. Hero Shuo, feel free to ask. I shall speak without reservation." Faced with such a master, Li Mingshan dared not feign ignorance and quickly responded, his sharp voice akin to a duck's quack, "The Heavenly Seal." Shuo Fong inquired gravely. Li Mingshan's pupils constricted, speechless and momentarily at a loss for words. The Heavenly Seal was a mysterious organization within the martial world, secretly manipulating various disputes and the rise and fall of sects. Working in tandem with the Nangong Mansion in a shadowy alliance, the Heavenly Seal was enigmatic, with no one aware of its specific objectives, membership count, internal structure, or the identity of its leader. Those who attempted to investigate the Heavenly Seal ultimately met untimely deaths, and over time, the phrase Heavenly Seal had become a taboo in the martial realm, evoking fear. As a well-informed figure in the martial world, Li Mingshan naturally understood this, yet discussing the Heavenly Seal in broad daylight posed a risk. Should there be ears lurking nearby, his life would be in peril. I know nothing of this Heavenly Seal. Li Mingshan mustered his courage to reply, gritting his teeth. Shuo Fong chuckled coldly, raising his palm, binding Li Mingshan's feet with a force akin to a rope, suspending him in midair. Shuo Fong commanded in a chilling tone, "Speak!" At that moment, Jiang Sun was observing coldly from around the corner of the alley when suddenly a plume of white smoke enveloped him, causing him to lose consciousness. Zhang Daoling, fiddling with the scissors, approached Jiang Sun slowly. Jiang Sun, entranced by him, followed blankly in his wake. Learning from the previous encounter with Gong Liangyu, Zhang Daoling took the initiative this time, shouting, "Release him, otherwise, I will kill your brother." Simultaneously, the scissors pressed against Jiang Sun's neck. Shuo Fong cast a glance at Zhang Daoling, offering no response, and instead lifted Li Mingshan high. Seeing Shuo Fong remain indifferent, Zhang Daoling continued his threats, "Release him, or I will take action." With that, he kicked Jiang Sun's calf. The unconscious Jiang Sun collapsed to the ground with a thud. Zhang Daoling twisted his wrist, and his pale white nails shot out over 3 inches. Employing his claw technique to swipe at Jiang Sun's neck, a sharp sound echoed as 3 bloody claw marks appeared on Jiang Sun's neck, blood oozing forth. Zhang Daoling believed he could leverage Jiang Sun's life to compel Shuo Fong to release Li Mingshan, thinking Shuo Fong would surely act out of loyalty to save his brother. However, he was unaware that Jiang Sun was neither Shuo Fong's brother nor friend. In fact, Shuo Fong harbored suspicions of ulterior motives towards him and thus had no regard for Jiang Sun's fate. Remembering how Jiang Sun had saved his life, Shuo Fong could not simply overlook the situation. He immediately withdrew his spiritual force, causing Li Mingshan to plummet rapidly, his head aimed toward the ground. Li Mingshan, terrified, screamed as he fell within a foot of the ground, only to feel Shuo Fong's hand grasp his ankle, halting his descent. In that moment of panic, Li Mingshan fully comprehended. Unless he revealed the secret of the Heavenly Seal, his life was forfeit. Mustering his resolve, he cried out, "I've remembered. I've remembered. Hero Shuo, please show mercy." Shuo Fong waved his hand, turning Li Mingshan around and delivering a palm strike to his shoulder, a surge of spiritual energy coursing through him, rendering Li Mingshan's shoulder numb. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Li Mingshan replied, "As far as I know, the Heavenly Seal is the most mysterious organization to emerge in recent years within the martial world. With no one aware of its specific membership or the identity of its leader, nor can anyone ascertain its objectives. Their commonly used weapon is the flying fish dart. The organization comprises not only some enigmatic martial figures, but also includes commoners such as fishermen, woodcutters, and farmers, who undergo secret training before being scattered throughout the martial world. These individuals are referred to as leaves within the Heavenly Seal." Shuo Fong pressed further, "Why would these commoners, lacking martial skills, join the Heavenly Seal? What is their purpose?" Li Mingshan replied, "Hero Shuo, you may not know, but while these commoners do not understand martial arts, they can gather intelligence and relay messages. In these hard times, many would risk it all for a meal. The Heavenly Seal offers them a modest reward, sufficient to fill their bellies." Shuo Fong inquired, "Where can they be found?" Li Mingshan replied with a bitter smile, "The Heavenly Seal operates with utmost secrecy, maintaining a strict chain of communication. Even if siblings are members, they remain unaware of each other's identities. They only signal their identities at specific times and locations with particular gestures. The commoners are easy to find, but their superiors. What is the code name of the superior of the leaves?" Li Mingshan replied with a rueful expression, "Hero Shuo, my knowledge of the Heavenly Seal is limited to this." Shuo Fong's large hand rested on Li Mingshan's frail shoulder as he spoke in a low voice. "Is the Heavenly Seal orchestrating the massacre of Shaoyang men from the shadows?" A chilling murderous intent emanated from Shuo Fong's icy gaze, causing Li Mingshan to break into a cold sweat. If the involvement of the Heavenly Seal is acknowledged, it will not spare him. If denied, should Shuo Fong uncover the truth, he too will not let it pass. In a moment of desperation, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he evasively declared, "The decree of life and death from the judge." Whenever significant events occur in the Jianghu, the heavenly seal must relay messages through the fish's belly. If the great hero Shuo desires to uncover the truth, it would be prudent to start from this point. Shuo Feng remarked. The destruction of the Lesser Sun sect has sent shockwaves throughout the Jianghu. If the heavenly seal truly intervened, it would surely not remain a secret. Li Mingshan felt beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he tremulously stated. Notable figures such as the three heroes of the north, Zhao Mo, Zhao Ming, Zhao Qi, the right-wing champion Dongling Pavilion, the former owner of Wangjiang Tower, Qining Dong, the former leader of the fire worship sect, Xiao Mafeng, and even the renowned southern swordmaster, Wu Bingxiang, whose martial prowess rivals that of the great hero Shuo, are all said to have died under circumstances intricately linked to the heavenly seal. As for the downfall of the Lesser Sun sect, speculation abounds in the Jianghu, yet no definitive evidence has pointed towards the heavenly seal. Faced with Shuo Feng's relentless pressure, although Li Mingshan attempted to provide vague answers, the mention of the heavenly seal had not yet left his lips when, with a swift whoosh, a dart shot in from outside the wall, aimed directly at Li Mingshan's throat. The dart approached with astonishing speed, but Shuo Feng, reacting with remarkable swiftness, extended his hand and caught the dart barehanded. As he opened his palm, the dart gleaming in his grasp caused his brow to furrow slightly. It was crafted from alloy, shimmering brilliantly, and bore a striking resemblance to a fishbone. Exquisitely made, Li Mingshan gasped. The flying fish dart? He trembled as he uttered those three words, rendered speechless by overwhelming fear. Shuo Feng looked up, only to find the mysterious figure had vanished without a trace. After a long pause, Li Mingshan regained his composure. Great hero Shuo, your martial arts are unparalleled. You need not fear the heavenly seal. But we mere mortals dare not provoke it. I beseech you to spare me. Zhang Daoling, already pale with fright, drew a sharp breath and stealthily retreated 2 steps, hiding behind Jiang Sun. Suddenly, a chill enveloped his neck, and he turned in horror to see Jiang Sun's blade pressed against his throat. Confusion filled his mind. How could he still be unharmed despite having been struck by my soul-confounding powder? Jiang Sun scoffed. You would do well to remain still. Startled, Zhang Daoling discreetly produced a pair of scissors shaped like a phoenix's head, the blade silently flicking out, only to be swiftly retracted when Jiang Sun saw through the ruse. Your soul-confounding powder lacks potency. A mere ounce of musk is missing, and 3 grams of mandragora powder have been omitted. The scent is acceptable, but the toxicity is insufficient, Jiang Sun mocked. Having extensively studied the soul-confounding drug, Jiang Sun possessed a resistance to its effects greater than that of ordinary individuals. When Zhang Daoling had wounded his neck with the cat's claw technique, he had already regained his senses. Misunderstanding, young hero, please show mercy. Li Mingshan forced a smile and clasped his hands in greeting to Jiang Xun. As his awareness gradually sharpened, the searing pain from the cat's claw mark on his neck surged. Is the injury on my neck also a misunderstanding? Jiang Sun forcefully pinned Zhang Daoling to the ground, raising his blade to strike at Zhang's neck, and before Li Mingshan could react, a sharp clang sounded as the blade fell mere inches from Zhang Daoling's cheek. Li Mingshan broke into a cold sweat, while Zhang Daoling had already gone pale, collapsing to the ground. Jiang Sun stood up, wiping the wound on his neck, and Li Mingshan hurriedly stepped forward to assist Zhang Daoling, his face brimming with forced smiles. Little brother, please do not take offense. My grandson is inexperienced and has wronged you. I offer my sincerest apologies. Saying this, he took out a vial of medicine and began applying it to the mark left by Jiang Sun's cat's claw, causing Jiang Sun to involuntarily inhale sharply. Noticing Li Mingshan's courteous demeanor, Jiang Sun refrained from holding a grudge and subsequently slipped the gold leaf into Li Mingshan's hand. Li Mingshan furrowed his brow and asked, Young brother, what is the meaning of this? Jiang Sun replied, It is known that you two bear the title of omniscient, and I wish to enlist your aid in locating someone. This serves as a down payment. Upon success, there will be further rewards. Li Mingshan scrutinized the gold leaf, noticing the characters Nangong House had been erased by Jiang Sun. He, being well informed, recognized its extraordinary origin. Glancing at the youth before him, though young, he possessed an air of maturity, and he asked warily, Whom do you seek? Jiang Sun replied solemnly, Jiang Yulai. Li Mingshan's brow furrowed slightly as he repeated the name. Seeing his unusual expression, Jiang Sun hastily asked, Do you recognize him? Li Mingshan responded. I have heard of Jiang Yulai 20 years ago. May I ask which sect he belongs to? Jiang Sun's eyes brightened as he urged, please recount what you know of Jiang Yulai from 20 years past. Li Mingshan began. It is said that Jiang Yulai was a debauched youth from Yingtian Prefecture, born into a wealthy merchant family, yet his lineage fell into decline during his generation, rendering him a down-and-out scion. Due to a conflict with the Nangong house, he was cast into Westlake. This is all I know. I wonder if this is the person you seek. Jiang Sun, suppressing his excitement, implored, help me find him. Li Mingshan, upon hearing this, wore a troubled expression but soon broke into a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, little brother, since you are a friend of the great hero Shuo, you are also my friend, Li Mingshan. I have some acquaintances in the Jianghu and can help inquire. Hearing this, Jiang Sun was overwhelmed with joy and immediately clasped his hands in gratitude. I am deeply thankful. With that, he took his leave, bowing respectfully as he turned to depart. Chapter 17. Morning dreams and sleeping beneath the flowers on the bustling streets of Pingcheng. A steady stream of vehicles and pedestrians flowed, in a bustling and named wind listening pavilion. Guests were aplenty, the air filled with lively chatter. The establishment boasted 2 stories, built alongside the river, with a spacious interior. Jiang Sun and Shuo Fong entered, seated by the window, where 2 jars of wine and 4 small dishes were soon placed before them. Shuo Fong filled 3 bowls and declared, Brother Jiang, I can repay your life-saving grace with nothing. I toast you with these 3 bowls. With that, he downed all 3 bowls in one go. Jiang Sun finally exhaled in relief and promptly returned the gesture with a bowl of his own. Shuo Fong, having consumed 3 large bowls, felt a change in his complexion, his gaze fixated on Jiang Sun. Brother Jiang, how did you know I was at the bottom of the lake? At this question, Jiang Sun's heart tightened. Sensing Shuo Fong's suspicion regarding his motives, he decisively replied. It was indeed a chance encounter. Shuo Fong's expression darkened, clearly displeased with Jiang Sun's response. Such coincidences are unavoidable. To happen upon it so aptly is hardly by chance. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sun felt a twinge of displeasure and chuckled bitterly. Brother Shuo, if you suspect me, I shall take my leave. With that, he began to rise. Shuo Fong quickly waved his hand and smiled. Brother Jiang, do not take offense. I have been harmed by treacherous individuals. And navigating the Jianghu necessitates a degree of caution. I see you are not an ordinary person. You must have quite the background, and thus I am somewhat curious. Shuo Fong's words rang true. Jiang Sun noticed Shuo Fong's forthrightness and replied, It is understandable. I know of you, yet you do not know me. When you were 12, you became a disciple of the former leader of the Xiantian sect. Gong Liang At 16. During the 4-sect alliance, after your master was assassinated by treacherous men, you single-handedly pursued them for over 70 miles, slaying the assassin and gaining fame from that battle. You were highly regarded by the then leader of the Lesser Sun sect, Gong Liangtai, who took you in as a closed-door disciple against all odds. At 18. You received Gong Liangtia's true teachings and saved him from peril multiple times. At 26. Despite opposition from other sect members, Gong Liangtai resolutely named you as his successor. After Gong Liangtia's passing at 32, you took over the Lesser Sun sect and elevated it to great heights, achieving a remarkable reputation. Jiang Sun recounted Shuo Fong's history in one breath, leaving Shuo Fong stunned, his brow furrowed. Who are you? How do you know my background so thoroughly? Jiang Sun replied, I am Jiang Sun, born in the Nangong house, the 3 Rivers governor. Nangong Yi is my maternal grandfather. The Nangong house maintains records of various heroes in the Jianghu. I happened to come across them. This is a widely known secret. Not only the Nangong house but various sects also have their own informants and records of Jianghu affairs. Seeing Jiang Sun's candidness, Shuo Fong raised his wine bowl. Brother Jiang, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I hope you can forgive me. With that, he downed the contents in one go. Shuo Fong continued. Since you are from the Nangong house, which has extensive reach and information throughout the Jianghu, why do you still seek the help of petty thieves to find someone? Jiang Sun chuckled wryly. This matter pertains to family grievances. There are things I cannot ascertain. Though Shuo Fong did not fully grasp the nature of Jiang Sun's predicament, he could infer some details. He lifted his wine bowl and took a sip. I have some connections in the Jianghu. Brother Jiang, leave this matter to me. I will assist you in your search. Shuo Fong, with his generous spirit, unhesitatingly took on Jiang Sun's request. leaving Jiang Sun both surprised and delighted. He raised his wine bowl and excitedly proclaimed, "If so, I am immensely grateful." Saying this, he drank it all in one gulp. Shuo Fong laughed heartily, joining him in a toast, but suddenly paused, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Sun, his brow furrowing. "Brother Jiang, have you recently offended someone?" Jiang Sun looked puzzled. "What makes you say that?" Without explanation, Shuo Fong gently pushed his palm forward, a surge of energy flowing into Jiang Sun's chest. Jiang Sun felt warmth spread through him, but was soon engulfed by a chilling sensation, bitterness rising in his throat as he coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood into his wine bowl. The dark, clotted blood mixed with the wine, instantaneously freezing it. Jiang Sun stared in horror at Shuo Fong, who solemnly remarked, "I see your brow darkening. It appears you have been struck by the night terror palm." Upon hearing this, Jiang Sun felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. A chill spreading throughout his body. At that moment, the perplexing words of Wang Manshan echoed in his mind, and he suddenly understood. The ghostly woman had already infused him with the poison of the night, albeit in minuscule doses, allowing him to remain unaware until now. Realizing this, Jiang Sun's heart sank into despair, the weight of hopelessness overwhelming. Just then, a sudden, excruciating pain surged through his back, akin to thousands of icy blades piercing his bones, swiftly radiating throughout his limbs. This was the harbinger of the cold poison unleashed by the night terror palm, its frigid intensity and deep agony rendering him nearly breathless. Jiang Sun lowered his head, one hand weakly supporting his trembling body, as if he might be consumed by the boundless chill at any moment, every inch of his skin quaking violently, with a mere flourish of his palm. Shuo Fong caused the wine, which had crystallized into ice, to melt instantaneously. Simultaneously, Jiang Sun, whose body had been nearly frozen, experienced a flicker of warmth enveloping him, akin to a gentle spring breeze, immensely refreshing. However, this sense of comfort was fleeting, swiftly replaced by an infernal heat that surged from within, as if his entire being were ablaze, causing him to sweat profusely, his azure eyes transforming into a deep crimson. Noticing the change in Jiang Sun's gaze, Shuo Fong furrowed his brows, seemingly enlightened, and exerted additional force. Jiang Sun clenched his teeth, enduring in silence, aware that Shuo Fong was dispelling the poison of the dark night from his system. He gritted his teeth, managing to remain inconspicuous amidst the clamor of the tavern. As Shuo Fong continued to channel his vital energy, he remarked, "The poison of the dark night cannot be entirely expelled. I can only assist you in temporarily suppressing it. The Fudi Neijing in your possession possesses the ability to harmonize yin and yang and to unblock the 8 extraordinary meridians. Perhaps it might alleviate your suffering." Jiang Sun took a breath and inquired, "So, does that mean I am doomed?" Shuo Fong replied, "In the short term, you should be fine, but the terror of the dark night's soul-shocking palm lies in the poison's capacity for replication and regeneration. Unless Bai Chaui Run can be found, I fear no one else in the world can decipher it." Jiang Sun, struggling, pressed on, "Who is Bai Chaui Run?" Shuo Fong answered, "She vanished from the martial world 30 years ago. Her whereabouts unknown, this Fudi Neijing is her work." Jiang Sun sighed, responding candidly, "Thank you, Brother Shuo, for your guidance. Life and death are predestined, and wealth and nobility are in the hands of fate. It is not of great significance." As the two conversed, a pair of eyes occasionally darted toward them. It belonged to a young man, perhaps in his 20s, with a handsome and refined visage, long hair fluttering slightly in the breeze, his intoxicated gaze revealing a hint of nonchalance and heroism. "Brother, what are you looking at with those wandering eyes?" asked a young woman in a red dress, a hint of jealousy in her voice. Her face was heart-shaped, skin as white as jade, eyes clear as autumn waters, and her elegantly arched brows slightly raised, with her rosy lips pressed together, a subtle makeup enhancing her stunning beauty in such a bustling place. "What can I possibly see?" Merely enjoying the spectacle, the young man replied casually. The woman frowned slightly, playfully scolding, "Humph, you must have your eye on some girl." Having said this, she followed the remnants of the young man's gaze, which landed squarely on Jiang Sun's face. The redness in Jiang Sun's eyes took her by surprise, and she lowered her voice to ask, "Brother, what is going on? Like you, he has a heavy soul." The young man answered nonchalantly, taking a sip of his drink. The woman turned her gaze toward Shuo Fong, noting his imposing figure and the bubbling wine before him, exclaiming, "Such formidable vital energy. Who is this person?" "An expert of divine caliber, capable of transmitting power from a distance and concealing his spiritual force. There are perhaps no more than 5 such individuals in the world," the young man replied. The woman pressed urgently, "Who exactly is he?" Instead of answering directly, the young man flipped his palm, inscribing the character for Yang with the wine in his hand. The woman's eyes widened instantly, her complexion paling. "Shuo Fong. Brother, we should leave. Our Wangjiang Tower has a vendetta against him. If he discovers us, he certainly won't let us off easily," she warned anxiously. "Ha! You too can feel fear? Today, at the Wind Listening Tower, a place teeming with all sorts. There will be a spectacle worth watching," the young man replied dismissively. Yet the woman remained apprehensive, but before she could voice her concerns, the young man interrupted, "Just enjoy the show. If the sky falls, there's a roof overhead. Besides, I am no longer a part of Wangjiang Tower. What can he do to me?" The woman suddenly adopted a serious tone. "Brother Hua, are you truly determined to forsake Wangjiang Tower?" "Xiaoming, do not forget, it was not I who abandoned Wangjiang Tower, but your leader who expelled me from the sect," the young man countered. They were none other than the inner disciples of Wangjiang Tower, Xiaoming and Hua Xiamian. Xiaoming, as the beloved younger sister of the sect, was cherished and adored, while Hua Xiamian, known for his roguish charm, garnered disdain from the righteous within the tower. Yet, it was precisely this carefree demeanor of Hua Xiamian that won Xiaoming's heart. Even after his expulsion, she remained resolute in her pursuit. Xiaoming bit her lip, advising, "Though you share a brotherly bond, Brother Ling is now the leader. If you insist on opposing him, would that not be inviting misfortune? We are all of the same sect. If you return and humble yourself before Brother Ling, I believe he would allow your return to Wangjiang Tower." Hua Xiamian jested. "That's not a bad suggestion, but my back isn't great. I can't bend down." Xiaoming's face flushed crimson. Hua Xiamian chuckled. "Did you truly think I was expelled for opposing him?" Xiaoming asked curiously. "Then why was it?" Hua Xiamian explained. "Many within Wangjiang Tower grew envious of my closeness with Brother Ling, spreading all manner of slander. Brother Ling, on one hand, resented my supposed defiance, but more importantly, it was a warning to others." Xiaoming was taken aback, then remarked, "Brother Hua, do you truly believe leaving Wangjiang Tower makes you a traitor? How will you establish yourself in the martial world?" Hua Xiamian laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. My reputation has been tarnished for quite some time. Being labeled a traitor matters not." Xiaoming pondered briefly, then declared, "If you do not return to Wangjiang Tower, then neither will I. Wherever you go, I shall follow." Hua Xiamian quickly interjected, "Please don't. I, Hua Xiamian, am charming and alluring, but it's not without reason. If you follow me, I might just lead you into trouble." Xiaoming, seemingly accustomed to this, dismissed his concern, teasingly saying, "Then lead me into trouble. We've grown up together. Why should I fear?" As she spoke, she playfully lifted Hua Xiamian's chin, her eyes gleaming with allure and mischief. Hua Xiamian firmly pushed her arm away, stating seriously, "Xiaoming, I regard you as a little sister. Such jokes are not to be made." Xiaoming retained her smile, replying, "Brother Hua, am I not as good as those ordinary beauties?" Seeing Xiaoming's persistence, Hua Xiamian resorted to drinking alone, choosing silence while occasionally glancing toward Shuo and Jiang. As Shuo Fong infused Jiang Sun with vital energy, a refreshing sensation enveloped him, prompting Jiang Sun to raise his wine bowl in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Brother Shuo." Shuo Fong nodded slightly, then retrieved a short dagger from his waist, saying, "This blade, known as Qingying Jian, was a gift from an old friend. We have met as if we were long-lost companions. I have no use for it, so I bestow it upon you as a means of protection." Jiang Sun accepted the Qingying Jian and drew it forth, discovering it to be a pair of identical short blades, ingeniously designed and remarkably sharp. Delighted, Jiang Sun intended to offer a return gift but found himself bereft of anything save for 2 gilded leaves bearing the insignia of the Nangong Manor. So he smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Shuo, for your generous gift." With that, he downed his bowl of wine in one gulp. Chapter 18. Nangong Mu. Within the bustling Wind Listening Tower, a sudden series of urgent shouts pierced the noise, followed by the heavy sound of footsteps approaching swiftly. Instantly, More than a dozen burly men clad in armor and wearing iron masks stormed into the tavern like a mountain. Their movements were swift, drawing gleaming long knives from their waists while collectively shouting, "Do not move." One of the iron-masked men noticed Jiang Sun toying with the blade and immediately positioned his weapon against Jiang Sun's neck, coldly commanding, "Do not move." This abrupt turn of events rendered the previously lively wind-listening tower silent. Some stood, some sat, and others stumbled in panic, all staring in disbelief, frozen in place. The air was thick with tension and oppression, with spilled wine dripping from the tables, each drop echoing ominously. 8 iron-masked men rushed upstairs, while the remaining 10 positioned themselves throughout the main hall, guarding the doors and windows meticulously. This heavy atmosphere did not linger long before a similarly armored, brawny man, appearing to be in his 40s, entered the door. Unlike the iron-masked men, he bore no mask, his long hair cascading over his shoulders, a full beard covering his face, his thick brows and large eyes exuding a fierce aura. Upon stepping over the threshold, he halted, squinting upward, and with 2 loud sneezes disrupted the silence of the hall, echoing like thunder, sending chills down spines. He strode forward, his gaze fierce as he scanned the crowd. "Listen up, everyone. I am here to capture criminals, so remain where you are. Blades are blind. Do not blame me for any collateral damage. Who is the owner? Step forward." His voice roared like a tiger, deafening and oppressive. At that moment, a lean old man with a goatee hurried out from the back hall, his face pale and trembling as he cupped his hands together. "Greetings, sir. May I inquire what brings you to our humble establishment?" The burly man drew his weapon, striking the table with the blade, causing food and drink to splatter everywhere. "I have heard that you harbor wanted traitors of the Empire. Tell me, where are they?" Upon hearing this, the tavern owner's lips twitched, a smirk appearing as he replied, "On what grounds do you say that? Our establishment conducts legitimate business. How could we shelter traitors? Many patrons come and go, but they are all ordinary diners. We harbor no such intentions. Please, judge for yourself." The burly man raised an eyebrow, and the iron-masked man beside him understood, swinging his fists and delivering a brutal blow to the owner's chest. The owner, unable to withstand such force, collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest and groaning in agony. The burly man glanced at the fallen owner and coldly stated, "I will grant you time to consider. Does anyone here have ties to the Tianyin?" Upon hearing the phrase Tianyin, Shua Fang's pupils constricted sharply. Just then, a loud crash echoed, drawing everyone's attention. Originally, a waiter rushed out from the kitchen, carrying dishes and wine. Upon witnessing the scene, he was so startled that he lost his grip, causing the food and drink to crash to the ground in a shattering mess. The waiter appeared bewildered and, in a state of panic, turned to flee. "Heaven's seal!" the burly man shouted, pointing at the escaping waiter with a fierce voice. Just as the words left his mouth, a masked figure swiftly caught up and with a swift thrust of his blade, pierced the waiter's back, the weapon emerging from his chest. The waiter collapsed instantly into a pool of blood, meeting his untimely demise. The burly man pushed through the crowd and approached the corpse, grabbing the waiter's neck for a closer inspection, only to reveal a look of disappointment. Clearly, this was not the heaven seal he sought. "I merely intended to offer a friendly warning. Do not move. Here, there is no such thing as injustice. All are deserving of their fates." The waiter, simply fleeing out of fear, was tragically killed. Yet the burly man roared indignantly, appearing utterly justified in his actions at that moment. Gong Liangyu and Zhuang Sheng were also present in the Whispering Wind Tower. Zhuang Sheng, known for his chivalrous spirit and penchant for standing up for the oppressed, was incensed upon witnessing the waiter's unjust death, longing to intervene, but was seized by Gong Liangyu. The burly man paced back and forth with long strides, his cold, piercing gaze radiating an aura of lethal intent as he scrutinized the onlookers. The hall fell into a chilling silence, save for the sound of his footsteps, the oppressive atmosphere instilling fear in everyone present, none daring to meet his eyes. After several laps, he suddenly sat beside a beautiful young woman, first downing half a bowl of leftover wine on the table, then reaching for a red-skinned peanut with his bamboo chopsticks. However, the peanut slipped from his grasp, falling silently to the ground. The burly man, visibly agitated, angrily tossed the chopsticks aside, opting instead to use his bare hands to grab food. Peanuts, succulent duck, richly flavored beef, and the exquisite local chicken, all rudely shoved into his mouth as he chewed heartily. "Ha ha ha! Exquisite wine and dishes," he exclaimed, glancing up to see the beautiful woman before him. With a lewd grin, he said, "Madam, kindly refill my bowl with wine." He tossed the bowl before the beautiful woman, his tone unexpectedly gentle. She appeared to be in her 30s, with fair skin and a rounded, mature visage. The woman, her face filled with confusion and trepidation, lowered her head shyly. An elderly man beside her hastily stood up and knelt before the burly man. Pleading, "My lord, I beseech you, spare us. We are but honest folk." The burly man, upon hearing this, clicked his tongue disapprovingly. What a statement! As if only the wrongdoers are worthy of pouring wine for me. Do you look down upon me? His words dripped with undeniable arrogance. The old man, in a panic, fell to the ground, clutching the burly man's military boots, pleading incessantly, "I spoke out of turn. I implore you to show mercy and let me go." The burly man, upon witnessing this, erupted in fury, kicking the old man squarely in the chest. The old man crumpled to the ground with a loud thud, unconscious. The burly man scolded, "You old fool, so ungrateful. At your age, still taking a young concubine. You lecherous old man." As he spoke, he lifted half a bowl of leftover wine and splashed it onto the military boots that the old man had touched. With a clatter, the wine bowl was again placed firmly before the beautiful woman. The burly man seemed to don a different visage, his expression now smirking as he said, "Madam, please fill this bowl to the brim." A lascivious glint appeared in his eyes as he fixated on the now petrified woman. Her gaze became vacant, her beauty fading as she trembled, her hands awkwardly lifting the wine jug, her fingers shaking uncontrollably. The burly man, witnessing her distress, burst into laughter, repeatedly praising her, then took the bowl of wine she offered and drank it in one gulp. "Who is the heaven's seal, or knows who it is? Step forward. Rewards will be given where deserved and penalties where warranted. Any real man should not involve the innocent. Otherwise, once I finish these 3 bowls of wine, I shall take action." After downing the second bowl, the burly man scanned the room but saw no one stepping forward. Upon finishing the 3rd bowl, he abruptly stood up, drawing a gleaming knife. The previously silent hall erupted with a sudden clatter. Drawing everyone's gaze toward a window on the eastern wall, it was revealed that Jiang Sun had attempted to escape through the window while the iron-faced man was distracted but inadvertently knocked over a vase. The burly man, hearing the noise, sneered, "Ah, someone truly wishes to step forward." He then strode toward Jiang Sun, who, with his back turned, dared not move, his mind racing with images of the waiter's murder, filled with anxiety. What to do? What to do? In a moment of desperation, Jiang Sun suddenly turned around, and in that instant, his expression shifted dramatically, from bitterness to lightness, as he blurted out, "Uncle." It turned out that the burly man was none other than Jiang Sun's uncle. Nangong Mu and the 18 iron-faced men were the renowned Yinyan 18 riders, belonging to Nangong Mu's Luosheng Hall, each a battle-hardened warrior with extraordinary skills, known for leaving no grass in their wake wherever they rode. Jiang Sun had initially been reluctant to acknowledge the overbearing Nangong Mu, hence his attempt to sneak away, but seeing no other option, he braced himself to confront him. Nangong Mu furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Jiang Sun closely, then pulled him aside, saying, "Jiang Er, it truly is you. What brings you here?" Jiang Sun replied with a teasing tone, "Just came for a meal. Didn't he expect such a grand display from you?" "Uncle, are you trying to scare everyone to death?" Nangong Mu chuckled, then remarked, "I cannot believe how much you've grown since we last met. Why aren't you staying at the Nangong Manor? What brings you to Pingcheng?" Jiang Sun smiled wryly. "Much like you, I too have been cast out from home." Nangong Mu's expression darkened as he scolded, "That old fool, he couldn't even tolerate you." Afterward, he patted Jiang Sun's shoulder approvingly, saying, "Good nephew, you have spirit. If you ever find yourself in trouble, come to me, I can settle any matter that involves others." Jiang Sun felt a mix of emotions as he transitioned from a hostage to a protected individual. Nangong Mu then surveyed the crowd, declaring loudly, "It's time for dinner. Have you all considered your options?" His gaze suddenly fixed on Hua Xiaomian and Xiao Ming, and he approached them, lightly placing his enormous hand on Xiao Ming's slender waist, insinuating, "There seems to be some mystery here, doesn't he there?" Xiao Ming turned back with a smile, sweetly replying, "It's merely a self-defense soft sword. If the military lord wishes, you may take it." The soft sword at her waist was a vivid red, entwined like a ribbon with her red dress, known as the Ling Snake Sword. While not entirely concealed, it was difficult for an ordinary person to discern its presence. Nan Gongmu snorted coldly, saying, "Do you take me for a beggar? Seize her." At his command, 2 blades were instantly drawn against Xiao Ming's neck. Yet, she maintained her smile, seemingly unfazed, and sweetly suggested, "Since you prefer someone else to pour your wine, why not let me pour you a drink to ease your anger?" With that, she filled a bowl and offered it to Nan Gongmu. Nan Gongmu paused, staring at the wine cup with a dark expression. "Are you trying to poison me then?" Xiao Ming offered no explanation. Lifting the wine bowl to her lips and drinking it all down, then refilling it and presenting it to Nan Gongmu. "If you're worried, let your senior brother drink first," she said, glancing at Hua Xiamian. Her words dripped with sarcasm, and Nan Gongmu, as a general, felt humiliated being mocked by a woman in front of everyone. Struggling to suppress his anger, he did not take the bowl, instead opening his mouth wide. Understanding his cue, Xiao Ming personally brought the wine bowl to his lips. Nan Gongmu seized Xiao Ming's wrist, shaking her hand and sending the bowl flying, shattering it on the ground. He then rubbed Xiao Ming's slender arm, leering with a lewd grin. "I not only enjoy drinking but also sparring, especially with beautiful women. I wonder how skilled you are." His words seemed serious, yet carried an unmistakable lascivious undertone. Everyone knew they were dealing with someone from the Nangong Manor, and none dared to provoke him, allowing him to act with impunity. Just as the crowd silently hoped to avoid Nan Gongmu's wrath, a sudden voice of reproach rang out in the quiet hall. "Villain! As a general of the empire, instead of defending your home and country, you dare to harass virtuous women and senselessly slaughter the innocent. How utterly shameless and lower than a pig or dog." The sharp rebuke echoed from the staircase, and Nan Gongmu was taken aback, looking toward the source of the voice. There stood a strikingly beautiful girl with bold brows and large eyes, glaring at him with fury. It was Zhuang Sheng from the Xiantian Gate. Nan Gongmu regarded Zhuang Sheng with a mixture of confusion and intrigue, then cast a glance at Gong Liangyu, who exuded an extraordinary demeanor. Frowning slightly, his lustful thoughts began to stir as he lewdly chuckled. "Which family's girl is this? Your words are quite tantalizing." He then turned to Jiang Sun, jesting, "Good nephew, how about I play matchmaker for you?" Jiang Sun felt a wave of shame at Nan Gongmu's brazen behavior and chose to ignore him. Zhuang Sheng, perceiving that Nan Gongmu intended to betroth her to Jiang Sun, shot him a fierce glare, as if to say, "Birds of a feather flock together. Neither of you is a good person." Nan Gongmu, enamored by beauty, leveraged his power to ensnare gorgeous women, fabricating charges and coercing them into his residence. Once he grew tired of them, they became mere playthings to be gifted to his subordinates. Now, feigning matchmaking for Jiang Sun, he harbored ulterior motives. Nan Gongmu leered, "To insult a court official and disdain me is quite an offense. Take her away." Zhuang Sheng would not submit easily, drawing her sword, but Gong Liangyu stepped in first, engaging Nan Gongmu in battle. Gong Liangyu's swordsmanship was grand and imposing, with a radiance akin to a rainbow. His strike sharp and unparalleled. For a moment, Nan Gongmu found himself at a disadvantage. At this moment, Hua Xiamian and Xiao Ming leapt forth, launching a coordinated assault from both sides. Nan Gongmu found himself in a predicament, retreating several steps before he steadied his stance and exclaimed, "Excellent." Thus, he found himself entangled in a fierce struggle against 3 opponents. The clashing of blades rang out like a cascade of pearls, a continuous and intricate symphony with flashes of swordplay that left onlookers in a daze. Although Hua Xiamian's spiritual energy was somewhat inferior to Gong Liangyu's, her swordsmanship was infinitely variable, employing the renowned technique of Wangjiang Tower. One leaf knows autumn. The sword energy swirled around, sending objects flying in all directions, like darts directed at Nan Gongmu. Xiao Ming, with her agile form, wielded a soft sword that moved like a serpent. Employing flexibility to counter rigidity, Nan Gongmu, however, was no ordinary adversary. Famed for his ferocity, his moves were seasoned and unparalleled. Even facing 3 opponents, he showed no signs of inferiority. The 2 sides were locked in an evenly matched contest, neither gaining the upper hand. Together, Gong Liangyu, Hua Xiamian, and Xiao Ming fought fiercely against Nan Gongmu for 20 exchanges, with neither side yielding. Zhuang Shang, unable to intervene, felt a surge of frustration and, catching sight of Jiang Sun, his anger flared, and he thrust his sword forward. Jiang Sun, flanked by two iron-faced guards, saw Zhuang Shang's attack coming. One of the iron-faced men swiftly deflected with his battle blade, delivering a force that left Zhuang Shang's arm numb, causing his sword to fly from his grasp. The other iron-faced man seized the opportunity, pressing a blade threateningly against Zhuang Shang's neck. Jiang Sun, quick-witted, grasped the iron-faced man's arm and commanded sharply, "Stop!" The blade was poised dangerously against Zhuang Shang's throat, causing her to pale in fright. The iron-faced man cast a glance at Jiang Sun, seemingly unimpressed, retorting, "We only heed the orders of General Mu. I ask that the young master refrain from meddling in this matter." Jiang Sun snorted derisively, rebuking, "You scoundrel! Did you not hear my uncle say she is betrothed to me?" The iron-faced man appeared taken aback by this revelation, before promptly shoving Zhuang Shang towards Jiang Sun. Zhuang Shang, celebrated as the most beautiful maiden of Xiantian Gate, possessed an unparalleled beauty, attracting countless suitors. Except for her special affection for Gongliang Yu, no other man could catch her as she drew near Jiang Sun. Her expression turned to one of resistance, raising her palm as if to strike him. Jiang Sun, quick as lightning, seized her delicate wrist and whispered, "If you wish to survive, do not act rashly." Zhuang Shang paused, sensing that his tone bore no threat, but rather a sincere counsel, gradually calming her fury. Observing that Nan Gongmu was still embroiled in battle, the two iron-faced men contemplated joining the fray. Yet, Nan Gongmu, a warrior at heart who relished the thrill of conflict, was invigorated by the presence of these three formidable opponents and immediately called for the iron-faced men to hold back. Having discerned the intricacies of the trio's swordplay, Nan Gongmu's strikes became more domineering as he wielded his blade with ferocity, breaking through the combined assault of Gongliang Yu and Hua Xiaomian. The two hastily raised their swords to defend. Unexpectedly, Nan Gongmu altered his approach, swiftly delivering a powerful thrust towards Xiao Ming's chest. Xiao Ming wielded her sword like a long whip, attempting to entangle his blade and seize it from him. However, Nan Gongmu's strength was formidable. With a fierce tug, he disarmed Xiao Ming, and his blade shimmered like a parasol, aiming straight for her wrist. Just as Xiao Ming's wrist was in imminent danger, a figure darted in like lightning, cleaving the air with a sword that separated Nan Gongmu and Xiao Ming. This figure was none other than Gongliang Wei. As astonishment swept through the onlookers, their gazes converged upon Gongliang Yu, who had employed the subtle art of transformation to conjure a doppelganger, thereby rescuing Xiao Ming. As Xiao Ming retreated, Gongliang Yu withdrew, leaving Hua Xiaomian feeling the pressure mount. With a thunderous shout, Nan Gongmu unleashed a tempestuous wave of sword energy, toppling Hua Xiaomian to the ground. His blade was razor-sharp and he unleashed 3 successive strikes. Although Gongliang Yu retracted his doppelganger and fought with all his might, he was still cornered by Nan Gongmu's overwhelming assault. He positioned his sword before him, eyes blazing with determination, as if prepared to fight to the bitter end. Yet, rather than pressing his advantage, Nan Gongmu expressed surprise. Subtle transformation. So it is the first son of Xiantian Gate, Gongliang Xiaozhu. His words were tinged with a sardonic undertone. Gongliang Yu, with his sword cradled in both hands and an air of elegance, replied, "I am Gongliang Yu. Honored to meet you, General Mu. Pengcheng is under the jurisdiction of Xiantian Gate. If you require the capture of criminals, you need only inform us. No need for personal involvement." Nan Gongmu's brow furrowed, his tone grave. "By your reasoning, must I seek permission from Xiantian Gate to apprehend criminals?" Gongliang Yu paused, ceasing to argue. "If that is the case, please proceed at your discretion. I shall not impose further." "Farewell, not so fast." Nan Gongmu's voice darkened suddenly. "Subtle transformation is not an obscure skill. How do I know you are not an imposter?" Gongliang Yu's expression hardened. "What do you mean, General Mu?" Their gazes locked, both brimming with malice. Suddenly, Nan Gongmu burst into laughter, his demeanor shifting abruptly. "Who does not know the name of the first son of Pengcheng? With your 100 Phoenix Hall under your command, in due time, your renown may surpass that of the Moon Gate's master." While feigning admiration for Gongliang Yu, he was subtly sowing discord between the father and son of the Gongliang clan. Gongliang Yu, perceptive and wise, recognized Nan Gongmu's malicious intent and chose not to engage further, stating simply, "General Mu, may I take my leave?" Nan Gongmu, feigning a smile, replied, "Certainly," yet he swiftly redirected his finger towards Xuansheng. She must remain. Gong Liangyu's countenance darkened, gripping the hilt of his sword. He replied ominously, "It seems, General Mu, that you still do not trust me." Nan Gongmu smirked, "I am apprehending Tianyin. She obstructed me, leading me to suspect her involvement with Tianyin. If you shield her, I may have to personally visit Yunlong Mountain." His words dripped with threats, clearly intending to intimidate Gong Liangyu. Gong Liangyu suppressed his fury. Zhuang Shimi spoke out of turn. "I apologize on her behalf." Nan Gongmu waved dismissively. "You misunderstand, young master. What are a few harsh words? I, Nan Gongmu, would never let personal feelings interfere with duty. She truly hindered my pursuit of Tianyin, providing the enemy with an opportunity to hide." Gong Liangyu countered, "My Shimi is straightforward. How can General Mu casually implicate her with Tianyin? Xiantian Gate can hardly accept such an accusation." Nan Gongmu arched an eyebrow. "As to whether she is involved with Tianyin, I shall ascertain the truth and restore her innocence." Gong Liangyu persisted, "Does General Mu not require evidence for the apprehension of suspects?" At this, Nan Gongmu's anger flared, his tone darkening. "Xiantian Gate claims to have 100,000 followers. Tianyin has infiltrated the Jianghu for long. Can young master vouch for every one of them? Rest assured, I shall never wrongfully accuse any virtuous individual from Xiantian Gate, nor will I let a guilty one escape. Once I uncover the truth, I shall restore Xiantian Gate's honor." Xuansheng, hearing this, erupted in indignation. "Shameless! Brother Yu, there is no need to reason with him. He is a despicable villain without principles." Gong Liangyu gestured for her to remain calm, then addressed Nan Gongmu. "In that case, I ask General Mu to conduct a thorough investigation. Should my Shimi indeed be colluding with Tianyin, not only will General Mu not condone it, but Xiantian Gate shall not either. If my Shimi is wrongfully accused, I implore General Mu to provide Xiantian Gate with an explanation." Gong Liangyu cast a cold glare at Nan Gongmu, silently vowing, "Nan Gongmu, I will ensure you vanish from the Jianghu." Zhang Sun, listening nearby, was taken aback, not expecting Gong Liangyu, so young, to possess such cunning. Gong Liangyu turned to Xuansheng. "Zhuang Shimi, for now, please cooperate with General Mu's investigation. I will come to retrieve you." With that, he waved his sleeve and departed. Chapter 19. The appearance of Tianyin. Seeing Gong Liangyu leave, Nan Gongmu grew increasingly brazen, greedily surveying the beautiful women in the tavern, occasionally inhaling the air with a look of intoxication. Xuansheng watched in shame and fury, her cheeks flushed crimson, seething with gritted teeth. The scent of the women was intoxicating, like orchids in a secluded valley. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Nan Gongmu's rage boiled over as he turned towards the sound. Spotting an elegant young man, none other than Hua Xiaomian, captured under the blade of the iron-faced man. Furrowing his brow, Nan Gongmu demanded, "Who are you?" Hua Xiaomian replied nonchalantly, "I share the same interests as General Mu. I too admire beautiful women." Hua Xiaomian was not a well-known figure in the Jianghu, so it was not surprising that Nan Gongmu was unfamiliar with him. Just as Nan Gongmu was about to advance with his blade, a figure suddenly flashed by the window, attempting to leap away, only to be intercepted by the iron-faced man's knife. The individual leaped back, hurling a cleaver like lightning towards Nan Gongmu's back. The sound of the blade slicing through the air echoed, striking Nan Gongmu's back but merely glancing off his armor. With a swift motion, Nan Gongmu caught the spinning knife bare-handed, and at that moment, a slender man with a dark face landed before him. Nan Gongmu's eyes widened furiously as he coldly declared, "You finally couldn't restrain yourself, Tianyin." The man replied earnestly, "I am Yi Zhonghua, not some Tianyin individual. I merely cannot abide by the tyranny of Nan Gongfu." As soon as he spoke, the crowd gasped. Yi Zhonghua was infamously known as the flower thief, and his criticism of Nan Gongfu was indeed peculiar. Nan Gongmu sneered, "You dare to challenge me, you wretched creature? It seems you no longer wish to live." Saying this, he hurled the cleaver at him. Yi Zhonghua, startled, leaped into the air, aiming to escape to the second floor. Nan Gongmu bellowed, "You think you can escape my grasp?" His palm burst forth with force, yanking Yi Zhonghua back. A sickening sound echoed as the cleaver struck Yi Zhonghua's waist mid-air, blood gushing forth as he fell lifelessly to the ground. He had underestimated Nan Gongmu's prowess and never anticipated meeting his end by his own weapon. As he lay dying, he murmured, "Impossible." Nan Gongmu spat. "If you are not Tianyin, then why stir up trouble? Dig out his heart and serve it with my drink." An iron-faced man produced a dagger, gruesomely slicing open Yi Zhonghua's abdomen to extract his heart. The gory scene too horrific to behold. Suddenly, the iron-faced man exclaimed, "General Mu!" Nan Gongmu hastened forward upon hearing the sound, only to behold the neck of Yi Zhonghua conspicuously displaying 8 watermark characters. "Commanded by heaven, may life be everlasting and prosperous." This was the exclusive mark of the Tianyin members, typically concealed and only revealed through special techniques or in moments of near death. With his brows furrowed in concern, Nan Gongmu gently clapped his palms together, his face betraying a look of disappointment, clearly taken aback by Yi Zhonghua's true identity, lamenting the absence of a survivor. The flicker of disappointment quickly vanished as he surveyed his surroundings and proclaimed loudly, "Where there are traces of Tianyin, there must be accomplices." The Yin Yun 18 riders stood at attention, determined to capture the traitor of Tianyin alive. With eyes like burning torches, Nan Gongmu instinctively zeroed in on suspicious individuals, apprehending 8 in quick succession, causing an atmosphere of unease to permeate the crowd. Nan Gongmu's expression softened abruptly, a charming smile gracing his lips as he reassured, "Apologies for the fright. Please continue your feasting and drinking." With a swift motion of his robe, he led the way outside, the Yin Yun 18 riders closely following, escorting the 8 captives, including Zhuang Shang, Hua Xiaomian, and Xiao Ming. Jiang Sun surmised that Zhuang Shang's capture by Nan Gongmu could only lead to dire consequences, prompting him to follow in hopes of seeking a personal favor to rescue Zhuang Shang. As the figures of the Yin Yun 18 riders receded into the distance, the tension among the crowd began to ease. However, a sudden wave of faint yet captivating dark spiritual energy surged within the hall, akin to an invisible hand that instantaneously penetrated the bodies of all present. This was the Ling Wujie secret technique employed by Nan Gongmu, capable of accurately capturing the spiritual fluctuations of everyone in an instant to uncover hidden masters. Nan Gongmu returned, striding purposefully toward the elder he had previously knocked unconscious. At that moment, the elder astonishingly awoke as if from a ghostly slumber, leaping into the air to launch 3 flying fish darts. The corner of Nan Gongmu's mouth curled into a confident smirk, for he had long been prepared. With a flourish of his blade, he struck with lightning speed, producing 2 crisp clangs as the darts fell to the ground. Facing the 3rd dart hurtling toward him, he not only refrained from evading but instead channeled his spiritual energy into his foot, executing a fierce side kick that sent the dart back with a resounding thud in midair. The elder unleashed 2 more darts, one aimed directly at Nan Gongmu's face with lethal intent, while the other deftly intercepted the dart he had kicked back, altering its trajectory to once again hurtle toward Nan Gongmu. In response to this sudden onslaught of 3 darts, Nan Gongmu acted swiftly, seizing a nearby table and hurling it into the air, sending the dishes and wine tumbling about like a chaotic tempest. Although the 3 flying fish darts penetrated the table, the ensuing disruption caused their paths to veer off course, flying askew. The elder, agile in the air, used the momentum to spring off the table's edge, resulting in a thunderous crash as the table shattered into countless splinters, creating a stunning spectacle. Yet, with a swift motion, Nan Gongmu darted through the debris. Grasping the elder's ankle, caught off guard, the elder plummeted heavily to the ground with a thud. Simultaneously, 2 iron-faced men moved with remarkable speed, swiftly positioning their blades against the elder's throat. With the elder subdued, Nan Gongmu picked up a flying fish dart, inspecting it closely, and could not help but burst into hearty laughter. It was undoubtedly a dart unique to Tianyin. Nan Gongmu laughed heartily towards the heavens, brimming with exuberance. Tianyin? To dare oppose the empire is the height of arrogance. It turned out that Nan Gongmu's feigned departure was merely a ruse to lure Tianyin into revealing their whereabouts, followed by a sudden counterattack that successfully apprehended them. "Let us proceed," he exclaimed, invigorated, as he commanded his team to move forward. Immersed in the euphoria of victory, Nan Gongmu seemed to cast aside thoughts of Jiang Sun. Although the Nan Gong family claimed Jiang Sun to be Nan Gongmu's son, their infrequent interactions over the years had led to a tenuous bond. Jiang Sun, bemused by this overbearing uncle, found the situation perplexing. Just as Jiang Sun was lost in contemplation, a chill ran down his neck as a cold red sword was suddenly pressed against him. Xiao Ming's spirit serpent sword. Xiao Ming held Jiang Sun hostage, commanding, "Halt!" Nangong Mu was taken aback, turning to see Xiao Ming threatening Jiang Sun, coldly stating, "Dare to harm anyone from the Nangong family, and you will wish for death." As Nangong Mu prepared to strike, Xiao Ming infused her sword with spiritual energy, causing the spirit serpent sword to coil around Jiang Sun's neck, warning, "If you make a move, I will send him to meet the king of hell." Nangong Mu scoffed disdainfully, "Are you trying to save this brat?" Before he finished speaking, his large blade was already poised against Hua Shumyan's throat. Xiao Ming glanced at both Hua Shumyan and Zhuang Shang. Though she had little connection with Zhuang Shang, she was unwilling to see such a beautiful woman suffer at Nangong Mu's hands. "Release them both," she demanded. Nangong Mu's expression darkened as he ordered. "Release them." Hua Shumyan and Zhuang Shang were promptly freed, and Xiao Ming, relieved, let go of Jiang Sun. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the room as Nangong Mu struck at Hua Shumyan and Zhuang Shang's acupoints. Then, with a swift motion, pulled Jiang Sun towards him, following it up with a quick stride that sent a palm crashing into Xiao Ming's chest. Taken completely off guard, she let out a pained scream as she was propelled backward. Blood sprang through the air. Nangong Mu coldly remarked, "You no longer hold any bargaining chips. What do you have to offer in exchange?" Just as Nangong Mu was about to bring his blade down upon Xiao Ming, a powerful gust of wind suddenly surged toward the Yin Yun 18 riders as a burly man surged into the crowd, snatching the Tianyin from the iron-faced man's grasp. The iron-faced men, startled, quickly surrounded him. This man was none other than Shua Fong. Having concealed himself nearby when Nangong Mu entered the Wenfeng Pavilion, he had only now chosen to act upon witnessing Nangong Mu apprehend Tianyin. With no time to spare for Xiao Ming, Nangong Mu strode directly toward Shua Fong, exclaiming, "What a lively scene today! I never expected to see Shua Fong from the Shaoyang sect here. How have you been?" Shua Fong replied coldly, "I intend to take this person with me." Nangong Mu's smile froze instantly. "He is Tianyin. You cannot take him." Shua Fong's tone remained resolute. "The Shaoyang sect has suffered a massacre, and Tianyin is implicated. I hope General Mu can show leniency." Before the words had even left his lips, Shua Fong unleashed a powerful Tiangang Jinyang palm towards the Yin Yun 18 riders. In that instant, the air crackled with energy, reverberating across the area, causing hearts to race and spirits to tremble. Dozens of iron-faced men were pushed back by the formidable shockwave. Seizing the elder of Tianyin by the shoulder, Shua Fong used the staircase railing to catapult himself upward, crashing through the roof and disappearing into the opening. "Chase!" Nangong Mu commanded, leading the charge after him. Amidst the chaos of the struggle for Tianyin, Jiang Sun, concerned for Xiao Ming's safety, took advantage of the commotion to scoop her up and leap from the window, landing in a small boat on the river, quietly making his escape. After a brief moment of unconsciousness, Xiao Ming suddenly awoke, shoving Jiang Sun away, her spirit serpent sword aimed threateningly at him, exclaiming, "You little thief! What are you trying to do?" Jiang Sun, bemused, wore a helpless expression as he explained, "Don't misunderstand. I saved you because I feared the Yin Yun 18 riders might harm you." Hearing Jiang Sun's earnest words, Xiao Ming's resolve wavered slightly. The boatman, wearing a conical hat and bent with age, turned to glance at them, advising, "Why go to such lengths, dear guests? Is there not a way to resolve your grievances peacefully?" Xiao Ming, her eyes glinting with mischief, retracted her spirit serpent sword and seized Jiang Sun's collar, feeling his pulse. "What is your esteemed name?" "I am Jiang Sun. May I ask for your name, fair lady?" Before Jiang Sun could finish, Xiao Ming interjected, "I am Xiao Ming. Are you from the Nangong family?" Jiang Sun's expression darkened as he replied, "Not anymore." "Why not?" Xiao Ming, quick of tongue, sensed Jiang Sun's reluctance to elaborate and shifted the topic. "You truly are a reincarnated soul. Akin to meat, it is said that those who were overly devoted in their past lives will be reborn as such to continue unfulfilled affections. Could you be my former lover?" Jiang Sun, intrigued and secretly delighted by Xiao Ming's whimsical nature, found her charming despite not possessing the stunning beauty of Zhuang Shang. Her delicate, flawless face was captivating, and her expressive eyes seemed to conceal a myriad of schemes. The boatman, overhearing their conversation, could not help but chuckle, rowing while saying, "I have seen much in my time. The ancients say, a husband is the guide for his wife. If he is unworthy, she may find another. A wife supports her husband. If she is unvirtuous, he may dismiss her. Today's youth, however, readily resort to swords and blades in love. It is essential to embrace tolerance and each find their rightful place. Men should prioritize family and lead by example. Women must uphold their duties and be virtuous. How skilled are you in the water? Xiaoming interjected, cutting off the boatman's speech. The boatman blinked in surprise before bursting into laughter, having drifted upon these waters for half my life. You ask how skilled I am, he replied with confidence. Xiaoming nodded with a smile, suddenly swinging her soft sword, a flash of red light slicing through the boatman's waist, severing his belt. His trousers promptly slid down to his ankles. And fortunately, he still wore shorts beneath, averting complete embarrassment. Jump in, Xiaoming commanded calmly, issuing an unreasonable demand. The boatman, realizing Xiaoming was serious, though reluctant, understood the wisdom of not provoking a strong opponent and, with the experience of an old hand, turned and leaped into the river with a splash. Jiang Sun watched the boatman, puzzled. What are you doing? Xiaoming replied nonchalantly, what husband is the guide for his wife? It's all nonsense. Words escaped his lips, a mouthful of fresh blood gushed forth, spilling onto Jiang Sun's shoulder. In that moment, Jiang Sun was rendered utterly helpless, suddenly recalling the medical texts gifted by Xu Feng, prompting him to hurriedly flip through the pages. Chapter 20. Seizing the Heavenly Seal. In a bid to reclaim the Heavenly Seal, Nangongmu personally led 16 men to pursue Xu Feng, while dispatching 2 others to escort Hua Xianyan and Zhuangsheng to the towering city gates of Pengcheng. The formidable city was easily defensible, and the 2 captives were bound hand and foot, with the only exit guarded by 2 iron-masked men. Given the circumstances, their chances of escape were virtually non-existent. Hua Xianyan, notorious for his roguish charm, had always lived a life of reckless abandon. Upon laying eyes on the ethereal beauty of Zhuangsheng, his heart surged with uncontainable emotions. Gazing intently at Zhuangsheng, their eyes met, and Zhuangsheng, filled with indignation, snapped, "What are you staring at?" Despite being bound and in a precarious state, Hua Xianyan appeared unfazed, as if the ropes that constricted him were of no consequence. He maintained a carefree demeanor, undeterred by Zhuangsheng's rebuke, and with a grin, he leaned closer, exclaiming, "The most beautiful maiden of the immortal Heaven Gate truly lives up to her reputation." "How shameless," Zhuangsheng retorted, her anger flaring as she beheld Hua Xianyan's audacious expression. Were it not for her hands being bound, she would have slapped him soundly. Unashamed by the insult, Hua Xianyan, emboldened, seized Zhuangsheng's hand and jested. "With you known as the fairest of the immortal Heaven Gate and me branded a charming rogue, does our shared space not signify fate?" Zhuangsheng hastily withdrew her hand, but Hua Xianyan's grip was unyielding. Her eyes widened in fury as she glared at him, demanding, "Release me, you scoundrel." Hua Xianyan's smile remained intact as he discreetly slipped a small dagger into her palm. Understanding his intent in an instant, her anger dissipated. With a dual purpose in mind, he feigned infatuation with Zhuangsheng's beauty while quietly severing the ropes binding her arms, all the while showering her with flattery. "Heaven has been kind to me. Even ensnared in Nangong's residence, I am graced with the company of a beauty. I would gladly remain bound for a lifetime." The 2 iron-masked men, witnessing this, could not suppress their laughter, before the echoes of his words faded. The bindings were undone. Hua Xianyan, with the grace of a specter, seized a blade from the wall and launched an assault on the 2 iron-masked men. The iron-masked men, skilled in their craft, were fierce as a tempest. Amidst the clash of blades, they swiftly dismantled Hua Xianyan's offensive, cornering him against the wall. Although trapped, Hua Xianyan's resolve remained unwavering as he wielded his large blade, fiercely defending against the relentless onslaught. Seeing Hua Xianyan in peril ignited a fire of urgency within Zhuangsheng. Grateful for Hua Xianyan's impending rescue, she seized a blade and charged at the iron-masked men. One of them met her head-on, relieving Hua Xianyan of some pressure. Though Zhuangsheng's swordplay lacked Hua Xianyan's finesse, her courage shone through, each strike infused with the determination of one fighting for her life. Yet, the seasoned iron-masked man countered with a commanding mastery, rendering Zhuangsheng's attempts futile against his impenetrable defense. The battle waged on, each side entangled in a deadly dance, the air thick with the scent of impending doom. At that moment, The iron-masked man seized an opportunity. Launching a rapid 3 strikes, Zhuangshang, caught off guard, left herself exposed. With a swift motion, the iron-masked man struck a pressure point, causing Zhuangshang to falter, her weapon clattering to the ground, disbelief and defiance flickering in her eyes. With Zhuangshang captured, Hua Xiaomian faced the daunting challenge of battling 2 iron-masked men alone, the weight of the situation pressing heavily upon him. Despite his remarkable swordsmanship, he found himself outmatched, evading blows while struggling against the overwhelming assault. As the skirmish persisted, the space in the corner shrank, and Hua Xiaomian was driven to the brink, nearly without ground to stand on. Sweat trickled down his brow, yet his eyes burned with an indomitable spirit. The 2 iron-masked men, witnessing his unyielding defiance, ceased holding back, one delivering a fierce kick to Hua Xiaomian's chest, sending him sprawling backward. Stop! Just as Hua Xiaomian's life hung by a thread, a commanding voice rang out. The iron-masked men halted, turning to find Jiang Sun approaching. The iron-masked men exchanged glances, bowing respectfully. "Young master." Jiang Sun nodded slightly, asserting, "Leave these 2 to me." The men exchanged wary looks before one inquired, "Young master, do you have a command from General Mu?" Understanding the discipline ingrained in the elite Yanyun 18 riders, Jiang Sun steeled himself and replied, "In this life-or-death moment, my uncle could not issue a command in time." "Do you not trust me?" One retorted, "We dare not. But without General Mu's orders, we cannot comply." Fury surged within Jiang Sun as he exclaimed, "Fools, in such a critical moment, do you think my uncle has the luxury to issue formal commands? If you delay capturing the heavenly seal, can you bear the consequences?" The 2 men exchanged glances, yet remained resolute. As soldiers, their duty to obey was paramount, and Jiang Sun realized that without a direct order from Nangong Mu, convincing them would prove challenging. In a moment of desperation, he remembered the golden leaf from Nangong's residence. Producing it, he declared, "My uncle has decreed that in emergencies, the golden leaf serves as an order." One iron-masked man took the leaf, hesitating momentarily before responding, "Young master, it is not that we distrust you, but military orders are like mountains. We cannot disregard them." The man's steadfast refusal took Jiang Sun by surprise. As his plan to save Hua Xiaomian faltered, a figure emerged from the shadows, Xiao Meng, brandishing the spirit snake sword at Jiang Sun's throat. She had informed Jiang Sun of Hua Xiaomian's predicament, hoping he could aid her brother. Seeing Xiao Meng's vulnerable demeanor stirred empathy within Jiang Sun. Reflecting on Nangong Mu's tyrannical ways, he agreed to assist her. When persuasion failed, she resorted to a ploy. Using Jiang Sun as leverage, threatening, "Release him, or I shall slay your young master." The Yanyun 18 riders, trained to perfection, split their focus. One man blocked Hua Xiaomian and Zhuangshang, while the other directed his blade at Xiao Meng. "Warning, you seek death." Ignoring Jiang Sun's safety, he lunged at Xiao Meng. She used Jiang Sun as a shield, refusing to engage. Though loyal to Nangong Mu, the iron-masked men hesitated to harm Jiang Sun, their strikes cautious. "Go!" Hua Xiaomian suddenly swayed, releasing Zhuangshang from her restraints, grabbing her hand as they fled. Seeing Hua Xiaomian escape, Xiao Meng pushed Jiang Sun forward, and the iron-masked man instinctively caught him. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Meng leaped from the city tower, disappearing from sight. Do not pursue. Just as the iron-masked men prepared to follow, Jiang Sun's authoritative voice halted them. They paused, questioning, "Why?" Jiang Sun replied sternly, "Do you not realize this is a ploy to lure the heavenly seal away? Without my uncle's orders, no one should act recklessly. You will secure the city gates while I pursue." The 2 men hesitated, ultimately acquiescing. Jiang Sun felt a rush of relief as he turned to leave. Shua Fong successfully seized the heavenly seal, and Nangong Mu was determined not to relent easily. He led his men in relentless pursuit, finally cornering Shua Fong amidst the ginkgo trees outside the city. 16 iron-masked men encircled Shua Fong, and with a triumphant smirk, Nangong Mu taunted, "Heh heh heh. Shua Fong, you are a renowned figure in the martial world. How could you act so foolishly? You should be well aware of the consequences of opposing the Nangong residents." Shua Fong, unperturbed, responded, "Though the Nangong residents boast numbers, stopping me will not be so simple." Nangong Mu, infuriated, interpreted Shua Fong's words as an insult to his numerical advantage and retorted, "Humph. Let us see whether your tongue is as tough as my blade." With fury ablaze, Nangong Mu swung his great blade towards Shuafang. Calmly, Shuafang grasped the heavenly seal and leaped back in an instant. The blade struck a massive boulder, shattering it into fragments. Nangong Mu, missing his target, swiftly redirected his blade towards Shuafang's face. Shuafang shielded the heavenly seal behind him, striking out with both hands, sending two iron-masked men crashing to the ground in that moment. Nangong Mu's colossal blade approached Shuafang's face. With a decisive motion, Shuafang clasped his palms together, unleashing a gale force energy that pinned the blade's hilt to his palm. The force was tremendous, causing the stone beneath him to shatter, his feet sinking into the debris. "Prepare to die!" Nangong Mu roared, straining his arms downward. Shuafang's limbs buckled under the pressure, and as the blade edged closer to his forehead, he suddenly flicked his right foot, dislodging a pebble that struck the pressure point of the elder wielding the heavenly seal. The elder, freed from his confines, sprang to life, executing a swift maneuver and leaping onto a ginkgo tree. Shooting into the forest like an arrow, Nangong Mu, with a sharp whistle, summoned a hunting goose that soared overhead, screeching as it pursued the heavenly seal. Shuafang's arm trembled as he gathered his strength, crouching low before unleashing a powerful kick that sent a golden beam shooting towards Nangong Mu's abdomen. Nangong Mu, entirely focused on his blade, was momentarily caught off guard. With a resounding thud, he was propelled backward. Clutching his chest, he knelt on the ground, unable to move, his complexion as pale as death, clearly gravely injured. With labored breath, he managed to utter, "I never expected the Tiangang Xinjiang palm could reverse the flow of my meridians. Emanating from my feet, the 4 gates and 3 absolutes indeed live up to their name. Heh, I am impressed." His voice strained. A bitter smile graced his lips, while his cold gaze was a mixture of fury and shock. Just as Nangong Mu fell, a dark figure shot towards Shuafang like a bolt of lightning, bearing down on him. With no time to breathe, Shuafang raised his palm to counter the attack. With a sharp crack, the two figures met palms, sending the dark shadow hurtling away. Shuafang was violently rebounded into a ginkgo tree. His internal organs jostled, blood surged within him, and he spat forth a mouthful of crimson. Amidst the collective astonishment of the onlookers, their gazes turned toward the newcomer. Clad in gray, with a dark complexion and resolute eyes, he was none other than Ma Kaizheng of the Luhua Hall from the Nangong Manor. Chapter 21. Closing the mouth, what brings you here? Nangong Mu's voice was laced with hostility toward Ma Kaizheng. Unfazed, Ma Kaizheng's expression remained composed, his tone icy. "I have a mission from the Nangong Manor." Nangong Mu's distaste for Ma Kaizheng stemmed from the discord between the Nangong father and son. Nangong Yi was autocratic, while Nangong Mu was equally stubborn and strong-willed, leading to a rift that rendered them as strangers. Ma Kaizheng spoke plainly, his voice resonating with an undeniable sense of duty. In his mind, only Nangong Yi mattered, which only deepened Nangong Mu's animosity toward him. Before he could finish speaking, Ma Kaizheng had already gathered his spiritual energy. Leaping into the air to draw his long sword, the blade gleamed like a shooting star streaking across the night sky, dazzling and brilliant, aimed directly at Shuafang. The brief moment of respite allowed Shuafang to gather some strength, intending to retaliate with a palm strike, but Ma Kaizheng's assault was too swift, forcing him to evade instead. With the grace of the wind, Ma Kaizheng unleashed a flurry of over 10 strikes in an instant, the sword light crisscrossing in a dazzling display that compelled Shuafang to retreat repeatedly. He took cover behind the ginkgo tree, using its trunk as a shield, and unleashed a palm strike. The Tiangang True Qi surging forth from his palm, Ma Kaizheng, taken aback by the sudden attack, dared not meet it head-on. He executed a backflip, skillfully evading the Tiangang Xinjiang palm. Injured both internally and externally, Shuafang felt his true energy wane after that strike. Seizing the moment while Ma Kaizheng was dodging, he leapt into the air and swiftly vanished into the forest. "Chase him," Nangong Mu commanded. Leading the charge into the woods, the Yin Yuan's 16 riders following closely, some sprinting, others leaping, weaving through the treetops like arrows released from their bowstrings, forming a search line stretching dozens of feet long. Ma Kaizheng moved with the agility of a swallow, advancing ahead of the others, darting between the treetops, occasionally pausing to observe. Suddenly, he broke away from the group, leaping to the right. "Young master, are you unharmed?" Jiang Sun was startled by the voice, realizing that Ma Kejung had come to secretly escort Zhuang Sheng away. Fearing the iron-masked man would pursue them in her panicked flight, Zhuang Sheng inadvertently stepped into a boar trap. Her alabaster ankle bleeding profusely, and she let out an anguished cry, her beauty paling in pain. Jiang Sun hastily drew the Qingying sword, straining to pry open the boar trap, but the device was extraordinarily sturdy. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not budge it that moment. Ma Kejung's voice rang out. "Master Ma, what brings you here?" Jiang Sun exclaimed, surprise mingling with joy. Yet, he soon realized his lapse in decorum. Having severed ties with the Nangong Manor, Ma Kejung, a trusted aide of Nangong Yi, should naturally maintain his distance. Ma Kejung replied solemnly, "Young master, Lord Nangong wishes for your return." His tone was heavy, igniting a surge of emotion in Jiang Sun, who suddenly recalled the cold shoulders he had endured throughout his life. His heart hardened, and his expression darkened. "I have long severed ties with Nangong Yi. There is no need for you to speak further." "Then take care, young master," Ma Kejung said, ready to depart, but suddenly turned back, his sword slicing through the boar trap with a resounding clang. He paused, perplexed. "Is she from the Xiantian sect?" Before Jiang Sun could respond, Zhuang Sheng interjected, "Indeed, I am a disciple of the Xiantian sect." Ma Kejung cautioned, "Young master, given your status, it is best not to entangle yourself with people from the martial world." With that, Ma Kejung turned to leave. The elder of Tianyin, released by Shuo Fong, dashed toward the edge of a cliff, gazing into the abyss of the valley below, hesitating. Casting a glance back, a shadow surged toward him, swiftly dragging him down the precipice. A cry of an eagle echoed from above, and soon Nangong Mu arrived at the cliff's edge, followed by the Yin Yun 18 riders. Staring into the mist-shrouded valley, he plunged his blade into the rock, gritting his teeth in frustration. "Damn it! You too, go down. Alive, we want to see them. Dead, we want to see their corpses. I refuse to believe a cooked duck can fly away." "Yes," 2 iron-masked men responded, fastening ropes around their waists, preparing to leap down the cliff. Clinging to the rocky surface, Shuo Fong grasped the elder with one hand. He had realized that the eagle was tracking him, so he took hold of the Tianyin elder and plummeted down the cliff. Furrowing his brow, Shuo Fong understood that if the 2 iron-masked men descended, he would surely be exposed. With Nangong Mu's numbers, his situation would be dire. In that moment, he decided to take the risk. Snatching the rope and leaping down the cliff, resolute, he fixed his gaze on the 2 descending figures. Just then, Ma Kejung arrived, and Nangong Mu cast a cold glance at him, saying indifferently, "My affairs do not require your intervention." Ma Kejung replied calmly, "I have no intention of meddling. I merely wish to remind the young general that Gongliang Yu is leading the Xiantian sect's forces here." Upon hearing this, Nangong Mu extracted his blade from the crevice. Grinding his teeth, "He dares to oppose the empire? Good. Sooner or later, I will deal with the Xiantian sect. This time, I shall show them our true colors. Penglai City is the territory of the Xiantian sect. If conflict erupts, it will not bode well for the young general," Ma Kejung stated matter-of-factly. Nangong Mu sneered. "What? Are you afraid?" Ma Kejung replied, "The Xiantian sect is powerful. It will inevitably be weakened, but acting within their sphere of influence may yield unfavorable results. The Xiantian sect is entangled with numerous factions. Pulling one thread affects the whole. The Nangong Manor governs the martial world and must balance various forces. Only by dividing the 9 major sects and using their strengths against each other can we remain invincible. Blindly resorting to force will only encourage unity among the factions, turning them against the Nangong Manor." Fuming, Nangong Mu retorted, "Absurd. Does the Nangong Manor fear them? If it weren't for that old coot controlling the Nangong Manor, constantly restraining me, I would have already swept away the 9 major sections. Speak. What does the old man want with me?" Ma Kejung's voice turned grave. "The young lady has passed away." Nangong Mu was taken aback. "What? How did she die?" Ma Kejung responded, "The diagnosis indicates she succumbed to a longing ailment." Nangong Mu's heart swelled with rage and sorrow, shouting, "Cowardly! Cowardly! Is it worth it for such a trivial matter?" Ma Kejung stated. "Lord Nangong hopes the young general will return to the Yingtian Manor to report." With that, Ma Kejung took to the air and departed. Nangong Mu clenched his teeth, his rigid face shrouded in gloom. Heartbroken, he sighed deeply before leading his companions away. Shuo Fong, with a swift motion, grasped the Tianyin elder and leapt up the cliff, promptly freeing the elder from his acupoint. The elder clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Hero Shuo, for your timely rescue. Shuo Fong waved a hand dismissively. Who was the mastermind behind Tianyin? Was the destruction of the Shaoyang sect orchestrated by Tianyin? The elder, fully aware of Shuo Fong's capabilities, spoke respectfully. I am merely a yi within Tianyin, responsible solely for carrying out tasks. I have no knowledge of such matters. Shuo Fong pressed further. What does he signify? The elder hesitated for a moment before replying. It is a codename within Tianyin. Yi refers to the executors. Shuo Fong's expression darkened, his tone chilling. Do you think you can evade my questions? The elder panicked. Hero Shuo, your martial prowess is unparalleled. I would not dare to conceal anything. Known for his fiery temperament, Shuo Fong seized the elder's shoulder, lifting him abruptly into the air. The elder found himself suspended momentarily. Shuo Fong unleashed a palm strike, a powerful gust of wind enveloping the elder, spinning him like a leaf caught in a vortex. After a dizzying whirl, the elder crashed heavily to the ground, struggling to rise, his steps unsteady. Shuo Fong channeled his inner power and struck the elder's shoulder. The elder immediately felt as though burdened by 1,000 pounds. His face paling. With piercing eyes, Shuo Fong sternly questioned, did Tianyin involve itself in the conflict between the Shaoyang sect and the Wangjiang Tower? Under the weight of Shuo Fong's internal energy, the elder felt powerless. Gritting his teeth as he struggled to respond, Hero Shuo, please discern. Before the Shaoyang sect's destruction, I did not receive any orders from the judge regarding life and death. This matter should have no connection to Tan. Shuo Fong pressed on. What is the judge's order regarding life and death? The elder explained, that is a killing order issued by Tianyin. Those listed as such are destined to face assassination by Tianyin. When the Wangjiang Tower annihilated the Shaoyang sect, Tianyin did not issue a life and death order. Thus, this matter is assuredly unrelated to Tianyin. Pondering briefly, Shuo Fong inquired again, what role do you play within Tianyin? The elder replied, I am only responsible for intelligence gathering and disseminating information. I know nothing beyond that. Shuo Fong continued, how can one locate the leader of Tianyin? The elder lamented, I have no way of knowing. I am not even aware of the identities of others within Tianyin. My connections are strictly one-dimensional, and I cannot seek out the sender. He must come to me. Each time we meet, he wears a mask. After a moment of silence, seeing the elder's earnest demeanor, Shuo Fong concluded that he would not lie in a life-and-death situation and gradually released him, saying, you may go. However, just as Shuo Fong's palm made contact with the elder's shoulder, he discreetly infused a trace of spiritual energy into the elder's body, allowing him to trace the elder's movements. Hearing he was granted freedom, a glimmer of surprise flashed in the elder's eyes as he clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Hero Shuo, for sparing my life. Suddenly, Shuo Fong asked urgently, was the Roland sword stolen by Tianyin? At this sharp inquiry, the elder's body stiffened, instinctively responding in affirmation, only to immediately retract, and no, I haven't heard anything. In an instant, Shuo Fong dashed forward like the wind, gripping the elder's shoulder, demanding, is this true or not? The elder's pupils constricted, trembling as he whispered, indeed. I did receive directives regarding the theft of the Roland sword, but I know nothing about the specifics of its execution. Upon hearing this, Shuo Fong's heart sank, his figure swaying as he took 2 steps back. It seemed evident that Tianyin was the puppeteer behind the destruction of the Shaoyang sect. Lost in deep contemplation and regret, he suddenly shouted, be careful. A flash of light streaked through the air, accompanied by the crisp sound of a projectile slicing through space, as a dart hurtled towards the old man's back. The old man let out a harrowing scream, collapsing into a pool of blood. Shuo Fong's gaze was piercing, turning towards the source of the sound, only to discover that the assailant had long since vanished without a trace. Focusing his energy, he extracted the dart from the old man's body, recognizing it as the flying fish dart. At that moment, the words Heaven's Mandate and Longevity and Prosperity were conspicuously displayed upon the old man's neck. Chapter 22. Falling into a trap. Do not trouble the esteemed young master of the Nangong residence. Jiang Sun attempted to assist Zhuang Sheng, who adamantly refused his help. It turned out that Mark had been cautioning Jiang Sun against forming too close a bond with individuals from the martial world, hinting at a sense of disdain that irked Zhuang Sheng considerably. Observing Zhuangsheng sulking, Jiang Sun felt a pang of distress, rendered immobile in place. Zhuangsheng struggled to rise, but the pain in her ankle was unbearable, prompting her to emit a soft cry as she fell once more to the ground. Jiang Sun expressed concern, saying, "Your ankle is severely injured. You need to have it bandaged promptly," Zhuangsheng retorted. "What business is it of yours how I fare? Leave me be. I am not worthy of your assistance." Irritated by her attitude, Jiang Sun countered, "Why are you being so ungrateful? What others say does not concern me. Why do you target me? Even if you disregard my act of saving your life, must you insult me?" Zhuangsheng was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Sun's words. Surrounded by sycophants, she perceived Jiang Sun's kindness as a predatory interest in her beauty. Coupled with Mark's earlier comments, her pride had been wounded, leading her to respond to Jiang Sun with hostility. Noticing his tone, her exquisite cheeks flushed crimson, and she snapped, "Get lost. The Nangong residence bullies others with their power." "Who needs your feigned kindness?" Jiang Sun retorted angrily. "The Nangong residence is one thing, and I am another." Zhuangsheng, not one to back down, replied defiantly, "Humph. The world is filled with deceit. The Nangong residence has harmed the martial world for far longer than a day or two. Just because you claim to be a good person does not make it so. Do not think I am unaware of your true intentions." Seeing her unreasonable outburst, Jiang Sun was enraged to the point of laughter. Leaning closer and saying, "Indeed, you have seen through me. I shall no longer pretend I am the villain." Zhuangsheng, taken aback, exclaimed, "What do you intend to do?" Realizing she had misconstrued his intentions, Jiang Sun seized the opportunity to tease her. Preparing to leave. Although Zhuangsheng was striking, Jiang Sun had grown accustomed to the abundance of beauties in the Nangong residence, and, given her lack of discernment and stubbornness, found his affection for her waning. After taking a few steps, he heard her sobbing behind him, stirring a sense of compassion within him. Considering her injured ankle, her isolation as a woman, and the encroaching darkness in the forest, he felt a twinge of sympathy despite his earlier anger. Zhuangsheng, harboring resentment towards Nangong Mu, redirected her ire towards Jiang Sun. Seeing him retreat, she was overwhelmed with despair and began to weep, unable to walk. When Jiang Sun returned, Zhuangsheng's emotions were conflicted. A mix of shame and joy, as she reproached, "Why have you returned? My fate is of no concern to you." Her tone remained sharp, yet it lacked the hostility of before, revealing a touch of vulnerability. Jiang Sun, perceiving her pitiable state, felt his anger dissipate. He crouched down, gently lifting her injured ankle while speaking kindly. "We are merely strangers who have crossed paths. There is no need for us to treat each other as enemies. You may regard me as a villain, and I shall not dispute that, but I cannot leave you alone in this desolate wilderness." With that, he chewed some herbs and applied them to her ankle, tearing a strip from her long skirt to carefully bind it. Zhuangsheng, touched by Jiang Sun's thoughtfulness, felt a wave of guilt wash over her for her previous harshness. She gazed at him, their eyes meeting, and her heart fluttered. In that moment, she felt Jiang Sun's significance. Despite the throngs of admirers surrounding her, most were insincere, while Jiang Sun's forthrightness and genuine demeanor were unparalleled, leaving her flustered. After a brief moment of shared gaze, she suddenly snapped back to reality, hastily diverting her gaze, a blush spreading across her cheeks as she murmured, "Thank you." Jiang Sun, inwardly reserved yet pleased, maintained a facade of calm as he replied, "You are welcome. You are unable to walk. Allow me to carry you." With that, he slowly crouched down. Zhuangsheng felt her cheeks burn, frozen in place. Jiang Sun glanced back and inquired, "Can you stand?" Zhuangsheng attempted to rise. But as soon as her foot touched the ground, the pain was excruciating, forcing her to lean onto Jiang Sun's back. Her beauty stirred feelings within Jiang Sun, and the subtle fragrance of orchids enveloped him, lifting his spirits as he carried her without feeling burdened. However, as thoughts of Zhuangsheng's compatibility with her senior, Gong Liangyu, crossed his mind, he suppressed his budding admiration. Though the path was not particularly treacherous, the darkness had settled, and the sounds of wildlife in the woods were unsettling. Jiang Sun quickened his pace, but in the flurry, he suddenly found himself tumbling into a deep pit alongside Zhuangsheng. The fall exacerbated Zhuangsheng's injuries. They had plummeted into a pit 2 zhang deep, covered with branches and brush, clearly a trap for hunting. Jiang Sun's feet sank into the mire, making it difficult to even pull them free, let alone leap out. Despair washed over him as he turned back to see Zhuangshang clutching her ribs, her face contorted in pain. He rushed to support her, asking with concern, "How do you feel?" Zhuangshang leaned forward slightly, taking a while to catch her breath. Jiang Sun, filled with remorse, said, "I am sorry. It was my negligence." Zhuangshang gritted her teeth, her brows furrowing, yet she did not blame Jiang Sun, simply stating, "I do not hold you accountable. Who could have known which wicked individual dug such a deep pit on the road?" Then she called out, "Is anyone there? Help!" Her voice, strained and hoarse, echoed into the void, but it was as if her cries fell upon deaf ears. Overwhelmed by despair and pain, tears streamed down her face as she lamented. "What are we to do now?" Jiang Sun replied bitterly. "It is late. We may have to wait until tomorrow for someone to pass by." In contrast to Zhuangshang's hopelessness, Jiang Sun appeared remarkably composed. Noticing her constant grip on her left rib and the anguish etched across her features, he leaned down to ask again, "How do you feel?" Zhuangshang's face twisted in agony as she clenched her teeth, whispering, "I think my rib is broken." "What?" Jiang Sun, wanting to examine her, hesitated, aware of the propriety between men and women, compounded by his lack of medical knowledge. Zhuangshang, feeling helpless, began to sob, leaving Jiang Sun at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, he recalled the book of internal medicine gifted to him by Shuafeng. A flicker of hope ignited within him, though it felt unrealistic. The darkness enveloped them, rendering the pit inadequately lit. Even if he had a remedy, without herbs and tools, it would be futile. Seeing Zhuangshang in such a state, Jiang Sun attempted to climb, but the pit, narrow at the top and widening below, resembled a gourd, thwarting his efforts time and again. Chapter 23. Heartfelt stirring. Hearing Zhuangshang's cries, an urgency gripped him, prompting him to retrieve the book of internal medicine, hoping to read by the faint light of a fire starter. To his astonishment, the words on the paper glowed softly. Elated, he tucked away the fire starter and began to peruse. Noting that the text contained sections on both internal and external injuries, the internal section detailed the 7-star technique, while the external focused on the ice muscle technique. Following the chapters, Jiang Sun quickly located the segment on treating fractures and began to study intently. Zhuangshang, wincing in pain, dared not breathe deeply, her emotions gradually calming as she noticed Jiang Sun engrossed in reading. She curiously asked, even at such a time, "You still have the heart to read?" Jiang Sun, focused on the guidance of the 7-star technique, concentrated his breath on 7 specific acupoints, feeling a warm current circulate between them, granting him a sense of ease. He was so absorbed that he read through most of it before realizing Zhuangshang had spoken. He replied, "There is a method for setting bones in this book. Trust me, focus your energy at the Tianling acupoint." Seeing Jiang Sun speak earnestly, and in light of her excruciating rib pain, Zhuangshang reluctantly complied. Jiang Sun continued to instruct, "Guide the energy from the Tianling acupoint to the Tiantu acupoint, then to the Tanchong and Qihai acupoints." Suddenly, Zhuangshang gasped, her brow furrowing, her features contorting with palpable anguish. Jiang Sun hurriedly inquired, "What is wrong?" Zhuangshang grimaced, "The energy won't descend. My rib hurts even more. I will help you." Jiang Sun began, but abruptly halted, realizing that the Qihai acupoint lay beneath the navel, a private area. Though he wished to assist, he hesitated due to Zhuangshang's femininity. Zhuangshang, enduring her pain, urged, "Brother Jiang, I am in great agony. Do not hesitate any longer." Upon hearing this, Jiang Sun acted without delay, his fingers slowly approaching her navel. Despite receiving her consent, he felt his heart racing. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly pressed down before retracting his hand, causing Zhuangshang's cheeks to flush. Jiang Sun then sequentially directed his energy into the Futu, Zisanli, and Chongyang acupoints, and in an instant, the 7 acupoints interconnected, a warm current enveloping her entire being. In no time, the pain in her ribs diminished significantly. Seizing the moment, he continued to study the remaining chapters, mastering the 7-star technique before delving into the ice muscle technique. As a warm current coursed through the extraordinary meridians, Jiang Sun was astonished to discover that the wounds from his earlier fall had healed without any medicinal aid, the skin returning to its smooth state without a trace of scarring, marveling at the wonders of the Book of Internal Medicine. Subsequently, He employed the ice muscle technique to mend Zhuang Shang's injured ankle. The wound was deep, and Jiang Sun concentrated the energy of the ice muscle technique into his fingertip, gently infusing it into Zhuang Shang's soul. As the technique took effect, the injury visibly healed at an astonishing pace. And in the blink of an eye, it was as if the wound had never existed. Zhuang Shang exclaimed, "What kind of skill is this? It is so miraculous." Jiang Sun replied nonchalantly, "I learned it from this very book of internal medicine." He then presented the book to Zhuang Shang, who paused in surprise before breaking into a smile. "Are you truly willing to let me see it?" Jiang Sun smiled gently. "It is not a secret manual. Acquiring the skills to heal others is always beneficial." Zhuang Shang reflected, "You people from the Nangong residence are truly magnanimous, to so freely share something so precious. Brother Jiang, I often see you wearing a melancholic expression. I never expected you to smile so radiantly." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Sun smiled even more radiantly. Since his mother's passing, he had seldom displayed a cheerful countenance. At the tender age of 17 or 18, he bore the demeanor of an elderly man weathered by life's tribulations, appearing prematurely composed and melancholic. Following this incident, Zhuang Shang's perception of Jiang Sun underwent a significant transformation. With keen interest, she inquired, "Brother Jiang, the Nangong manner is infamous. How is it that you possess such kindness?" Jiang Sun countered, "In what manner is the Nangong manner notorious?" Zhuang Shang replied, "Who in the Jianghu is unaware? The Nangong manner is known for its pillaging and violence, committing every conceivable atrocity." Jiang Sun was taken aback. Finding it difficult to fathom, as the authority governing the Jianghu on behalf of the court, the Nangong manner indeed acted with a certain tyranny, inciting resentment among the martial world. Although Nangong Yu was cold towards Jiang Sun, he understood that without the deterrent of the Nangong manner, the Jianghu would be far more tumultuous. Despite its domineering nature, the Nangong manner was by no means the malevolent force Zhuang Shang described. He had not anticipated such a profound misunderstanding from her regarding the manner. Observing her unwavering conviction that the Nangong manner was steeped in wickedness, Jiang Sun calmly remarked, "What is heard may be false, but what is seen is true." Zhuang Shang retorted, "Nangong Mu forcefully abducted maidens and indiscriminately slaughtered the innocent. I witnessed it with my own eyes." Jiang Sun was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to refute her assertion, and murmured, "Indeed, the people of the Nangong manner can be quite wicked." Zhuang Shang was taken aback by Jiang Sun's admission and, with wide eyes, asked, "Though you say so, it feels strange coming from your lips. You are of the Nangong manner. Is it not treasonous to speak of them thus?" Jiang Sun countered, "If they have committed wrongs, am I not permitted to voice it?" Zhuang Shang responded, "My master taught that even a small kindness must be repaid with great gratitude. To disparage them as you do is tantamount to betrayal. Brother Jiang, it is inappropriate for you to say such things. You should retract them." Jiang Sun found the situation both amusing and exasperating, replying, "Do you wish for me to join them in their misdeeds, their pillaging and slaughter? That is not my intention." Zhuang Shang, momentarily speechless, pondered before suggesting, "You ought to persuade them to amend their ways." Jiang Sun silently thought to himself, "How can good and evil be altered by mere words?" Noticing Jiang Sun's silence, Zhuang Shang questioned, "Am I mistaken in what I say?" Jiang Sun smiled lightly and said, "You make a fair point. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly advise them properly." Before Zhuang Shang could articulate another thought, suddenly, Jiang Sun's body stiffened, his expression contorted, as a chill spread from his spine. Akin to plunging into an icy abyss, this was the cold poison of the dark night frightening palm surfacing. The dampness of the surroundings had already sapped much of Jiang Sun's vitality in his attempt to save Zhuang Shang, and now the cold poison erupted violently, overwhelming him as he curled on the ground, writhing in agony. Alarmed, Zhuang Shang asked, "Brother Jiang, what has happened to you?" Jiang Sun trembled, responding, "I have been struck by the dark night frightening palm. The cold poison is manifesting." Zhuang Shang urgently inquired, "Is there an antidote in your medical texts?" Jiang Sun struggled to reply, "It is of no use. The poison of the dark night has infiltrated my very organs and cannot be expelled." No sooner had he finished speaking than Jiang Sun's body shook violently, rendering him unable to speak further. When Zhuang Shang touched his arm, it felt as cold as ice, causing her to exclaim, So cold. Seeing Jiang Sun in such torment, Zhuang Sheng's heart raced with anxiety. She rubbed her hands together and attempted to warm his back, but this small warmth proved futile. Zhuang Sheng realized that at this moment, her own body heat was the only remedy available. Yet, doing so left her feeling guilty towards her senior, Gong Liangyu. She thought, my master often says one must remember kindness. Brother Jiang saved my life. So it is only right that I offer him my own. After much deliberation, Zhuang Sheng resolved to slowly remove her outer garment. Just as she prepared to use her body to provide warmth, a figure suddenly emerged from the well, followed by an excited voice at last. I have captured my prey. Zhuang Sheng's eyes brightened with hope, and she hastily donned her clothes, calling out, Hey, we are not prey. Quickly save us. Ah, it is a person. Came the surprised voice from above, and soon a powerful force drew the two of them out of the trap. Overjoyed, Jiang Sun was about to express his gratitude when he caught sight of the newcomer and froze, exclaiming, Zixian. Zixian looked at Jiang Sun with a mischievous grin. Junior brother, where have you been? Why have you not returned for so long? Jiang Sun, preoccupied, ignored Zixian and anxiously glanced behind him, fearful that the ghostly old woman might follow. Zixian, puzzled, turned to look back as well. Jiang Sun asked in a low voice, Did you dig this trap? Zixian innocently nodded. Where is your mother? Jiang Sun pressed. Grandmother is practicing her skills. I sneaked out. Zixian replied. You should hurry back, Jiang Sun urged. I have no one to play with. It's too boring alone, junior brother. Come back with me, Zixian pleaded. Jiang Sun coldly retorted. Leave quickly. Upon seeing Zixian attempting to follow, he snapped, Do not follow me. Zhuang Sheng observed Zixian's pitiful demeanor and felt Jiang Sun was being unreasonably harsh towards his junior. Thus, she interjected, Brother Jiang, regardless of how you feel, he is still your senior brother. How can you treat him so unkindly? Upon hearing this, Zixian looked at Zhuang Sheng and broke into a silly grin. Zhuang Sheng, feeling perplexed, asked, What are you laughing at? Zixian bashfully replied, Hee hee, I want to marry you. Zhuang Sheng, incensed, retorted, What nonsense are you spouting? Zixian was taken aback and defended himself. Grandmother said that whoever I like should marry me. You can ask her if you don't believe me. Realizing Zixian's rudeness, Zhuang Sheng suddenly felt she had misjudged Jiang Sun and scolded him sharply. What authority does your grandmother have to dictate such things? How presumptuous! Do you think you are a prince, that a toad can dream of eating swan meat? Hearing this, Zixian immediately lowered his head, his fingers intertwining in a display of both grievance and guilt. I am not a toad. It was grandmother who said it. Zhuang Sheng huffed. Is your grandmother the king of heaven? What right does she have to declare who can marry whom? Such tyranny is absurd. The king of heaven's words are not as binding as an old woman's. Zhuang Sheng's words had scarcely left her mouth when an aged and piercing voice echoed from afar, sending a shiver down Jiang Sun's spine. It was the voice of the ghostly old woman. Chapter 24. Zixian's affection for Zhuang Sheng. Upon hearing the ghostly old woman's voice, Jiang Sun felt a surge of dread, seizing Zhuang Sheng in an attempt to flee. Yet, before they could take a step, suddenly, a shadow as elusive as a specter appeared before them, swiftly delivering a heavy blow to Jiang Sun's chest. He fell to the ground, blood mixed with crystallized cold poison erupting forth. Though it sent his internal organs into turmoil, it unexpectedly alleviated the intense agony of the dark night poison. The ghostly old woman harbored a deep-seated hatred for Jiang Sun, without waiting for him to react. Her Xintian cane, crackling with the sound of thunder, swung down towards the back of Jiang Sun's head. No? Zhuang Sheng cried out, leaping to shield Jiang Sun with her body. The ghostly old woman, momentarily taken aback, halted her cane mere inches from Zhuang Sheng's back, a cold smile tugging at her lips. You are the one my son has taken a liking to. I won't kill you, but step aside. Zhuang Sheng, fiery in spirit and loathing for the oppressive, immediately countered. If you have the courage, then kill me. You will not force me to marry your son. The ghostly old woman's eyes twitched, and under the moonlight, her originally grotesque features took on an even more sinister appearance. Xianer, this girl is ungrateful. Kill her, and I shall find you someone better. Hearing this, Zixian was filled with agitation, bouncing about and exclaiming, No, I want her. The ghostly old woman found herself in a dilemma. In her moment of hesitation, Jiang Sun suddenly pushed Zhuang Sheng away, roaring, Run! Instantly, He wielded 2 shadow swords, shouting, "I will fight you," with a double-edged assault. The swords flickered like lightning, aiming directly at the ghostly old woman's ears. She deftly evaded the strike as her cane swung, precisely striking Jiang Sun's wrist. With a sickening crack, it felt as though his bones had shattered. And searing pain coursed through his arms, nearly causing him to drop the shadow swords. The ghostly old woman gasped, "The shadow swords?" Jiang Sun gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, firmly gripping the swords, and replied through clenched jaws, "Indeed. The shadow swords are meant to slay evil." Resolute to embrace destruction, he launched another assault on the ghostly old woman. However, she refrained from striking back, merely dodging his attacks. Exhausted from exertion, Jiang Sun eventually collapsed to the ground. "Brother Jiang?" Zhuangshang cried out in alarm, eager to check on him, but the ghostly old woman's iron cane struck her pressure point, immobilizing her. "Let me go!" Zhuangshang shouted angrily. The ghostly old woman sneered, "I can, but you must agree to become my daughter-in-law." Zhuangshang spat, "Dream on. I would rather die than comply." The ghostly old woman threatened, "If you refuse, he will die." With that, she cast a glance at Jiang Sun, her gaze momentarily cold and ruthless. Zhuangshang, fiery in temperament, was incensed by such tyranny and rebuked, "If you dare, kill me. Otherwise, the Xiantian sect will never forgive you." Mentioning the Xiantian sect, a flicker of malice crossed the ghostly old woman's eyes, as old grievances with the sect's leader, Gong Liangzong, surged within her, a flash of vengeance sweeping over her features as she chuckled sinisterly. "So, you are a disciple of that old scoundrel from the moon's depth? How amusing." Zhuangshang, outraged at the insult to her master, retorted fiercely, "Silence. You old hag, dare to insult my master, and I will ensure your demise." The ghostly old woman laughed, "Ha ha, you cannot protect yourself. How can you threaten my destruction? Shinner, she is now yours." Consumed by fury, Zhuangsheng bellowed, "I would rather die than submit. If you have the power, then act." The ghostly old woman replied leisurely, "Submission or rebellion is not up to you. Shinner, take her away." Xian hesitated slightly, "She does not like me." The ghostly old woman, incensed, nearly shouted fool, but considering Xian's temperament, she suppressed her anger and amended her words. "A woman's words should be taken in reverse. Coax her, and once you are wed, she will naturally be unable to leave you." Upon hearing this, Xian's eyes sparkled, and he hoisted Zhuangshang onto his shoulder, racing toward the wooden house. Upon reaching the wooden house, Xian stared at Zhuangshang with an infatuated grin, unable to stop smiling. Zhuangshang, unable to move due to the pressure point, could only shout, "Stay away from me." Xian's expression darkened as he scratched his head, saying, "Grandmother said to interpret a woman's words in reverse. Do you want me to come closer?" With that, he leaned forward, intending to embrace Zhuangshang. "If you continue to press me, I would rather die before you." Zhuangshang was consumed by extreme resentment, longing to bite his tongue and end his life, blood seeping from the corners of his lips. Upon witnessing this, Xian was greatly alarmed and hurriedly dissuaded him, saying, "Do not bite your tongue. It will lead to your demise." Zhuangshang barked fiercely, "Let go of me." After a moment's hesitation, Xian ultimately released Zhuangshang's pressure points. Stunned, Zhuangshang did not expect Xian to truly set him free. Seeing the smile radiating from his face, Zhuangshang felt an inexplicable humiliation and swung his hand towards Xian's chest. With a resounding thud, Xian remained unmoved, while Zhuangshang was instead sent tumbling backward by the force of Xian's internal energy. Xian rushed forward to assist him, but Zhuangshang sternly commanded, "Do not come near." Struggling to rise, he staggered toward the exit. "You cannot leave. The old witch will kill you," Xian shouted urgently. Zhuangshang, unwilling to heed, retorted, "I wish to kill her myself." After saying this, he slammed the door and departed. Moments later, a piercing scream pierced the air, and Zhuangshang was flung back into the room like a kite with its string cut, landing heavily on the ground. The old witch followed closely behind, coldly remarking, "If it were not for my son's affection for you, you would not even know how you would die." Zhuangshang was struck hard, his internal organs churning as if boiling water. Collapsing helplessly to the ground, with an expression of defiance, he gritted his teeth and spat with hatred. "The Xiantian sect will surely turn you to dust." The old witch chuckled coldly. I shall visit the Xiantian sect sooner or later. I am eager to see how Gongliang the old rogue intends to turn me to dust. The old witch then turned to Zixian and said, Xianer, as long as she bears your child, even if you drive her away, she will be unwilling to leave. Zixian looked at the old witch, seemingly understanding yet bewildered, standing in a daze. Wake up! Wake up! Jiang Sun, in a state of unconsciousness, was roused by a chorus of voices, a wave of excruciating pain crashing over him. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he lifted his head, but in the dim light, the outlines were blurred, and he could only make out the figure of a man in white. Jiang Sun inquired, Where is this? Who are you? I am Hua Xiamian from Wangjiang Tower. You saved my life, and I have come to repay the favor. This is the old witch's lair. You are Jiang Sun? The nephew of Nangong Mu? Hua Xiamian spoke with clarity. Realizing that this was the place where He Lao and the others were imprisoned, Jiang Sun hastily clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you. Brother Hua, no need for formalities, Brother Jiang. How did you incur the wrath of the old witch? She is a formidable character. Her dark night frightening palm infects the body with cold poison, and there is no cure. Jiang Sun suddenly recalled Zhuang Sheng and exclaimed, Miss Zhuang. Hua Xiamian replied, I know where she is. Hua Xiamian led Jiang Sun, stealthily approaching the back of Zixian's wooden cabin. The cabin was humble, and any movement inside could be clearly heard from outside. As they drew near, they could hear Zhuang Sheng's soft sobs. Indeed, Hua Xiamian exclaimed with delight, then placed a hand on the hilt of his sword. Preparing to rescue her, Jiang Sun grabbed him and asked, Brother Hua, have you seen the old witch? She was just smoking by the pine trees to the east, but now she has vanished. Hua Xiamian replied. Jiang Sun scanned the surroundings, and together with Hua Xiamian, cautiously entered the cabin. There, they found Zhuang Sheng lying diagonally on a simple wooden bed, tears streaming down her face, while Zixian stood beside her, looking innocent. Upon seeing Jiang Sun, Zixian's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, Junior brother. Hua Xiamian was about to draw his sword and take action, but Jiang Sun stopped him, saying, He has not aided the witch. While outwardly defending Zixian, Jiang Sun was acutely aware of his strength. If a fight broke out, not only would they be unable to win, but it would also alert the old witch. Hua Xiamian ceased his insistence, sheathing his sword and advancing to release Zhuang Sheng's pressure points, intending to take her away. Xian hurriedly interjected. You cannot leave. Hua Xiamian's expression darkened. Must I resort to force? Zixian defended. She is the wife promised to me by the old witch. I care for her, and you cannot take her away. Hua Xiamian scoffed coldly, preparing to draw his sword, but Jiang Sun quickly intervened. Urging, Senior Brother Xian, do you still recognize me as your junior brother? Zixian nodded. Of course. Jiang Sun continued. Good. You know that if Miss Zhuang remains here, she will eventually fall victim to the old witch. If you truly care for her, you should not allow her to come to harm, correct? Zixian nodded in agreement. I will protect her, Jiang Sun said. You are well aware of the old witch's methods. If you acknowledge me as your junior brother, let us take her away quietly without making a scene. Zixian covered his mouth, responding with a soft hum, obediently nodding his head. Just as the three reached the door, a sudden malevolent wind whipped up, followed by a chilling laugh. Hua Xiamian gripped the hilt of his sword and asked, The one who conjured the wind must be Imo Daoxiang. The old witch's icy voice echoed. Who dares to be so presumptuous in my domain? Hua Xiamian replied nonchalantly. I am merely a wanderer of the rivers and lakes. I have long heard of your esteemed name, Senior Imo, and it reverberates in my ears. I humbly request an audience. With this, he retrieved a wineskin from his waist, took a sip, and offered it to Jiang Sun, whispering. Steady your nerves. Jiang Sun, fully aware of the old witch's terrifying prowess, had no desire to drink. Shaking his head in refusal, at that moment, the old witch's figure emerged from the malevolent wind, her gaze sharp as a blade, her voice cold. A nameless wretch dares to disturb the peace on my territory? Hua Xiamian wore a defiant expression, responding, Indeed, a nameless wretch seeks to make a name for himself. It all depends on whether Senior Imo is willing to assist in this endeavor. As soon as the words left his lips, with a sharp sound, the long sword was unsheathed. The old witch's voice dripped with frost as she declared, You seek your own demise. Before her words could fully dissipate, the two were already locked in a fierce battle. Chapter 25. Hua Xiaomian battles the old witch enraged. The old witch struck fiercely, her movements like a tempest, advancing in leaps, her iron staff drawing a deadly arc like a venomous serpent, aimed directly at Hua Xiaomian's face. Hua Xiaomian, light on his feet, ducked and rolled, taking refuge behind a tree trunk. The old witch was relentless, thrusting her staff forward, targeting Hua Xiaomian's visage. Startled, Hua Xiaomian leaped high into the branches. The old witch looked up sharply, only to see Hua Xiaomian, sword in hand, descending with lethal precision from above, the blade enveloped in spiritual energy. Radiating a halo, as the sword energy surged, a multitude of leaves were captured, rustling fiercely, swirling rapidly around the sword tip, forming a dazzling green vortex. With a pointed gesture, Hua Xiaomian directed the sword energy, causing the green leaves to coalesce into razor-sharp blades, dense as locusts, hurtling toward the old witch. Recognizing the signature move of Wangjiang Tower, a leaf-nose autumn, the old witch dared not meet it head-on, spreading her arms to gather her inner strength, forming a shield of energy. The green leaves shattered upon contact, instantly turning to dust. Observing this, Hua Xiaomian exerted even more force, yet still could not penetrate the old witch's energy shield. Realizing her formidable strength, he felt a twinge of anxiety. The old witch noted Hua Xiaomian's flashy techniques but deemed them lacking in power. She promptly pushed forward with both palms, scattering a large number of leaves. Seizing her staff, she elegantly pursued him once more. Hua Xiaomian feigned retreat but suddenly halted, executing a counterattack with a reverse thrust of his sword. Catching the old witch off guard, however, the old witch, cunning and prepared, deftly deflected the unexpected strike with a flick of her staff. The clash of sword and staff rang out, a cacophony of metal upon metal. The two engaged in fierce combat, neither yielding an inch. The clangs echoed like a relentless barrage. The old witch's strikes were fierce and filled with murderous intent, while Hua Xiaomian responded with agile movements. The transitions between offense and defense blurring the lines of reality. After several exchanges, the old witch grew increasingly enraged, yet Hua Xiaomian, like an elusive eel, was difficult to capture. After 20 exchanges, both had gradually discerned each other's tactics. The old witch gritted her teeth, determined to land a decisive blow without a moment's hesitation. With 3 successive strikes, Hua Xiaomian dodged left and right, but on the third clash, his long sword was unexpectedly drawn into the old witch's staff, rendering him unable to break free despite his frantic struggles. Just as Hua Xiaomian was in a state of desperation, Jiang Sun shouted, "Be careful! It's a trap!" Hua Xiaomian awoke from his stupor, suddenly yanking back with all his might, then thrusting forward in a move that utilized the old witch's force against her, freeing his sword and forcing her to retreat several steps. Unexpectedly, the old witch's figure flickered, appearing before Jiang Sun, and in an instant, a palm struck Jiang Sun's chest, and caught unawares, he collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Having succeeded, the old witch leaped aside, panting heavily. Seeing this, Hua Xiaomian mocked, "Ha! No wonder you are in such a hurry to marry. It seems age has caught up to you, fearing you might not catch your breath and be unable to hold your grandchildren, leading to your own demise." The old witch's face darkened. Ignoring his taunts, she took a deep breath and suddenly leaped into the air, her staff descending with the force of thunder. Hua Xiaomian, seeing no way to evade, braced his sword to meet it, but his wrist felt as if struck by lightning, nearly losing his grip on the sword. The old witch's palm surged with dark energy, ready to unleash the dark night frightening palm. "Hua Gongzi, be careful," Zhuangsheng urgently warned Zixian, who harbored feelings for Zhuangsheng, felt a sudden surge of anxiety upon seeing her worry for Hua Xiaomian, and echoed her concern. "Hua Gongzi, be careful." In a moment of inspiration, Hua Xiaomian channeled his spiritual energy into the sword, attempting to ensnare the dark energy with the A leaf-nose autumn sword technique. The old witch, realizing that Hua Xiaomian, though not well known, possessed remarkable swordsmanship, felt a flicker of apprehension within her heart. Consequently, she increased her force, the dark energy surged forth, and Hua Xiaomian responded with his own power, seemingly prepared for a direct clash. The old witch, elated, added a further layer of force, but unexpectedly, Hua Xiaomian bent his legs, rolling on the ground, abandoning his sword to escape. The old witch's attack missed its target, forcing her to retract her hands. But due to overexertion, she was struck by a backlash of dark energy, which enveloped her face in black mist. Hua Xiaomian's ploy succeeded, and he laughed heartily, mocking. How intriguing, poisoning oneself and enjoying it. Senior Imo truly has mastered the art of cause and effect. The old witch disregarded the mockery, suppressing her fury, gradually containing the backlash of cold poison. Moments later, she resolved the cold toxin, her gaze now filled with lethal intent. Her tone chillingly solemn. I harbor no grievances against Wangjiang Tower. There have been no recent conflicts. As a promising young talent of Wangjiang Tower, why must you oppose me? Hua Xiaomian replied bluntly, Imo Daoxiang. Your sins are numerous, and the world yearns for your demise. Do I need a reason to kill you? However, I am not a benevolent person. You have imprisoned 2 of my friends, and that is unforgivable. The old witch cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Sun and Zhuang Sheng, then calmly remarked, Ah, so these 2 are friends of the gallant Hua. Hua Xiaomian, knowing he was no match for the old witch, felt a rush of joy upon hearing this and signaled Zhuang Sheng with his eyes. Zhuang Sheng understood and hurriedly helped Jiang Sun to his feet, ready to flee. Suddenly, the witch's figure flickered, launching an attack towards the duo. Startled, Hua Xiaomian attempted to intervene, only to find that the witch could split her form. While one shadow struck toward Jiang and Zhuang, another came rushing toward him. Caught off guard by the witch's sudden assault, Hua Xiaomian instinctively swung his sword to defend himself. However, the witch seemed to have anticipated this, lightly dropping her heavy iron staff, and with a swift motion, landed a kick on Hua Xiaomian's chest, sending him flying. The figure attacking Jiang Sun was merely an illusion, designed to distract Hua Xiaomian. Despite Hua Xiaomian's intelligence, he fell into the witch's trap. With Hua Xiaomian defeated and his defenses wide open, the witch was unwilling to let such a rare opportunity slip away. She swung her heavy iron staff down toward Hua Xiaomian's crown. Just when it seemed that Hua Xiaomian was about to meet his end, Zhuang Sheng let out a horrified scream. In the blink of an eye, a figure, ghostly and enchanting, suddenly darted in front of the witch, surrounded by dazzling spiritual light. A torrent of immense power surged from within, creating a whirlwind that violently overturned the witch, sending her flying back several paces. As the dust settled, everyone finally saw the figure clearly. It was Jiang Sun, his eyes glowing crimson, surrounded by a menacing aura akin to that of an evil deity, exuding an overwhelming killing intent, a stark contrast to his previous frail state. In that critical moment, as Hua Xiaomian's life hung in the balance, an unprecedented courage surged within Jiang Sun, igniting a force he could not even comprehend. With a single thought, to protect Hua Xiaomian, the witch, witnessing this scene, was left dumbfounded. Hua Xiaomian, too, was taken aback, and upon regaining his composure, he couldn't help but exclaim, Ah, Brother Jiang, I thought I was here to save you. But it turns out you are the true hero. Before he could finish his words, Jiang Sun collapsed to the ground, as if all his strength had drained away with that single roar. Though Jiang Sun had sent the witch flying, he had not dealt a fatal blow. As Jiang Sun fell again, the witch chuckled, a strong bow's last gasp. With that, she dashed forward, raising her palm to strike at Hua Xiaomian. Dark energy swirled around her palm, manifesting the nightmare palm. Hua Xiaomian dared not delay. He rolled on the ground, seized his sword, and prepared to sever her wrist before she could unleash her palm strike. Both sides were resolute in their intent to claim victory with a single blow. Just at that critical juncture of life and death, the witch's movements suddenly halted. It was this subtle pause that caused Hua Xiaomian's eyes to brighten. Seizing the opportunity, he thrust his long sword forward. In an instant, Hua Xiaomian's sword, like the dawn's first light, pierced through the witch's palm, scattering the condensed dark energy. It turned out that just as the witch attempted her nightmare palm, she tripped, which prevented her from executing it properly. Xiaoming was seen lying on the ground, her spirit serpent sword entwined around the witch's ankle. Xiaoming blinked playfully and said, Hua Xiaomian, did you think you could shake me off? Overjoyed at this turn of events, Hua Xiaomian replied, Junior sister, you arrived just in time. This old witch's skills are diabolical. He then turned to the witch, a smirk of mockery in his smile, Imo Daoxiang. I shall borrow your blood today to make a name for myself as a nameless nobody. Zixuan, hearing this, cried out anxiously, Do not harm the witch. She is a good person. I beseech you. The witch sneered. The Wangjiang Tower prides itself on justice, yet it also engages in bullying the weak. Hua Xiaomian retorted, "Your hands are stained with blood. Your sins are profound. Eradicating you is to uphold justice. How can it be considered bullying the weak?" The witch scoffed, "I have killed no more than 100 people. Your Wangjiang Tower and Shaoyang sect slaughtered thousands in battle. How should that be judged?" Hua Xiaomian furrowed his brow and replied, "Faction disputes cannot be equated with the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents." The witch's face twisted in disdain. "I have come to this point only because the righteous sects forced me. If you claim I am indiscriminate in killing, you too cannot escape blame." Hua Xiaomian laughed. "So, you feel quite aggrieved, then?" The witch's tone turned grave. "I am deep in sin, deserving of death. However, I have yet to avenge my great grievances. If you, gallant Hua, would spare this old woman, I would willingly forsake killing and retreat to another land." Hua Xiaomian coldly laughed. "It is said that the witch is full of schemes. If you were to go back on your word, I would be in great trouble." The witch's expression darkened. She flipped her palm and struck her shoulder. With 2 cracking sounds, she actually crippled her own martial arts. Hua Xiaomian was astonished and sheathed his sword, saying, "You are quite ruthless, Brother Hua." Zhuang Shang's anxious voice called out. As Hua Xiaomian turned to see Jiang Sun spitting black blood, on the verge of collapse, Hua Xiaomian reached for Jiang Sun's pulse. Inwardly lamenting, "He truly has a tough life." He then sat cross-legged, placing his hands on Jiang Sun's back to heal him. Xiaoming had long harbored feelings for Hua Xiaomian. Upon noticing Zhuang Shang's beauty, and sensing Hua Xiaomian's apparent affection for Zhuang Shang, jealousy welled up within her. She shot a sidelong glance at Zhuang Shang and said in a teasing tone, "It's one thing to be handsome, but speaking so delicately, which man wouldn't be moved?" She reached out to touch Zhuang Shang's face, causing Zhuang Shang to startle and evade, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Xiaoming smiled wickedly, "Nothing much. If I had your looks, Brother Hua wouldn't be avoiding me." Although she spoke in jest, Xiaoming was also a natural beauty, with an oval face, fresh and elegant makeup, autumn-like eyes, willow leaf brows, alluring red lips, and a form accentuated by a snug red dress that highlighted her graceful figure. Zhuang Shang sensed Xiaoming's teasing demeanor but remained focused on Jiang Sun, uninterested in engaging with her. Xiaoming, with a flower-like smile, asked again, "Do you have feelings for him?" Zhuang Shang, though reluctant to engage with Xiaoming, felt compelled to clarify his reputation, stating, "Brother Jiang saved my life. Beyond that, there are no ulterior motives." As Hua Xiaomian's spiritual energy gradually flowed into Jiang Sun, his meridians began to open up, his complexion brightening from dark to clear. Just as Hua Xiaomian was about to open Jiang Sun's run and do meridians, the witch's bones emitted cracking sounds, and the broken bones began to heal on their own. Suddenly, she opened her eerie triangular eyes, a chilling smile curling at the corners of her mouth. The witch had feigned crippling her martial arts to deceive Hua Xiaomian into sparing her life. Seizing the opportunity, she employed her secret technique to mend her bones. Restoring her spiritual energy to its peak, a glint of malice flashed in her eyes as she stealthily approached the group. At this moment, both Xiaoming and Zhuang Shang were focused on Jiang Sun, unaware that the witch was already within striking distance. Xiaoming felt a chill creeping up her back and turned abruptly, only to see the witch brandishing her staff, sweeping toward them. Startled, she instinctively shouted, "Be careful!" She leaped forward, tackling Zhuang Shang to the ground, while the witch's staff swung wide. Missing its target, in a swift motion, she drew a curved crescent blade from her waist, sending it spinning through the air. As Xiaoming attempted to seize the sword, the crescent blade struck fiercely, leaving a gash across her chest, blood spouting forth. The witch spun around, striking Hua Xiaomian in the back. As Hua Xiaomian was channeling energy into Jiang Sun, he was unable to defend himself, and the blow sent him flying several paces, causing both Jiang and Hua to involuntarily spit blood. Zhuang Shang, witnessing this, shouted angrily, "Despicable!" He seized Hua Xiaomian's sword and charged at the witch. The witch's shadow flickered, and she appeared before Zhuang Shang, flipping her palm to strike him in the chest. Zhuang Shang fell to the ground, and in an instant, all four were gravely injured by the witch. The witch paused momentarily, then smugly declared, "What one is born as, one remains. There is no such thing as turning from evil to good." T16. I, dissatisfied with my adoptive mother's beatings, devised her brutal murder. Survival of the fittest is the way of heaven. You ignorant youngsters dare to speak of righteousness before me? Utterly laughable. With that, the witch cast an illusion, appearing in front of Zhuang Shang, seizing him by the neck. Her voice as cold as ice. I spare your life so that you will obediently become my husband, yet you betray me, colluding with outsiders to harm me, truly seeking your own demise. As she prepared to strike, Jiang Sun suddenly bellowed, "Stop!" The witch turned her head, her gaze icy. "Good disciple, no need to rush. I shall kill her first and will attend to you shortly." Jiang Sun turned to Zixuan, shouting, "Did you not vow to protect her? Why are you so indifferent?" Zixuan was taken aback, as if awakening from a dream, and yelled at the witch, "Witch, she is my wife. You cannot kill her." The witch replied, "You haven't even made any vows yet, so how can she be your wife?" Zixuan, "Kill her. Mother has found a suitable match for you." Zixuan suddenly roared, "No, I want her. You promised to betroth her to me. Why do you go back on your word?" He erupted in fury, his fists raining down on a tree trunk, breaking a sturdy pine branch with his bare hands. Seeing Zixuan in a fit of rage, the witch was both humiliated and enraged, scolding him, "You have fallen for their scheme, you fool." Zixuan's face flushed with anger as he retorted, "What scheme? I know nothing of it. You promised to betroth her to me. If you kill her, then I—" The witch was taken aback, a flash of cruelty in her eyes as she asked in a deep voice, "Then what will you do?" In a fit of rage, Zixuan's eyes glinted with ferocity, a tempest of energy swirling around him, and he shouted, "I will break my own leg with that." He picked up a large stone and raised it above his head. The witch, knowing Zixuan's temper, was furious to see him being manipulated. Gritting her teeth, she shouted, "You foolish wild child. Once you do that, you will be over 30 years old, yet you lack any adult sense. It will only make you a laughingstock." Zixuan was merely trying to frighten the witch. Usually, she would indulge him, but today, her insults were harshed in a fit of stubbornness and anger. He shouted and swung his hands, dropping the stone onto his right leg. A loud crack resounded as he truly broke his calf in the throes of her wrath. The ghostly matron never anticipated that her foolish son would take her words to heart. Overcome with both hatred and heartache, she swiftly embraced Zixuan and lamented, "My foolish child, why must you be so stubborn? Is it not sufficient that your mother spares her life?" Just as the ghostly matron was weeping profusely, Jiang Sun, aware that escape from her grasp was futile, executed a similar tactic, stealthily approaching from behind. With a swift motion, he aimed to plunge the blade into her back. Just as victory seemed imminent, the ghostly matron abruptly evaded, and the blade, propelled by its own momentum, found its way into Zixuan's abdomen. Fortunately, Zixuan's protective energies from the Tai Xin scripture mitigated the blow, yet the sword penetrated a full inch into flesh. In an instant, blood trickled forth, and Jiang Sun, startled, turned sharply only to find the ghostly matron's iron staff descending upon him. Before he could register the pain, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. As Huayan and Xiaoming caught their breath. Regaining some strength, they realized the futility of their efforts to save him. In despair, they leapt away, fleeing into the night. Chapter 26. The intrigues of Zhuang Zhou's dream of butterflies after suffering a severe blow from the ghostly matron. Jiang Sun felt as though he had plunged into an abyss of darkness. When he finally emerged from the chaos, he found himself inhabiting the identity of Tang Jindong. Startled awake, he felt as if his soul had been displaced. Ensnared in a familiar yet alien dream. Continuing the narrative of his previous dream, Tang Jindong bid farewell to his elderly mother and gentle wife as he stepped into the desolate expanse of the desert. As the sun set in the west, casting a golden hue over the winding river, the grandeur of the desert twilight unfolded before him. Armed with his military orders, he embarked alone to join the army. Presenting myself before the general of the northern campaign. As the footsteps drew nearer, two young commanders clad in armor knelt within the grand tent. Tang Jindong's gaze shifted from the map to the two men before him. He picked up the record of achievements and spoke, "Rise, generals. You are General Wang Lei of the right and General Nangong." Before he could finish, he fell silent, his eyes fixated on the taller general. After multiple confirmations of the man's identity, he was taken aback to discover that this individual bore the name Nangongyi. exactly as in his dream. Confusion washed over Tang Jindong as he blurted out, "Grandfather?" The atmosphere grew tense, and Tang Jindong's mind became a tangled mess. His subordinate was, astonishingly, the grandfather who had appeared in his dream, casting a mist of bewilderment over him. Not only did the names match, but the resemblance to Nangongyi was uncanny, even down to the barely visible scar on his right cheek. Realizing his lapse in composure, Tang Jindong suppressed his astonishment and continued, "Left General Nangongyi." "Yes," the two responded in unison, their voices resonant and powerful. Nangongyi and Wang Lei proceeded to elaborate on the current state of the army, their primary objectives, and the prevailing circumstances. Having studied military strategy since childhood, Tang Jindong felt a pang of melancholy as he found himself thrust into this remote frontier. He merely nodded along to their reports, his heart torn between yearning for his family and grappling with the enigma of his grandfather, who was now a subordinate. During the evening's welcoming banquet, cups clinked in a raucous celebration. The soldiers, exuberant and unrestrained, drank merrily, and by the time Tang Jindong had consumed 7 or 8 cups, he found himself quite tipsy. Not one for heavy drinking and overwhelmed by homesickness, he felt increasingly desolate. Fearing he might lose his composure, he raised his cup and addressed the soldiers, "Brothers, let us drink heartily tonight. We shall not return until we are intoxicated." With that, he downed his drink and attempted to leave. At that moment, a burly young soldier staggered over, cup in hand, and declared, "General Tang, I toast you with this drink." Tang Jindong chuckled, "Drink up. I have had my fill. Any more and I shall be light-headed." The soldier slammed his hand on the table and glared at Tang Jindong. "What do you mean, General? You can drink others' wine, but mine you refuse. Do you look down upon your subordinate?" With a resounding crash, the soldier shattered his cup. The tent fell silent, all eyes wide with astonishment. Tang Jindong, now the general of the northern campaign, appeared youthful and delicate, prompting skepticism from the soldiers who were eager to see how he would respond. Wang Lei, known for his fiery temperament, was about to take action when Tang Jindong gestured for him to hold back. The young soldier, face flushed, glared at Tang Jindong. Though inexperienced in military affairs, Tang Jindong understood the prevailing ethos. Soldiers accustomed to a brutal lifestyle were often unruly and unreasonable. Governance relied on clear rewards and punishments, coupled with a sense of camaraderie to win their loyalty. Thus, he rose suddenly, poured himself a cup of wine, and declared loudly, "This brother offers me a toast, and I have not partaken." He smashed his cup. "I have no words left. This cup of wine I raise to all of you, but let it be known that after this, all soldiers shall abstain from alcohol for 10 months. Tang Jindong shed his weak demeanor, tilting his head back to drain the fiery liquor. He then cast the cup to the ground, its shattering sound echoing in the aftermath of a brief silence. Before the tent erupted into chaos, this act not only preserved the soldier's dignity but also established his authority. The inebriated soldier, recognizing Tang Jindong's commanding presence despite his youth, felt a wave of respect wash over him and awkwardly retreated. As the banquet concluded, only Tang Jindong, Nangongyi, and Wang Lei remained in the tent. Nangongyi handed him a cup of tea, which Tang Jindong accepted, scrutinizing him closely. Recalling the imperious Nangongyi from his dream, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. "Brother Nangong, how old are you this year?" 19, came the prompt reply from Nangong. "Why did I ask your military rank inherited?" "Not at all. I do not share the same lineage as you. General, I began as an ordinary soldier and rose through merit." Tang Jindong smiled approvingly. "You are young and promising. I am new here and will require your support in the days to come." Upon hearing this, Nangongyi suddenly knelt, earnestly stating, "If the general does not abandon me, I, Nangongyi, am willing to serve you faithfully, facing fire and water alike." Tang Jindong smiled slightly, acknowledging his loyalty. As the night deepened and the moon hung like a silver disk in the sky, the inebriated Tang Jindong gazed up at the stars, his thoughts drifting to his wife, Lu Wan, and their infant son, Tang Xiaoqing, eliciting a gentle sigh from his lips. "General, do you have something on your mind?" Wang Lei, forthright as ever, noticed Tang Jindong's sigh and inquired. Realizing his slip, Tang Jindong quickly masked his emotions. As the ancient saying goes, the general dies in 100 battles, while the brave returns after 10 years. "General, do you miss home?" Wang Lei's words struck true. Tang Jindong chuckled. To be honest, my brothers, before departing, my mother repeatedly reminded me not to forget the grievances of our country and family. Before he could finish, Nangongyi perceptively picked up on the unspoken implications and asked directly, General, are you seeking to uncover the whereabouts of your father, General Tang Xian's enemies, and the whereabouts of Fan Jingtian? The name Fan Jingtian resonated with Tang Jindong. Familiar and foreign all at once. Since the day he was born, he had borne the mission of avenging his father. Tang Jindong's father, Tang Xian, had been slain before his birth, and under his mother's strict guidance. He had diligently studied military strategy and honed his martial skills, all with the intention of confronting the enemy, Fan Jingtian, and avenging his father. This name represented profound hatred in his heart and an adversary he must eliminate with his own hands. Tang Jindong's gaze shifted to Nangongyi's face. The death of Tang Xian had sent shockwaves through the court, making it unsurprising that Nangongyi would be aware of it. However, after killing Tang Xian, Fan Jingtian seemed to vanish without a trace. Despite the Southern Dynasty offering substantial rewards and dispatching numerous spies to search for him, there had been no results. Tang Jindong furrowed his brow and sighed. 20 years have passed. To find him is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. It is both difficult and easy, Nangongyi replied, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Tang Jindong's interest piqued. He exclaimed, Brother Nangong, do you have any insights? As far as I know, although Fan Jingtian is loyal to the Northern Kingdom, he is also a figure of the Jianghu. My family has some connections in the Jianghu, and perhaps they can uncover clues about Fan Jingtian. However, Tang Jindong interjected excitedly, Good brother, if you can help me find my enemy, I will be eternally grateful. What concerns do you have? Speak freely, Nangongyi responded. Tang de go, I will need some capable individuals. Might I be able to mobilize the Tiger Bin camp? The Tiger Bin camp is an elite special operations unit, skilled in long-distance assaults and reconnaissance missions. Utilizing them to locate Fan Jingtian would undoubtedly yield greater efficiency. However, the laws of the Southern Dynasty are strict, and unauthorized use of military forces could lead to severe penalties. Wang Lei interjected. Brother Nangong, mobilizing the Tiger Bin camp would be an act of defying imperial orders. Nangongyi replied nonchalantly, in the field, a general's orders may be disregarded. As long as we achieve merit, the court will not concern itself with trivial matters. Avenging General Tang Xian, who died for the country, does not constitute private military use. Moreover, there is currently no warfare, and the Tiger Bin camp could use some training. Wang Lei hesitated. It still feels somewhat improper. Nangongyi paid no heed to his concerns and turned to Tang Jindong, earnestly stating, of course, if General Tang finds it difficult, I can have my family send out inquiries in the Jianghu first. Tang Jindong pondered briefly, fixing his gaze on Nangongyi, General Nangong. I shall provide you with a guard unit. If you can succeed in this endeavor, I shall reward you handsomely. A guard unit comprises 20 men. And compared to the 5,000 men of the Tiger Bin camp, this decision from Tang Jindong was more prudent. Even if the court were to pursue accountability, it would not lead to significant repercussions. Wang Lei, seeing Tang Jindong's cautious approach, regarded him with admiration and then proposed, Brother Tang, we three are of similar age. Why not become sworn brothers, supporting one another in our shared mission to serve the country? Though this suggestion came from Wang Lei, it had been previously discussed with Nangongyi. Tang Jindong, eager to consolidate bonds, readily agreed, that suits me perfectly. Wang Lei's face lit up with joy, and he immediately knelt. Nangongyi began to call for preparations for the brotherhood ceremony, but Tang Jindong interjected, brotherly affection runs deep. There is no need for elaborate formalities. 3 cups of wine, with the bright moon as our witness, will suffice. Nangongyi exclaimed, good, and promptly knelt, drawing a dagger to slice his fingertip, allowing his blood to drip into the cup. Wang Lei followed suit, also drawing blood from his finger. Tang Jindong, in his inaugural brotherhood oath, albeit unclear of the ancient customs, was nonetheless aware of the ritual of blood brotherhood. He promptly adhered to the tradition, kneeling thrice upon the ground and raising a cup for a shared drink, thus solidifying their bond with 8 oaths of brotherhood. In terms of age, Wang Lei became the eldest brother, Tang Jindong the second, and Nangongyi the third. With ulterior motives, Nangongyi had long coveted the position of general of the Northern Expedition and sought to supplant it. After the three pledged their brotherhood, he turned to Wang Lei's residence, inciting him to expose Tang Jindong. With a resounding crash, A tea bowl shattered against the ground, scattering fragments and creating a chaotic mess. Wang Lei glared furiously at the darkly brooding Nan Gongyi, erupting in wrath. What do you mean by this? His thunderous roar echoed, piercing the air. Life, after all, is but a pursuit of fame and fortune. Something you two have fought for with peril. You ought to see through it more clearly. Such an act of betrayal as Wang Lei, would never commit. General Wang, you are exceptionally talented. Why should you remain in a subordinate position? Nan Gongyi countered, "Do you believe everyone is like you, filled with schemes and machinations? Leave now. I shall consider tonight's words as if I have not heard them in daily interactions." Nan Gongyi had always treated Tang Jindong with utmost respect. Yet beneath the surface, he resented being overshadowed. At this moment, he was urging Wang Lei to jointly accuse Tang Jindong of dereliction of duty. Wang Lei remained resolute. Nan Gongyi's expression darkened, and with a sly smile, he remarked, "General Wang, you often speak of righteousness, yet military law is as unyielding as a mountain. If you refuse to act impartially, perhaps it is you who bears some guilt." Wang Lei's demeanor hardened, a glimmer of menace flickering in his brow, as he replied solemnly, "Speak plainly." Nan Gongyi grinned with a sinister charm. "The general's residence is a place of revelry, is it not? Such matters at most concern decorum and hardly warrant military retribution." He then mentioned a songstress named Hong Xing'er, pausing theatrically. "What of it?" Wang Lei retorted impatiently. "Hong Xing'er is the wife of Zhang Daji from the Leopard Camp. Being a general, if you were to engage in illicit relations with your subordinate's wife or daughter, according to military regulations, your head may not be spared." Upon hearing this, Wang Lei's legs buckled. Collapsing into his chair, his mind in a daze. Although Wang Lei indulged excessively in wine and women, he was not blind to such absurdity. Unaware of Hong Xing'er's identity, he felt a wave of regret wash over him. Realizing the peril of his actions, Nan Gongyi seized the moment, continuing his persuasion. "Tang Jindong, with his scholarly ideals, is ill-suited for heavy responsibilities. A feckless general can doom an entire army, even if you do not consider your own interests. Think of the soldiers, but to do so is to violate the code of ethics," Wang Lei murmured, his thoughts in turmoil. Seeing Wang Lei wavering, Nan Gongyi pressed on. As the ancient said, the benevolent should not hold office, and the compassionate should not command troops. Tang Jindong may be a good man, but he is soft-hearted and indecisive. He is not fit to be a great general, merely a fortunate scion of a wealthy family. His misuse of military resources should only result in punishment and demotion, which would benefit him, you, me, and the soldiers. Wang Lei gazed at Nan Gongyi in astonishment, questioning his underlying motives. Having worked together for years, it felt as if they were strangers. Nan Gongyi smiled. "Remove him, and I shall strongly recommend you, Brother Wang, for the position of General of the Northern Expedition. I am willing to be your vanguard. Together forging an everlasting legacy." Wang Lei, taken aback, had not anticipated that Nan Gongyi would relinquish the position of general to him. Faced with such temptation, he hesitated. "You returned first. Allow me some time to ponder." Seeing Wang Lei's interest piqued, Nan Gongyi felt a surge of triumph and discreetly withdrew. The seduction of Wang Lei was merely the first step in Nan Gongyi's scheme. He then turned to falsely accuse Wang Lei of colluding with Fan Jingtian, presenting forged letters as evidence. After perusing the missive, Tang Jindong felt a surge of anger rising within but maintained his composure. Once the soldiers were dismissed, he inquired, "Where did this letter originate?" Though Tang Jindong was new to the political arena, he was adept at discerning intentions. Wang Lei was known for his fiery temperament and loyalty, while Nan Gongyi was cunning and ambitious. Prepared for this moment, Nan Gongyi responded, "It was obtained by soldiers of the Tiger Camp from Zhang Daji." "And how did Zhang Daji acquire it?" Tang Jindong's suspicion grew. How could a mere soldier access such confidential correspondence? Nan Gongyi hesitated slightly. This, Tang Jindong, harboring doubts about Nan Gongyi, pondered. "Is there a personal vendetta between you and Wang Lei, seeking to harm him?" Nan Gongyi, having concocted his lies, was well prepared, pausing for dramatic effect before continuing. "I would not dare conceal it. Wang Lei has a lust for women and has set his sights on Zhang Daji's wife, Hong Xing'er. She, unable to resist, stole the letter, yet her heart was unwilling." Tang Jindong frowned. Nan Gongyi spoke with conviction. providing seemingly credible evidence, causing Tang Jindong to question if he had misjudged Wang Lei. Be cautious, he probed. Besides us, who else is aware of this letter? No one else, came the reply. Tang Jindong inwardly sighed with relief. If this were indeed true, Wang Lei's awareness could lead to unforeseen complications. He cautiously asked. What are your thoughts on this matter? First, we must stabilize Wang Lei and conduct a secret investigation. If General Wang is being framed, we shall restore his name. If there is truth to this, I request the general to bring both myself and Wang Lei before military law. Why should you be punished? I, bound by brotherhood to Wang Lei, failed to counsel him in time. I have neglected my duty as a brother, as a supervising officer. I share responsibility for his oversight. Though Tang Jindong did not fully trust Nangongyi, he relaxed his guard slightly. How do we stabilize Wang Lei? Immediately strip Wang Lei of his military authority, assemble an investigative team, and involve the Military Law Office. The Military Law Office operates independently within the army, assisting the general with internal matters while being directly accountable to the court. Tang Jindong contemplated for a moment before decisively ordering. You take people to summon Wang Lei, claiming there is military intelligence to discuss. If he refuses, execute him on the spot. He handed over the general's command token to Nangongyi. Understood. Nangongyi hesitated slightly, having anticipated Tang Jindong's fury and the call for military law, yet was surprised by Tang Jindong's caution. Simultaneously, he sensed Tang Jindong's lack of complete trust in him. Nangongyi accepted his orders and, accompanied by his followers, headed straight for Wang Lei's tent. General Wang, the general requests your presence. Wang Lei, engrossed in reading military texts, was startled by Nangongyi's sudden voice and looked up to meet his gaze. Typically, summons from the general were conveyed by messengers. But now Nangongyi appeared personally, his serious demeanor causing a sense of foreboding to rise within Wang Lei. Why have you come personally? Is there an urgent military matter? Wang Lei inquired, puzzled. Upon meeting the general, you shall understand, Nangongyi replied, his expression inscrutable and tone grave. Wang Lei forced a smile. Nangong brother, is there anything you cannot say directly? Are there still grievances between us? Nangongyi's countenance darkened. Do you not know the deeds you have committed? Wang Lei's heart sank. He sprang to his feet, awkwardly laughing. Could it be that someone has been gossiping about me before the general? If one wishes to keep a secret, one must not act in secrecy. Nangongyi replied. Come with me to see the general. If you are innocent, the military law will surely exonerate you. Wang Lei frowned, kicking the command table in frustration, scattering military texts and ink. Nangong brother, do you truly intend to escalate this? Nangongyi coldly scoffed. How peculiar. The general summons you. What does this have to do with me? Do you suspect I am plotting against you? Then who could it be? Wang Lei exclaimed. Nangong brother, after all, we have sworn brotherhood. Could you not give me a hint? Nangongyi glared. Your incriminating evidence has been seized. Wang Lei, listen well. Anyone who wrongs the general shall find me. Nangongyi, the first to oppose it. Wang Lei was utterly bewildered. Just last night, Nangongyi had urged him to report Tang Jindong, yet today his demeanor was entirely transformed. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Jindong, spurred by Nangongyi, was already eavesdropping outside the tent. Nangongyi. Wang Lei suddenly became alert. I will not go anywhere without clarity. Very well, I shall not conceal it from you. Last night, I tested you and found your intentions to betray. I never anticipated you would collude with the Northern Kingdom for nefarious purposes. Utter nonsense. I am wholeheartedly loyal to the Southern Dynasty and to General Tang. Nangongyi dismissed him with a sneer. Loyalty is for General Tang to decide. Come along. It is you. You are the one framing me. Wang Lei realized with sudden clarity, pointing an accusatory finger at Nangongyi, his eyes wide with fury, wishing he could devour him whole. Nangongyi chuckled coldly. I merely found something of yours and handed it to General Tang. If your conscience is clear, why fear confrontation? You dare frame me. I will kill you. Wang Lei roared, striking a fist against Nangongyi's chest. Nangongyi was propelled backward, and in a bid to completely implicate Wang Lei, he wounded himself as he fell, blood gushing forth as he collapsed, unable to rise. Wang Lei, realizing his impulsiveness, rushed out but collided with Tang Jindong, hastily clasping his fists. General, General, Tang Jindong spoke coldly. Wang Lei, Do you plot rebellion? Wang Lei protested. I do not dare. I am wronged. I beseech the general to see the truth. Humph. The plotting precedes the murder. Do you think to argue? The military law office shall provide you with justice. General Tang, do you truly wish to hand me over to the military law office? Wang Lei felt a pang of guilt. Even without rebellion, his affair with Hong Xinger was enough to lead to his ruin. Tang Jindong replied icily, Are you feeling guilty? The innocent shall clear their name. Murder demands a life, as his only right die. Wang Lei would rather die than endure disgrace. With that, Wang Lei raised his sword, pressing the blade against his throat, blood streaming down the sword's edge, and with a thud, he fell, filled with resentment. Faced with this sudden upheaval, Tang Jindong was momentarily stunned, and after a long pause, he stated, I have led my troops ineffectively, and I wish to plead guilty to the empire. Nangong Yi gazed at Tang Jindong's departing figure, a sinister smile emerging on his face, secretly delighted. Thinking to escape so easily? It won't be that simple. I shall use your blood to pave my way. Chapter 27. The rescue of Jiang Sun from Shuafang in the wake of Wang Lei's demise. Tang Jindong was engulfed in regret. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable chill creeping up his back, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He turned abruptly, only to find Nangong Ye's distorted visage looming closer, resembling a malevolent specter. As night fell abruptly, darkness enveloped Tang Jindong, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Don't! Jiang Sun gasped in alarm, jolting upright, drenched in cold sweat, only to realize it was but a nightmare. He drew in a sharp breath, haunted by the image of Nangong Ye's infernal countenance. Still trembling with trepidation, just as he was regaining his composure, a sudden sharp pain pierced his brain, akin to being cleaved by a blade, rendering him momentarily incapacitated. Upon touching his scalp, he felt the warm blood still present, and memories flooded back of the ghostly matron's brutal strike. He had believed he was doomed, yet miraculously survived. In a daze, he discovered himself still standing before the humble wooden hut, a chill coursing through him. Suddenly, a cry rang out. Jiang Sun followed the sound and peered through a crevice, recognizing it to be Zixuan's chamber. He stepped out of the wooden hut, scanning the surroundings for any trace of the ghostly matron, and stealthily made his way to the back of the hut. Peering through the gap, he beheld Zhuang Shang curled up in a corner, her arms tightly wrapped around herself, her eyes dazed. Her fingertips inadvertently began to caress her neck and chest, an expression of springtime vitality gracing her features. Nearby, Zixuan sat in a wheelchair, his gaze fervent, drooling as he beheld Zhuang Shang's alluring demeanor, clearly entranced. After a struggle filled with pain, Zhuang Shang shed her outer garments and staggered towards Zixuan. Just then, Jiang Sun pushed the door open. Zixuan, taken aback, blurted out, What are you doing here? Zhuang Shang's cheeks flushed crimson, her ample bosom rising and falling with rapid breaths, her eyes glimmering with an unusual light. A stark contrast to her usual composure. It turned out that all of this was orchestrated by the ghostly matron, who had administered a love-inducing powder to facilitate the union between Zhuang Shang and Zixuan. Jiang Sun, perceiving Zhuang Shang's helplessness, felt a twinge of compassion. Brother Jiang, save me! Zhuang Shang gasped, collapsing into Jiang Sun's embrace, heedless of Zixuan's presence, her hands instinctively roaming over Jiang Sun's body. Jiang Sun's heart tightened, yet he quickly regained his composure, recalling the detoxification method from the grounded essence scripture. He swiftly pressed on Zhuang Shang's solar plexus and then applied pressure to her lower back, causing her body to soften and fall into his arms. Jiang Sun channeled his internal energy into her, and as the energy flowed, Zhuang Shang gradually regained her lucidity. She cast a shy glance at Jiang Sun, then lowered her head in shame, overwhelmed by a profound sense of humiliation. Her self-esteem deeply wounded as she recalled her uncontrollable actions. Jiang Sun said little, lifting Zhuang Shang to depart, but Zixuan blocked their path, declaring, You cannot leave. The matron has promised her to me. We are to be wed. Driven by desire, Zixuan was unwilling to relinquish his claim. Jiang Sun replied, She does not consent, Zixuan retorted. But she was just affectionate with me, she clearly agreed. And you are the one who has disrupted everything. His words dripped with resentment. Fury ignited within Jiang Sun, who wished to avoid further entanglement, asserting, You know what you have done to her. As he spoke, he pushed Zixuan aside, but his arm went numb, the force of the Tai Xian scripture rendering him incapacitated, collapsing to the ground. In that instant, his body felt paralyzed, his insides churning, as the usually docile Zixuan appeared possessed. Zixuan's eyes turned crimson, his demeanor shifting drastically. With a surge of internal energy, he propelled his wheelchair towards Xuangshang, seizing her wrist and pulling her into his embrace, murmuring, "You just begged me to save you. Why are you now trying to leave?" He attempted to force a kiss, clearly engulfed by his own desires. Jiang Sun struggled to maintain his footing, admonishing, "Brother Xian, if you bully her, how are you any different from the ghostly matron? Do you wish to be a vile scoundrel?" Zixuan paused, startled by the accusation, and then bellowed. "She said she would marry me," Jiang Sun countered. "She has been drugged. You are taking advantage of her vulnerability." "No, you lie," Zixuan cried out, his frustration erupting into tears. "The matron said if I do not marry her, I am worthless, and you call me a scoundrel. Why is everyone forcing me? I refuse to care. I will marry her, regardless of who stands in my way." Seeing Zixuan in despair, Xuangsheng seized the opportunity to break free and hide behind Jiang Sun. Observing Zixuan's obstinacy, Jiang Sun devised a plan. Coaxing, "If you truly intend to marry Miss Xuang, it would violate moral principles, for she is your sister." Jiang Sun bowed respectfully to Xuangsheng, then gently lifted her skirt, revealing her fair thigh, where a vivid red mark was visible. Zixuan froze, then tore open his own trousers, revealing a similar red birthmark on his right leg. Zixuan, astounded, turned to Jiang Sun, questioning, "Why?" Jiang Sun, aware of the birthmark on Zixuan's leg, had whispered to Xuangsheng to endure while secretly pinching her thigh to create a false mark. Zixuan's excitement surged as he gazed at Xuangsheng. "Are you truly my sister?" Xuangsheng, realizing the gravity of the situation, despite her disdain for deceit, had no choice but to go along with it. "I recall my mother mentioning a long-lost brother. Could it be you?" Zixuan shook his head in denial. "Impossible. You are deceiving me. The matron has never mentioned a sister." Seeing him wavering, Jiang Sun pressed further. "Did the ghostly matron ever tell you that you were taken from her?" Zixuan hesitated. "But the matron never lies to me," Jiang Sun replied. "If she does not deceive you, would you still feel safe following her? Moreover, there is a 40-year age gap between you. How could she have given birth to you at such an age? Even if she could, who would your father be?" A barrage of questions overwhelmed Zixuan. Leaving him bewildered, he asked, wide-eyed, "Are you really my sister?" Xuangsheng nodded silently. Zixuan pondered for a moment, then suddenly his expression changed, joy radiating from him as he exclaimed, "This is wonderful. I have a sister." He maneuvered his wheelchair swiftly to Xuangsheng, akin to a child presenting a treasure, offering her a delicate reed grasshopper. "This is for you, sister." Xuangsheng was taken aback, an inexplicable warmth swelling within her heart. Despite her reservations, her resentment towards Zixuan diminished significantly. She had always believed the world was black and white, yet this innocent and naive Zixuan genuinely regarded her as his sister, while she had deceived him, leaving her with a sense of guilt. "Thank you, dear brother," Xuangsheng replied. Upon hearing this, Zixuan was elated, his joy uncontainable. Jiang Sun interjected, "Brother, we have offended the ghostly matron. If we do not leave promptly, we may never escape." He then turned to depart, while Zixuan remained bewildered, making no move to stop him. Under the bright moonlight, Jiang Sun grasped Xuangsheng's hand, hastening along the mountain path. Xuangsheng, still shaken, clutched Jiang Sun's arm tightly. After running 3 miles, Jiang Sun suddenly noticed a shadowy figure lurking among the trees ahead. A chill ran down his spine as he pulled Xuangsheng behind a large tree to hide. Steadying his nerves, he focused his gaze and soon realized that the figure was tall and robust, a stark contrast to the ghostly matron's gaunt frame. Jiang Sun gasped, stepping cautiously from behind the tree as the figure came into clearer view. He felt an uncanny familiarity. Suddenly, it dawned on him. It was Shuafeng. Overjoyed, he took 2 steps forward, eager to call out, only to notice Shuafeng deep in conversation with someone. A glance revealed the hunched figure beneath the willow tree. Indeed, it was the ghostly matron. Jiang Sun's heart sank, panic gripping him as he found himself at a loss. At that moment, the matron's aged voice reached his ears. "Fenger, someone wishes to kill me." Jiang Sun's heart raced. The someone the matron referred to was undoubtedly himself. With only 10 steps separating them, they had clearly noticed him, and escape was surely futile. He immediately grasped the Qingying sword. The matron addressed Shuafang, her tone revealing their close relationship. You have taken too many lives. It is no surprise that enemies seek revenge. Shuafang replied with conviction. Aunt Emo, I will never forget your kindness. However, if you continue to kill the innocent, saving you would only be aiding your tyranny. If you were in my position, what would you choose? The matron chuckled dryly, her voice tinged with melancholy. I understand now. Shuafang, serious and resolute, stated. Were it not for this bond, based solely on your indiscriminate slaughter, I would never stand idly by. With that, he struck the willow tree, causing its trunk to splinter. The matron's pupils constricted. Her voice steady. Very well, do not concern yourself too much. If you wish to act, then do so. Shuafang implored. Aunt Emo, if you continue to commit evil, I would rather bear the slander of ingratitude than turn a blind eye to familial wrongdoing. The matron stubbornly replied. You need not bear any burden. I am no longer the revered Emo heroine of yore. I am merely an old hag. My life and death hold no significance for me. Killing me would not tarnish your reputation. Rather, it could enhance your heroic name. Hearing this, Shuafang was moved and knelt. If that is the case, I can only strip you of your martial prowess to prevent future calamities. The matron's eyes glistened with unshed tears. You are too sentimental. This is not a good thing. Shuafang rose and bowed respectfully. Aunt Emo, please take care. The old witch suddenly called out, and Fang's tears shimmered in her eyes. I promise you, once the great vengeance is avenged, I shall wash my hands of this and depart to distant lands. Shuafang pondered for a moment. The events of the past have dissipated like smoke. Now we are but wayfarers descending the mountain. The world of Jianghu has left us with nothing but endless hatred. He mused that if one could escape to faraway lands, it might not be such a misfortune after all. At that moment, Jiang Sun stood as still as a statue, taken aback by the profound connection between the audacious Shuafang and the cunning, vicious old witch. Shuafang turned and strode towards Jiang Sun. The old witch, witnessing this, hastily exclaimed, This man has intricate ties with me, Fang. You cannot take him away. Shuafang resolutely replied, Brother Jiang has saved my life. I must ensure his safety. The old witch paused, sighed, and conceded. Very well, you may go. Jiang Sun's heart soared with joy as he beckoned Zhuangsheng to leave. The old witch cast a glance at the two and said, Fang, I wish to take this young girl as my apprentice. Shuafang interjected, She too must depart. The old witch's expression darkened. A faint chuckle escaping her lips as a hint of resignation flickered in her eyes. Fang, you truly give me no face. With that, the old witch leapt into the air, striking Shuafang with her palm. Shuafang countered with a swift motion, resulting in a resounding clash of energies. He stood firm like a mountain, while the old witch was forced back several steps by his formidable true energy. The old witch lamented, If you cannot withstand even one strike, how can you hope to defeat Gongliang Tsongyue? Fang, the old thief Gongliang incited the massacre of your Shaoyang sect. Why not join forces? Shuafang replied, I swore an oath to my mentor never to harm those of the Gongliang clan. The old witch's countenance darkened as she waved her hand dismissively. Very well, you may leave, from henceforth. We owe each other nothing, our bond severed. Shuafang was taken aback, kneeling to the ground and bowing 3 times. This farewell may lead us to uncertain fates. I shall repay Auntie's great kindness in our next life. Take care. The old witch, witnessing this scene, felt tears silently cascade down her cheeks before she leapt into the night, vanishing into the darkness. After her departure, Jiang Sun sighed with relief and smiled gently. Brother Shuafang, you have saved me once again. Shuafang responded, The world of Jianghu is perilous. Without formidable skills, one is prone to fall into passivity. Follow me. Shuafang led Jiang Sun into the woods, saying, Brother Jiang, time is of the essence. I can only impart to you a single technique. Focus your energy in your dantian, unify your waist and legs, and concentrate your inner strength into your arms, unleashing it with overwhelming force. With a thunderous clap, he struck a sturdy pine tree, which instantly splintered, sending wood chips flying. Jiang Sun, in awe, attempted to replicate the move, but only succeeded in making a small tree tremble slightly, his brows furrowing in frustration. This technique is called the heart-prompting palm, derived from the heavenly Gang's shocking sun palm, emphasizing strength. Your inner strength is still nascent, hence you cannot unleash its true power. Your earthly internal classics, though rooted in healing arts, share similarities with internal martial arts and can augment your spiritual energy through practice. After imparting the technique, Shuafeng bid Jiang Sun farewell. To evade the old witch's pursuit. Jiang Sun, accompanied by Zhuang Sheng, fled swiftly for 10 miles. They arrived at a path, and in the night, a gallant steed approached. Zhuang Sheng recognized the rider and exclaimed joyfully, "Ha Xixiang, what brings you here?" The rider dismounted hastily, calling out, "Zhuang Shimi, at last, I have found you." Ha, the rider, was the adopted son of Gongliang Tsongyue, appearing to be in his late 20s, with a noble profile and an extraordinary demeanor. Clad in tight black attire, he wielded a silver-black fish sword, exuding a chilling aura under the starlight. As a trusted aide of Tsongyue, he was highly regarded and his skills rivaled those of Gongliang Yu. Zhuang Sheng was taken aback. "You came specifically to find me?" Ha nodded, glancing at Jiang Sun, hesitating momentarily but was interrupted by Zhuang Sheng's eager inquiries. "Where's brother Yu?" Ha's expression darkened slightly. He had long harbored feelings for Zhuang Sheng, yet she was enamored with the young master, forcing him to bury his emotions deep within. He managed a strained smile. "The young master is also seeking you. We shall split up for now." "How did you know I was here?" Zhuangxing asked. Ha replied, "It was the young hero from Wangjiang Tower who informed me." "Zhuang Shimi, are you unharmed?" Zhuangshang's expression soured. "I am fine, Ha Xixiang. The old witch is in the valley. I must take revenge and rid the people of their plight." Ha hesitated briefly. He had come solely to find Zhuang Sheng, but seeing her seething with rage, he blew a whistle. Soon after, over 20 subordinates arrived in response. Bowing respectfully, Ha commanded, "Eliminate the old witch." The group replied in unison and swiftly departed. Jiang Dage and Zhuang Sheng felt elated, but when she turned to speak, she found Jiang Sun had quietly slipped away, scanning the surroundings with a look of disappointment on his face. Ha, curious, asked, "Who was that brother just now?" Zhuang Sheng, feeling disheartened, hesitated before saying, "He is merely a friend I encountered by chance. I do not know his background." Although Zhuang Sheng was aware of Jiang Sun's origins, she chose to conceal them due to the delicate relationship between Xianshimen and Nengong Fu. Ha, upon hearing this, ceased his inquiries, pulling Zhuang Sheng onto his horse as they galloped away. Zhuang Sheng cast a reluctant glance back, an inexplicable sense of loss swelling within her, yet Jiang Sun's figure was nowhere to be seen. It turned out that Jiang Sun disdained the ways of Jiang Hu and, heeding Mak Zheng's advice, intentionally distanced himself, quietly departing while Zhuang Sheng conversed with Hai. Chapter 28. The Pursuit from Wangjiang Tower. As Jiang Sun walked through the forest, he reflected on the recent events, which felt like a fleeting dream. A lang of emotions swirling within him. As the young master of Nengong Fu, his status was far superior to that of Jiang Hu's denizens. Yet he found himself bullied within their realm. He admired Shuafeng's righteous character, but, feeling inadequate, had to lower his pride, recognizing the chasm between his aspirations and abilities. Thus, he sought a tranquil grove where he dedicated himself to practicing the heart-prompting palm. Even with his limited inner strength, through diligent effort, he began to see progress over time. His palm strikes, though not earth-shattering, carried a formidable wind that was quite impressive. The secluded grove was near a farmhouse, where he fashioned a simple grass hut, living in harmony with nature. When hungry, he hunted for game. When weary, he leaned against the field's edge, listening to the summer night's chorus of insects and frogs. Relishing the tranquility and freedom of solitude, he planned to master the heart-prompting palm before heading to Westlake to seek out his father. One day, after finishing his practice and drenched in sweat, he prepared to wash in the water when suddenly, he heard faint groans. Following the sound, he discovered a woman in red curled up in the grass. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find it was Xiaoming. "Xiaoming, what are you doing here?" Jiang Sun exclaimed. The scent of alcohol wafted through the air as Xiaoming, her eyes glazed, squinted up at Jiang Sun with a drunken expression, saying, "Hua Xixiang," before she could finish. Tears welled in her eyes and she clung to Jiang Sun's arm, murmuring incoherently. Seeing her helpless demeanor, Jiang Sun felt a pang of envy for Hua Xiamian. "Xiaoming, I am Jiang Sun," he clarified. Xiaoming smiled dreamily, insisting, Hua Shixiang. You are just deceiving me because you fear I will cling to you. I beg you. Please do not leave me. Jiang Sun, realizing her disorientation was born from deep feelings, was about to persuade her further when Xiaoming choked out. I have been poisoned by the old witch's palm, and my time is short. My greatest regret is not being able to become your wife. Will you marry me? Jiang Sun's heart sank as he rolled up her sleeve to see her forearm shrouded in dark clouds. The unmistakable sign of being afflicted by the dark night's frightful palm. Although he felt pity, he reminded her, Xiaoming, please see clearly. I am not your Shixiang. Xiaoming dazedly raised her head, giggling foolishly. You are Hua Xiaomian. You just want to deceive me, don't you? Do you not wish to marry me? Jiang Sun, seeing her stubbornness, helplessly replied, Fine, if you say so. Xiaoming grasped his hand tightly, pressing, Then tell me, will you marry me? Jiang Sun answered, I will, as long as you do not mind my humble state. Xiaoming was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. Fool! Why are you so kind to me? Jiang Sun replied, You treat me well. So I naturally wish to return the kindness. Xiaoming nestled against his shoulder, half smiling, half teasing. You are so bad. It's a pity you are not Hua Xiaomian. After finishing her words, she began to sob again. However, Xiaoming suddenly broke into laughter, her eyes glimmering with mischief. Jiang Sun was momentarily stunned, standing there like a statue, and Xiaoming laughed even harder. Jiang Dage, you are too adorable. You clearly know I am pretending. Yet you play along with my emotions. In an instant, her expression shifted back to sorrow. Jiang Sun smiled silently, attempting to withdraw, but Xiaoming suddenly began to cough violently. He was about to step forward to check on her, but feared she was merely acting again. Saying, You are not pretending again, are you? As soon as he spoke, he regretted it. A streak of blood trickled from the corner of Xiaoming's mouth, and Jiang Sun exclaimed in shock, Xiaoming, what happened to you? Xiaoming gritted her teeth against the pain. I was stabbed in the chest by the old witch, and that laugh just now aggravated the wound. Upon seeing the severity of Xiaoming's injury, Jiang Sun recalled that his ice muscle technique from the earthly internal classics was designed for healing external wounds. He immediately intended to help but hesitated due to the sensitivity of the injury. Xiaoming, perceptive as ever, noticed Jiang Sun's reluctance and proactively began to loosen her clothing. Jiang Dage, are you still concerned about these things? A glimpse of her fair skin met his eyes, causing Jiang Sun's face to redden and his heart race. However, he quickly composed himself. He saw a bloody hole in her chest, the result of a crescent-shaped scythe wound. Blood was smeared around the wound. Jiang Sun first cleaned the injury with a damp cloth, then focused the healing energy of the ice muscle technique into his fingertips, gently infusing it into the wound. As the energy flowed in, the injury gradually healed, and in the blink of an eye, it was as if it had never existed. Staring at Xiaoming's flawless skin, Jiang Sun momentarily lost his composure. Xiaoming shyly covered herself, waving her hand in front of Jiang Sun's face, mockingly saying, Are you mesmerized? Realizing he had lost his composure, Jiang Sun hurriedly averted his gaze, but Xiaoming teased, Jiang Dage, do you like me? This inquiry caused a tightening in Jiang Sun's heartstrings. He indeed felt a stir of emotions. Yet, upon observing Xiaoming's demeanor, imbued with the essence of the martial world, and recalling her affiliation with Wangjiang Tower, Jiang Sun hesitated to entangle himself too deeply with those of the Jianghu. He stifled his sentiments and jested, You still dare to jest with me? Be wary, for I might take it to heart. Xiaoming replied, Do you believe in love at first sight? Jiang Sun responded, Certainly, such occurrences exist, yet not everyone is so fortunate. Suddenly, Xiaoming adopted a serious tone, Brother Jiang. While it is true that I have shared a childhood bond with my senior brother, I cannot shake the feeling that we are fated to be connected. Perhaps with you, I can gradually forget him. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Sun's heart leaped with joy, but a moment's reflection revealed the discomfort in knowing she sought his company merely to forget Hua Xiaomian. Seeing Jiang Sun lost in thought, Xiaoming's smile bloomed like a flower. You need not ponder too deeply. We are both reincarnated souls, and I can sense your thoughts. Ever since our encounter at the Wind and Wine Tavern, you have captured my attention. Reincarnated souls are born from an unwavering attachment to a beloved in a past life. And though I have yet to awaken and know what transpired, it is clear that a profound yearning for my lover has led to my rebirth as a reincarnated soul. Fate is both wondrous and absurd. I am aware of my senior brother's flirtatious nature, yet I find it hard to let go. He is not a reincarnated soul, but you are the only one I have encountered who is. Brother Jiang, if you truly are my destined one from a past life, can you forgive me? Jiang Sun pondered for a moment before replying, there is no need to be shackled by the past. Some matters are fated. The obsessions of a former life are merely extensions of regrets. It is the lack of destiny that breeds fixation. Follow your heart and do not bear excessive burdens. This wisdom was gleaned from his mother, who, despite her lifelong obsessions, ultimately found herself with unfulfilled connections. Upon hearing Jiang Sun's words, Xiaoming fell into contemplation. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened as she fixed her eyes on Jiang Sun. I understand. With that, she stood to leave, and Jiang Sun hurriedly inquired, where are you going? Xiaoming responded, regardless, our time is limited. I wish to leave no regrets behind. I must seek my senior brother. Jiang Sun, having grown up without affection, felt a mix of surprise and budding fondness at Xiaoming's forthrightness. He had intended to accept her confession, but now she sought her senior brother. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang Sun contemplated. Could she truly perceive my thoughts? Is she indeed my companion from a past life? Is she Lu Wan? Just as confusion enveloped him, he sensed a discrepancy. Lu Wan was poised and graceful, exuding the qualities of a noble lady, while Xiaoming was lively and spirited, two beings entirely distinct. Yet, upon reflection, he recalled that he and the Tang Jin Dong from his dreams were also vastly different in character. He was reminded of Lu Wan's playful side in her childhood. In that moment, his emotions swirled chaotically. Though initially disheartened, he inhaled deeply, feeling a sense of clarity wash over him. Thus, he resolved to depart from that place. As Jiang Sun walked through the fields, a sudden rustling of rice ears caught his attention, and a figure flitted past. Intrigued, he followed, weaving through the trees until he arrived at the brook, where he spotted a burly man. Recognizing him, Jiang Sun exclaimed, Brother Shuo, what brings you here? Just as he was about to call out, a voice echoed in his mind. Do not speak. Startled, Jiang Sun felt as though another presence whispered within him. He touched his chest, questioning if he had imagined it. The voice returned, Brother Jiang, it is Xiaoming, hiding behind you. Jiang Sun turned to find Xiaoming concealed in the grass. He hurried forward, perplexed. Miss Xiaoming, did you not set out to find your senior brother? Why are you still here? Xiaoming replied, the poison of the dark night has flared. It assails my senses, rendering me unable to see. Gazing at Xiaoming's delicate features and vacant eyes, Jiang Sun's heart ached. He too had fallen victim to the dark night's grip, uncertain of his fate. Clenching his teeth, he thought, damn that witch. Yet, Xiaoming remained unusually calm. Offering a cold laugh, life and death are predetermined. Just then, Shuo Fang's voice rang out. Jiang Sun assumed he was calling him, but Xiaoming pulled him back. Confused, he was about to speak when Xiaoming covered his mouth. Just as he was about to protest, 5 figures descended from above, surrounding Shuo Fang. 4 men and 1 woman. All of mature age, bore stern expressions, their eyes glinting with coldness. A middle-aged man clasped his hands in greeting. Brother Shuo, it has been long. How fortunate to meet again. The man bore a square face, his complexion a deep shade of gray, with deeply set wrinkles around his eyes, which held a blend of feigned cordiality and menace. Upon seeing these individuals, Shuo Fang's fury surged, his expression darkening as he channeled his spiritual energy, causing his robes to billow and his fists to clench, joints cracking ominously. Where is Ling Feng? The middle-aged man replied. Master Ling awaits you at Wangjiang Tower. His politeness was overshadowed by a grave demeanor. The woman in red, her gaze flitting around, finally settled on Jiang Sun and Xiaoming, her brows knitting slightly. Her eyes sparkled like water, and her voluptuous form exuded the charm of a mature woman. Jiang Sun was taken aback, rendered speechless. Xiaoming whispered, Has she seen you? Jiang Sun nodded softly, murmuring, Are these individuals from your Wangjiang Tower? Xiaoming whispered back, That woman is the master of Shitang Tower, Shi Shui Lu. The others are Zhou Qingshan, the master of Zhouzhuang Tower, Wu Junying, the master of Wuzhen Tower, O Guifu, the master of Pingle Tower. And the elder is Helian Shan, the master of Hongsuan Tower. Jiang Sun's understanding deepened. Shaoyang sect had been annihilated by Wangjiang Tower, and a blood feud had long been established between the two factions. He silently sweated for Shuo Fang. recognizing that these five were not to be trifled with. Shi Shuai-Lu noticed Xiao Ming, hesitating momentarily, before being silenced by Helian Shan's piercing gaze. Helian Shan's voice resonated like thunder. Master Ling, stationed at Wangjiang Tower, upon learning that Brother Shuhua is unharmed, we have been sent to invite you to Wangjiang Tower for a discussion regarding the missing Star Sword. The Star Sword was the prized possession of Wangjiang Tower, stolen months prior, with numerous disciples of sword protection falling victim to the Tiangang Xinyang Palm, a unique skill of Shuo Feng's. Consequently, Wangjiang Tower had directed its ire towards the Shaoyang sect. Repeated negotiations had yielded no results, leading Wangjiang Tower to ally with various Jianghu factions to launch a devastating assault on the Shaoyang sect, resulting in its demise. All of you, attack together, Shuo Feng bellowed. Crouching slightly, arms outstretched, akin to a great rock poised for flight. The Tiangang true energy converging in his palm shifted from a pale yellow to a deep hue, surging forth like a torrent towards Helian Shan, causing the ground to tremble and dust to rise as a massive tree was obliterated. Helian Shan expertly evaded the onslaught of true energy, but the residual force sent him reeling a few paces back. Before he could regain his footing, Shuo Feng unleashed a flurry of relentless attacks. The five, initially dismissive of Shuo Feng due to their own confidence and his injuries, were taken aback by the sheer power of his strike. In a flurry, the remaining four drew their swords to assist. While these five were not as ferocious as Shuo Feng, they were formidable in their own right, moving with an ethereal grace. Despite his injuries, Shuo Feng relied on his profound Tiangang true energy to fend off their fierce onslaught while simultaneously targeting Helian Shan. The tension in the air was palpable, a thrilling spectacle, with their sword techniques sharp and their lightness of foot remarkable. The clash in the rice field sent blades of grass flying, etching intricate patterns into the earth. Helian Shan's swordplay was exquisite, his sword energy overwhelming, reaching a level of mastery, as he soared through the air with a descending strike. It collided directly with Shuo Feng's Tiangang true energy, setting off a tempest of spiritual force that surged towards Shi Shuai-Lu and the others. They hastily dodged, yet Zhou Qingqian, Wu Junying, and O Guifu were caught off guard by the residual shockwave, sent tumbling away. The trajectories of their powers intertwined, and seizing the moment, Shuo Feng charged at Helian Shan. Just as Helian Shan's sword light flickered, soaring into the air, Shuo Feng unleashed his spiritual energy, a formless force coiling like a chain around Helian Shan. Though Helian Shan's agility was remarkable, in his haste he was caught unawares, ensnared by Shuo Feng's spiritual power. Akin to a kite tethered by a string, swiftly drawn closer, Shuo Feng flipped his palm, delivering a resounding blow to Helian Shan's chest. Helian Shan fell, crashing into the rice field and carving a deep furrow into the earth. With a cough, Helian Shan spat blood, half kneeling on the ground, his heart a tumult of emotions. On one hand, he was relieved to have shielded his heart meridian at the last moment, escaping disaster. On the other, he realized that had Shuo Feng not held back, relying solely on his own power to protect his meridian, he likely would not have survived. He surmised that Shuo Feng's injuries might have prevented him from fully unleashing the Tiangang Xinyang Palm. Shi Shuai-Lu witnessed her senior brother's repeated failures, her heart boiling with rage. She discerned Shuo Feng's severe injuries and thought, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He must be eliminated to prevent future troubles. Brandishing her sword, she engaged Shuo Feng in combat, her sword light dazzling and unpredictable, the sharp sword energy suffocating. Meanwhile, Shuo Feng's palm strength seemed to wane, forcing him to retreat 3 steps. Jiang Sun watched with trepidation. Unable to contain his concern for Shuo Feng, Shi Shuai-Lu pressed her advantage, her sword techniques growing increasingly fierce. Suddenly, she unleashed the one-leaf nose autumn, condensing her sword energy, causing the rice ears to swirl as if thousands of flying daggers descended upon Shuo Feng, who appeared on the verge of defeat. Zhou Qingqian and the others wore expressions of triumph, while Helian Shan's countenance remained as still as water, inscrutable. In an instant, Shuo Feng clapped his hands together before parting them, releasing a torrent of overwhelming Tiangang true energy that solidified into an impenetrable barrier, deflecting the oncoming barrage of rice ears. Subsequently, he thrust his palms forward, the concentrated true energy forming a sphere that surged straight towards Shi Shuai-Lu. Under the tumultuous waves of true energy, Xia Shuiliu wielded his long sword, sweeping it with force, managing to deflect a substantial portion of the sharp sword light. However, the residual energy surged forth like a furious tide. Crashing into Zayashviliu's chest, with a harrowing scream, he was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, blood gushing from his mouth mid-air. It turned out that Shuo Fong had merely been biding his time, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Zayashviliu, eager for swift victory, had inadvertently fallen into a trap. Helian Shan could not help but marvel at Shuo Fong's ruthless approach, truly deserving of the title No Souls Unavenged under the Heaven's Wrath Palm. The expressions of Zhou Qingqian and his companions froze in triumphant disbelief, while Oguefu was rendered speechless in shock. Heaven's Wrath Palm. Unwilling to concede defeat, Zayashviliu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, vowing to face Shuo Fong in a life-or-death struggle. Yet, after his previous strike, Shuo Fong had exhausted his true energy, and his old wounds had flared up again, leaving him with no choice but to defend himself. Seeing Zayashviliu risking everything, Zhou Qingqian and the others unsheathed their swords to assist, and soon Shuo Fong found himself retreating under the onslaught of 4 attackers. Suddenly, Zayashviliu loosened his grip on the long sword, bringing it to Shuo Fong's chest. At that moment, Helian Shan's call of junior sister caused her to hesitate. The sword's tip mere millimeters from Shuo Fong's heart, leaving a shallow scar of blood on his chest. Helian Shan slowly rose, sheathing his sword, and spoke in a calm tone. Hero Shuo, at this moment, taking your life would be as easy as reaching into a pocket, yet I, Helian Shan, am unwilling to take advantage of your predicament. The words of Master Ling have been conveyed. I hope you will choose a day to visit Wangjiang Tower, for right and wrong must eventually find resolution. Shuo Fong replied, on the 15th of next month. I shall certainly pay a visit. Good. A promise as solid as gold. Helian Shan clasped his fists in respect. Zayashviliu, having gained the upper hand, was naturally reluctant to give up and shouted, Senior brother Helian, are you truly going to let the tiger return to the mountain? Helian Shan replied, we found no trace of the Xingqian sword after exterminating the Shaoyang sect. I fear there are deeper issues at play. If we do not clarify this, and you kill Shuo Fong in haste, will not the thousands of brothers at Wangjiang Tower die in vain? Zhou Qingqian urged, indeed. Junior sister Zayashviliu. Senior brother Helian speaks wisely. Can we truly seek vengeance by taking advantage of another's misfortune? Though unwilling, Zayashviliu could not refute their arguments and begrudgingly sheathed her sword. Shuo Fong cast a glance towards the distant Jiang Sun, contemplating silently that he had many enemies, and if recognized, it might implicate him. Just as he intended to pretend not to know Jiang Sun, the latter called out, Brother Shuo, are you unharmed? Shuo Fong furrowed his brow, clasped his hands in greeting, and then leaped away. Chapter 29. The 5 bears of the northern desert. As Shuo Fong departed, Zayashviliu's anger grew, and she exclaimed, Senior brother, why did you let the tiger return to the mountain? Helian Shan smiled indifferently. Shuo Fong's abilities are profound. It would be difficult for us to kill him. Zayashviliu protested, but he is clearly depleted of true energy and defenseless. Helian Shan chuckled, that is merely a pretense of weakness. When we attacked the Shaoyang sect, so many were unable to kill him. It is unlikely we could do so with just the 4 of us. Just as Zayashviliu was about to retort, Helian Shan raised his voice. The whereabouts of the Xingqian sword are currently unknown. If you kill Shuo Fong, you will sever the thread of clues, junior sister. I understand your eagerness for merit. Our mission has been accomplished. So why rush for immediate results? With her thoughts laid bare by Helian Shan, Zayashviliu's face flushed, and she turned to Xiaoming, saying, My little junior sister, you are indeed hard to find. Xiaoming smiled sweetly, stepping forward to embrace Zayashviliu's arm, murmuring, Senior sister is truly good to me. Zayashviliu pinched Xiaoming's cheek, teasing, You little brat. Always with your sharp tongue, leaving Wangjiang Tower without a word. Just wait until I tell Master Ling how he will punish you. Senior sister, please spare me. Do not let Ling Shixiang know, Xiaoming pleaded, shaking Zayashviliu's arm in a playful manner. She cast her gaze away, clearly unwilling for Zayashviliu to discover her blindness. Zayashviliu's autumn-like eyes settled on Jiang Sun, inquiring, and who might this young man be? Jiang Sun bowed and replied, I am Jiang Sun. Zayashviliu chuckled, her tone mature and alluring, May I ask which sect you belong to, and how you came to be with my junior sister? Jiang Sun responded, I am without sect or affiliation. I crossed paths with Miss Xiaoming by chance. Zayashwiliyu rolled her eyes, expressing disdain. Junior sister, has your taste changed? Are you seeking to shift your affections? Xiaoming retorted. What do you mean by that, senior sister? Zayashwiliyu replied. Enough. Do not feign innocence. Who in Wangjiang Tower does not know of your affair with Huaxiamine? Xiaoming offered no explanation. Following Zayashwiliyu's lead, Huaxiamine is ungrateful. Why should I hang myself on a single tree? Without sect or affiliation? Helian Shan asked, his voice darkening with suspicion. To be on such terms with Shuo Feng is no ordinary feat. He seized Jiang Sun's shoulder, releasing his spiritual energy. Jiang Sun felt a tingle in his shoulder as a domineering force surged into his body. A wave of heat coursing through his innards, leaving him feeling nauseous. Senior brother Helian, what are you doing? Xiaoming shouted sharply. Helian Shan withdrew his spiritual energy, sneering. He harbors two types of spiritual energy within him. The sinister aura of the Dark Night Shock Palm and the yang energy of the Heaven's Wrath Palm, which counteract each other. Junior sister, do you think he could be an ordinary person? Xiaoming scolded. Senior brother Helian, we are righteous sects. Even if he is not an ordinary person, does that give us the right to bully him? Helian Shan's expression tightened, becoming serious as he warned in a chilling tone, Junior sister, you are too naive. Be wary of being deceived. Let me remind you, Huaxiamine has repeatedly acted against the hierarchy and has been expelled from Wangjiang Tower. Why would you pursue him? At his words, Xiaoming's anger flared, and she retorted sharply, Senior brother Helian, I remind you, I am a disciple of Wangjiang Tower, not one of your Hongzuan people. What I choose to do is none of your concern. Wangjiang Tower, dominating the Jiangnan region with vast territory, had divided its areas into 12 towers for better management. Xiaoming, as a senior disciple of Wangjiang Tower, was not beholden to Helian Shan. Helian Shan, proud of his accomplishments within Wangjiang Tower, often acted arrogantly, offending many, particularly Xiaoming and Huaxiamine. You? Xiaoming's words left Helian Shan speechless. Seeing the tension between the two, Zayashwiliyu hurriedly interjected, All right, enough. We are all fellow disciples. Why must we be so antagonistic? Helian Shan snorted coldly and turned to leave. The others following suit, Zayashwiliyu said, Junior sister, come back to Wangjiang Tower with me. Sister Ling has been waiting for you. Xiaoming, still brooding over Helian Shan's words, replied, Senior sister, you go ahead. I have some matters to attend to before returning. Very well. I cannot persuade you otherwise, but do not hold a grudge against your senior brother. He means well, she said, turning to Jiang Sun, young man. You must take good care of my junior sister. If a single hair is harmed, I will not spare you. With that, she turned and departed. Jiang Sun, naturally proud and having suffered humiliations in the Jianghu, felt a surge of anger at Helian Shan's rudeness. Igniting a spark of defiance within him, do not be upset, Xiaoming gently soothed, her fair hand caressing Jiang Sun's back. Jiang Sun, startled, snapped back to reality from his deep thoughts. Their hearts were in sync, and Xiaoming could sense his displeasure. He exhaled, asking, Why do you not return to Wangjiang Tower with them? Xiaoming bit her lip, contemplating. I wish to find Huaxiamine. What? Jiang Sun exclaimed in surprise. Xiaoming cleared her throat, stating earnestly, To be honest, I grew up with brother Huaxiamine. I cannot abandon him. As the two slowly opened their hearts to one another, Jiang Sun, unusually candid, began recounting his past to Xiaoming. Without realizing it, they walked over 10 miles, and Jiang Sun contemplated finding a doctor in town to treat Xiaoming's eyes. As they approached the foot of a mountain, the sound of a crude tune shattered their conversation. I, in my youthful folly, lead the sheep with my left hand, wield a gun with my right, clad in a luxurious hat and fur coat, 1,000 steeds sweeping across the plains. The voice was sharp and aged. Then came a youthful voice singing. I have wandered south and north, drank from the Yangtze and Yellow rivers, and even kissed a widow. The rustic tunes were laden with vulgarity and lewdness. Echoing through the countryside, as the singing drew closer, two figures emerged, an old man and a young lad, approaching with a peculiar gait. Upon seeing them, Jiang Sun's heart leapt with joy. The duo was none other than the notorious crowing rooster and dog thief. With dog thief Zhang Daoling still clad in tattered rags, a striking red cloth tied around his waist, looking quite out of place. Just as Jiang Sun was about to call out, the crowing rooster looked up and spotted him. In the fleeting moment their eyes met, the crowing rooster's wrist flicked, and a spinning dart shot forth like a meteor across the night sky, aimed directly at Jiang Sun's face. Startled, Jiang Sun never anticipated that the crowing rooster would target him. A chill ran down his spine, and his hair stood on end. The air seemed to freeze for an instant, followed by a sharp whistle as the dart whizzed past Jiang Sun's cheek, leaving a cold breeze in its wake. The dart first grazed a massive boulder, igniting sparks, before plunging with a thud into a large tree, its force formidable, sending shivers down one's spine. Jiang Sun, aghast, shouted, "Li Mingshan, have you forgotten me?" The crowing rooster, grinning broadly, seemed unfazed by Jiang Sun's anger and feigned innocence. "Oh, it is young Master Jiang. I thought you were a highway robber." Seeing that they were not acting properly, Jiang Sun suppressed his fury and inquired, "Have you found the person I seek?" "Young Master Jiang, it is a privilege to serve you. Finding someone is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Given our friendship, I shall do my utmost, but among the brothers on the streets, they recognize money over people." Zhang Daoling's eyes narrowed with a sinister glint. A spinning gyroscope knife suddenly sprang from the cuff. Deftly twirled between two fingers, its blade whirling with remarkable speed. A fierce gaze fell upon Jiang Sun's face, completely devoid of the humility and cordiality that had characterized Shuo Feng's presence. This was no negotiation, but an unmistakable threat. The underhanded dealings of petty thieves were notorious for deception and trickery, leaving no room for integrity. Sensing Jiang Sun's isolation, they were emboldened by the prospect of robbery. As Jiang Sun perceived the malice in their demeanor, a tightness gripped his heart, and in his moment of uncertainty, the voice of Xiaoming echoed in his mind. "Brother Jiang, they see you as vulnerable and wish to take advantage. These rogues are all bluster with little courage. If you possess any formidable skills, now is the time to display them and intimidate them." Jiang Sun recognized the crux of the matter but was painfully aware of his own limited martial capabilities. Unable to confront the two, though his heart raced, he maintained a calm facade, laughing heartily. "For your assistance, you shall not find me lacking in compensation. I have 10 golden leaves securely stored at the Wanyong pawn shop in Yingtian Prefecture. If you help me locate someone, these 10 golden leaves shall be yours. My master will arrive shortly, and she carries 100 taels in silver notes, which can be yours to distribute among your comrades." "May I inquire your esteemed master's name?" asked the man known as Ji Ming. With an air of nonchalance, Jiang Sun replied, "Imo Daoxiang." "What? The ghostly matron Imo Daoxiang?" Upon hearing this, Ji Ming's face drained of color, and the spinning gyroscope knife abruptly ceased its rotation. Observing Ji Ming's sudden fear, Jiang Sun felt a surge of triumph and said, "My master despises being called the ghostly matron." With that, he struck a palm against a nearby tree, producing a resounding thud that reverberated through the air, causing the gyroscope knife to tumble from Ji Ming's grasp. This palm strike, a technique taught by Shuo Feng, may not have unleashed its full potential in Jiang Sun's hands, yet it radiated an imposing aura reminiscent of celestial power. Ji Ming, taken aback, quickly donned a forced smile. "Ah, after a few days apart, Brother Jiang has truly become a sight to behold. It is indeed true that a master begets an exceptional disciple. I am deeply impressed." Jiang Sun deliberately adopted a stern countenance, his expression as unyielding as iron, and spoke in a grave tone. "Rest assured, I shall not shortchange you for your help. However, should you attempt to deceive me, Li brother, my loyalty runs deep, but my hand is unyielding." Jiang Sun sensed Ji Ming's unease and reveled inwardly, infusing his words with an undeniable firmness. Ji Ming, upon hearing this, twitched his cheek and changed his demeanor, saying earnestly, "Brother Jiang, in our line of work, honor and integrity are paramount. You need not worry. Having pledged my assistance, I shall certainly fulfill my promise." Jiang Sun inquired about the brothers of the road. Ji Ming forced a laugh. "That was merely a jest from this old man. Brother Jiang, please do not take offense. Now that I have taken your golden leaves, I will ensure everything is handled with utmost care." Despite Ji Ming's newfound cordiality, skepticism lingered in his heart regarding Jiang Sun's words, yet the earlier display of power had unsettled him, he mused. This youth is connected to Shuo Feng and carries the golden leaves of the Nangong estate. It seems he is no ordinary person, and it would be wise not to provoke him to avoid calamity. Suddenly, Jiang Sun asked, "Where are you headed?" With a quick flick of his eyes, Ji Ming replied with a grin, "Naturally, we are assisting young Master Jiang in locating someone. Young Master Jiang, await my news. We shall part ways here. Zhang Daoling, merely 12 or 13 years of age, had roamed the martial world for years, maturing far beyond his peers. Upon catching sight of Xiao Ming's stunningly beautiful face, his eyes widened in awe, nearly drooling until Ji Ming called him back to reality. Ji Ming, ever vigilant, cast wary glances around, clearly still apprehensive of the ghostly matron. Why the haste? My master will arrive shortly. Why not wait? As Ji Ming remained undeterred, Jiang Sun devised a clever ruse to extricate himself from Ji Ming and his companion. Ji Ming paused, contemplating. Please convey my respects to your master. This old man has pressing matters to attend to and cannot accompany you. His words were adorned with grandeur, yet his mind schemed to follow Jiang Sun discreetly. Should the ghostly matron truly be trailing behind, if Jiang Sun were bluffing, he would test his strength once more. Both men concealed their swords behind smiles, feigning camaraderie while harboring ulterior motives. Jiang Sun had already discerned Ji Ming's schemes. While he himself plotted to shake off the duo, suddenly, a boisterous laughter echoed through the air. All turned to see 6 figures standing atop a cliff, as they descended in a single file. 5 landed gracefully, but one, a hefty fellow, stumbled and fell into the soft sand with a thud, sending dust swirling and creating a shallow crater. This rotund man, burdened with an array of bags, sported a leather drum on his chest and 4 large bundles on his back. Along with a copper mirror to his left and a pair of drumsticks to his right, appearing immensely encumbered. You're always the one to embarrass us. Must you always drag us down, Erxiong? Can you not be a bit more nimble? Boomed a rugged man with a fierce visage. This imposing figure, broad-shouldered and stout, bore thick brows and large eyes, his face adorned with a bushy beard as dark as storm clouds. He wielded a dazzling golden dragon sparrow knife, exuding an intimidating presence that inspired fear. The corpulent man, brushing off the dust from his attire, retorted indignantly. I carry all the luggage while you all prance about effortlessly. I refuse to do this anymore. The burly man scoffed dismissively, casting a weary glance at the rotund figure before turning his attention to Ji Ming. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. We are the leaders of the Thunderfire Gang, known as Xiong the Black Sand King. We have come to the Central Plains with a singular purpose, to unify the martial world. However, we currently require some funds and hope you can lend us a bit. When we establish our dominion over the Central Plains, you shall not be left wanting. Xiong Batian spoke with unwavering confidence, pride radiating from his words. Upon hearing this, Ji Ming furrowed his brow and erupted into hearty laughter. Observing these rough-looking brigands, their high noses and rugged attire, he mused to himself. This so-called Thunderfire Gang is unheard of. Truly, the world is vast, and all manner of creatures exist within it. Seeing Ji Ming laugh, the gang members joined in, mistakenly believing it was admiration rather than mockery. Suddenly, Ji Ming's laughter ceased, replaced by a tone laced with disdain. I had hoped to encounter a noble figure on my journey. Yet here I find a band of ignorant ruffians. What a stroke of misfortune today. Xiong Baishan's expression darkened at Ji Ming's words, and he bellowed. You insolent fool! With a swift motion, he charged forth like a whirlwind. The yellow sand swirling beneath him as he drew his dragon sparrow knife, slicing through the air towards Ji Ming's waist. Ji Ming, nimble as a swallow, leapt gracefully to evade the thunderous strike. The dragon sparrow knife crashed against a boulder with a resounding boom, shattering it into pieces and sending dust flying into the air. Chapter 30. Jiang Sun's apprenticeship. Xiong Baishan's blow possessed tremendous force, causing Ji Ming to feel a chill run down his spine. Reacting swiftly, he leapt into the air, flicking his fingers mid-flight. With a sharp whistle, a gyroscope knife shot forth like an arrow from a bow, aimed directly at Xiong Batian. The latter hurriedly raised his blade to block, the clash ringing out sharply as the gyroscope knife was deflected. Xiong Batian was taken aback, realizing that in his eagerness to attack, he had neglected his defenses. This sudden projectile nearly marred his visage, prompting him to curse inwardly. Damn it, that weapon is far too swift. Recalling the destructive force of Xiong Baishan's knife against the boulder, Ji Ming felt a surge of relief at his timely evasion. Had he been a moment slower, he would have been gravely injured or worse. Yet, Xiong Batian wasted no time, launching another fierce strike. Recognizing he was outmatched, Ji Ming employed his agility, darting in and out of the deadly dance of blades. In that instant, A flurry of gyroscope knives shot forth from his sleeves, having learned from previous encounters. Xiong Batian remained wary of these projectiles. He wielded his dragon sparrow knife with dazzling precision, its gleaming edge cutting through the air with ferocity, creating a cacophony as it clashed against the incoming gyroscope knives. Throughout the ensuing exchanges, Ji Ming narrowly avoided the razor-sharp blade, a cold sweat trickling down his brow. As the dragon sparrow knife sliced through the air once more, Ji Ming seized an opportunity. Executing a series of rapid attacks, he leapt high into the air, launching 3 gyroscope knives from his fingertips and sleeves, their spiraling paths resembling silver serpents as they zipped toward Xiong Batian's chest with lightning speed. Reacting quickly, Xiong Batian swung his knife, shattering 2 of the gyroscope knives with a resounding clang. The third, however, was deflected but still carried its momentum, striking the rotund man squarely in the chest. Surprisingly, rather than penetrating flesh, the gyroscope knife ricocheted off the man's belly dying a heartbeat. The fourth gyroscope knife, seemingly guided by instinct, circumvented the blade and struck Xiong Batian's left arm, causing blood to cascade down like a crimson river. It turned out that Ji Ming's initial 3 knives were merely a ruse. This fourth was the true lethal strike. Realizing he had fallen for the trap, Xiong Batian frowned, preparing to retaliate. However, Ji Ming clasped his hands together, exclaiming, "Xiong the Great, your blade is indeed formidable, carrying the might of a landslide. In my travels, I have never encountered such a master. You are truly unrivaled, my utmost admiration." Though Xiong Batian was filled with rage from the wound, the praise from the elders softened his ire, and he burst into laughter, proclaiming, "It is rare for a person from the Central Plains to recognize our prowess. This technique is called Mountain Cleaving Blade. It slays gods and Buddhas alike die in over a decade. I have yet to meet a worthy foe." He flexed his arm, easily dislodging the gyroscope knife, his demeanor deceptively nonchalant. "Have you ever been defeated by the snow demons in the northern deserts?" asked the straightforward rotund man from the side. Xiong Batian's face instantly darkened as he shot a sidelong glare at the man, hissing, "Silence!" The crowing of the rooster was originally merely a pleasantry. Yet it unexpectedly resonated with Xiong Batian, filling him with contempt. His own men had pierced through his facade, leaving him humiliated and undoubtedly enraged, potentially turning his wrath upon them. He hastily diverted the conversation, inquiring, "Master Xiong, what brings you so far into the Central Plains?" Xiong Batian, suppressing his fury, replied, "The old man indeed possesses insight. We, the brothers, have vowed to unify the Central Plains. I've heard that the martial arts world here is rife with conflict. We intend to seize this opportunity to cleanse the martial arts realm and establish our dominance." Xiong Batian spoke with conviction, as if unifying the Jianghu was a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Ji Ming was momentarily taken aback, nearly laughing aloud, thinking to himself, "A barbarian tribe. They are blissfully ignorant of their own limitations. Do they truly believe they can unify the Jianghu? Such delusions, however, this individual does possess a unique skill with the blade, and can be considered a formidable warrior." Ji Ming, harboring disdain, maintained a facade of flattery, saying, "Master Xiong, your ambitions are grand. You shall undoubtedly achieve great things. May I inquire the names of these 5 esteemed heroes?" Xiong Batian, flattered and elated, introduced the others. "This is my second brother, Xiong Mantian, my third brother, Xiong Shangtian, my fourth brother, Xiong Sihai, and my fifth brother, Xiong Wuhai. The 5 of us are the leaders of the Tianlai Dihua gang. And Pan Shangyang here is Xiong Wuhai's disciple, the sole member of our gang." Ji Ming could hardly contain himself, suppressing laughter at the absurdity of a gang consisting of 6 members, 5 of whom were leaders. It was utterly ridiculous. Casting a glance at each of them, he observed that Xiong Mantian had a face thick with flesh, his physique as robust as a mountain. Xiong Shangtian was tall and lean, with a stern countenance, a hawk-like nose paired with sharp eyes, one of which was adorned with a centipede tattoo, adding an air of intimidation. Xiong Sihai appeared weaselly, his complexion sallow and sickly, his gaze lewdly wandering over Xiaoming, with an unpleasant smirk occasionally gracing his lips. Xiong Wuhai had a square face, unkempt beard, and disheveled hair, yet his strikingly bright black eyes sparkled with a rebellious light. As for Pan Shangyang, he was evidently from the Central Plains. Donned in plain clothing, around 30 years of age, wielding a Luohan staff, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, closely following Xiong Wuhai, exuding an air of sneakiness. Jiming clasped his hands in greeting, skillfully weaving flattering words. Esteemed leaders, your heroic presence is truly remarkable. It is a rare fortune for this humble elder to encounter such formidable individuals today. Aware that he could not contend with Xiong Batian, Jiming discreetly produced several banknotes from his chest, smilingly offering, a modest token of my appreciation, a mere expression of my heartfelt esteem. I hope Master Xiong will graciously accept. Upon hearing Jiming's eloquent words, Xiong Batian felt flattered and entertained thoughts of recruiting him. Grabbing Jiming's wrist, he chuckled, "Old sir, we see you as a capable individual. Our Tianlai Dihua gang is on the verge of undertaking a grand endeavor. Why not join us and contribute to our great cause?" Jiming's countenance darkened, cursing inwardly, "Damn it! Not only do they rob me of my money, but now they seek to claim me as well. What nonsense is this Tianlai Dihua gang? Just a bunch of bandits. When faced with formidable opponents, they will surely realize their own limitations." Noticing Jiming's silence, Xiong Baishan's eyes widened in fury, demanding, "Are you refusing to join us?" Understanding the nature of such individuals, Jiming knew he could not decline outright. A glimmer of cunning crossed his mind, and with a chuckle he replied, "If Master Xiong does not disdain my humble lineage, it would be a blessing for my family. This unworthy individual is willing to offer my humble services. May I ask what your next course of action is?" Xiong Batian furrowed his brow, hesitating slightly, evidently lacking a clear plan. After pondering for a moment, he stated, "Simple. We will strike down whoever is strong in the Central Plains. Once we subdue them, they will naturally submit to us." Mistakenly believing that the Central Plains operated under a similar code of respect for the strong as the grasslands of the north, Xiong Batian thought that defeating others would compel them to yield. Jiming's mind raced, recalling his adversaries, and he promptly incited, "The martial arts world in the Central Plains is a mix of fish and dragons. With numerous sections, however, there is a small sect called Jiming Temple. Though it is not well known, it harbors hidden talents. Why not target Jiming Temple?" Before Jiming could finish, Xiong Batian eagerly shouted, "We must witness just how formidable this Jiming Temple truly is." Jiming felt a surge of joy and, with admiration, proclaimed, "Master Xiong, your reputation precedes you across the north, and you shall undoubtedly achieve legendary status through this battle, shaking the world." Xiong Batian laughed heartily in response. Jiming silently mused, "Jiming Temple, that empty-hearted Master Ci. Years ago, you targeted me, leaving me to be scorned like a rat. Today, I shall use these brutes to ensure your life is turned upside down." "Where are you two going?" interrupted Xiong Sihai's voice, drawing everyone's gaze. It turned out that Jiang Sun had noticed the collusion and was attempting to sneak away with Xiaoming. Unbeknownst to them, they had already caught Xiong Sihai's eye, who was leering at Xiaoming with a wicked grinned eye. In an instant, Jiang Sun and Xiaoming became the focal point of everyone's attention. Jiang Sun's heart raced, sweat beads rolling down his forehead. Although Jiming and his gang were mere thieves, they were motivated by greed, while Xiong Batian exuded a bandit's aura, prone to violence at the slightest provocation. Not wishing to engage, Jiang Sun declared, "Esteemed heroes, I intended to say wife, but thought it too presumptuous." Xiaoming interjected, "Heroes, I have injured my eyes and my husband is taking me to seek treatment. Surely, you gentlemen, being honorable warriors, will not hold this against us." Xiong Sihai chuckled, "Seeking treatment? I can treat eyes. Come with me, and I shall help you." His face bore an unmistakable lewdness. Jiang Sun, though wary of them, felt a surge of anger at his words. Just as he was about to retaliate, he felt a sharp pain on the back of his hand. Xiaoming had pinched him, prompting him to suppress his fury. He then said, "Esteemed heroes, you still wish to attack Jiming Temple. I shan't inconvenience you further." "Nonsense." Xiong Sihai's voice was sharp as he stepped forward and seized Xiaoming's hand, caressing it while saying to Jiang Sun, "I'll treat her eyes. You can leave." As Xiong Sihai gently stroked Xiaoming's delicate hand, she not only did not resist but even responded with a gentle smile, emboldening Xiong Sihai further. His other hand slid toward her waist as he said, "My lady, I am a doctor. Let me help you with your eyes." "Shall I?" Xiaoming, instead of being offended, sweetly replied, "Then I thank you, Brother Xiong." Her words left Xiong Sihai in a daze, grinning foolishly. Jiang Sun, his right hand concealed within his sleeve, secretly grasped his sword, poised to confront Xiong Sihai. Suddenly, Xiao Ming's hands moved like a serpent, swiftly capturing Xiong Sihai's wrist with a martial maneuver. With a sudden exertion of strength, a sharp crack resonated. Xiong Sihai yelped in agony, his face contorting into a horrific grimace as his arm dislocated, leaving it limp at his side. Upon witnessing his brother's injury, Xiong Batian roared in rage, raising his dragon sparrow blade, ready to retaliate. Jiming quickly interjected, "At present, Master Xiong requires capable men. I see these two are not ordinary. Why not recruit them into our Tianlai Dihua gang?" Hearing this, Xiong Beishan's eyes lit up. "Indeed. Well said. Xiong Wuhai, you enjoy teaching. Let it be your responsibility." Jiang Sun, originally a young master from Nangong Manor, held himself in high regard and was reluctant to bow to bandits. Yet he also dared not offend them. He replied, "My skills are lacking. I fear it may tarnish your gang's reputation. I hope Master Xiong will reconsider." Before Xiong Batian could respond, the third brother, Xiong Shangtian, coldly remarked, "Lacking skills? I find that hard to believe." With that, he unsheathed his mysterious magnetic sword, its blade glinting ominously, exuding an aura of menace. Jiang Sun's heart raced, unsure of how to respond, when suddenly, Jiming's voice cut through the tension like a spring breeze. Xiong Shangtian paused, directing his fierce gaze towards Jiming. Jiming's words were like a lifeline to Jiang Sun, for which he felt immeasurable gratitude. Xiong Batian laughed heartily, "No worries, as long as you have the desire. Tianlai Dihua gang has plenty of people to teach you." Seeing his brother's disappointment, Xiong Shangtian reluctantly sheathed his sword. Jiang Sun found himself cornered, with no room to maneuver. Noticing Jiang Sun hesitate, Xiong Batian raised an eyebrow, tightening his grip on the dragon sparrow blade, and stated, "What, do you look down on me?" The atmosphere grew tense, leaving Jiang Sun no choice but to clasp his hands and bow. "Master, please allow me to pay my respects." He bowed deeply. The recent experiences of being trampled upon had deepened Jiang Sun's understanding of the Jianghu, making him more cunning and calculating. He thought to himself, "These individuals are inherently reckless and brutal. If they can be manipulated by Jiming, they can also serve my purpose." Xiong Wuhai stepped forward to support Jiang Sun, exclaiming, "Good apprentice, from now on, I shall teach you the unrivaled martial arts of the world." In the blink of an eye, with so many allies gathered, Xiong Batian brimmed with confidence and excitement, laughing boisterously. Meanwhile, Xiong Sihai, furious at having his arm dislocated by Xiaoming, clenched his fists, forcefully resetting his dislocated arm, and then pulled Xiaoming into an embrace, leering, "My lady, that was quite a delightful twist. Do give me another. Let me indulge a bit more." Jiang Sun, incensed, was about to intervene when Xiong Sihai, with a swift kick, struck Jiang Sun squarely in the face, sending him crashing to the ground, dizzy and disoriented, much to the amusement of the onlookers. Xiong Batian, accustomed to his brother's antics, paid it no mind. In his fury, Jiang Sun devised a plan, shouting, "Are we in the Tianlai Dihua gang bandits or heroes?" Upon hearing the words, Xiong Batian furrowed his brow, and without hesitation declared, "We are undoubtedly heroes, great heroes." Jiang Sun was precisely seeking this affirmation. He immediately pointed at Xiong Sihai and exclaimed, "Is this behavior not devoid of humanity? To snatch away a disciple's wife, does this truly befit a hero?" Xiong Batian paused, recognizing the validity in Jiang Sun's words, and with a face full of fury retorted, "Old four, release her at once." Xiong Sihai, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger and bellowed, "Elder brother, this matter is none of your concern." "Nonsense," Xiong Batian shouted with indignation, continuing, "It is always you who tarnishes our reputation. We aspire to achieve great things, yet you prove to be a hindrance. Were it not for your peculiar interests, could we not have avoided this embarrassment?" Xiong Sihai, realizing the gravity of Xiong Beishan's anger, ceased his insolence and promptly freed Xiaoming. Chapter 31. The fear of words. Under the leadership of Jiming, Xiong Batian and the others made their way to the foot of the mountain. As twilight descended, Jiming suggested they rest for the night to gather their strength before ascending to assault Jiming Temple the following day. Xiong Batian, convinced by Jiming's reasoning, readily agreed. Jiang Sun was tasked with gathering some firewood nearby. As he collected the sticks, he quietly contemplated his escape plan. Clang! A Rohan staff was tossed at Jiang Sun's feet, accompanied by a commanding voice. "What are you staring at? I am your senior brother, and you shall heed my words from now on. Hold this Rohan staff. Jiang Sun looked up to see it was Pan Shangyang, a disciple of Xiong Wuhu, who regarded him with a haughty demeanor. Jiang Sun, already incensed from being compelled to join the Tianlai Dihua gang, found Pan Shangyang's arrogance to be a further provocation. During his prosperous days in Nangong Mansion, Jiang Sun had never bowed his head to anyone. How dare this insignificant character flaunt his authority before him? Frowning deeply, Jiang Sun coldly retorted, "Is being a lackey a reason for arrogance? How dare you act so presumptuously before me?" Unbeknownst to Jiang Sun, Pan Shangyang was in a similar predicament, having joined the Tianlai Dihua gang under duress from Xiong Batian and others. Now, he was being disrespectful to Jiang Sun, who naturally would not take it lightly. With a light leap, Pan Shangyang brandished the Rohan staff, aiming a swift strike at Jiang Sun's face. Jiang Sun deftly sidestepped, quickly followed by a stride that allowed him to firmly grasp the staff's end, while delivering an unerring palm strike to Pan Shangyang's chest, a move known as the Tsuishin palm passed down from Shuo Fong. Pan Shangyang fell to the ground, his insides churning violently. Had Jiang Sun's cultivation been more advanced, this strike could have proven fatal. Pan Shangyang's expression shifted dramatically, and after a moment of shock, he struggled to rise, venomously declaring, "You remember this, we shall see with that." He snatched the Rohan staff and fled in a frenzy. The remnants of the setting sun faded swiftly, and night enveloped the surroundings. In the Yuzhen forest, a bonfire gradually ignited, its flickering flames casting shadows on the weary faces of Xiong Batian and his companions. They utilized the resources at hand, having hunted some game, while the crackling firewood filled the air with the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. Jiang Sun felt utterly exhausted, having escaped from one peril only to fall into another. The path of the Jianghu was fraught with challenges. He secretly smiled wryly, vowing to himself that he must grow stronger. Casting a glance at the others, he noted that aside from the third brother Xiong Shangtian who had gone hunting, the second brother Xiong Mantian was the only one diligently working. Despite his rotund physique, he was remarkably industrious, while the others languidly lounged, relishing the scent of roasted meat. Although Pan Shangyang occasionally pretended to assist, his actions belied his intentions as he cast furtive glances at Jiang Sun, his demeanor suggesting a silent challenge. "Why aren't you helping?" Jiang Sun dismissed his petty thoughts entirely as the group ravenously devoured the roasted meat. Xiong Shangtian suddenly rose, sniffing the air, and proclaimed, "There is wine." Xiong Batian and the others' eyes lit up with delight. Curious, Jiang Sun also inhaled deeply, but aside from the scent of grass, he detected no trace of wine. Just then, a commotion arose, followed by the sound of galloping hooves and creaking wheels, growing ever closer. A sturdy man in his 30s appeared, driving a horse-drawn cart at full speed. Xiong Shangtian swiftly intervened, blocking the path. The man pulled on the reins, causing his horse to let out a loud neigh and come to a halt. The cart driver, rugged and sun-kissed, was evidently well acquainted with the terrain, particularly under the cover of darkness. Upon noticing Xiong Shangtian's intimidating tattoos and fierce expression, the man hesitated momentarily. Having some courage, he quickly regained his composure and barked, "What do you want? Is there wine in that cart?" Xiong Shangtian inquired in a low tone. The driver, sensing ill intentions, retorted angrily, "What business is it of yours? Get out of my way. Leave the wine," commanded Xiong Shangtian. The man was taken aback, but soon shouted, "Do you even know whose goods these are? You're courting death." With a swift movement, the burly man leaped from the saddle, brandishing his whip towards Xiong Shangtian's face. Xiong Shangtian bent slightly, effortlessly dodging the strike. He seized the whip's end with a firm grip and yanked it forcefully. The driver lost his footing and discarded the whip, drawing several hidden darts from his bosom, launching them like shooting stars toward Xiong Shangtian. In an instant, a flurry of whistling filled the air as dozens of glimmering projectiles rained down. Faced with this relentless barrage, evasion seemed the only option. Yet, Xiong Shangtian shouted, refusing to retreat. The Xuanji sword unsheathed with a resounding clang. And in a stunning display, it fragmented into 9 shards, resembling bolts of lightning that shot forth. Clang! The shards collided with the darts, creating a cacophony of sound and sparks that illuminated the night sky like stars. The shards, having deflected the darts, continued on their course towards the cart driver. Puff! 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 The driver was instantly impaled by the 9 shards, blood gushing forth. Xiong Shangtian expelled his spiritual energy, causing the shards to eject from the driver's body, returning to the hilt of the sword, reassembling with a series of metallic sounds. The driver staggered for a moment before collapsing in a pool of blood, lifeless. The Xuanji sword, forged from magnetic stone, could transform from a sword into darts, making it a formidable weapon, leaving opponents powerless to defend themselves during confrontation. With the matter concluded, Xiong Shangtian rummaged through the cart and found 2 jars of fine liquor. His satisfaction evident as he took them. Having witnessed the gruesome scene of murder and plunder, Jiang Sun's heart remained unyielding, grateful he had not clashed with Xiong Shangtian. Jiming and the others exchanged nervous glances. Sweat trickling down their brows, they recalled their earlier encounter with Xiong Batian. Had it been this man, they would surely have met a grim fate. The other Xiong brothers were unfazed by such slaughter, the bloody corpse lying nearby eliciting no reaction as they continued to drink heartily. Xiong Batian feasted voraciously, his voice booming with tales of triumph and bravado. Xiong Mantian devoured his share with fervor, while Xiong Shangtian maintained his stoic demeanor, perpetually wearing an expression of cold severity. Xiong Sihai appeared somewhat listless, his gaze frequently drifting towards Xiaoming, revealing a sense of unfulfilled desire. Only Xiong Wu, who cast a disdainful glance at Xiong Shangtian, then summoned Jiang Sun and Pan Shangyang to assist with the body disposal. Xiong Wu, who, though of modest stature and scruffy appearance, possessed a certain loyalty that set him apart from the others. Seeing his master digging a grave, Pan Shangyang hurriedly joined in. Jiang Sun, intending to search the cart for items to wrap the driver's body, stumbled upon a sandalwood box. Upon opening it, he discovered a stack of silver notes and a sealed letter. Each note valued at 10,000 taels, totaling a substantial sum of 500,000 taels, enough for an ordinary person to establish a modest fortune. While Jiang Sun had previously been indifferent to wealth during his days in Nangong Mansion, he now found himself impoverished and desperate in the Jianghu. Thus, he secretly rejoiced and concealed the money. However, upon turning around, he noticed Pan Shangyang watching him with ill intent. Uncertain if his actions had been detected, he quickly devised a plan, returning half the stack of silver notes into the box. Pan Shangyang's watchful gaze indicated that trouble was inevitable. Jiang Sun thought to himself, should he take the silver notes and report them? It would be one matter, but if he chose to hide them, it could easily become a means of blackmail. Moreover, if Pan Shangyang discovered Jiang Sun had pocketed the notes, he could easily defend himself. Resolute, Jiang Sun feigned ignorance about finding anything, dragging the body towards Xiong Wu, who, while casually remarking, "There's nothing in the cart, just a few broken boxes and 2 jars of wine." Fool! Pan Shangyang seized the opportunity to insult him. Striding directly towards the cart, Jiang Sun, drawing his Qingying sword, assisted Xiong Wu Hu in digging the grave while keeping a watchful eye on Pan Shangyang. He observed Pan Shangyang casually shake the box, then open it, his body stiffening as he turned to glare at Jiang Sun. Jiang Sun had already averted his gaze, thinking, "It appears he has not realized I took the silver notes." True to his duplicitous nature, Pan Shangyang hastily concealed the silver upon discovering it. Xiong Wu Hu, noticing Pan Shangyang approaching, inquired, "Did you find anything in the package?" "Nothing at all," Pan Shangyang replied, his face pale with guilt, stammering over his words. "Well, if there's nothing, then so be it." Xiong Wu Hu, being somewhat oblivious, failed to notice Pan Shangyang's unusual behavior, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. "Old man, let me tell you, the Gao family is a prestigious clan under the protection of the Kunlun gods. They possess formidable strength, sprawling across the vast grasslands behind Yanshan, with herds of cattle and horses beyond count. On the Ordos grasslands, they are known far and wide. Even such a vast family must give us face." Elder Gao Yun and Gao Yun Yuan greeted us with smiles, exhibiting utmost reverence. They were never stingy with us, generously offering fine wines and sumptuous meats. But why, you may ask? Is it merely because they are affluent and act with grandeur? Should you believe that their generosity stems solely from a noble heart, you are gravely mistaken. For we, too, hold a respectable status in the northern deserts. They regard us with a certain awe, recognizing us as formidable men. Our heavenly thunder and earthly fire gang has made a resounding name for itself on the vast grasslands of Ordos, which is why Elder Gao Yun beseeches us to assume the role of the black-bearded god, entrusting the management of the 1,000-mile prairie to our capable hands. Xiong Batian, a bit tipsy, regaled us with tales of past glories, his words flowing like a river, brimming with pride. Jimming listened intently, nodding occasionally. Though a hint of contempt lingered in his heart, his countenance radiating nothing but respect. As Xiong Batian noticed Jimming's rapt attention, he became even more animated, his eloquence reaching new heights, when he mentioned the black-bearded god. Jimming curiously inquired, "What is the black-bearded god?" The black-bearded god is the guardian deity of the grasslands, bestowed by the divine Kunlun. Originally a term denoting a wolf dog, it signifies a protector of homes. Yet Xiong Batian spoke of it as if it were a celestial being, cloaked in sanctity. Xiong Mantian, being straightforward, added, "Not only must we take turns keeping watch, but we must also assist in herding sheep and cattle." And stockpiling fodder. Jimming harbored a silent disdain, reflecting, "What guardian deity? Such boastful claims. It turns out to be mere watchdogs." In contrast to Xiong Batian's grandiose narrative, Xiong Mantian's account was refreshingly unembellished. Yet it revealed their true identities. Xiong Batian, sensing his glory dimmed, wore an expression of displeasure. He had always been irked by Xiong Mantian's blunt nature, yet he found himself powerless to change it. In his intoxication, Xiong Batian, brimming with enthusiasm, cast a dissatisfied glance at Xiong Mantian, then turned to Jimming, continuing his boastful tirade. Such trivial tasks are theirs to handle. We, on the other hand, have never stooped to such menial labor. We have come to realize that the vast and sparsely populated grasslands are too desolate. If we aspire to achieve great things, we must venture into the central plains, hence our arrival. Xiong Batian was exceptionally excited, his words flying forth like a torrential downpour. Xiong Mantian, with a look of disdain, interjected, "Brother, are you not mistaken? Did we not leave the grasslands because the fourth teased elder Gao Yun's daughter, incurring the wrath of the Gao family, who pursued us?" Xiong Batian, engrossed in his self-aggrandizement, was met with Xiong Mantian's unwavering honesty, and their conversation swiftly unraveled the fabric of deception. Suppressing his rage, Xiong Batian awkwardly retorted, "Nonsense. If we had not left, what could he have done to me? We simply wished to accomplish something monumental." Xiong Batian's extravagant self-promotion was ruthlessly punctured by Xiong Mantian's candid remarks, leaving the atmosphere thick with awkwardness as Batian's expression fluctuated between irritation and fury. Jimming, perceiving the tension, laughed heartily, raising his cup. With sincere dedication, even gold and stone yield. Xiong Bangzhu strides with the confidence of a dragon and tiger. Far from mere pond dwellers, upon arriving in the central plains, he shall surely astound the world with his prowess. Jimming, with his silver tongue, deftly complimented, skillfully diffusing the tense ambience. Jiang Sun, silently observing from the sidelines, felt a surge of admiration for Jimming, who skillfully concealed his disdain while outwardly expressing nearly flattering reverence. "Miss Xiaoming, what brings you joy?" Jiang Sun inquired, noticing Xiaoming's mysterious smile. "Nothing much," she replied, her eyes catching the glimmer of firelight. Though it was merely a flicker, it signified a positive change, filling her heart with unbidden delight. "Brother Jiang, these individuals are unreliable. We should extricate ourselves from their company as soon as possible. Are we to depart? Yet I am rather keen to learn a few skills from them. To learn martial arts from them is akin to courting danger. Despite their explosive personalities, they are relatively naive compared to the cunning of the ghost woman, particularly Xiong Batian, whose ambition blinds him and whose temper is volatile, is easily manipulated. It's easier to deal with the king of hell than with pesky little devils. Tread carefully, and as for Jimming, he is notoriously untrustworthy and lazy. This old fox seems to be cozying up to Xiong Batian, likely to use him against his enemies." Xiaoming and Jiang Sun shared a deep connection, their thoughts aligned. And upon hearing Xiaoming's words, Jiang Sun's resolve grew stronger. "Let us go, junior brother. Come with me to fetch water." Pan Shangyang, with a seemingly benign demeanor, called out loudly, clearly harboring ill intentions. Jiang Sun contemplated refusing, but then thought better of it. "One can dodge the 1st of the month, but not the 15th. I shall see what tricks you have up your sleeve." Throughout their journey, Pan Shangyang did not trouble Jiang Sun but instead remarked, "Junior brother Jiang, I know you harbor grievances against me. After all, we are brothers of the same sect. The days ahead are long. Why not bury the hatchet and treat each other with sincerity?" Jiang Sun had never intended to be at odds with him. They were merely strangers who had crossed paths, and he planned to slip away when the opportunity arose. However, Pan Shangyang's constant scheming incensed Jiang Sun, making him wary. Upon hearing Pan Shangyang's words, he replied, "There's really no animosity at all." As Jiang Sun spoke, he squatted by the riverbank to fetch water. Unexpectedly, Pan Shangyang struck, delivering a blow to Jiang Sun's back, catching him off guard, causing him to tumble into the river. Jiang Sun, aware of Pan Shangyang's treachery, was taken aback by such shamelessness. Pan Shangyang's expression shifted, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. "Junior brother Jiang, how careless of you to fall into the river." Jiang Sun suppressed his fury, choosing to ignore him. Pan Shangyang's lips curled into a sinister smirk. "Humph! What do you think you are? How dare you oppose me? You better behave, or I have plenty of ways to deal with you." Jiang Sun's anger flared. He had intended to expose Pan Shangyang's secret stash of silver notes, but fearing it might alert him, he swallowed his words. Gazing at Pan Shangyang, a scheme formed in Jiang Sun's mind. "Junior brother, the water is frigid. You should come ashore soon." Pan Shangyang feigned concern before swaggering away. Jiang Sun, an adept swimmer, easily made it to the shore, though the cold water seeped into his bones, causing a dull ache in his back. Xiong Batian and Jiming were engrossed in their animated conversation when they noticed Jiang Sun striding towards them, holding a shattered wine jar. Unable to contain himself, Xiong Batian inquired, "What happened to the wine jar?" Jiang Sun replied, "I broke it." Upon hearing this, Xiong Batian and the others perked up, their gazes fixed intently on Jiang Sun's face. Xiong Wuhai, the first to speak, asked, "What transpired? Where is Pan Shangyang?" Jiang Sun clasped his hands respectfully, sincerity in his demeanor. "I beg the masters and elders not to punish Brother Pan." Xiong Batian, impatient, pressed on. "What exactly happened?" Brother Pan claimed that Third Master is ruthless and heartless, killing without a second thought, and he said to you, "What do you think you are? You better behave, or I have plenty of ways to deal with you." In my fury, I smashed the wine jar. Looking for death, Xiong Shangtian cursed through clenched teeth, immediately rising to draw his sword. Sensing the rising tension, Xiong Batian commanded, "Let us ascertain the facts first." As fate would have it, Pan Shangyang arrived just then, and upon seeing the serious expressions on everyone's faces, he froze. Jiang Sun seized the moment to interrogate, "Pan Shangyang, in front of our masters and elders, confess honestly. Did you not say something like, 'What do you think you are? You better behave, or I have plenty of ways to deal with you'?" Pan Shangyang's heart raced. Confronted by the murderous gaze of Xiong Shangtian, he dared not refute and nodded in acquiescence. In an instant, a flash of brilliance shot from Jiang Sun's eyes, piercing through Pan Shangyang's throat. Pan Shangyang's expression of terror froze on his face as blood gushed forth. The words he had directed at Jiang Sun were now redirected towards Xiong Shangtian and the others. Jiang Sun had initially intended to use Xiong Shangtian to teach Pan Shangyang a lesson. Never anticipating such ferocity from him, Jiang Sun, feeling a chill of trepidation, realized he was fortunate. Had Pan Shangyang accused him first, it might have been he who lay lifeless now. With that thought, a shiver ran down his spine. Chapter 32. The peach blossom with a jade face beats the drum. Xiong Batian, wielding the long K knife, leaped between the two individuals. His gaze, sharp as a hawk, fixated intently on Xiong Shangtian's face. With his sword-like brows raised, he bellowed, "Have you lost your minds? You would slay even your own kin." His words emanated an undeniable authority. Xiong Shangtian's countenance darkened. He sheathed his sword and turned to leave. Xiong Sihai attempted to call him back, but Xiong Batian interjected, "Let him be." With a sigh, Xiong Batian returned to the warmth of the fire. Though brash, he understood the significance of unity. The third brother, driven by a bloodlust, could hardly contribute to the growth of the Tianlai Dihua gang. The tense atmosphere did not linger long, as the raucous laughter returned with the consumption of potent liquor. Xiong Wuhu, with a helpless expression, buried the corpse of Pan Shangyang. Brother Jiang, Jiang Sun, regaining his composure, suddenly recalled the voice of Xiaoming. Xiaoming's cheeks flushed, exuding an enchanting shyness. Having witnessed the world, she was as astute as she was bold. Yet even she could turn crimson. Jiang Sun, taken aback, inwardly inquired, "What is it?" Xiaoming replied, I have a pressing need and wish to find a moment of privacy. Would you accompany me? Jiang Sun paused, then nodded. Supporting Xiaoming as they ventured into the thicket, Xiong Sihai, having long harbored lustful thoughts towards Xiaoming, stealthily followed their departure. Xiaoming conveyed silently, "Brother Jiang, we are being followed." Jiang Sun deduced, it must be Xiong Sihai. Grasping Xiaoming's arm, they leapt gracefully into a nearby privet tree, the dense foliage concealing them perfectly. That moment, Xiong Sihai caught up, glancing around in confusion beneath the privet tree, clearly surprised by the duo's sudden disappearance. Xiaoming removed a hairpin from her head and gripped it tightly. When Xiong Sihai turned his back, she deftly aimed and launched the hairpin. It struck him squarely in the back, eliciting a pained howl. Just as he was about to retaliate, Xiaoming and Jiang Sun sprang down. Fuming, Xiong Sihai exclaimed, "What are you two doing? Trying to kill me?" Realizing it was merely his fourth master uncle, he had presumed they were being stalked by an enemy. Xiaoming, after clarifying, casually asked, "Fourth master uncle, why are you following us?" Xiong Sihai stammered, pulling the hairpin from his back. "I feared you might encounter danger, so I was discreetly protecting you." Xiaoming replied, "We appreciate your concern, but we are quite safe." Xiong Sihai's expression morphed as he approached Xiaoming, a lewd grin plastered on his face. "Miss Xiaoming, how old are you? You are as beautiful as a celestial being. I find myself quite taken by you." Jiang Sun interjected, "Fourth master uncle, she is mine." Xiong Sihai retorted, "What do you mean yours? Have you two tied the knot?" "I can admire Miss Xiaoming too, can I?" Jiang Sun insisted, "You are an elder. How can you so shamelessly covet what is mine?" Although Jiang Sun appeared to argue, he discreetly tightened his grip on the Qingying sword. Xiong Sihai, with an air of arrogance, replied, "In the northern desert, we do not adhere to such conventions. Should we settle this with a duel according to the rules of the martial world?" With that, he leaned in closer, taking a deep whiff of Xiaoming's shoulder, his hand resting possessively on her. Jiang Sun, filled with rage, longed to strike him, clenching his fists and suppressing his fury. This is the Central Plains. You should respect local customs, master uncle. Xiong Sihai, with a flick of his fingers, pressed on Jiang Sun's Tanzhong acupoint, rendering him immobile. Xiaoming, unfazed, turned to Xiong Sihai, sweetly saying, "Since master uncle finds favor in me, it must be my fortune." With delicate fingers, she glided along Xiong Sihai's arm, applying pressure at his elbow. He felt a tingling numbness and let out a pained yelp. Xiaoming softly asked, "Does my touch not bring comfort to you?" "Master uncle?" Xiong Sihai, entranced by Xiaoming's allure, disregarded the numbness, responding dreamily, "It feels delightful, almost heavenly." Following this, Xiaoming's hands slid from his shoulders to his waist, suddenly transforming into a gripping maneuver, eliciting an overwhelming sensation of pleasure from him. Then, she pressed on the Feng Shui acupoint on the outside of his legs. Xiong Sihai, with glazed eyes, murmured, "So good," and collapsed to the ground with a thud. This technique was Xiaoming's unique skill, the bone-touching hand, which displaced bones and sealed acupoints, leaving one in a state of bliss while sapping their strength. At this moment, Jiang Sun, using the 7-star technique, unsealed his own acupoints. Observing Xiaoming skillfully subduing Xiong Sihai, he felt relieved. Curiously, Xiaoming asked, "How did you manage that?" Jiang Sun replied, "The 7-star technique from the Fudi Neijing contains methods to unseal acupoints." Xiaoming exclaimed, "The Fudi Neijing, written by Baichao Yiren and Qianshan Muxue?" Jiang Sun affirmed. Xiaoming hesitated slightly, stating, "I've heard that the Fudi Neijing is connected to the principles of inner strength cultivation and can serve as a foundation for spiritual energy training." Jiang Sun confirmed, "Indeed." To prevent Xiaoming from being further harassed by Xiong Sihai, Jiang Sun suggested leaving the area. Xiaoming, unconvinced, responded, "It's pitch dark. If we flee now, we may lose our way. If we encounter bandits, it would be disastrous. They have acknowledged you as their disciple. They will be somewhat cautious. Besides, I can handle just Xiong Sihai. By the fire." A scene of disarray unfolded, with leftover bones scattered everywhere. Xiong Batian reclined lazily, his eyes half closed. Lost in a deep slumber, snoring thunderously, Xiong Shangtian sat cross-legged, resting his chin on his hand. Xiong Wu, who lay sprawled on a nearby haystack, with roguish eyes, Ji Ming, wide awake, frequently glanced at Xiong Beishan's face. Zhang Daoling, seeing everyone in a stupor, nudged Ji Ming with a pair of scissors, exchanging glances that signaled him to leave. Ji Ming, with a knowing smile, blinked. After years of camaraderie, Zhang Daoling understood that Ji Ming, the old fox, was surely plotting something devious. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached from behind, startling Ji Ming, who exclaimed, "Who goes there?" Turning, he saw Jiang Sun and Xiaoming. It's you too," Ji Ming blurted out, panic evident in his voice, which rang loud enough to wake the slumbering. Yet Xiong Batian and the others remained oblivious, continuing their deep slumber. Noticing Ji Ming's unease, Jiang Sun teased, "What's wrong? Feeling guilty for your misdeeds?" Ji Ming, caught off guard, chuckled nervously. Young hero Jiang, just sharing a jest with an old man. Jiang Sun's gaze deepened as he regarded Ji Ming, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Without uttering a word, a glance exchange conveyed mutual understanding, each harboring their own schemes while maintaining secrecy. Ji Ming, a seasoned rogue in the martial world, grasped the unspoken communication. Subsequently, Jiang Sun and Xiaoming settled beneath the shade of a tree. Xiaoming, employing her telepathic technique, whispered, "Brother Jiang, could you recite the 7-star technique for me? It may help open my senses and heal my sight." Upon hearing this, Jiang Sun's eyes lit up, and he silently began to recite the 7-star technique. Xiaoming followed suit, channeling the energy as a warm current flowed through her 7 major acupoints in a rhythmic cycle. After a brief interval, she felt as light as a feather, as though transcending the earthly realm. An indescribable joy enveloping her. At that moment, Jiang Sun realized that Xiaoming did not seek to escape. Rather, she hoped to heal her blindness through the 7-star technique. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps shattered the tranquility. A man, appearing to be in his 40s, sprinted towards them in a frenzied state. He looked gaunt, his complexion sallow, his attire disheveled, as if he had just escaped a fierce battle, glancing back repeatedly as though pursued by a relentless foe. Finally, exhausted, he stumbled and collapsed, crying out hoarsely, "Hero, save me! Hero, please help!" Jiang Sun exchanged astonished glances with Li Mingshan, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Xiong Batian and the others were roused by the commotion, demanding, "Who are you?" The man hastily replied, "I am Yao Shangjin, a disciple of the Xiantian sect, being pursued by a great villain. I implore the hero to save me." He did not hesitate to kneel, his forehead touching the ground, urgently banging his head on the ground before Xiong Batian. The term hero was like a sweet melody to Xiong Batian's ears, invigorating him. With a smile, he mused, "Stay here. Let's see who dares to harm you." Hearing Xiong Batian's assurance, Yao Shangjin expressed his gratitude profusely, bowing 3 more times and hiding behind Xiong Batian. However, after a considerable wait, no pursuers appeared. Curiosity got the better of Xiong Batian, who queried, "What great villain are you speaking of?" Before he could finish, a gentle fragrance of peach blossoms wafted through the air, followed by a soft rain of petals cascading from the sky, painting a scene of ethereal beauty. Amidst the shower of blossoms, a woman gracefully descended, slowly stepping into view. She possessed a figure that was enchanting, skin fairer than snow, her face blooming like a peach blossom, with red lips and white teeth, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with life, and her long crimson hair cascading to her waist, exuding an alluring charm. Her eyes, clear as water, held a hint of frost, and her ample bosom was partially concealed, with a prominent peach blossom mark adorning her chest. With each graceful step, her long legs occasionally peeked out from beneath her flowing skirt, her smile captivating and intoxicating. Though Xiaoming was a vision of beauty, this woman exuded an even more striking allure. Leaving hearts entranced at this moment, everyone was fully awake, staring intently at the woman. Ji Ming and Go Dao, the grandfather and grandson duo, were particularly entranced, their mouths watering as they whispered, "To have lived a lifetime without knowing such a beauty exists in the world is truly a shame." The woman slightly parted her lips, softly declaring, "I apologize for interrupting your enjoyment. I must settle some personal matters." Her voice was melodious and crisp, like the delicate sound of an orchid in a secluded valley, soothing to the heart. Xiong Batian has always held women in contempt, as if he were missing a crucial strand of reasoning in his mind, completely devoid of interest in female allure. With a disdainful glance at the woman, he turned to Yao Shangjin and inquired, "Is this the notorious villain you speak of, a mere woman?" Yao Shangjin non-committally nodded, prompting Xiong Batian to furrow his brow and exclaim in anger, "You worthless cur. Unable to handle even a single woman, yet you expect us men to support you. Do you even deserve to be called a man?" Before Yao Shangjin could explain, the woman interjected, "Yao Shangjin, as a disciple of Xianqimen, how can you rely on outsiders for support? Such disgraceful behavior will not only lead to your demise, but also incur the wrath of your master." Her voice was soft, yet beneath the surface lay a current of lethal intent. "As frigid as frost. How dare you, you shameless harlot, to speak of me? If you wish to harm me, have you even considered whether the heroes would approve?" Yao Shangjin, emboldened by Xiong Baishan's presence, attempted to assert himself from behind. His voice sharp and piercing. The woman regarded Xiong Batian with disdain. "What? Are you planning to meddle in affairs that do not concern you?" Seeing that she was merely a woman, Xiong Batian initially hesitated to act. But her haughty demeanor ignited his fury. He brandished his long dao and bellowed, "We men have no intention of striking a woman, but I do not appreciate your tone. Hold on." As Xiong Batian prepared to strike, Li Mingshan hurriedly intervened, turning to the woman and asking, "Might I inquire if you are the renowned Peach Blossom still smiles in spring breeze? The jade-faced Peach Blossom, Feng Jigu?" The woman's wandering gaze settled on Jiming's face, and she smiled charmingly. "While others know me as Spring Night's Remnants, few are aware of the name Jade-Faced Peach Blossom. You seem to be quite attentive." Feng Jigu was the courtesan of Yingtianfu, known locally by the title Queen of Flowers. Beauty among courtesans. Her fame did not stem from unparalleled beauty, but rather from an extraordinary quirk. As a prostitute, she would exchange no monetary gain, provided a half-inked peach blossom was stamped upon the chests of her clients. Jiming awkwardly chuckled. "Miss Feng is indeed the unrivaled courtesan, the dream lover of many me. Is not surprising that I have heard of you. However, I have also heard that Xianqimen has strict rules. Those who patronize courtesans are expelled without exception. Are you pursuing this gentleman because he hesitated to accept your peach blossom mark after a moment of springtime revelry?" Li Mingshan's tone carried a hint of lewdness, concluding with a lascivious grin. This was a common failing among men. When confronted with a captivating fairy, they often sought to take advantage, relishing even the fleeting pleasure of flirtation. Feng Jigu replied softly, "It seems your interest extends beyond mere pleasantries, even to my insignificant peculiarities." Alas! Suddenly, Feng Jigu's expression shifted dramatically. In a swift motion, she maneuvered around Xiong Batian, circling Yao Shangjin 3 times like a divine dragon coiling around a pillar. Yao Shangjin's body stiffened, and with a series of explosive sounds, his clothing burst open, revealing a distinct half-peach blossom watermark on his chest. Yao Shangjin's veins severed, his martial prowess extinguished, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Though not a top-tier martial artist, Yao Shangjin, as a follower of Gongliangyu, possessed skills at the Tiando level. It was astonishing that Feng Jigu could render him defenseless. The martial arts hierarchy consisted of 3 levels within each segment: Shan, Tiando, and Dishan. Those at the Dishan level who could reach Tiando were deemed experts, while peak masters at the Shun level were few and far between in the realm. Feng Jigu's ability to incapacitate a Tiando-level expert showcased her profound skill. Yao Shangjin lay helpless, and onlookers gasped in astonishment. Li Mingshan exclaimed, "Like a shadow following its master." This technique was indeed Feng Jigu's signature move, akin to a serpent coiling around a pillar, virtually impossible to defend against. Anyone ensnared would either face death or injury, and her cunning dark weapon was none other than her long, crimson hair. Feng Jigu's hair transformed like a chameleon, shifting colors with her emotions. Crimson when filled with murderous intent, yellow in a gentle state, and black when steeped in melancholy. Such rare skills were unparalleled. She belonged to no sect, and no one knew her master, thus enveloping her like a shadow following its master technique in an aura of mystery and fear. As Yao Shangjin succumbed to the attack, Feng Jigu's fiery locks lost their hue, gradually revealing a chestnut shade. With a haughty glance at Yao Shangjin, she remarked, "If you cannot play, do not bet. Why trouble yourself by disturbing the sweet dreams of others?" Feng Jigu flicked her hair, exuding elegance, then turned gracefully, her steps light and captivating. Xiong Batian furrowed his brow and shouted, "Are you just going to leave?" Feng Jigu's haughty demeanor ignited Xiong Baishan's ire. He swung his long dao, unleashing a devastating strike that burst forth in a golden light, aiming directly at her waist. Feng Jigu's pupils constricted, her form twisting with agility to evade this lethal blow. Yet, a resounding crack echoed as the blade cleaved through 3 privet trees effortlessly, showcasing its terrifying power. Though Feng Jigu avoided the fatal strike, a strand of her hair was severed by the residual force of the blade. As she brushed her hair aside, a flicker of surprise and resentment crossed her eyes, and she mused, "What an intense killing intent! Had I hesitated even for a moment, I might have been reduced to mere fragments." Upon hearing this, Xiong Batian burst into laughter. "At least you possess some discernment. Had we not shown mercy, you would have been left with no complete remains." Having witnessed the might of the opening strike, Jimming felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, inwardly cursing, "Damn it," to unleash a killing move without a shred of compassion. Had it not been for Feng Jigu's quick reflexes, she would have been cleaved in two. Feng Jigu dismissed the incident, her steps slow and graceful. When she reached Jiang Sun, she paused, gently lifting his chin with a delicate finger, and softly remarked, "It is a pity you do not possess the youthful charm of this young gentleman." Jiang Sun replied calmly, "I do not dare to claim such charm. Miss Feng, at the age of 27, is a decade my senior. When your fame ascended, I was still in my youth. To call me young is indeed a misnomer." Feng Jigu's pupils dilated. She had intended to tease, only to discover that Jiang Sun had discerned her background. She gasped, "How do you know?" Jiang Sun had studied Feng Jigu's background at Nangongfu. She was once a noble maiden. But after being assaulted by a tyrant and subsequently shunned by her family, she had fallen to her current state. Though Jiang Sun appeared youthful, his words commanded respect, causing Feng Jigu's expression to darken. With a swift, enchanting movement, she vanished into the night. Jimming examined Yao Shangjin's pulse, furrowing his brow and sighing, "Your life remains, but your martial prowess has been shattered." Xiong Batian delivered a kick to Yao Shangjin's chest. "Cursing, useless, unable to handle a woman, you deserve to have your skills ruined." Xiong Batian, having initially considered bringing Yao Shangjin into the Tianlai Dihua gang, was now enraged by the loss of his abilities. Yao Shangjin wore a pained expression, inwardly cursing, "Feng Jigu, you wretched harlot, how dare you ruin my skills? One day, I shall make you pay in blood for this debt." Understanding the precariousness of his situation, Yao Shangjin felt compelled to acquiesce. Despite being kicked by Xiong Batian, causing his insides to churn, he still managed to flatter. The kindness of the great hero Xiong is akin to a rebirth. "Today, I, Yao Shangjin, have narrowly escaped with my life and shall be sure to repay this debt in the future." Seeing Yao Shangjin's contrition, Xiong Batian's expression softened. "At least you possess a sense of gratitude. Please wait a moment. I will gather some medicinal herbs for healing," Jimming stated before departing. Zhang Daoling, the petty thief, assumed he was fleeing and attempted to follow, but Jimming's expression darkened as he ordered, "Stay here. I will go alone." Jimming's quest for herbs was merely a facade. His true desire was to indulge in Feng Jigu's charms. Once out of sight, he hastened forward, excitement coursing through him, his steps light and swift. He soon caught up to Feng Jigu. Li Mingshan donned a flirtatious grin, adopting a tone of familiarity as he said, "Miss Feng, please pause." Feng Jigu's eyes sparkled as her cherry lips parted. In a melodious voice, she asked, "Mr. Li, what guidance do you seek?" Li Mingshan cleared his throat, stroking his graying goat beard, a frank smile of wickedness on his face as he proclaimed, "Miss Feng's beauty is truly that of a celestial being descended to earth. Graceful as flowing water, with countless captivating forms, just a glance leaves one entranced, as if stepping into a realm of immortals. Should I be fortunate enough to share a night with you, even if I were to perish at this moment, I would have no regrets." Feng Jigu playfully chided, "Oh dear, you rogue. How can one so renowned in the underworld speak so shamelessly?" Jimming leaned closer, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face. "No eloquent words can adequately express my admiration for Miss Feng." Jimming strained to bestow upon Feng Jigu every commendation he could conjure. Seeing his obsequious grin, Feng Jigu could not help but laugh like silver bells. "You are aware of my rules, though not be like Yao Shangjin, who after a fleeting encounter, refuses to take responsibility. Rest assured, Miss Feng, Yao's despicable actions cannot be compared to mine. If you do not believe me, why not brand a half-peach blossom mark on my chest now, as proof of my sincerity?" With that, Jimming stepped closer to Feng Jigu, opening his garments to reveal his chest. Feng Jigu shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, though I am a woman of the world. I am not so indiscriminate. Jimming's expression flickered uneasily. Do you find me too aged, Miss Feng? Yet your promise rings clear in my ears. As long as I am willing to bear the half-peach blossom mark, I could share a delightful night with you. Feng Jigu replied slowly, I indeed made such a promise, but you do not qualify. Jimming paused, pressing. What do you mean by that? Feng Jigu simply stated, because you are unlike others. You are a person who genuinely cares for me. The rooster, in a state of urgency, inquires. What prompts such a statement? The wind, known as drum, elaborates further. If you wish to indulge in romance with me, you must take me as your wife. Upon hearing this, the rooster is struck as if by lightning, his form swaying, a look of bewilderment upon his face, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. He had anticipated a night of revelry, yet unexpectedly, Drum presents such a demand. Caught between surprise and concern for Drum's notorious reputation, he fears that marriage might invite ridicule, leaving him in a dilemma of indecision. The wind, with a gentle breath, jestingly remarks, Could it be that you find me unworthy? Ha ha ha. The rooster stammers, unsure of how to respond, when suddenly, a mocking laughter rings out. Turning towards the sound, he sees Xiong Sihai leap down from the treetops, mimicking the rooster's tone, declaring, floating as if ascending to a celestial realm, esteemed Mr. Rooster, your prowess remains undiminished, truly admirable. I, Xiong Sihai, am unjustly burdened with the moniker of Old Lecher, yet in your presence, I am left in the dust. Ha ha ha. Faced with Xiong Sihai's ridicule, the rooster's complexion fluctuates between black and red, hastily covering his face in shame, exclaiming, How mortifying, at my age, to find myself in such a predicament. In his embarrassment, the rooster scurries away as if he were a thief. Peach blossom of the jade face, lingering dreams of spring nights. During my time in the northern desert, I had long heard of Miss Feng's illustrious name, and to encounter her today is indeed a match made by the heavens. Xiong Sihai's gaze burns with intensity, fixating on Drum. With a charming smile, Drum glances back, exuding an allure. So, Master Xiong, are you here to support this humble girl? Xiong Sihai, wrapping an arm around Drum's shoulders. Leers, as your elder brother, it is my duty. Drum responds languidly. Having heard my name, you must also be aware of my rules. Xiong Sihai readily agrees. For a mere half of a peach blossom mark. If Miss Feng desires, I would not object to you etching a peach tree upon my skin, Drum replies. The peach blossom watermark originates from the secret arts of Miaojiang, a poison derived from spring worms and autumn snakes. In times of cold and damp, its venom manifests, causing agony akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at one's bones. Once branded, it is a mark that cannot be removed in a lifetime. Are you not afraid? Xiong Sihai, taken aback, quickly retorts with greedy fervor. For the sake of Miss Feng, I would even embrace 1,000 arrows piercing my heart. Drum continues. I am a woman of the world, scorned by the righteous. Bearing my peach blossom mark would render me a target for scorn, losing all dignity. Xiong Sihai laughs heartily. Miss Feng, you worry too much. We, the 5 brothers from the northern desert, have long been infamous. My title of Old Lecher is not without reason. The idle chatter of others is nothing but wind. Changing the subject, Drum inquires curiously. Oh, coming from the northern desert, what draws you to the central plains? Xiong Sihai does not hide his intentions, responding candidly. My elder brother aims to unify the central plains. I have come in his wake, having heard tales of the beauties here, and indeed, they do not disappoint. To dominate the martial world, how could one linger here? A smirk curves Drum's lips. Xiong Sihai adds, I hear that Rooster Temple is a major sect in the martial world, a foundation worth seizing. Why does Miss Feng inquire? Drum, lifting her exquisite visage, softly exhales and whispers. I do not entertain nameless guests. The scent of mint wafts through the air, and Xiong Sihai inhales deeply, praising. The fragrance is intoxicating. However, before he finishes his sentence, he suddenly feels a wave of heat surging to his heart, followed by dizziness. He hurriedly channels his energy to protect himself, yet the poison has silently infiltrated his meridians. Xiong Sihai exclaims in shock. You have poisoned me. Drum smiles sweetly. Did you not wish to revel with me? What? Are you having second thoughts? Xiong Sihai glares, eyes wide. You. If the great hero Xiong is unwilling, Let this transaction cease, Drum declares, revealing an antidote in her palm. It turns out she feared Xiong Sihai would emulate Yao Shangjin and break his word, hence her use of poison. Xiong Sihai, burning with desire, thinks that even if he were to perish immediately after pleasure, he would gladly accept it, and he laughs. If I am to be enamored of the pomegranate skirt, I shall willingly become a dashing rogue. Today, I shall experience Miss Feng's artistry. With that, he scoops up Drum, bursting into raucous laughter, then leaps into the air, landing atop a tree branch where shadows dance beneath the moonlight, a scene of tender entanglement. This spectacle, however, is witnessed by Li Mingshan, concealed behind the trees, as jealousy and anger intertwine within him. His palm strikes the tree trunk, nails nearly embedding into the bark, as the night deepens and the chill seeps into his bones. The poison of the dark night's frightening palm silently takes effect. Jiang Sun curls up on the ground, emitting pained groans. Xiao Ming, too, succumbs to the effects of the dark night's frightening palm. Aware of the poison's severity, she empathizes with Jiang Sun, embracing him tightly, pressing her chest against his back. Jiang Sun, enduring the pain, weakly murmurs, "Xiao Ming, there is no need for such concern. This poison will pass in due time. Do not speak." Xiao Ming gently reprimands, rubbing her hands together to warm them against his chest. After a while, under her tender care, Jiang Sun drifts into a deep slumber. Xiao Ming gazes upon his delicate features, the subtle grace in his brows and eyes reminiscent of a flower beneath the moonlight, stirring memories of Hua Xiaomian. They had been childhood companions, practicing calligraphy and swordplay, their bond innocent and untainted. Memories flood her mind, and she softly laments, "Senior brother, where are you? Why do you always evade me? Could it truly be as you said, close yet unrespectful, deeply felt yet shallowly bound?" Xiao Ming's silent inquiries ripple through her heart, creating waves in the stillness of the night. The following morning, under Li Mingshan's guidance, the group ascends the mountain, arriving at the back gate of Rooster Temple. Nestled against the mountain, Rooster Temple is surrounded by peach trees. Their blossoms of vivid crimson, and two stone lions stand majestically at the entrance, adding an air of mystery and solemnity to the ancient edifice. Xiong Batian bellows with laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, the Central Plains are far more prosperous than our northern desert grasslands. Indeed, it is most unjust that such a splendid place is enjoyed by a bunch of inept sheep." As he speaks, he raises his long sparrow blade, shouting, "Brothers, we shall seize all the gold and jewels here and claim this land." Xiong Sihai adds, "And the women?" The crowd erupts in laughter. Xiong Batian declares, "Let the little sheep inside become our servants." Second, "Go knock on the door." Xiong Mingtian, straightforward in nature, feels discontent towards Xiong Batian yet dares not defy him. Grumbling, "Why is it always me? Are your arms broken? Or your legs?" With 3 resounding knocks, the temple door remains shut, echoing silence. Xiong Mingtian strikes again, but the stillness prevails. The group exchanges glances, and Xiong Batian, impatient, barks, "Step aside." In an instant, the blade of Long Sparrow flashes, accompanied by a brilliant golden light, and with a tremendous crash, the rosewood door splinters into 4 pieces, scattering in all directions. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps approaches, and soon, a dozen nuns in simple robes rush towards them. Armed with arhat staffs, they stand tall, their expressions stern, their eyes reflecting anger and vigilance towards the unexpected intruders. Chapter 34. The Uproar at Rooster Temple. Who are these ruffians, daring to wreak havoc at Rooster Temple? Xiong Batian cleaves through the temple's heavy gate, provoking the ire of the nuns, particularly the lead nun, who reprimands him sharply, upon noticing only women before him. Xiong Batian sneers, "Bring forth your leader to speak." Xiong Batian, with his fierce appearance and domineering long sparrow blade, prompts the lead nun to sense the malice in their arrival. She discreetly signals to a younger nun, who quickly departs to summon assistance. Moments later, a middle-aged woman arrives, flanked by 20 others. Though clad in simple robes, they are all women who have cultivated their hair. The middle-aged woman, appearing to be in her 40s, possesses a complexion like snow, exuding an air of elegance, her demeanor hinting at a transcendent spirit. She surveys the shattered door, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, pausing momentarily on the roguish figure of Rooster. Before locking her eyes on Xiong Batian, her tone composed, Might I inquire about your esteemed names and the purpose of your visit to this humble temple? This middle-aged woman is none other than Master Kongzi, the abbot of Rooster Temple. In the face of Xiong Baitian's imposing presence, she responds with grace, showcasing the composure of a venerable monk. Xiong Batian, noting the presence of women, impatiently bellows, "I demand to see your clan leader." Kongzi joins her palms respectfully, answering with elegance, "There is no clan leader here. I am Kongzi, the abbot of this temple." Xiong Batian furrows his brow, perplexed, as Rooster whispers in his ear, "She is the head of Rooster Temple." Surprised, Xiong Batian erupts into a hearty laugh. "How peculiar are the people of the Central Plains, allowing a woman to take charge. Have all the men perished? Ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, Rooster privately scoffs, a frog at the bottom of a well. Too unaccustomed to the world, Kongzi, suppressing her ire, murmurs something to the nearby young nun, who nods and departs to carry out her task. Then, with an air of nonchalance, she queries, "May I ask your honorable surname and name? And what brings you to our humble temple?" Jiang Sun, Xiao Ming, and Rooster discern that Kongzi is subtly orchestrating a plan. Meanwhile, Xiong Batian and his group, mistaking Kongzi's gentle tone for fear, revel in their perceived superiority. Kongzi's words leave them baffled and fearing embarrassment. Xiong Batian quietly asks Rooster, "What does she mean?" Rooster explains, and upon realizing the courtesy extended, Xiong Batian, filled with delight, proclaims, "Let us converse openly. I am Xiong Batian, the leader of the Thunder and Fire Gang. Tell me, how vast is your Rooster Temple's territory? How much incense money do you collect annually?" Kongzi, sensing his intent to extort funds, replies, "Since you require assistance, Rooster Temple is compassionate and will not stand idly by. Miaolon, provide these gentlemen with some silver." Master Miaolon furrows her brow, visibly displeased. She is in the prime of her youth, possessing a striking beauty with a delicate oval face that is both enchanting and ethereal. Her lively eyes and rosy lips, framed by elegant brows, exude a refreshing charm that captivates those around her. Kongzi shot a glance at Miaolon, who, though reluctant, ultimately dared not defy her master's orders and promptly handed a string of copper coins to Xiong Batian. As the presiding figure, Kongzi had no intention of getting embroiled in disputes. If matters could be resolved amicably, it would be for the best. However, if this group remained obstinate, she would not hesitate to resort to force. Xiong Batian, upon seeing the coins, was instantly consumed by rage, and he spat out a string of curses. "You little brat! Are you trying to send me off to beg?" He brandished his knife, ready to attack, but Jiming intervened. "Xiong, a true man knows when to yield. Do not act impulsively." Xiong Batian, having always heeded Jiming's counsel, managed to suppress his fury. Recognizing the need for peace in the face of such brazen aggressors, Kongzi understood that tranquility was the best strategy. Yet, witnessing Xiong Batian's insatiable greed and insolent words, her patience wore thin. With a darkening expression, she retorted, "What is it that you want? Listen closely. We intend to incorporate your Jiming Temple into our Heavenly Thunder and Earth Fire Gang." As soon as Xiong Batian finished speaking, he swung his dragon sparrow knife with a fierce glint in his eyes, the blade emitting a low, rumbling sound. Kongzi gritted her teeth and replied solemnly, "This temple does not accept male disciples. I suggest you look elsewhere." "What? No male disciples?" "We are here to merge Jiming Temple with our Heavenly Thunder and Earth Fire Gang." "Did you hear that? We aim to bring Jiming Temple under our banner, not to become your disciples. If you are wise, I will spare your life, and after the merger, you can still be the abbot. Otherwise, my dragon sparrow knife is not merely for show." Seeing that her attempts at diplomacy had failed, Kongzi's expression shifted dramatically, and in a fit of rage, she laughed mockingly, "Ha, with just a few petty thieves. You dare to wreak havoc in Jiming Temple? We treat others with courtesy but will not tolerate humiliation." With that, she sprang into action, her agile form leaping high as Xiong Batian's knife slashed downwards, the blade catching the light as it aimed for her left shoulder. However, Kongzi evaded the fierce blow with the grace of a swallow. The dragon sparrow knife struck the stone lion beside the entrance, producing a deafening crash that seemed to shake the very air, shattering the stone into fragments. The nuns, alarmed, hurriedly retreated. The dragon sparrow knife, imbued with thunderous might, relentlessly pursued her. Kongzi, unarmed, relied on her exceptional agility to maneuver through the flurry of strikes, engaging in a battle of wits with Xiong Batian. Observing that his attacks, though ferocious, lacked finesse, she deftly redirected the dragon sparrow knife with a flick of her sleeve. Seizing the moment, she swiftly positioned herself behind Xiong Batian, gathering her spiritual energy in her palm and striking with a force that could shatter bones. Kong Ci felt a surge of triumph, believing that this blow would surely incapacitate him, to her astonishment. However, Xiong Batian staggered only a few steps before regaining his balance. As her eyes widened in disbelief, a chill crept into her heart. Xiong Batian turned, chuckling, "Is this your limit?" That felt like a mere tickle. Women are just women. With that, he surged forward, his speed tripling as he swung his knife in a sweeping arc. In a moment of panic, Kong Ci leaped into the air, focusing intently on dodging the edge of the dragon sparrow knife, only to find Xiong Batian closing in. With a thunderous clap, his palm struck her chest with a force akin to a raging storm. Kong Ci, like a kite severed from its string, was sent flying backward, blood erupting from her mouth before she even hit the ground. "Master! Master!" her disciples cried in unison, rushing to her side. Miao Lan, Miao Yin, Miao Yu, and Miao Ran helped her up. Miao Yin, with a fiery temper, seized a monk's staff, ready to retaliate against Xiong Batian, but Kong Ci called out sharply to stop her. Turning to Xiong Batian, she proposed, "Since you wish to merge, let us discuss this matter within the temple." Overjoyed, Xiong Batian exclaimed, "Ha! If you had said this earlier, I could have spared myself some pain." Kong Ci led the way, with Xiong Batian swaggering behind her, his dragon sparrow knife resting on his shoulder, followed by his 4 companions. Ji Ming, aware of the treachery, trailed behind with the crafty dog thief. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Sun whispered to Xiao Ming, "Let us depart." Xiao Ming, having practiced the 7-star technique, though not fully adept, had improved enough to see outlines of figures. Hesitant, she replied, "Let us stay and enjoy the spectacle." As Xiong Batian followed Kong Ci through the lush, rock-laden paths of Jiming Temple, he grumbled about the winding route. Upon passing through a rocky cave, they emerged into a spacious clearing paved with blue stone slabs, surrounded on 3 sides by artificial hills and facing a tranquil lake. The picturesque scene, with tiered pavilions and vibrant flora, resembled a living ink painting, mesmerizing Xiong Batian and his companions. Suddenly, Kong Ci halted, her expression darkening as she spoke with an icy authority. "You have trespassed into my sacred temple and tarnished my reputation. Seize them!" Her commanding shout caught Xiong Batian off guard, and as he prepared to fight, he suddenly found his feet ensnared by a hidden mechanism in the stone slabs, causing him to stumble. Simultaneously, a net sprang from the cracks, ensnaring him completely. Reacting swiftly, Xiong Batian leaped onto the artificial hill, while his companions, Xiong Sihai and Xiong Wuhu, narrowly avoided the net. However, within moments, they were surrounded by dozens of nuns, each wielding monks' staffs and glaring fiercely. Despite his strength, Xiong Batian struggled to free himself from the tightening grip of the mechanism, his frustration boiling over as he bared his teeth and roared in rage. Ji Ming, Dog Thief, Jiang Sun, and Xiao Ming had anticipated Kong Ci's trap and managed to keep their distance, but soon found themselves encircled by Miao Lan and her followers, not wanting to engage with the nuns. Ji Ming waved his hands, misunderstanding, we are not with them." Miao Lan, though skeptical of Ji Ming, noticed that Jiang Sun and Xiao Ming did not seem malicious and commanded, "Do not make any rash moves. Seize them." At Kong Ci's command, the nuns swung their staffs in unison, creating a cacophony of sound. Xiong Sihai and Xiong Wu, who found themselves overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of the monks' staffs, which crashed down upon them like a surging tide. Despite Xiong Sihai's agility as he leaped and dodged, drawing his sword to fight back, and Xiong Wu's surprising skill with the staff, their efforts were futile against the sheer number of attackers. As the battle raged on, Jiang Sun quietly observed, "Li, your scheme has succeeded." Startled, Ji Ming replied awkwardly, "I was merely reflecting on how these women, who often preach compassion, have set so many traps. Their tactics of feigned weakness followed by a counterattack are remarkably shrewd." Though Jiming Temple might be obscure in the martial world, its resilience amidst chaos spoke of its wisdom. And Jiang Sun calmly remarked, "It is only natural. Even a compassionate heart requires the protection of a steadfast guardian. As the nun perceived that the time was ripe, she divided her efforts, with one half focused on offense while the other half aimed at the lower bodies of the two adversaries. The sound of strikes echoed like thunder, as the two combatants found themselves unable to defend against both assaults. The sticks fell upon their legs like a torrential downpour, accompanied by their anguished cries. They collided and fell to their knees, and in that fleeting moment, countless Rohan staffs were ensnared around their forms. Yet, they hesitated to act, observing that the 5 lakes and 4 seas were about to be captured. Xiong Batian glared fiercely at Xiong Shangtian and bellowed at it. Turned out that Xiong Shangtian had been at odds with Xiong Batian due to the killing of Pan Shangyang, and his simmering anger had led him to remain a mere bystander. Upon hearing Xiong Batian's commanding shout, his countenance darkened, and a flash of murderous intent erupted from his elongated eyes. With a swift motion, the Xian magnetic sword was drawn forth, revealing the ferocity and malevolence of Xiong Shangtian as he launched a decisive strike, unerringly piercing the throat of the nun. The look of astonishment froze upon her face before she collapsed into a pool of crimson, eyeing the fierce battle that ensued among the 5 lakes and 4 seas. No one had been slain until now, yet, with Xiong Shangtian's blade, the slaughter began. Witnessing such ruthless brutality, the onlookers scattered in fear. Xiong Batian's arm trembled as he swung the sword, producing a sharp clang as the Xian magnetic sword shattered, its fragments spiraling outward like darts. The sound of impacts rang out, and despite the crowd's attempts to evade, the blade struck like lightning, wounding 7 or 8 nuns in the arms, shoulders, ribs, and thighs. 2 more shards pierced the chests of 2 nuns, who fell instantly, their cries echoing amidst the chaos, as the shards flew and blood spattered. The calamity at the Jiming Temple incited a mix of grief and rage among the spectators, while Kong Ci shouted in fury, demanding the return of her disciple's life, charging forward. Witnessing the murder of their fellow disciple, Kong Ci's 4 primary disciples were consumed by righteous indignation and followed their master into battle. These 4 disciples, all of noble lineage, stood tall and youthful, clad in white, their beauty striking. Xiong Shangtian, a creature of bloodlust, showed no mercy. His gaze held no regard for the delicate flowers before him as he wielded the Xian magnetic sword with ruthless precision. Though Kong Ci and her companions were filled with sorrow and fury, they fought with discipline, quickly forming the 5 elements looking at the moon formation. Kong Ci took the lead, while Miaolan and Miaoyan flanked the sides, and Miaoyu and Miaoran cut off their retreat. The clash of the Xian magnetic sword and the Rohan staffs produced a series of sharp thuds akin to a rapid-fire volley. Although the Xian magnetic sword could transform into unpredictable projectiles, once unleashed, it could not be retracted in time, thus providing an opportunity for the adversary to exploit. As the 5 pressed closer, Xiong Shangtian grew increasingly cautious. Yet, the relentless coordination of his opponents intensified their assault. Resolute, Xiong Shangtian released 4 blade fragments, targeting the 4 disciples, seizing the moment when they were momentarily occupied in deflecting the Xian magnetic sword. He lunged forward, aiming directly at Kong Ci's chest. Startled, she raised her staff in defense. But Xiong Shangtian's sword struck with a deceptive angle, cleaving her staff in 2 with a sharp snap. Staggering back in shock, Kong Ci found herself leaning against the false mountain. Seizing the opportunity, Xiong Shangtian, like a wraith, thrust his sword towards her heart. With no retreat left, in that critical instant, Kong Ci plunged her wooden staff into the false mountain. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as more than 10 hidden arrows shot forth from the crevices of the mountain. Like lightning, clang, 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 Xiong Shangtian hastily redirected his sword to block, but his momentum was too forceful, and the arrows were released unexpectedly. With the Xian magnetic sword divided into 5 segments, his defensive capability had plummeted. Though he managed to deflect several arrows, one pierced his left arm, causing blood to drip onto the stone floor. Kong Ci exhaled in relief, though still shaken. All eyes turned toward Xiong Shangtian. With a sinister smile, he tossed the Xian magnetic sword behind him. It flew around his shoulder and, with a resounding clap, adhered to the intricately designed sheath. The sheath, only half encasing the blade, relied on the sword's powerful magnetic force for attachment, facilitating a swift draw. Unfazed, Xiong Shangtian coldly eyed the arrows, reflecting, a sneak attack with hidden arrows lacks honor. With deliberate precision, He grasped an arrow with 2 fingers and slowly extracted it. The moment he withdrew the arrow, blood gushed forth. The air thickened with shock as the onlookers struggled to comprehend the audacity of such an act without precaution. Suddenly, Xiong Shangtian unleashed a mighty fist, shattering the hardened stone slab beneath him. He picked up a handful of debris and, exerting force, pulverized it into powder, which he then sprinkled onto his wound. The crowd gaped in astonishment at his unconventional method of staunching the blood flow. Chapter 35. The fisherman gains die in an instant. A resounding crash echoed, resembling the roar of thunder. Xiong Batian, coiling his strength, swung the Lonke blade with a flourish, bringing it down upon the stone slab with a tremendous boom. Instantly, the stone shattered into fragments, and the hidden mechanisms loosened. With every muscle taut, Xiong Batian leaped, and the locks shattered with a series of cracks, freeing him from their constraints, with the Lonke blade gleaming. He swung it towards Xiong Mantian, the sound of tearing metal resonating as the iron net enveloping Xiong Mantian burst apart, shredding his clothing and leaving a deep gash across his abdomen. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it healed, leaving no trace. Xiong Mantian had cultivated a remarkably resilient alligator hide, impervious to blades and spears. In a heartbeat, both Xiong Batian and Xiong Mantian broke free from their bindings. Xiong Batian turned, shouting, "Second brother, hold them back." Raising his Lonke blade, he aimed to rescue Xiong Sihai and Xiong Wuhai, but was intercepted by the nuns. Xiong Baishan's sweeping strike proved devastatingly sharp. 7 or 8 nuns could not evade in time and were sent tumbling. Upon witnessing this, Kong Si took a step forward, the stone slab slightly yielding underfoot, and with a whoosh, arrows shot from the lake like a torrential downpour. Xiong Mantian swiftly leaped to the shore. Using his massive form as a shield, the arrows struck him, but his flesh proved more formidable, falling harmlessly away in the blink of an eye. Xiong Batian had felled over a dozen attackers, successfully rescuing Xiong Sihai and Xiong Wuhai. With a commanding shout of retreat, he led the way to escape, closely followed by Xiong Mantian and the others. The 4 primary disciples, eager to pursue, were halted by Kong Si. "Do not chase a desperate foe. You are no match for them." As her words fell, blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, and she collapsed into unconsciousness. After escaping, Xiong Batian and the others sought refuge in a secluded valley. Jiang, witnessing their reckless actions, abandoned the notion of training with them and quietly slipped away amidst the chaos. This challenge to the Jiming Temple had completely taken Xiong Batian by surprise. Not only had they failed to seize it, but they had also emerged battered and bruised, their previous arrogance utterly diminished. He lamented repeatedly, "Impulsive, impulsive. Is this the path you led us down?" Xiong Shangtian questioned Jiming with a dark expression, as if seeking retribution. Xiong Baishan's skeptical gaze also fell upon Jiming, as if accusing him of deliberately leading them to ruin. Seeing the scrutiny directed at him, Jiming chuckled. "While we may not have captured the Jiming Temple this time, we have certainly made them aware of the might of our Tianlai Dihua gang. Even if we choose to withdraw, we have gained leverage for negotiation." Renowned for his cunning, Jiming spoke with unwavering conviction. The bold yet unstrategic Xiong Batian and his companions found merit in his words and ceased their suspicions. Xiong Baishan's eyes brightened. "Are you suggesting negotiations?" Jiming nodded slightly, stating, "I intend to seize this opportunity to exact a heavy toll on them." Ensuring justice for Xiong Bangzhu, Xiong Batian could hardly contain his delight. "Excellent. Even if we cannot take the Jiming Temple, securing some silver would not be in vain." Yet Jiming's thoughts were not as aligned. He privately mused, "For me, it is not in vain. For you, perhaps not so much." Xiong Shangtian darkly remarked, "Negotiating for peace. It will not be that easy." Xiong Batian furrowed his brow, admonishing, "You only know how to flaunt your strength and seek conflict. Did we come to the Central Plains merely to kill?" Xiong Batian was displeased with Xiong Shangtian's aloofness, while Xiong Shangtian harbored his own grievances towards Xiong Baishan's authoritative demeanor. Over time, their outward patience concealed a growing tension between them. As Xiong Shangtian's complexion darkened, a confrontation seemed imminent. Jiming interjected, "The Jiming Temple has been established for centuries. Capturing it in a moment is no simple feat. We are all wounded. Why not do this? I will first approach them for discussions and gauge their stance before making further plans." Xiong Batian slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "What a splendid plan. I shall accompany you." However, Jiming, whose scheme involved securing funds and fleeing, had no intention of bringing Xiong Batian along. He replied, Xiong Bangzhu has injured dozens of their disciples. If you show yourself, it will surely escalate into conflict. Moreover, what status does Kong Ci hold to stand on equal footing with you? Upon hearing this, Xiong Batian found it reasonable and readily agreed, My disciples, I vow not to rest until I have avenged Kong Ci. In the bamboo forest behind Jiming Temple, Kong Ci pledged before the 13 corpses of young nuns. Her disciples looked solemn, tears brimming in their eyes, faintly hearing the sounds of suppressed sobs. Miaolon and the other 4 disciples clenched their fists, fueled by the bonds of sisterhood that transcended their vows of detachment from worldly affairs. A rustling sound approached as a young nun dashed up the mountain, calling out, Master! Jiming requests an audience. Does he dare to come? Miao Yin shouted in anger, seizing a Rohan staff, ready to charge. Kong Ci raised her hand, commanding, Do not act rashly. Let us hear what he has to say. When Jiming saw Kong Ci approaching alone, he greeted her with a broad smile and a respectful bow. Master Kong Ci. This humble old man extends his greetings. What brings you here? Kong Ci inquired, her expression darkening. It was revealed that 10 years prior, at the behest of the townsfolk, Kong Ci had performed acts of justice against evil, only to apprehend Jiming, who was then engaged in deceitful practices at the foot of the mountain. She had imprisoned him at the Jiming Temple for 2 years, which earned him the moniker Jiming Dog Thief. In a fit of anger, Jiming incited Xiong Batian to wreak havoc at Jiming Temple, seeking retribution for the grievances of his past imprisonment. With a malevolent grin, Jiming proclaimed, I have come to negotiate. Kong Ci, seething with rage, retorted, Li Mingshan, you have audacity indeed, daring to incite a ruffian to disturb my Jiming Temple, and still presume to negotiate. Jiming, his face a mask of feigned amiability, replied, Mistress, you misunderstand me, with my martial prowess. How could I possibly control those 5 brutes? By sheer happenstance, I aided them, and they insisted on recognizing me as their godfather. Upon learning of my plight, they insisted on avenging me. As you can see, I harbor no ill will towards Jiming Temple. Kong Ci, a seasoned veteran of the martial world, naturally saw through Jiming's insincerity and regarded him with suspicion, aware that his words could not deceive her. Jiming awkwardly smiled. I, Jiming, a rogue wandering the martial realm, am unencumbered by constraints. Though I may have engaged in some disreputable dealings, I have never committed any transgressions against Jiming Temple. Yet, mistress, you imprisoned me for 2 years. Which truly perplexes me. I come today seeking an explanation. Kong Ci declared, I knew you harbored ulterior motives. Your imprisonment was a minor punishment meant as a warning, yet you have only escalated your villainy. Today, I shall avenge my disciple. Prepare to pay with your life. Anger surged within Kong Ci, her words sharp as needles. She unleashed a technique, the Guanyin sacred hand, with both palms thrusting forward. Jiming met the attack with one hand, a loud clap resonating as their energies collided. Rather than resisting, he skillfully redirected the force, leaping backward. His fingers twirled a spinning dart, ready to launch, but he was too late. Kong Ci, channeling her power, attacked once more with a ferocity that left Jiming without a foothold in midair, compelling him to receive another palm strike that sent him hurtling backward. Kong Ci's relentless assault continued. As soon as Jiming regained his footing, she employed the Kasaya subduing demon technique. The Kasaya transformed into a whirlwind, encircling Jiming, and with a surge of power from Kong Ci's palm, the fabric constricted tightly around him. Just as Jiming seemed on the verge of capture, 2 sharp sounds echoed as the Kasaya was pierced, and 2 spinning darts shot forth like bolts of lightning from the breaches. While Kong Ci reveled in her moment of triumph, she was caught off guard as one dart zipped past her face, while the other left a crimson mark on her left shoulder. The 2 spinning darts found their mark, nailing into a bamboo stalk, and simultaneously, the Kasaya, unable to bear the strain, shattered with a resounding pop. Leaving fabric scattered across the ground, Kong Ci, struck by the finesse of Jiming's dart technique, momentarily froze. With a semblance of amusement, Jiming remarked, What a splendid application of the Kasaya subduing demon technique. Kong Ci's expression darkened further upon hearing this. Perceiving it as a blatant mockery, she snapped, Humph, do you dare to ridicule me? Jiming chuckled. If your Kasaya were woven of golden threads, Would I have been able to break free? You possess genuine skill, while I merely stumbled upon luck. A shrewd individual, Jiming knew precisely how to navigate the situation, subtly acknowledging Kongzi's prowess while simultaneously asserting his own authority, thus striking a delicate balance that preserved her dignity and bolstered his own stature. An astute maneuver indeed. However, Kongzi was not swayed by such flattery. Her face a mask of fury, she stated, "Though I may not have captured you, you are well aware of the might of Jiming Temple's exorcism formation, and I doubt you will find any advantage here." Suddenly, Jiming's demeanor shifted, his fingers twirling his goat-like beard as he declared with confidence, "Mistress Kongzi, you are well versed in the skills of my 5 sons. My eldest, Xiong Batian, wields an indomitable blade. My second son, Xiong Mantian, dons an alligator armor as impenetrable as a fortress. My third, wielding the Xian magnetic sword, can transform it into a dart, versatile and unpredictable. My fourth, Xiong Sihai, possesses unparalleled agility, moving with the grace of a dragon. And my youngest, Xiong Wuhu, delivers devastating kicks that can topple armies. Each of them, not only dutiful sons, is also willing to fight to the death." Pausing to observe Kongzi's contemplative silence, Jiming continued, "Though Jiming Temple may be small, it boasts a rich history of 1,000 years. Mistress, can you truly bear to see it fall into ruin under your watch?" Kongzi spat. "I, Kongzi, shall never compromise with scoundrels. Do you think Jiming Temple stands in the martial world for no reason? If you have the ability, then bring it on. I, Kongzi, await your challenge." Seeing that Kongzi was impervious to both persuasion and intimidation, Jiming's expression darkened as he warned, "Mistress, you leave me no choice." Kongzi replied defiantly, "Humph. What, do you wish to fight? 10 years ago, I captured you. A decade later, I can certainly ensure you do not return with that." She assumed a fighting stance. Jiming, unperturbed, remarked, "Though you are over 40, mistress, you still possess a certain allure. In your youth, you must have been quite the beauty." Kongzi furrowed her brow, retorting, "Your words are nothing but lewd and vile." "What are you truly trying to say?" Jiming responded, "Emotions and desires are natural to humanity. If one indulges only slightly, it often goes unnoticed. However, should one produce offspring from such encounters?" Kongzi's countenance shifted dramatically. It was revealed that in her youth, she had fallen for a man and borne 2 sons, a secret she had meticulously guarded. The revelation sent her mind reeling, for such scandals, if exposed, would lead to her disgrace. As this scandalous truth hung in the air, Kongzi's composure shattered, her face oscillating between shades of anger and fear. After a moment's silence, she lowered her voice and inquired, "Speak plainly. What is your condition?" "Only then can we resolve our enmity," Jiming, twisting his goat-like beard with a mischievous grin, replied, "Mistress, you are truly generous. I shall not beat around the bush. Let us step aside for a private conversation." Xiong Batian, filled with anticipation, awaited the outcome of Jiming's negotiations. Yet, time passed without a sight of him, and gradually, the cunning rogue slipped away unnoticed. Growing suspicious, Xiong Batian commanded Xiong Sihai to search for Jiming. After a prolonged silence, Xiong Batian could no longer contain his anxiety, pacing restlessly. Xiong Wu, who suddenly remarked, "Xiong Sihai has been gone for quite some time. Do you think something has happened?" With a blade in hand, Xiong Batian was about to set out when he heard footsteps approaching. He turned to see Xiong Sihai returning with Jiang Sun and Xiaoming. It turned out that Xiong Sihai had been wandering around Jiming Temple, unable to find Jiming, and had inadvertently encountered Jiang Sun. Jiang Sun, fearing to admit he had fled, explained that he had become lost in his haste, leading him to accompany Xiong Sihai back. Xiong Batian inquired, "Where is Jiming?" Xiong Sihai replied, "I did not see him." Frustrated, Xiong Batian exclaimed, "Could he have been detained by those women?" Jiang Sun offered reassurance, "Master Uncle, forgive my bluntness, but Jiming may have fled." Xiong Batian demanded, "How do you know?" Jiang Sun explained, "I observed Jiming's unreliable nature. Given his absence, he has likely made his escape." Xiong Baishan's pupils constricted, and he frowned, rebuking, "Nonsense. What do you understand?" Jiang Sun replied calmly, "Perhaps I am mistaken. I can only hope he returns." Jiang Sun, aware of Jiming's escape, sought to understand Xiong Baishan's character, brave yet lacking strategy, reliant on others. His earlier disclosure was meant to gain Xiong Baishan's trust. "Xiong Batian, known for his fiery temper, promptly rose, declaring, "I shall head to Jiming Temple immediately. If he dares to deceive me, I will make him pay." Jiang Sun cautioned, "Master Uncle, you must not. First, our master and elders have been injured. Second, we have just caused a ruckus. Jiming Temple will surely bolster its defenses. It would be wise to rest tonight and return tomorrow to clarify matters." Xiong Batian, his expression uncertain, regarded Jiang Sun with skepticism due to his youth but could find no fault in his reasoning. After a moment's hesitation, he agreed, "You make a valid point. Let us wait until tomorrow." Seeing Jiang Sun earnestly strategizing, Xiong Wu, who considered him one of their own and contemplated teaching him martial arts. He led Jiang Sun to a secluded area. Xiao Ming, concerned about Xiong Sihai's attention, was initially to accompany them, but Xiong Wu, who declined, fearing their volatile tempers might provoke conflict. Jiang Sun, confident in Xiao Ming's abilities to handle herself, ensured she was settled beside Xiong Batian. "Stand straight." Xiong Wu, who barked suddenly. Seeing his serious demeanor, Jiang Sun straightened his posture. Xiong Wu, who, pleased by Jiang Sun's obedience, explained, "Our recent failure in assaulting Jiming Temple stemmed from our insufficient numbers and uneven combat prowess. Now, I shall impart my unparalleled skills to you." Jiang Sun observed Xiong Wu, whose disheveled appearance, yet his resolute stance elicited a sense of absurdity. After enduring the ghostly old woman, Jiang Sun's desire to learn martial arts intensified. As Xiong Wu, who prepared to impart his techniques, Jiang Sun was filled with excitement. "Focus your energy in your dantian," Xiong Wu, who began, diving straight into the lesson. This is often the first step in cultivating internal martial arts. Without hesitation, Jiang Sun inhaled deeply, adopting a horse stance, his palms resting at his waist. "Now, invert." Taken aback, Jiang Sun queried, "What is the meaning of this?" Xiong Wu, who, with an air of mystery, explained, "This is our unique technique, called turning rivers and overturning seas. Unlike conventional techniques, this method is unpredictable and can catch opponents off guard. Do not overthink it. Simply follow my instructions." Though skeptical, Jiang Sun complied, sensing the potential for unexpected benefits. Release the energy from your dantian, allowing your blood to flow freely. Confusion washed over Jiang Sun. While energy sinking to the dantian stabilized the vital meridians, inverting his position while releasing that energy seemed counterintuitive. He asked, "Master." Thus, as the words of Jiang Sun hung in the air, Xiong Wu, who interjected, "The essence of martial arts training lies in challenging one's own limits. This technique, Qi Shuihang Lu, cultivates your adaptability during the act of flipping over." Laying the groundwork for the legendary skill of Fan Jiang Dao Hai, Jiang Sun, somewhat skeptical, observed how eloquently Xiong Wu, who spoke and mused to himself that there might indeed be some miraculous efficacy in it. Without hesitation, he released the energy from his dantian. Instantly, a surge of vitality rushed to his head, akin to the effects of strong liquor, leaving him dizzy and his ears ringing. The wave of heat coursed through his 7 orifices. And before he knew it, blood gushed from his nose. Darkness enveloped his vision, and he collapsed to the ground, taking a while to regain his senses. Jiang Sun cursed inwardly. What nonsensical method of cultivation is this? It's nothing but a trap. Xiong Wu, who roared with laughter, "You are indeed too weak. You've barely begun, and already you've seen red." Jiang Sun touched his nose, bloodied and indignant. This method of cultivation is clearly counterproductive, causing the energy and blood to flow in reverse. Seeing Jiang Sun's irritation, Xiong Wu, who, rather than becoming upset, only laughed harder, saying, "You can only blame your poor aptitude. With your delicate skin and soft flesh, UVE clearly never faced hardship. Why previous disciples never encountered such issues?" Jiang Sun, curious, inquired, "What happened to those disciples?" Xiong Wu, who sighed lightly, "They were killed by your third master." Upon hearing this, Jiang Sun felt a chill run down his spine. Having witnessed the ruthlessness of Xiong Shangtian, who had once delivered a fatal blow to Pan Shangyang, he understood that although Xiong Wu, who may be unreliable, he was comparatively kind among the 5. His resentment began to dissipate. Jiang Sun wiped away the blood from his nose and said, "Master, let us try again." Xiong Wu, whose eyes brightened at these words, he had always enjoyed teaching but rarely had anyone eager to learn. Seeing Jiang Sun acknowledge him filled him with joy. The two resumed their practice, and after the earlier nosebleed, Jiang Sun, now wiser, gradually released the energy from his dantian. Though his mind still felt heavy, it was much improved. Jiang Sun recognized that in combat, flipping and leaping were indispensable, and this training would naturally enhance his capacity to endure such actions. As he began to acclimatize to the pressure from the meridians, he focused intently on his cultivation. Just then, a sudden scream pierced the air. Jiang Sun turned to see Xiongwu, who sitting on the ground, blood streaming from his nose. Hastily flipping over, Jiang Sun, unable to suppress a smile, remarked, "Master, what performance is this?" Xiongwu, who, clutching his nose, protested, "Strange, I seldom bleed. What is happening today?" Despite his disdain for the methods of Xiong Batian and others, Jiang Sun held no malice towards Xiongwu, who, observing his plight, he approached and used the 7 stars technique to staunch Xiongwu, who's bleeding. Xiongwu, who, astonished that Jiang Sun could stop his nosebleed with a mere touch, exclaimed, "Good disciple. What kind of magic is this? It's truly remarkable." Without offering further explanation, Jiang Sun advised, "Master, while reversing the flow of energy can enhance the body's resilience, if practiced improperly, it may lead to dangerous repercussions. This technique cannot be mastered in haste. One must progress gradually." Xiongwu, who, coming from a rough background, was unfamiliar with the intricacies of internal cultivation. Upon hearing Jiang Sun's words, he felt his face grow pale, yet he did not lash out in embarrassment. Instead, he feigned understanding and said, "Since you have knowledge, all the better. I possess 2 unique skills, the wind and thunder leg and the flip of the river and sea. These techniques, when combined, are said to be invincible. Training in the inverted position lays the foundation for the latter." As he spoke, he demonstrated the wind and thunder leg, the sound of his kicks slicing through the air, powerful and ferocious. However, the technique lacked any form or structure, relying solely on brute force, leaving Jiang Sun perplexed. Mistaking Jiang Sun's furrowed brow for deep concentration, Xiongwu, who became even more animated. After concluding the demonstration of the wind and thunder leg, he transitioned to the flip of the river and sea. Suddenly he leapt, soaring over Jiang Sun's head, seizing his hair midair and, using the momentum, flung Jiang Sun several feet away. Jiang Sun felt as if the world spun around him. A sharp pain shot through his back as he crashed to the ground, rolling several times before finally rising. His body ached all over, leaving him utterly drained. Anger flared within him as he shouted, "What kind of technique is this? It lacks any semblance of order." Xiongwu, who, undeterred, merely chuckled, "Our skills are honed through real combat. Of course, it involves some roughness. If you wish to learn, you must endure." Jiang Sun sensed the unreliability of this approach. Enduring such reckless treatment might indeed enhance his resilience, but it could also result in serious injury. Thus, he replied, "I shall not continue." Xiongwu, who was in high spirits while teaching, and Jiang Sun's refusal felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Infuriated, he bellowed, "You must learn. If you cannot withstand such hardship, how will you accomplish great things in the future?" With that, he seized a rope and suspended Jiang Sun's right leg from a tree. Jiang Sun found the situation both absurd and infuriating. Just as he was about to explode in anger, he suddenly recalled that Xiongwu, who was, after all, a bandit, antagonizing him would likely lead to dire consequences. He then spoke amicably, "Master, you misunderstand. You've taught me plenty today. I simply need time to digest it." Hearing this, Xiongwu, whose demeanor softened, but his excitement had already waned, he barked, "You better stretch your legs properly. I will assess your skills tomorrow," and with that, he strode away. After Xiongwu, who departed, Xiong Sihai turned his attention to Xiao Ming, his eyes glinting like those of a hungry wolf. Despite Xiong Baishan's presence, he dared not act hastily. Caressing his chin, an idea struck him, and he stealthily approached Xiao Ming from behind. Seizing the moment, he gently poked her, causing her to stiffen and collapse into his arms. Rendered powerless, Xiong Batian, hearing the commotion, turned to see Xiong Sihai grinning and saying, "Brother, Miss Xiao Ming has been poisoned by the Coxcomb Temple. I shall take her to find an antidote." Preoccupied with news of Li Mingshan, Xiong Batian had little interest in Xiong Sihai's antics. Taking advantage of the situation, Xiong Sihai whisked Xiao Ming away to a secluded spot and tossed her into the underbrush, leering, "You escaped last time. This time, let us see who comes to your rescue." As Xiong Sihai gazed at the alluring Xiao Ming, his excitement made his hands tremble. Swiftly, he stripped her of her outer garments, though Xiao Ming had been sealed at her vital points. and despite regaining consciousness, she found herself unable to move or speak, leaving her at the mercy of Xiong Sihai's roaming hands. Just as he reached for the ties of her skirt, something suddenly flew out from the bushes behind him, striking him squarely on the back of the head. Xiong Sihai clutched his head, pain coursing through him, causing him to grit his teeth and stomp his feet. Looking down, he saw a fist-sized pebble in the grass. "Damn it! I'll make you pay for this!" Enraged, Xiong Sihai turned to pursue the culprit. Amidst the commotion, a dark figure vanished into the dense forest. Feeling a warm trickle at the back of his head, he reached back to find his hands stained with blood. Furious, he cursed and charged in the direction of the figure's disappearance. Jiang Sun, disillusioned with the inferior techniques taught by Xiong Wuhu, had no intention of learning further. After Xiong Wuhu left, he untied the rope and intended to find a place to rest when he suddenly heard moans. Following the sound, he discovered Xiaoming lying in the grass, disheveled. Alarmed, he quickly released the pressure points on her body and draped her clothing over her while asking for the details. Xiaoming remained silent, suddenly embracing Jiang Sun. Realizing the implications, Jiang Sun no longer pressed for answers. Gently stroking her back, he reassured her, "You're safe now. Nothing will harm you." Just as he spoke, a sharp voice called out from behind. And turning, he saw Xiong Sihai approaching. Mistaking Jiang Sun for the one who threw the stone, Xiong Sihai charged at him with clenched fists. Jiang Sun, feeling a surge of anger, sidestepped the attack and retaliated with a palm strike to Xiong Sihai's chest. The impact echoed like thunder in the still night, sending Xiong Sihai crashing down, breathless and unable to rise. Jiang Sun had unknowingly employed the heart-pushing palm from the Shuofeng sect, as he had never revealed his martial prowess before. Xiong Sihai, believing Jiang Sun to be unskilled, was caught off guard. Although the strike lacked great force, its momentum was akin to the might of the Tiangang Jinyang palm. Xiong Batian and Xiong Mantian were drawn by the commotion, their brows furrowing as they demanded, "What is happening here?" Gritting his teeth against the pain, Xiong Sihai replied, "Brother, you must kill that Jiang fellow. He dared to ambush me." Xiong Baishan's gaze turned fierce as it fell upon Jiang Sun, who refused to back down, retorting, "Why don't you explain what you did?" Xiong Batian turned his attention to Xiaoming and quickly pieced together the situation, saying, "Is this all for a woman? You are fighting amongst yourselves, are you?" Understanding that Xiong Sihai was in the wrong, Xiong Batian sought to mediate. However, Xiong Sihai, unwilling to let the matter rest after taking a hit from Jiang Sun, suddenly leapt up, launching a flurry of kicks. Jiang Sun was no match for Xiong Sihai, managing to block 2 kicks but leaving himself vulnerable to the third, which landed squarely on his chest, causing him to crash to the ground. Xiong Sihai, still seething, followed up with a barrage of punches and kicks on Jiang Sun, who, unable to defend himself, endured the onslaught while crying out in agony. Hearing his cries, Xiaoming gripped the hilt of her sword, intending to rush to his aid, but her vision was blurred, and she knew that if she intervened, Xiong Batian and the others would surely kill her. She could only suppress her fury. After a relentless beating, Jiang Sun lay battered and bloodied. Xiong Batian, witnessing the scene, finally declared, "Enough. Stop now, or someone will die." Xiong Sadai remarked, "This is a treacherous wolf. He dares to strike me. What purpose does he serve? It would be better to slay him with a single sword." Jiang Sun, battered and in excruciating pain, felt his anger swiftly overpower his fear. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and declared sharply, "You even covet your disciple's wife. What distinguishes you from a beast?" Upon hearing this, Xiong Baishan's fury ignited, and he retorted, "You cannot even protect your own woman. You deserve the beating you receive." Jiang Sun's heart sank at these words. His rage boiling within him, his eyes blazing with crimson fury, as a vessel of profound spirit, his physical prowess was beyond the ordinary. In his wrath, a tremendous force surged through his meridians. That moment, Xiong Sadai struck down towards Jiang Sun's back. Jiang Sun executed the Wulong Jiao Zhu move, his legs scissoring around Xiong Sadai's calf in a powerful twist. Xiong Sadai let out a piercing scream as he fell to the ground. Like a wild beast, Jiang Sun mounted Xiong Sadai, raining down blows upon him, retaliating with double the ferocity he had endured. The onlookers, accustomed to perceiving Jiang Sun as fragile, were taken aback as he transformed into a fierce creature. Momentarily leaving them stunned and speechless, As Xiong Sadai bled from his 7 orifices, Xiong Batian finally reacted, bellowing, "You insolent wretch, you dare to rebel!" He brandished the Longke blade and charged at Jiang Sun. Suddenly, a chill gripped his wrist, and a sharp pain radiated through him. The Longke blade slipped from his grasp. It turned out that Xiaoming had long been poised to act. Seeing Xiong Batian about to strike Jiang Sun, she decisively intervened, her spirit serpent sword coiling tightly around Xiong Batian's wrist. Taken aback, Xiong Batian attempted to exert force to break free, but Xiaoming infused her sword with spiritual energy, tightening its grip further. She warned, "What's this? Are you willing to sacrifice your wrist?" Although Xiong Batian was fierce, he recognized that even if he escaped the confines of the spirit serpent sword, he would likely suffer severe injury. Noticing his hesitation, Xiaoming urged, "Brother Jiang, quickly, flee." Jiang Sun, having avenged himself and released his pent-up fury, began to regain his composure. Upon hearing Xiaoming's call, he felt as though awakening from a dream and grasped her hand to flee. Xiong Batian, unwilling to relent, disregarded the blood on his wrist, seizing the Longke blade to pursue them. Jiang Sun understood that with Xiong Batian's volatile nature, being caught meant certain death. He clutched Xiaoming's hand, running wildly without a clear path, when suddenly the ground beneath them gave way, and they tumbled down the slope, entwined together. When they finally came to a halt, Jiang Sun found himself atop Xiaoming. Feeling embarrassed, he attempted to rise, but Xiaoming clung to him tightly. Jiang Sun froze, their proximity causing his heart to race and his face to flush. At that moment, Xiong Batian came charging, stopping at the top of the slope to scan the surroundings. Jiang Sun was but 10 steps away, and any slight movement could reveal their presence, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Fortunately, Xiong Batian, after a thorough search, failed to spot them and turned to pursue forward, allowing Jiang Sun to exhale in relief, as though he had traversed the gates of the underworld. His body felt weak, and his heart pounded uncontrollably, refusing to calm. Just then, Xiaoming's muffled sobs reached his ears, reminding him that he still lay atop her. Jiang Sun hurriedly rose, but Xiaoming remained on the grass, tears streaming down her face as she quietly wept. Jiang Sun felt a chill in his heart and comforted her. "Miss Xiaoming, we are safe now." Chapter 37. A good teacher and a helpful friend. With tears streaming down her face, Xiaoming found Jiang Sun's words of comfort ineffective, sinking into silence. After a moment of choking back her emotions, she suddenly sat up and embraced Jiang Sun tightly. Having shared life and death together, Jiang Sun felt a deep fondness for Xiaoming. Her unexpected embrace left him speechless, and as he noticed her continuing to weep, he gently said, "Miss Xiaoming, you must look forward. Xiong Sadai has already received his due." Xiaoming suddenly interjected, "Do you believe I am upset due to humiliation? I am distressed because you risked your life for me. No one has ever treated me as you do." Jiang Sun replied calmly, "It is of no consequence. I have long wished to confront Xiong Sadai." "Miss Xiaoming, your eyes I can now see again. Thanks to your guidance in the Fudi Neijing," she replied, her expression shifting suddenly as she smiled brightly. "Brother Jiang, you saved my life. How can I repay you? Why not marry me and make me your wife?" Jiang Sun was taken aback, rendered speechless. Xiaoming burst into laughter. "Look at how startled you are. Do you think I am unworthy of you?" Jiang Sun chuckled. "Miss Xiaoming, please, do not jest with me," Xiaoming often joked, and they would share a laugh without taking it to heart. However, when she teased Jiang Sun, an inexplicable tension arose within her, causing her cheeks to flush with shyness. Seeing this, Jiang Sun's heart raced, and he felt uncertain how to respond. To ease the awkwardness, he asked, "Miss Xiaoming, what are your plans moving forward?" Without hesitation, she replied, "I intend to find my senior brother." "And you, Brother Jiang?" Jiang Sun hesitated before nodding in agreement. Naturally reserved, he struggled to express his feelings. Hearing Xiaoming speak of her plans, he was reminded of Zhuang Shang, who also captured one's heart at a single glance, yet both had someone dear to them. Jiang Sun buried his own feelings deep within. He replied, "I must go to Westlake." Xiaoming's eyes brightened. "What will you do at Westlake?" "I am searching for someone," he answered. Xiaoming opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, a flicker of unnoticeable disappointment crossing her face as she pondered. "It's a pity we are not traveling the same route." Jiang Sun felt a chill in his heart, silently lamenting. "What does it matter? You have your senior brother." This thought briefly flickered through his mind, but upon meeting Xiaoming's tear-filled gaze, he realized she too was a vessel of profound spirit. Capable of perceiving his emotions, their eyes met, an unspoken understanding passing between them, yet an invisible wall seemed to separate them. Jiang Sun turned his face away, wishing to say something, but found himself at a loss. Suddenly, he felt a chill seeping into his heart, like an icy serpent coiling within, swiftly enveloping his entire body. With a groan, he exhaled mist and collapsed into the grass. Xiaoming, startled, cried out, "Brother Jiang, has the poison of the dark night struck again?" Jiang Sun trembled, his teeth chattering, "It will pass in a moment." The cold seeped into his bones, nearly causing him to faint. Xiaoming quickly wrapped her hands around him to provide warmth. 2 hours later, as dawn broke, Jiang Sun finally regained his senses. Feeling Xiaoming's hands resting on his chest, he was moved and said, "Miss Xiaoming, thank you. I must have disturbed your sleep." "I am a sleepless person," Xiaoming replied. Jiang Sun gasped, "You are a sleepless person?" She nodded, "Indeed. I have never needed sleep. That is why, during my time at Wangjiang Tower, I achieved twice the progress of others in a day, and my martial arts are the best among my senior brothers. They often suspect my master taught me additional techniques, not knowing that I also practiced at night." Remembering their training, Xiaoming suddenly seemed to recall something and asked, "Brother Jiang, why are you sometimes so powerful, yet at other times so weak?" Jiang Sun explained, "When I am enraged, I can unleash a surge of power, likely due to my profound spirit nature. However, my martial skills are quite limited." "Not entirely," Xiaoming countered. "I witnessed the might of your strike. It resonated like thunder, reminiscent of the Tiangang Jinyang palm." Overwhelmed by Xiaoming's sharp perception, Jiang Sun immediately clarified, "To be honest, this is the taught to me by Brother Shuhua. My skills are rudimentary, merely a means to intimidate." Xiaoming pondered, "I noticed you reading the Fudi Neijing in your spare time. Are you using it to cultivate your energy?" Jiang Sun nodded, "Yes. And Fudi Neijing? Brother Jiang, if you can make good use of these two techniques, in time, you will undoubtedly reach the Tiando tier." Jiang Sun's eyes lit up at her words. Xiaoming continued, "The Fudi Neijing cultivates energy that becomes infused in your blood, yet cannot be directly utilized. You must convert this energy into spiritual force, enriching your meridians. As long as your spiritual strength is profound enough, the will naturally unleash its full potential. If you have cultivated a vast amount of energy but cannot transform it into spiritual force, it is akin to possessing immense wealth yet lacking the knowledge to spend it. Thus, the pressing concern is to convert your cultivated energy into spiritual force." With that, she instructed Jiang Sun to sit down and recited a mantra. "Practice energy. With a heart as still as water, let all thoughts vanish. Inhale deeply, exhale thrice, short inhale, long exhale, cycle continuously, with no distractions. After 3 moments, return to normal, adjusting as needed, close your eyes, breathe deeply, and introspect. Observe the flow of meridians, moving with the energy, circulating through the cosmos, and exhale fully. After 4 cycles, return to the beginning. Establish your foundation. When the energy in your dantian is sufficient, align the governing and conception vessels. Guard against danger, allowing the energy to flow through the meridians, circulating freely. Let the energy return to the dantian, achieving clarity of purpose. When the energy in the dantian is ample, direct this energy through the governing vessel's 3 gates, the tailbone, the spine, and the jade pillow, into the mud pill. Then descend to the middle dantian, and further to the lower dantian, maintaining this cycle without end, ensuring the pathways remain unobstructed." Under Xiaoming's guidance, Jiang Sun felt invigorated, his energy abundant and his mind clear. Xiaoming then picked up 2 wooden sticks and said, "Brother Jiang, use your gaze as your blade. Do not concern yourself with technique. Come at me." Jiang Sun complied, and the 2 wooden sticks clashed with a resounding thud. Jiang Sun varied his attacks, while Xiaoming defended skillfully. As the moment approached, Xiaoming instructed, "Brother Jiang, try to immerse the spiritual force from your meridians into your dantian, then channel it through your palm into the wooden stick." Jiang Sun attempted this several times, but each effort failed. While he could sink the energy into his dantian, the moment it reached his arm, it would suddenly sever, rendering his previous efforts null in the face of repeated failures. Jiang Sun, utterly drained of spirit, summoned an intense surge of spiritual energy, as the force coursed down to his wrists. It suddenly rebounded with ferocity, causing Jiang Sun to cry out in agony and collapse to the ground. Instantly, his blood surged, and he coughed violently. I have tried several times, yet I cannot comprehend why the energy rebounds upon reaching my arms. Jiang Sun lamented. Xiaoming patted Jiang Sun's back, lost in thought for a moment before exclaiming, "Brother Jiang, here's what you should do. When you channel your energy, envision someone you love or someone you despise, and then channel that fury into the wooden stick as you strike." Jiang Sun looked skeptical and replied, "Is that really effective?" Xiaoming explained, "Brother Jiang, you may not realize this, but love and hate are the most potent catalysts for human potential. Our transformation into heavy souls is a testament to our unwavering devotion to love and hatred. Mastering the art of breath control may indeed be challenging, but you, Brother Jiang, are a heavy soul with 4 souls and 8 spirits. Your constitution is already extraordinary. As long as you have faith, miracles will surely unfold. Trust me, give it another try." When contemplating the one he loved, Jiang Sun thought of his mother, feeling a wave of sorrow wash over him, leaving him weak and despondent. Conversely, when he considered those he loathed, 3 figures sprang to mind: Nan Gongyi, the ghost granny, and Xiong Sihai. Among them, Nan Gongyi stood out, having been cold and cruel to Jiang Sun for over a decade. She was even suspected of having murdered his father. Growing up in Nan Gongyi's shadow, Jiang Sun harbored a profound hatred for her. Fueled by this realization, his anger ignited. He turned to Xiaoming and declared, "Miss Xiaoming, prepare yourself." In that moment, he envisioned Xiaoming as Nan Gongyi. Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with excitement as she raised her sword to defend herself. Jiang Sun, consumed by rage, unleashed a torrent of power. His strikes were like thunder. He executed 3 successive attacks, forcing Xiaoming to retreat repeatedly, her arms straining yet encouraging. Jiang Sun drew strength from his arms, channeling his fury towards Nan Gongyi and the ghost granny, igniting an unquenchable fire that surged from his feet to the crown of his head. With one final strike, he infused the spiritual energy from the 8 extraordinary meridians into the wooden stick. In an instant, the stick transformed, gaining the density of iron. With a resounding crack, Xiaoming's wooden stick was snapped in 2, but Jiang Sun's energy remained unspent, striking her squarely in the chest. Xiaoming gasped in pain and fell to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Jiang Sun, startled, realized he had struck too hard and hurried to apologize. Despite being inadvertently injured by Jiang Sun, Xiaoming bore no resentment and teased, "Brother Jiang, what deep-seated grudges do you harbor to unleash such formidable potential?" Xiaoming then picked up another wooden stick and began sparring with Jiang Sun. He quickly grasped the nuances of energy manipulation. Being mindful of his earlier mishap, he moderated his strength, and within 2 hours, he mastered the ebb and flow of his power. Seeing Jiang Sun's martial prowess blossom, Xiaoming approached a tree as thick as a waist and said, "Brother Jiang, try using the heart-pushing palm." Jiang Sun nodded, gathering his energy in his dantian, anger mingling with the spiritual force within his meridians. With a thunderous crash, the tree shattered, leaving Jiang Sun astonished as he gazed at his hand. Exclaiming in delight, "I have mastered the heart-pushing palm." Xiaoming nodded approvingly, "Brother Jiang, that strike was powerful. You now possess the strength of a celestial fighter, capable of contending with Xiong Sihai and others." After a brief pause, a hint of reluctance crossed Xiaoming's face as she gazed at the dim sky. "Brother Jiang, it is customary to bid farewell after a long journey. I must seek out my master. Until we meet again." Jiang Sun, elated by his newfound skills, was suddenly plunged into despair upon hearing Xiaoming's departure. He felt as though he had fallen into an icy abyss. Having escaped from the Nangong estate only to be captured by the ghost granny and Xiong Batian, he had finally encountered someone genuinely willing to assist him, only to face separation. Despite his mental preparation, the sight of Xiaoming fading away chilled his heart. As Xiaoming walked away, she suddenly turned back. Jiang Sun's heart leapt, hoping she had changed her mind, but she simply cautioned, "Brother Jiang, though your strike was potent, remember to retain some strength when battling others. This is known as holding back. I will remember." Jiang Sun replied. Having grown up with a lack of security, he instinctively understood the importance of holding back. He did not require Xiaoming's reminder to do so. Watching Xiaoming's retreating figure, Jiang Sun stood entranced, filled with longing. He remained in that state of unease for so long that he was completely oblivious to the gathering of a dozen young nuns around him. Unbeknownst to him, the thunderous sound of his strike had drawn the attention of Miao Lan, who quickly approached. Upon seeing Jiang Sun, a small nun erupted in fury, declaring, "Sister Lan, he is in cahoots with the villains." Chapter 38. Love and hatred intertwined. Jiang Sun, heartbroken by Xiao Ming's departure, found himself encircled by a dozen young nuns in the blink of an eye. In his astonishment, he observed these nuns wielding Rohan sticks, launching an assault toward him. Alarmed, Jiang Sun hastily evaded, but the nuns had already formed a formidable formation, their strikes formidable. Despite his utmost efforts to dodge and weave, the cover of night made it difficult to discern the nature of their attacks. As he attempted to evade, he inadvertently stepped into the midst of their formation, and in an instant, his arms were firmly captured. Miao Lan approached with a cold snort. "Bind him." At that moment, two young nuns produced ropes. And Jiang Sun's heart raced. "Miss Miao Lan, I am not aligned with the Five Bears of the North. I was merely captured by them and brought here." After a moment of contemplation, Miao Lan recalled that Jiang Sun had not engaged in combat at the Rooster Crowing Temple. She stepped closer and asked, "Are you speaking the truth?" Seeing Miao Lan's skepticism, Jiang Sun swore, "If I speak falsely, may heaven and earth punish me." Just as Miao Lan seemed persuaded, a young nun interjected, "Sister Lan, don't listen to his deceitful words. I heard this little thief refer to the Five Bears of the North as his teachers and masters. They are certainly in league together." Miao Lan's expression hardened, and she snapped, "You dare to deceive me." Jiang Sun quickly interjected, "Miss Miao Lan, please listen. I was coerced by them." Miao Lan refused to believe him, commanding, "Since you are their disciple, I cannot let you go. Even if you were forced, I must investigate and capture you." With a single command from Miao Lan, the young nuns exerted their strength, and Jiang Sun felt his arms go numb and his legs weaken as the Rohan sticks pinned him to the ground. Not wishing to retaliate against the young nuns, he felt his anger rise, but with his arms restrained, he could only suppress his rage. One of the young nuns approached with hemp ropes. Jiang Sun pretended to lack the strength to resist, waiting for the moment they would let their guard down to strike. Just as he prepared to act, a strange laughter echoed through the air. Startled, everyone turned to the source of the sound, and from the forest emerged a dark figure, who suddenly appeared behind Miao Lan. As she turned, the figure struck a pressure point on her neck. Upon recognizing the intruder's face, the young nuns gasped in unison. "It's you?" The newcomer was none other than Xiong Sihai, who, having failed to toy with Xiao Ming, had now set his sights on the young nuns. Miao Lan, being one of the most beautiful women at the Rooster Crowing Temple, naturally became Xiong Sihai's prime target. The young nuns, witnessing the situation, quickly formed a circle around Xiong Sihai, brandishing their sticks, ready to strike. Xiong Sihai, sensing their intent, sneered, "Who dares to move? I will strip the clothes off anyone who does." He seized Miao Lan by the neck with one hand while mimicking the act of tearing her clothing with the other. A grotesque expression plastered across his face. The young nuns, devoted to their vows and pure of heart, had never encountered such a shameless scoundrel and were incensed. One of the young nuns shouted, "Scoundrel! Release my sister Lan." With that, they all charged in unison. Xiong Sihai, having faced adversity before, evaded their strikes with the agility of a slippery eel. As the nuns coordinated their efforts, the sound of their sticks swishing through the air was deafening. However, Xiong Sihai felt the pressure mounting, and in a moment of desperation, he seized one of the young nuns and yanked her robe off, revealing her delicate shoulder. The nuns, aged 17 or 18, had skin as fair and smooth as silk. Upon witnessing this, outrage surged through the group, and they attacked en masse. Xiong Sihai, reveling in the chaos, grew increasingly exhilarated, gleefully tearing the robes of 5 young nuns while shouting, "This is fun." The young nuns, now embarrassed and enraged, could no longer focus on attacking, scrambling to retrieve their garments to cover themselves. Seeing the formation of young nuns in disarray, Xiong Sihai leaped behind them and executed a sweeping kick, toppling the remaining 6 nuns to the ground. With a mocking tone, he declared, "You all must be yearning for attention, your tempers flaring like dry kindling. Very well, I shall be a good man today. Tomorrow it will be her turn, ensuring everyone gets their share of fun." He then strolled casually over to Miao Lan, hoisting her onto his shoulder and swaggering away. Suddenly, a whistling sound pierced the air, and a stone flew like a dart, striking Xiong Sihai squarely in the back. With a pained cry, he stumbled and fell to the ground, dragging Miao Lan down into the underbrush alongside him. After a brief moment of gasping for breath, Xiong Sihai staggered to his feet, his eyes blazing with fury. "Who dares?" From the shadows, a figure emerged. It was Jiang Sun. Seizing the opportunity amid Xiong Sihai's distraction with the young nuns, Jiang Sun had stealthily escaped. However, witnessing Xiong Sihai's antics toward the young nuns, he felt compelled to intervene, even though he had initially wished to avoid entanglement. Upon spotting Jiang Sun, Xiong Sihai's rage intensified. Gritting his teeth, he spat out, "You little brat, how dare you return?" Xiong Sihai had long harbored a grudge against Jiang Sun. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air, transforming his hand into a claw aimed directly at Jiang Sun's face. Intent on ending him in one swift motion. In response, Jiang Sun sidestepped and delivered a powerful kick to Xiong Sihai's chest. Having suffered at Jiang Sun's hands before, Xiong Sihai was on guard. Yet he could not have anticipated the transformation Jiang Sun had undergone in just a few hours. The kick, swift as the wind and forceful, sent Xiong Sihai crashing to the ground. Xiong Sihai, intent on capturing women, had come unarmed. The force and speed of Jiang Sun's kick exceeded his expectations, and he widened his eyes in terror, locking his gaze on Jiang Sun as if he were staring into the face of a demon. Xiong Sihai exhaled deeply, suddenly springing to his feet like a carp leaping from the water. However, he was unsteady, and Jiang Sun seized the opportunity to launch himself into the air, delivering 3 swift kicks. 2 of his feet struck Xiong Sihai's chest, while the final kick landed squarely on his face, sending him crashing back into the grass. Infuriated yet helpless, Xiong Sihai bellowed, "Impossible!" He attempted to rise and continue the fight, but suddenly felt a chill at his neck. Jiang Sun's Qingying sword was already pressed against his throat. Though furious, Xiong Sihai dared not act recklessly with the blade so perilously close, and he could only roar in protest. "You ambushed me. I refuse to accept this." Jiang Sun's voice was as cold as ice. "That is of no consequence." Xiong Sihai retorted, "Are you truly going to kill me?" Jiang Sun countered, "Do you still feel wronged?" Xiong Sihai replied, "Do not forget, I am your master's uncle. If you kill me, as the saying goes in the Central Plains, it would be an act of betraying one's teacher and extinguishing one's ancestors." Jiang Sun scoffed, a hint of disdain flitting across his lips, and calmly stated, "There is another term. Sacrificing familial ties for the greater good." Hearing Jiang Sun's frosty tone and recalling the scene of Jiang Sun's violent onslaught, Xiong Sihai felt a shiver run down his spine. After a moment's hesitation, he lamented, "Good disciple, it is my fault. Please spare me." Jiang Sun replied, "I may spare you, but," he paused for emphasis, "you must learn to show respect." Seeing a glimmer of hope, Xiong Sihai quickly asked, "What do you wish me to do?" Jiang Sun commanded, "Kneel. Apologize to Miss Lan." "What?" Xiong Sihai exclaimed, followed by a cold laugh, his eyes narrowing with malice. "I am the leader of the Heavenly Thunder and Earth Fire Gang. How can you expect me to kneel before a woman? If you kill me, my elder brother will never forgive you." Jiang Sun, noting his obstinacy, swiftly slashed the Qingying sword across Xiong Sihai's chest. Tearing through his clothing, he threatened, "Fourth Master Uncle, when you struck me yesterday, I wished to kill you. The opportunity was yours, yet you failed to cherish it." Raising his dagger, he prepared to stab Xiong Sihai in the chest. "Stop!" Xiong Sihai cried out, collapsing to his knees. Jiang Sun ordered, "Tell Miss Lan, I am sorry. I will never offend again. Please forgive me." Though reluctant, Xiong Sihai had already knelt and did not mind uttering another apology, saying, "Miss Lan, I am sorry. I will never offend again." At that moment, a young nun released Miao Lan from her restraints. Miao Lan, with a fierce shout, kicked Xiong Sihai in the chest. He suffered a series of blows, his blood surging with rage, and after a fit of violent coughing, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, Xiong Sihai curled up, trembling uncontrollably, his hands clawing desperately at his body, groaning in distress. The onlookers were alarmed. As it appeared, he was suffering from the effects of the dark night fright palm. Yet, his body radiated heat rather than cold. Miao Lan, harboring resentment towards Xiong Sihai, felt a pang of compassion upon witnessing his suffering. Understanding some medicine, she promptly produced 3 silver needles and pricked them into the 3 acupuncture points on Xiong Sihai's head, calming him down. Taking his pulse, Miao Lan was taken aback, realizing spring addiction syndrome. Those afflicted are overwhelmed by uncontrollable lust, experiencing unbearable heat and itchiness, requiring the company of the opposite sex to dispel the poison. This cycle leads to an insatiable addiction. Seeing Miao Lan's delicate brow furrowed, Jiang Sun inquired, "Miss Miao Lan, what is his condition?" Startled, Miao Lan met his gaze, flushing crimson before hastily averting her eyes. "He has been poisoned with the heat itch toxin. I just need to draw some blood, and he will be fine." With that, she proceeded to insert needles into Xiong Sihai's middle finger, and soon, bead-like droplets of blood began to flow in no time. Xiong Sihai's pallid face regained its color. Once he regained his composure and noticed the onlookers, panic struck him, and he forcefully shoved Miao Lan aside before disappearing into the night, his distorted laughter echoing into the darkness. Seeing Miao Lan's benevolence, Jiang Sun clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Miao Lan, for your timely intervention." However, Miao Lan remained unswayed, her expression stern as she replied, "My aid to him is unrelated to you. You should leave at once." Jiang Sun, sensing her aloofness, felt a chill in his heart and turned to depart. "Do not let him escape." A sudden voice interjected. Miao Lan cried out in alarm, "Sister Yin!" Sister Yin arrived with over 20 young nuns. Encircling Jiang Sun, the 4 principal disciples of Kong Si, Miao Lan, Miao Yin, Miao Yu, and Miao Ran, were each as stunning as celestial beings. Miao Yin, with her heart-shaped face and sharp eyes, exuded a lively and spirited aura compared to the dignified grace of her elder sister. Miao Lan, Miao Yin, paying no heed to Jiang Sun, glared at Miao Lan, demanding, "Sister Lan, this rogue has killed over a dozen of our sisters, and you wish to let him go? What is your intention?" Miao Lan hurried to explain, "Sister Yin, he is not allied with Xiong Batian, and he even saved me moments ago." As the elder sister, Miao Lan was composed and dignified, much adored by Kong Si, while Miao Yin, consumed by jealousy, seized the opportunity to confront her. With a disdainful scoff, she retorted, "Are you attempting to betray us from within? Do not forget your allegiance to Jiming Temple. It is not for you to decide if he is a good person or not. We shall take him back for our master to determine. What gives you the right to act independently?" "Ah, I see. You are eyeing the position of master, so you act recklessly." Miao Lan, infuriated yet composed, recognized Miao Yan's ulterior motives and suppressed her anger. "Sister Yin, we once shared a deep bond. Why have we become so estranged as we grew older? I understand your feelings, and you should know my character. Must we escalate this to a confrontation?" Though Miao Lan did not spell it out, her words hinted at Miao Yan's intentions. Miao Yin, feeling exposed, resorted to stubborn arguments. What confrontation? If your actions were above board, why fear others' suspicions? Chapter 39. A place of conflict. Jiang Sun, overhearing Miao Yan's intentions to target him, felt a surge of anger. With a powerful sweep of his arms, he broke free from his bindings and charged at Miao Yin. Startled, she stumbled back, raising her staff in defense. Jiang Sun sidestepped and struck her shoulder with a forceful blow, causing her to cry out and collapse to the ground. As he prepared to continue his assault, he suddenly felt a jolt of numbness in his back, and darkness enveloped him. When Jiang Sun regained consciousness, he found himself imprisoned in a dimly lit room, surrounded by scattered dry grass and a thick layer of dust. His body ached profoundly, the result of someone striking his central acupuncture point, and a wave of cold spread from his back. Shivering, he pushed himself up, just as faint footsteps echoed from outside. Jiang Sun quickly lay back down, feigning unconsciousness. That moment, the lock clicked open, and a figure entered, promptly closing the door behind them. The footsteps approached Jiang Sun, and suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder. He sprang up, grasping the person's wrist with his right hand while delivering a palm strike to their chest with his left. The individual let out a pained scream and fell to the ground, causing dishes to shatter. Startled, Jiang Sun looked up to find Miao Lan, who had come to deliver water. She lay on the floor, clutching her chest, her elegant brows furrowed, a pained expression gracing her otherwise fair face. Realizing he had misjudged her, Jiang Sun rushed to help her, but then recalled that she had been the one to attack him from behind. Hardening his heart, he demanded, Where is this place? Miao Lan, suppressing her pain, replied, This is Jiming Temple. Jiang Sun exclaimed, You have captured me here. Miao Lan sighed in relief, Brother Jiang. I know you are a good person. You have already escaped. Why did you attack Miao Yin? Jiang Sun responded icily, So you repay kindness with malice and ambush me from behind. Miao Lan bit her lip but chose not to argue, remaining silent for a moment before saying, I know you have been wronged. Jiang Sun, incredulous, retorted, feigning concern. As he turned to leave, Miao Lan began coughing violently. Though already irritated, he had no desire to interfere further and walked towards the door. Suddenly, her coughing ceased, and when he glanced back, he found Miao Yin had collapsed to the ground. Recalling his earlier rage and the severity of his strike, Jiang Sun felt a twinge of guilt and rushed to aid Miao Lan. Noticing blood trickling from her mouth, alarmed, he quickly employed the 7-star technique to heal her, sealing 7 of her acupuncture points and channeling energy through his middle finger into her body. Moments later, Miao Lan opened her eyes, gazing at Jiang Sun with a dazed expression, her eyes sparkling like water, silently acknowledging, It is you. Sensing the shift in Miao Lan's feelings, Jiang Sun opened his eyes, and their gazes locked. Miao Lan was momentarily entranced, but soon realized her lapse in composure and shyly lowered her head. Jiang Sun, now aware that his finger was resting on her chest, quickly withdrew his hand. The sudden withdrawal severed the energy flow, causing Miao Lan to cough again. She then asked, Why do you not leave? To ease the tension, Jiang Sun replied, It was your strike that harmed me. I cannot leave you to suffer. After a brief silence, Miao Lan spoke, You should go. Jiang Sun, taken aback, gazed at Miao Lan in disbelief as she continued, Ultimately, you are a disciple of the 5 Bears of the North. They have killed over a dozen of my sisters at Jiming Temple. My master will not spare you. Jiang Sun's heart softened, his anger towards Miao Lan dissipating as he inquired, Miss Miao Lan, if you free me, will your master let you off the hook? Miao Lan replied, You are embroiled in this because of me. I cannot bear the thought of you losing your life in vain. Do not worry. I will find a way to explain everything to my master. Miao Lan's delicate face, with its fair complexion, resembled a serene pool of autumn water, reflecting a tranquil purity. Her graceful figure and gentle, soothing words, although she was a disciple of the Buddhist sect, did not diminish her air of a refined lady. Enchantingly charming, she captivated all who beheld her. Suddenly, Jiang Sun recalled Miao Lan's earlier heartfelt words and curiously inquired, Miss Miao Lan, do you happen to know me? Miao Lan's eyes sparkled as if her thoughts had been laid bare. A fleeting look of astonishment crossed her brow, and she replied nonchalantly, I do not know you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sun assumed he had misunderstood and proceeded to the door, just as he was about to open it when Miao Lan called out, Brother Jiang, use the window. Taken aback, Jiang Sun swiftly turned towards the window. Although the room was dilapidated, the doors and windows were reinforced with iron grills. Miao Lan unlocked one of the iron windows with a key. Just as Jiang Sun was about to leap out, he noticed bright lights outside. Hurry, surround them. The sound of footsteps accompanied the command. Peering through the window, Jiang Sun saw dozens of nuns spreading out to encircle the room, led by Kongzi. Jiang Sun was momentarily stunned, exchanging a glance with Miao Lan. Although he felt a surge of anger, he understood that Miao Lan was not to blame. Observing Miao Lan's anxious expression, a plan formed in his mind. He immediately took Miao Lan hostage and kicked the door open. Kongzi glared menacingly at Jiang Sun, and before she could speak, Miao Yin eagerly exclaimed, Master! It's him! The crowd brandished their Rohan staves in one hand and torches in the other. Illuminating the night, Kongzi furrowed her brow and commanded sternly, You little thief! Release my disciple at once. Jiang Sun, having taken Miao Lan hostage to sever any ties with her and prevent her entanglement, was unwilling to let go. Miao Yin scoffed and remarked, This is curious. Just now, we had captured only one little thief, and in the blink of an eye, he has taken Sister Lan hostage. I don't understand. Could it be that Sister Lan willingly walked into this trap? Kongzi raised an eyebrow and demanded, Miao Lan, what is going on? Miao Lan replied, I just brought him some water. Before she could finish, Jiang Sun interjected, Master Kongzi, I bear no ill will towards Jiming Temple, nor am I an accomplice of Xiong Wuhu. The intricacies of this matter are difficult to convey in just a few words. I implore you to be compassionate and grant me a path to escape. I shall leave the mountain immediately and promise not to harm Master Miaolon. Before Kongzi could respond, Miaoyan interjected, Master, do not trust this little villain. He must be a spy sent by Wuxiang. Kongzi, understanding Miaoyan's desire to gain favor through cunning, remained unperturbed, though she had many matters to consider. After a moment of contemplation, she stated, You do have ties to Wuxiang, and based solely on your words, it is difficult for me to believe you. Wuxiang still lurks around Jiming Temple, watching closely, and they are not likely to relent. Thus, I ask young Master Jiang to stay at Jiming Temple for a while, and once I ascertain the truth, I shall clear your name. Jiang Sun was unwilling, but Kongzi insisted, commanding, Someone, have the steward from Tianwang Hall prepare a superior guest room for young Master Jiang and treat him well. Before her words had fully settled, a young nun rushed in, exclaiming, Master, Steward Shangjing has been abducted by a man in black. What? A man in black? Kongzi gasped in shock, her body swaying slightly as if about to collapse. In an instant, she regained her composure and steadied herself. Miaoyan fanned the flames of suspicion, declaring, It must have been those 5 rascals. Kongzi, sharing this suspicion, cautioned, Until we understand the situation clearly, do not jump to conclusions. Miaoyu, take people to search thoroughly both inside and outside the temple. Leave no stone unturned. The rest shall remain on standby. Having issued her orders, Kongzi turned to Miaoran and asked, When will the 7 sages of the bamboo grove arrive? Miaoran replied, I have already sent word by carrier pigeon, but we have yet to receive a reply. If they come, I estimate they will arrive within the next 2 days. At this moment, it was already the hour of the tiger. Miaoran's mention of the next 2 days implied that with the dawn, Jiming Temple would remain isolated and without aid. Upon hearing this, Kongzi's veins bulged, her teeth clenched, and her expression darkened. She lifted her gaze to Jiang Sun, who understood that Jiming Temple was a place fraught with peril. Although he had no desire to linger here, the mention of the 7 sages of the bamboo grove dispelled his intention to leave. Having learned from Shuo Fong that his father Jiang Yu was involved with the 7 sages, Jiang Sun resolved to stay in order to find his father. He immediately clasped his hands and declared, Since Jiming Temple is in turmoil, I shall not add to the trouble. If the master has any tasks, I shall not hesitate to assist. Kongzi's eyes brightened at his words, and she instructed, Miaolan, first, settle young Master Jiang. Then gather the disciples of the Mia surname to convene in the Great Hero Hall. Miaolan complied with her master's instructions, arranging for Jiang Sun to have a room. The recent close contact lingered in their minds, leaving Miaolan feeling bashful and at a loss for words, as if they were both avoiding the memory of Jiang Sun's hand brushing against her soft bosom. Yet, the more they tried to evade it, the more that moment clung to them. Their eyes met, and like an electric shock, they hurriedly averted their gazes. Jiang Sun felt a medley of emotions, a mixture of sweetness, bitterness, and everything in between. Miaolan led Jiang Sun to the room and softly said, Young Master Jiang, please rest here. With that, she withdrew. After a night of turmoil, Jiang Sun was already physically and mentally exhausted. Despite the anxious atmosphere at Jiming Temple, he felt like a rock on the shore, enduring the winds and waves, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Even as a hostage at Jiming Temple, he found an unexpected sense of peace and tranquility. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Sun was startled awake by the sound of knocking. Opening his eyes to find that dawn had arrived, he quickly dressed and, dragging his weary body, opened the door to find Miaolan standing there. Breathless with urgency, she exclaimed, Young Master Jiang, the 5 bears from the north have come again. The master requests your presence. Jiang Sun was taken aback. Although he was reluctant to involve himself in the conflict between Jiming Temple and the 5 bears, he could not refuse the earnest invitation. With a mindset of merely observing, he followed Miaolan to the temple entrance, where a throng of young nuns stood ready, wielding Rohan staves in anticipation. At that moment, Kongzi was engaged in a heated argument with Xiong Batian. The matter is already settled. Why do you persist? Xiong Batian's brows furrowed as he demanded, Settled? Old nun, what do you mean by that? His words were disrespectful, and Kongzi's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing her face as she maintained her composure. Since you all are straightforward individuals, let us speak plainly. Jiming Temple is compassionate and has granted you a path to escape. Why do you lack integrity and, in the dead of night, invade my temple to abduct my disciple? Xiong Batian was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Haha, old four. You've truly outdone yourself, bringing your women into the temple. Kongzi's words referred to a disciple named Shangjing, but Xiong Batian mistakenly believed she was implying that Xiong Sihai had assaulted a young nun. Upon realizing Xiong Baishan's acknowledgement, Kongzi coldly retorted, "Return my disciple, or I shall not hold back." Xiong Baishan's expression stiffened. Adhering to the law of the jungle, he felt no guilt for his actions. Seeing the threat in Kongzi's tone, he became infuriated, shouting, "What do you want?" Kongzi replied, "Release my disciple, and I shall not pursue the matter of your trespass into this temple." Upon hearing the demand for release, Xiong Batian suddenly recalled the incident of the Chickenming dog thief and asked, "Hey, old nun, are you holding on to one of our men?" Kongzi, mistakenly assuming Xiong Batian referred to Jiang Sun, replied, "Your disciple is currently visiting our humble temple. You may take him whenever you wish." Xiong Batian, having spent the night worrying about betrayal by Jiming, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He glanced at his brothers, seemingly speaking to himself. "See, we said all along that Li Xianxing is a clever man. He would never betray us. That Jiang kid keeps saying he ran away. He knows what loyalty means." Turning back to Kongzi, he insisted, "Bring him out." Kongzi asked, "What about my people?" Xiong Batian paused in confusion. "Your people? How would I know?" Kongzi's expression darkened. "My disciple, Shangjing." Xiong Batian was taken aback, perplexed. "What does Shangjing have to do with us?" Kongzi, suppressing her fury, glanced at Xiong Sihai and said, "Humph. If you do not hand over my person, I will not release yours." Xiong Baishan's anger flared at her words, and he cursed, "Damn it. We've never seen Shangjing. I don't need you to release my people. I'll rescue them myself." His voice boomed like thunder, emanating a domineering aura. Kongzi seized Jiang Sun and shouted, "Do you wish for us both to perish?" Upon seeing Jiang Sun, the 5 men were momentarily taken aback. Xiong Sihai began cursing. "You traitor! You're still alive!" Xiong Batian, enraged, yelled, "Traitor! I'll cleave you in two." As he raised his weapon to strike Jiang Sun, Kongzi interjected, "Wait." Xiong Batian paused and retorted, "First, let me deal with this traitor, then we can talk." Kongzi urged, "Isn't he the one you seek?" Xiong Batian growled, "Bah, we were talking about Jiming's Li Mingshan. Who wants this traitor?" Only then did Kongzi realize her mistake and replied, "Your father came yesterday. The misunderstandings of the past have been resolved, and he has apologized. Our grievances have been settled." "What? After he left yesterday, did he not meet up with you?" Kongzi had given Jiming 30,000 taels of silver to turn enmity into friendship, but she could not reveal this in public. Xiong Batian was dumbfounded, then shouted, "Our father. He has been dead for many years. Are you burning offerings for him?" Kongzi's expression darkened as she retorted, "I was speaking of Jiming. Isn't he your godfather?" The moment the words left her mouth, she felt something was amiss. Her legs weakened, nearly causing her to collapse. Xiong Batian erupted in fury, brandishing his longke knife, bellowing, "You filthy dog. I'll knock your teeth out. When did we ever acknowledge him as our godfather? You better explain yourself." Kongzi Xin, realizing he had been deceived, stumbled back a few steps and, mustering his courage, remarked, "The rooster claims to be your righteous father. Could it be that he is an impostor?" Xiong Shangtian, typically taciturn, and Xiong Sihai, along with Xiong Wuhu, were aware that Xiong Batian had been tricked, yet their anger restrained them from speaking further. Only Xiong Mantian, unrestrained in his words, exclaimed, "Well, the deal has fallen through, and we've adopted a father instead. He might as well be our son or grandson. That wretched beast, if we catch him, we shall surely execute him." Enraged, Xiong Batian struck a stone lion beside the door with his blade, producing a thunderous sound akin to a celestial roar, causing the stone lion to shatter and debris to scatter across the ground. The onlookers were left speechless, awestruck by Xiong Baishan's unparalleled prowess. Jiang Sun urged, "Master Uncle, I discerned last night that the rooster was untrustworthy, yet you refuse to believe. If you descend the mountain now, perhaps you might still catch him." Xiong Batian, filled with regret, momentarily cast aside his animosity towards Jiang Sun and prepared to pursue. Just as he turned, he abruptly halted and inquired, "He cannot escape. First, let us discuss the matter of the Rooster Temple merging with the Thunderfire Gang." Chapter 40. The battle at Rooster Temple. Xiong Batian's desire to seize Rooster Temple remained unquenched. Kong Zixin, perceiving his determination, reluctantly responded, "The Rooster Temple. It cannot possibly merge with the Thunderfire Gang." Enraged, Xiong Batian swung his blade, the Dragon Sparrow sword slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh, a golden aura erupting forth, crashing against the stone slab where Kong Zixin had stood moments before. Having evaded, Kong Zixin watched as the slab exploded into fragments. Aware of his inability to contend with Xiong Batian, he drew his long sword, feinting a strike and swiftly dodging. Xiong Batian leapt forth, delivering a blow with the legendary mountain-cleaving strike. Sensing the ferocity of his opponent, Kong Zixin swiftly evaded again, only to hear a resounding crash as the blade cleaved into a boulder, sending shards flying. Having narrowly escaped a lethal blow, Kong Zixin shouted, "Halt! I have something to say." But Xiong Batian, caught in the throes of battle, was unwilling to relent and bellowed, "Stop your prattling, woman! You shall taste my blade first." Realizing that Xiong Batian was relentless, Kong Zixin steeled herself and commanded, "Attack!" At her command, 40 to 50 nuns surged forth, with lay disciples in the front and monastic practitioners behind, the sound of unsheathing swords resonating in unison. Unwilling to take lives, they typically wielded arhat staffs in combat. But the brutality of Xiong Batian and his men had compelled them to draw their swords. Divided into two groups, over 20 surrounded Xiong Batian while the others encircled the remaining 4. Their swift movements indicated they had prepared for this confrontation. Though Xiong Shangtian and his companions were encircled, they showed no inclination to fight back. The nuns, wary of Xiong Shangtian's ruthless methods, likewise refrained from attacking. While Xiong Batian clashed with the nuns, the sounds of clashing blades filled the air as the nuns formed a formation, leveraging their numerical superiority to assail Xiong Batian. Xiong Batian had initially intended to subdue Kong Zixin to secure a bargaining chip for future negotiations. While Kong Zixin sought to defeat Xiong Batian, either capturing or driving him away. The Rooster Temple eschewed martial prowess, and with recent troubles mounting, Kong Zixin had hastily intensified the training of the demon-slaying formation. This formation emphasized offense over defense, compensating for their lack of individual strength with sheer numbers, momentarily thwarting the overconfident Xiong Batian, who nearly lost his Dragon Sparrow sword in the heat of battle. Xiong Batian found himself ensnared by countless swords, struggling to regain his footing. Frustrated by being confronted by those he deemed inferior, he suddenly roared, launching himself into the air, the Dragon Sparrow sword sweeping through the air with a formidable force. 6 or 7 nuns, unable to evade in time, braced themselves with their swords. The sound of breaking blades echoed as 6 swords were severed in half, their wielders sent reeling several paces before crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity presented by a gap in the demon-slaying formation, Xiong Batian charged forth like a bolt of lightning, his Dragon Sparrow sword aimed directly at Kong Zixin's head. Kong Zixin's expression shifted dramatically. She had anticipated that the formation would contain Xiong Batian, never expecting his ferocity. He lunged at her like a wild beast unleashed from its cage. Caught off guard, she instinctively raised her sword to block. Childhood fears surged within her, causing her to shut her eyes. The stone lion shattered beneath Xiong Batian's strike, and Kong Zixin's solitary sword stood in futile defiance against the onslaught of the Dragon Sparrow sword, which surged with potent energy, intent on cleaving her in two. Onlookers were left in stunned silence, immobilized by the unfolding spectacle. With a sharp clang, the impossible occurred. The Dragon Sparrow sword was halted. The blade was caught between 2 swords, one belonging to Kong Zixin, the other divided into 2 colors. One white as snow, the other black as coal, the renowned soul-chasing sword. This sword was wielded by a man clad in white, none other than Lu Ling, the third among the 7 worthies of the bamboo grove. Kong Zixin gazed at Lu Ling in disbelief. His eyes, cold yet resolute, infused his slender frame with an aura of invincibility beneath Xiong Batian's tremendous blade. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene, lingering for a moment before Kong Zixin coughed gently, blood spurting forth. The malevolent energy from the Dragon Sparrow sword had ruptured her internal organs, as her vision faded. She felt herself collapsing, akin to a withered tree breaking apart. Another middle-aged man leaped forward, catching Kong Zixin before she fell. Taking a moment to catch her breath, she slowly opened her eyes to see a square-faced man before her. Weakly, she uttered, You have finally arrived. The square-faced man, appearing to be in his 50s, bore a forehead lined with wrinkles and a worried expression as he replied, I have arrived too late. This man was none other than Ruan Ding, the second of the seven worthies, accompanied by the sixth, Dao Buxiu. Xiong Batian, momentarily taken aback by Lu Ling's presence, retreated 2 steps, rendered momentarily speechless. Ruan Ding grasped Kong Zixin's wrist, and a surge of spiritual energy flowed into her body. Compassionate, righteous, full of stories, how intriguing. It seems this journey was not in vain, Dao Buxiu remarked leisurely. The crowd turned to see a steed, clearly exhausted from a frantic gallop, approaching slowly. Dao Buxiu, lean and wiry, sported a long, slender mustache that resembled willow leaves, an eccentric yet untamed appearance. Calmly, he raised a gourd of wine, tilting it skyward to drink, the sounds of enjoyment echoing from his lips. Subsequently, he cast a disdainful glance at Xiong Batian, his expression one of contempt as if he had encountered something utterly distasteful, quickly shifting his gaze back to Lu Ling with a relaxed demeanor, drawing out his words, Lu Ling, you truly are remarkable. Had we arrived even a moment later, we would have been left to collect her remains. Where would our performance have fit in? Jiang Sun, having perused numerous biographies of figures in the martial world, recognized the 3 men from their dialogue and demeanor. The 7 worthies of the Bamboo Grove, a collective distinct from the 3 teachings and 4 sects, consisted of 7 members who resided hidden within the bamboo groves of Shurtang. Shrouded in mystery due to their obscure origins, each possessed formidable martial skills and had garnered a modest reputation within the martial community, leading many sects to extend invitations for them to join, all of which had been firmly declined, enhancing their notoriety. Jiang Sun found himself perplexed. The Rooster Temple, a humble establishment, had managed to summon the 7 worthies, indicative of Kong Zixin's exceptional connections. With the arrival of the 3, Xiong Batian found himself disregarded. Witnessing Dao Buxiu seated atop his horse, exuding an air of superiority, Xiong Batian's anger flared, and he pointed his dragon sparrow sword at Dao Buxiu, demanding, Who are you, brat, to meddle in our affairs? Dao Buxiu scoffed, You are already halfway into your grave. Do you not sense the impending doom? Scoundrel, Xiong Batian bellowed, swinging his blade in response. With a sharp clang, Dao Buxiu's sword was drawn, and he deftly rode into the wind. His sword's song echoing as it pierced the heavens. Dao Buxiu's swordplay was as graceful as a dragon in flight, his movements fluid and agile, akin to lightning. In contrast, Xiong Batian's blade style was characterized by sheer force and dominance. As their weapons clashed, each strike resonated with a clear, ringing sound. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged over a dozen blows, with the outcome still uncertain. Then, Xiong Batian unleashed his ultimate technique, the mountain-cleaving slash, raising his golden blade high above, and with a thunderous momentum, brought it down. The blade's radiance carved a golden arc through the air, emanating an aura that instilled fear. Beware, Dao, Ruan Ding shouted in warning. Dao Buxiu, a man of spirited temperament, welcomed the challenge posed by Xiong Batian's overwhelming force, and without hesitation, he met the strike head-on. With a resounding clang, their weapons collided, and Dao Buxiu felt a tremendous force surge through him, numbing his arm as if struck by lightning, sending him reeling several paces, kicking up dust beneath his feet. Xiong Batian, seeing this, erupted in laughter, mocking, I thought you were someone of significance, yet you are merely a soft-hearted coward. With that, he lunged at Dao Buxiu, who braced himself against the incoming blow. The impact left Dao Buxiu's insides boiling, his body tingling and weakened. As Xiong Batian's dragon sparrow sword approached his face, a flash of light intervened. With a clang, the soul-chasing sword intercepted the dragon sparrow sword, Lu Ling stepping in to engage Xiong Batian. The clash of blades and flashes of light became a dazzling spectacle. Leaving the spectators in awe, the 2 warriors grew more fervent with each exchange, their swords dancing in a flurry, and Lu Ling infused his sword with spiritual energy, causing it to radiate an intense brilliance. Suddenly, Xiong Batian found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Although the Longke blade was undeniably powerful, it was ensnared by the chasing soul sword, rendering his techniques increasingly futile, his formidable might suppressed and unable to manifest. In a fit of rage, Xiong Batian bellowed, unleashing the mountain-cleaving strike once more. The Longke blade whirled with ferocity, but Lu Ling, perceiving the sheer force of this strike, swiftly evaded, leaving the Long-K blade to slice through empty air. As the chasing soul sword descended, it swiftly overpowered the Long-K blade. Xiong Batian, renowned for his undefeated blade techniques, was accustomed to dominating his opponents with the Long-K blade and could hardly bear being led around by the nose. In an instant, an unnameable fury ignited within him. His entire being trembled as he exerted his wrist with great force. Xiong Batian, after all, was a fierce warrior. With a deft thrust and press, he promptly drove the chasing soul sword downwards. Just as he reveled in his powerful counterstrike, Lu Ling did not linger, suddenly withdrawing his sword and darting to the left side of Xiong Batian. The latter stumbled, nearly losing his footing, and by the time he regained his composure, the chasing soul sword was already poised menacingly upon his left shoulder. Instantly, a chill coursed through his shoulder. Had Lu Ling not been merciful, Xiong Batian's left arm would undoubtedly have been severed. Xiong Batian's face turned a shade of green as he gazed at Lu Ling in astonishment, unable to fathom the latter's speed. Nor was he willing to accept the possibility of defeat. Lu Ling's expression was grim, his voice icy. "Bravado of a mere mortal," Xiong Batian scoffed. "You little brat. What skill is it to ambush me? If you have the guts, let us start anew." Lu Ling sheathed his sword and nonchalantly planted it into the ground, silently gesturing for Xiong Batian to make the first move. Instead of appreciating the gesture, Xiong Batian felt belittled, and in an instant, fury consumed him. At that moment, his desire to seize control of Jiming Temple was cast aside. All he wished for was to overpower and defeat his opponent. He too drove the Long-K blade into the ground in a gesture that suggested a fair duel. Xiong Batian glanced back at Xiong Shangtian, then turned with a malevolent glare towards Lu Ling. The two held their breath for a moment, locking eyes, and the murderous intent flared between them, the fierce clash imminent. Xiong Batian, seeking to vanquish Lu Ling in a legitimate manner, refrained from striking first, waiting only for Lu Ling to draw his sword. Only then did he seize the Long-K blade. Having learned from his prior suppression, Xiong Batian initiated the mountain-cleaving strike. Although Lu Ling infused ample spiritual energy into the chasing soul sword, he did not engage directly. With a thunderous crash, a wave of formidable spiritual power crashed down upon the bluestone slab, shattering it into dust. Lu Ling rolled away and thrust the chasing soul sword directly at Xiong Batian's chest. Lu Ling's swordplay was as swift as lightning, yet Xiong Batian dared not approach recklessly, hastily raising his blade to parry. With a clang, their weapons clashed, both combatants feeling the shock reverberate through their arms. Xiong Batian could hardly believe that Lu Ling had withstood his full-force strike. Regaining his composure, he added 2 more layers of strength into his arm. Yet Lu Ling did not withdraw, bracing himself against the impact. For a moment, the Long-K blade seemed to strike against an immovable steel plate, unable to budge. Xiong Batian roared in fury as a tidal wave of power surged forth, pushing Lu Ling back several feet. Yet he remained steadfast, not wavering in the slightest. Sweat beaded on Xiong Batian's forehead. Lu Ling, under pressure, had to brace against the blade's edge, knowing that retreat would surely lead to injury in that moment. Xiong Batian, anxious and breathless, sought to exert himself further. Yet, in the midst of his gasping, his wrist slackened slightly, and Lu Ling, ever vigilant, seized the opportunity. With a swift flick of the chasing soul sword, he redirected the Long-K blade towards a precipice, then leaped, escaping the fray. Xiong Batian, ablaze with rage, had yet to regain his footing before he eagerly launched another ferocious assault on Lu Ling. After their previous intense exchanges, Lu Ling's stamina was nearing its limit. Witnessing Xiong Batian descend upon him like a tiger unleashed, he swiftly devised a strategy, sidestepping while simultaneously executing a reverse thrust aimed at Xiong Batian's vital midsection. Xiong Batian, not daring to underestimate the threat, countered offensively, cleaving towards Lu Ling's retreat. Lu Ling, however, deftly leaped aside, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, evading the strike. Lu Ling's swordplay was nimble, balancing offense and defense, yet in direct confrontation with Xiong Batian, he found no advantage. Conversely, while Xiong Batian's onslaught was relentless, his defense was lacking. After several rounds of combat, both had discerned each other's strengths and weaknesses. Xiong Batian, observing Lu Ling's frequent evasions, mistook them for cowardice. Thus wielding his blade with increasing abandon, Lu Ling, relying on his exquisite lightness of foot, danced away from Xiong Baishan's attacks. Suddenly, Xiong Batian unleashed a sweeping strike, to which Lu Ling responded by leaping into the air. Xiong Batian, feeling triumphant, realized that his feigned strike was merely a bait, intended for Lu Ling to leap into the air, where he would be vulnerable to a fatal blow, with the blade raised high. Xiong Batian executed the mountain-cleaving strike, pursuing Lu Ling relentlessly. The golden light flashed as the Longke blade, imbued with unparalleled might, descended. Just as Lu Ling appeared cornered, at the critical moment, he deftly planted his foot on the edge of the blade. Bending his knees slightly, using the Longke blade's sharpness as leverage to spring upward in midair, he performed a somersault, landing behind Xiong Batian. Without hesitation, he thrust his sword, piercing Xiong Baishan's left shoulder with a resounding thud. Xiong Batian, turning in alarm, retaliated with an open palm, striking Lu Ling squarely in the chest. Lu Ling was sent flying, rolling once before dissipating the force of impact, kneeling upon the ground with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. What had seemed to be a certain victory for Xiong Batian had devolved into a mutual injury. This tumultuous clash was fraught with peril, leaving the onlookers utterly stunned. Dao Buxiu gasped sharply, exclaiming, "What a masterful escape from the jaws of death!" Seeing Lu Ling wounded by his own hand, Xiong Batian disregarded his shoulder wound, laughing maniacally as he mocked, "The people of the Central Plains are truly spineless. With a mere flick of my hand, you bleed, and still dare to act tough before me." In terms of martial prowess, Lu Ling was not inferior to Xiong Batian. However, Xiong Baishan's imposing stature and unyielding strength quickly revealed his advantage through their fierce exchanges. The gathered monks felt a sting of indignation at Xiong Baishan's humiliation of the Central Plains warriors. Before Kong Ci could issue a command, they drew their swords, surrounding Xiong Batian. Xiong Batian furrowed his brow, preparing to wield his blade in retaliation, but Lu Ling interjected, "Stand back." With a swift motion, he re-engaged Xiong Batian. Dao Buxiu, sensing an undercurrent of concern, suddenly heard a whistling sound, a flying dart, like a flash of lightning, shot forth. By the time Dao Buxiu reacted, the dart was already upon him. Drawing his sword was futile. He yanked the reins with urgency, and the steed, drenched in sweat, let out a long, plaintive cry as it surged forward. The dart embedding itself in its neck. This dart was none other than the blade of the Xian Ci sword. As the blade was released, Xiong Shangtian emerged. Typically reticent, he was now furious at Dao Buxiu's derisive remarks. As Dao Buxiu landed, his steed collapsed into a pool of blood. Gently stroking its head, he felt a surge of sorrow and rage welling within him. Casting a glance at Xiong Shangtian, he spoke in a low, somber tone, "You should not have killed my horse." Xiong Shangtian replied coldly, "I wonder which is sharper, your tongue or your skill?" Dao Buxiu, his face ashen, retorted, "What do you think?" Xiong Shangtian's countenance darkened further, his anger intensifying. "I wager you are but a step away from death." Dao Buxiu burst into laughter. "Your bravado exceeds even my foot odor." With a swift motion, he drew his long sword. Agile and light-footed, he resembled a fierce gust of wind. He unleashed a strike aimed at the heart of the dragon, the sword light slicing through the night sky, targeting Xiong Shangtian's brow. Xiong Shangtian's brow furrowed as he swung the Xian Ci sword, creating a sweeping arc of sword energy. With a resounding clash, Dao Buxiu's relentless strike was firmly deflected. Nevertheless, Dao Buxiu's swordplay did not falter. The tip of his sword swiftly returned to its trajectory, once again lunging at Xiong Shangtian. Alarmed, Xiong Shangtian hurriedly raised his sword to parry. Dao Buxiu's assault was fierce and varied, indicating his profound mastery of swordsmanship. He thrust 3 times, slashing 3 times, each strike aimed at a vital point. Although Xiong Shangtian skillfully parried each blow with his unpredictable swordplay, he found himself in a defensive predicament, unable to counterattack. Seizing the opportunity, Dao Buxiu unleashed a relentless barrage of techniques, overwhelming Xiong Shangtian. Suddenly, Dao Buxiu pivoted his sword, aiming swiftly for Xiong Shangtian's neck. This strike came unexpectedly. Dao Buxiu had already formulated a plan, anticipating that Xiong Shangtian would either block or evade, and he calculated the timing to perfection. Awaiting Xiong Shangtian's response, filled with confidence, Dao Buxiu envisioned the dawn of victory. This strike was not only revenge for his fallen steed, but also a perfect demonstration of his swordsmanship. To his shock, Xiong Shangtian neither dodged nor blocked. Instead, he executed a skyward slash, aiming for Dao Buxiao's left shoulder. In a split second, Dao Buxiao was taken aback. With such a move, he could undoubtedly pierce Xiong Shangtian's throat, yet he would lose his left arm in the process. Dao Buxiao could never have anticipated that Xiong Shangtian would be so ruthless, willing to risk death to ensure they perished together. Instantly, a cold sweat broke out as he hastily retracted his sword to parry. With a resounding clang, the blades clashed, and both warriors seemed to dance perilously close to the edge of oblivion, leaving the onlookers breathless. Chapter 41. Jiang Sun's wits against Xiong Batian. The fierce struggle raged on, with Xiong Batian and Xiong Shangtian confronting Lu Ling and Dao Buxiao, while Xiong Mantian, Xiong Sihai, and Xiong Wuhu battled against the nuns. Although the nuns' demon-subduing formation was formidable, the three men formed a united front, making it difficult to gain the upper hand. At this moment, Ruanding had completed his healing under Kong Si's care and immediately drew his sword to confront Xiong Sihai and Xiong Wuhu, while the nuns relentlessly pursued Xiong Mantian, launching a barrage of attacks. Despite Xiong Mantian's formidable crocodile armor, rendering his body as impenetrable as a fortress, he remained unfazed amidst the flurry of blades. Seemingly strolling through a garden, before the gate of Jiming Temple, the air was thick with the clamor of battle. The clash of blades intermingled with incessant chatter. Fierce enough, spicy enough, toxic enough, a formidable character indeed. My steed perished beneath your sword, and I harbor no resentment. The incessant speaker had never held much regard for Xiong Shangtian, but after 20 rounds, he no longer dared to underestimate him. The sound of swords clashing echoed continuously, as both sides fought with equal vigor, unleashing their ultimate techniques, each seemingly driven by a profound hatred to annihilate the other. With a swift thrust, Lu Ling's sword pierced Xiong Batian's chest, while simultaneously, Xiong Batian kicked Lu Ling down, both men collapsing to the ground at that moment. The incessant speaker and Xiong Shangtian also struck each other, both falling to the ground. Ruanding and Xiong Sihai, along with Xiong Wuhu, had discarded their weapons, now launching simultaneous palm strikes at each other, only to be knocked down by a combined palm and kick from the two Xiong brothers. Seeing this, Kong Si was instantly engulfed in fury, exclaiming, "Kill those 5 vile rascals." It turned out that in her youth, Kong Si had shared a romantic entanglement with Ruanding. Witnessing Ruanding's injury ignited her rage, prompting her to issue a lethal order. Miao Lan, Miao Yin, and others, upon hearing this, charged towards Xiong Batian and his cohorts. Xiong Mantian, cloaked in his crocodile armor, swiftly positioned himself in front of the four. Ruanding bellowed, "Halt!" The nun paused, helplessly gazing at Kong Si. Recognizing Ruanding's authority, Kong Si relented. Ruanding discerned that despite the overwhelming numbers at Jiming Temple, the 5 Xiong brothers from the north possessed formidable strength. Even if they killed 5, their own casualties would be grievous. Turning to Xiong Batian, he declared, "Today, I grant you a reprieve. Should you dare to provoke me again, I shall show no mercy. Depart now." Xiong Batian rose, chuckling, "Since you concede, then you shall submit to my heavenly thunder and earth fire gang." Believing that Ruanding's cessation of hostilities stemmed from fear, Xiong Batian felt triumphant. Ruanding inhaled deeply, then stood. "If the gang leader seeks further instruction, I shall accompany you to the death." The incessant speaker hurriedly interjected, "Second brother, do not be reckless." Kong Si, aware that Ruanding's martial prowess paled in comparison to Lu Ling's, realized that if Lu Ling had retreated, Ruanding would undoubtedly face dire consequences. She cried out, "Ruanding!" Ruanding turned, meeting Kong Si's gaze with unspoken understanding. "Jiming Temple is in peril. How can I stand idly by? For the sake of this millennia-old temple and he hesitated, intending to say for you, but altered his words, for the righteousness of the martial world. This band of rogues must not be allowed to act with impunity. Very well, let us proceed." Xiong Batian looked at Ruanding with eager anticipation, as if a hunter eyeing his prey. Ruanding, resolute in his decision to face death, accepted a sword from Kong Si and advanced towards Xiong Batian. With each step, it felt as though he was approaching the gates of hell, yet he pressed on undeterred. Kong Si watched Ruanding's retreating figure, tears welling in her eyes. "Vile scoundrel, prepare to meet your end." A sudden shriek pierced the air as Miao Lan lunged at Xiong Batian, sword aimed at his chest. Xiong Batian, noticing the assailant was a woman, dismissed his weapon, delivering a kick that struck Miao Lan squarely in the chest. She cried out in agony, flying backward, and Jiang Sun, witnessing the scene, dashed from the crowd to catch her. Blood gushed from Miao Lan, and Jiang Sun, filled with gratitude yet seething with fury at her injury, rushed to her side. The crowd gasped in shock, turning their attention to Miao Lan. Kong Ci screamed, "Lan'er!" Xiong Batian mocked, "Such overreach. You think you can dismiss me? You must defeat us first." Ruan Ding's brow furrowed in anger, ready to charge forth when Jiang Sun called out, "Uncle Ruan." Ruan Ding paused, turning to him, and Jiang Sun proposed, "Since the gang leader challenges me, allow me to take his place. If I fail, you may then intervene." Ruan Ding, frowning, replied, "Young brother, your courage is commendable, but this matter does not concern you. It would be best if you refrained from meddling." Xiong Batian roared, "You traitor, helping outsiders to defy me? Come forth and die." Jiang Sun replied with a calm smile, "You see, he has specifically summoned me." Turning to Xiong Batian, he continued, "The Heavenly Thunder and Earth Fire Gang is not solely yours. By what right do you claim leadership? Just because you are older?" Xiong Batian dismissed Jiang Sun with a scoff, but upon hearing Jiang Sun's words, he burst into laughter. "If you can defeat us, then the title of gang leader shall be yours." Xiong Batian launched a fierce assault on Jiang Sun, who brandished his sword as if to engage, but merely feigned an attack, employing agile footwork to evade Xiong Batian's onslaught. Unfazed, Xiong Batian intensified his assault, swinging his dragon sparrow blade with relentless ferocity. Jiang Sun narrowly dodged strike after strike, yet it became increasingly strenuous as the blade flashed perilously close. Suddenly, Xiong Batian bellowed, unleashing 3 strikes in quick succession. Jiang Sun evaded the first 2, but the third came crashing towards his waist, seemingly unavoidable. The crowd gasped, holding their breath for Jiang Sun's fate. Ruan Ding shouted, "Brother Jiang, be careful." Miao Lan bit her lip. Worry etched across her face. In a moment of desperation, Jiang Sun dropped to his knees, leaning back to execute a counterattack, his sword piercing Xiong Batian's abdomen. This strike was unexpected, catching Xiong Batian off guard. Jiang Sun had intentionally presented a vulnerability, anticipating Xiong Batian's moves, and gambled on this risky maneuver. Although he succeeded, the blade barely penetrated Xiong Batian's tough skin, and as the latter regained his composure, he swung his blade at Jiang Sun's chest. Jiang Sun, unwilling to linger, rolled on the ground to evade the blow. Having suffered a hit, Xiong Batian felt his pride wounded, his rage flaring. Leaping into the air, he struck with the grace of an eagle soaring through the skies, his blade creating a dazzling display as it sliced through the air. The sound of metal clashing echoed as Jiang Sun, rather than retreating, thrust his sword forward. Xiong Batian, overjoyed by this perceived opportunity, exerted extra force, determined to cleave Jiang Sun in two. The clash rang out, and to the astonishment of the onlookers, Jiang Sun not only parried Xiong Batian's lethal strike, but followed up with a powerful palm strike to his chest, sending him sprawling several feet back to the ground. The tide of battle had shifted drastically, leaving everyone in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in disbelief. After a moment, the incessant speaker broke the silence, shouting, "Brother Jiang, well done." He then turned to Xiong Batian, mocking, "You oversized brute. With such pathetic skills, you dare to occupy Jiming Temple? Ridiculous, truly ridiculous." Though victorious, Jiang Sun felt a lingering trepidation. Xiong Batian had already exhausted himself combating a master like Lu Ling, and the decisive factor lay in Jiang Sun's cunning application of Miao Jiang's soul-biting goo on the tip of his sword. While Xiong Batian was indeed strong, the moment the goo entered his system, his mind dulled and his body stiffened, allowing Jiang Sun to seize the opportunity. With piercing eyes, Jiang Sun gazed at Xiong Batian, coldly declaring, "Xiong Batian, what further words do you have?" Xiong Batian, battered and under the influence of the soul-biting goo, struggled to remain upright, brandishing his dragon sparrow blade and retorting, "Come again if you dare." Xiong Batian's bravado belied his uncertainty. His confidence shattered, he couldn't gauge Jiang Sun's true strength. Jiang Sun discerned his thoughts, merely a facade of bravado. He stated, "The outcome is clear. From now on, the Heavenly Thunder and Earth Fire Gang is under my command. By seniority, You are still my master's brother. I extend you this courtesy. Leave now. Xiong Batian, proud yet aware of the gravity of the situation, chose to concede, turning away with his 4 brothers. Wait! Kong Si suddenly called out, Where have you taken my disciple? Return him at once. Xiong Batian paused. Then responded, What disciple? Kong Si replied, Did you not secretly infiltrate the temple last night and abduct someone? Xiong Batian laughed heartily. Pa! We operate with integrity. If we wish to capture someone, would we need to resort to stealth? Kong Si hesitated, recalling Xiong Batian's bold demeanor. Realizing he would indeed not act covertly, a chill ran through her, and she looked helplessly at Ruanding. As Xiong Batian and his men departed, a collective sigh of relief washed over the crowd. The incessant speaker lamented, We journeyed far to offer aid, only to be outdone by a youth. How embarrassing, Brother Jiang. I am in awe of you. Jiang Sun, unwilling to take undue credit, quickly replied, Not at all. Had it not been for your earlier confrontation with Xiong Batian, I would never have triumphed. Lu Ling remarked, A victory is a victory. There is no need for false modesty. Kong Si interjected, Brother Jiang. Your chivalry and valor have saved Jiming Temple. I am profoundly grateful. If you do not mind, please come to the temple for a feast. Bowing respectfully, she expressed her gratitude. Jiang Sun, still preoccupied with thoughts of his father, queried, Are you 3 among the 7 sages of the bamboo grove? Ruanding affirmed, Indeed. May I ask what brings you to us, Brother Jiang? After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Sun inquired, I have an old acquaintance who is said to have connections with the 7 sages of the bamboo grove. Ruanding, recognizing Jiang Sun's maturity despite his youth, responded earnestly, Pray tell, what is the name of your acquaintance? Jiang Sun replied, Jiang Yulai. At this revelation, the 3 exchanged wary glances, and Ruanding asked, Brother Jiang, how did you come to know that your acquaintance is connected to us?